In front of the ruined land, a gigantic rock towered in front of it. Surrounded by a bright light, many destroyed monsters lay amongst the fire and ruin. One of the monsters noticed that there was one other person still alive. He reached out to him and said that victory would be his. The demon used his magic to attack the weakened warrior. He was too wounded to repel the blow. The monster's sword easily passed through his armor and reached its target, leaving the warrior helpless. The warrior was still alive despite his severe injury. He was ready to fight the demon with his last strength. He knew that this world had come to an end. Humanity had already been defeated in the war with the demons for a year. Most of the humans were brutally destroyed by the merciless demon. The warrior knew that human survivors simply became vessels for the birth of other monsters. But as the last survivor of the resistance, the warrior continued to fight. He bravely fought the demons without fear for his life and was ready to continue the battle. But one of the demons was able to seriously wound him, breaking his resistance. The warrior realized that he had been defeated by Tartaros, the demon king, and the most powerful monster he had ever fought. The demon, looking at the wounded warrior, mockingly remarked that he must have been in pain and offered to help him, about to deliver the decisive blow. But the demon didn't want to destroy him too quickly. He restrained his body, adding that he would give him some time and so they could talk a little. The demon looked at the man carefully. He remembered that his name was Jafir. He was the first person whose name the demon remembered. The demon noted that the warrior was the first to bother him so persistently. Amazed at his persistence, he added that someone who fought without any chance of victory was considered a fool. He approached the restrained and wounded warrior and said that those who surrendered afraid of the power of the enemy were not wise. He considered them even greater fools. The demon was starting to get even angrier when he saw such weak and impatient trash. He was sure the warrior understood him. After all, he was the strongest of the humans. Tartaros did something he had never done before. He wanted to offer the warrior something special. He invited him to come to his side. He offered to leave this foul land and start conquering others, including the abode of the gods. He was sure their powers would be enough to conquer anything they wanted. The warrior looked closely at the demon, couldn't believe that he was really willing to accept him into his army. The demon replied that he would be willing to make him a great warrior if he would agree to fight at his side and his suffering would cease. The warrior smiled, saying that sounded pretty good, but he wasn't telling him the truth. The warrior realized that the demon couldn't be trusted and he wasn't going to go over to his side. He realized that his injury was too serious, and the demon couldn't help but know that he was beyond saving, but he still offered him to come to his side. It was quite strange for a warrior, but he knew why he did it. The warrior thought the demon wanted to see him begging him like some coward, his friends, his loved ones, begging the enemy who had taken everything from him. He held out his hand to him, pretending that he was ready to accept his offers. The demon, holding out his hand in return, was happy that he had managed to break the will of such a powerful warrior. The warrior remembered the words of a loved one who had asked him not to swear with bad words, but he didn't listen to her and always did his own thing. He smiled and said that he never listened to anyone, so he decided to do a fun spell before he would be destroyed. The warrior suddenly grabbed the demon's hand and wouldn't let go. The demon couldn't understand what he was up to. There was a look of fear of incomprehension on his face. He was shocked that the warrior continued to resist. He knew that if he did the spell with his hand, the power that was beyond his capabilities would simply destroy his body. The warrior clenched his fists and looked at Tartaros and grinned with determination in his eyes, and showed him his contempt with a gesture, making it clear where he should go. After his words, a spell was triggered, and there was a powerful explosion where they were standing, from which it was impossible for them to dodge. None of them would be able to survive. The demon looked at his hand in horror and couldn't understand what was happening to it. He didn't know what spell the warrior had used before his death. Tartaros looked at the warrior and suddenly screamed very loudly. It was a cry of despair. It was as if he had figured out the spell that the warrior had used and knew that he was in for a sad end. The warrior's body was incredibly mangled. He had no chance of survival, but he did his best to rid the world of the demon Tartaros. The demon was furious at Jafir's insolence. Unable to contain his anger, he kicked at the warrior's body with all his might, seeking to crush him for such an insult. The warrior disintegrated into small pieces. This was how his battle ended. He failed to avenge the people he held dear. Before his death, the warrior thought that he had failed to protect anyone as he had promised them. For him, it had ended in ignominious defeat. He realized that it had to be this way. But suddenly, he woke up lying on the ground, not understanding what was happening to him. He couldn't believe he was still alive. He realized he had just been destroyed by a demon. Jafir thought that everything around him looked quite strange. He examined his body carefully and was shocked that all his wounds were healed and his armor was intact as well. He wanted to know where he was, and how he was able to get to this place. He noticed that there were statues of gods all around him. He didn't know they had a temple somewhere. The warrior stood up to scrutinize everything. He smiled and thought he had entered the afterlife after his death. But suddenly, he heard a strange voice informing him that this was not the afterlife. They were on the lower level of the pantheon, the abode of the gods. Turning around, the warrior saw a bright light that was moving straight towards him. Soon he saw a girl who was like an angel with huge wings. Upon seeing her, Jeffrey tried to draw his sword, which was always behind his back, but he realized with horror that he could not summon his sword. The girl told Jafir not to be too surprised that he couldn't summon the sword. She was here to give him the will of the gods. Her name was Mercedes. She was an elder angel. She informed him that he was dead, and following procedure, she was obligated to send him straight to the underworld, but there was something she couldn't do. Mercedes explained that due to the insistence of several gods, the three supreme gods had made the decision to send him back in time. Jafir couldn't understand what she was telling him. She added that he would travel back in time. With all the memories he had, this meant he had a chance to change the ending of the battle. However, he would be left without all of his acquired skills, magic, and his incredible stamina. Mercedes said that once he had already been the one who managed to climb to the top of the human pyramid, she was sure he would have no trouble recovering everything. Jafir thought it was a dream. He knew Tartaros did not master the art of illusion. He assumed it was an agonizing euphoria. He asked why the gods had decided to give him such an incredible chance, to which she replied that it was hard to believe, but she was willing to provide him with proof that would help him. The warrior calmly stopped her, saying that proof wasn't needed. He was interested in something else. He wondered what he had to do for the gods. He realized that everything in the world always had to be paid for. He realized that they needed something from him. That's why they gave him this chance. Jafir knew that when demons destroyed people by the thousands, and when people prayed with all their hearts, the gods cut off communication with their world. They didn't answer prayers, and they didn't accept people's offering. Moreover, they took away the strength of the priests who could fight by borrowing the power of the gods. So the human army that lost its defense and healing skills was defeated in the blink of an eye. The gods had given up on humans once they realized they would get nothing else here, for that the warrior despised them. He thought they were quite calculating. He was furious that they couldn't give him a chance for nothing. Mercedes waited a moment, then said she was ready to give him the will of the gods, her face reflecting determination and calm. She said that the gods demanded to see more spectacles. They longed to see how desperate people were. They wanted to have fun watching people in desperation. Jafir was shocked to learn that the gods took pleasure in watching humans suffer. He was shocked and didn't know what to do next. Mercedes said that the gods who had turned their attention to him were sorry to see him die. They had rarely met such determined people, and his 5-year battle with the monsters had been quite interesting to them. She added that many gods would be upset if it ended so quickly, so they were watching them. She asked if he remembered that near the end, he was getting increasingly lucky. Mercedes said that the gods had helped him in the battle against the monsters, and now he had to pay them back. But she had no sooner finished her sentence than Jafir began to attack her. Jafir couldn't listen to her anymore. He realized that people were desperate to fight the monsters, and no matter what continued to believe in the gods who had cynically betrayed them, so he decided to attack Mercedes. He was furious at her words. He couldn't understand how they could be having fun and mocking them when they were desperately trying to survive. Jafir stated that the humans were fighting to survive, and he didn't understand how the gods could enjoy this spectacle, his words expressing bitterness and incomprehension. Jafir clenched his fists and asked bitterly, did they really think he was fighting for their amusement like a puppet theater? He was pissed that this was how they saw people. Mercedes realized that the situation could have gotten out of hand, and that Jafir was at his limit. She decided to be the first to launch her attack to contain the force of his anger. A huge foot covered in chains struck Jafir. The incredible force of the impact split the air, creating a powerful energy surge. Mercedes warned the warrior that the gods were looking at them now and asked him to be more polite, or they would have to use their powers, even though they liked him. She approached him and told him that he had misunderstood her slightly. She explained to him again that when the gods said interesting, they were only talking about him. They were not interested in humans as a race. 68, Mercedes added that it was simple. If he proved his worth, he could get what he wanted. It could be something personal to him, or to all people, because everything always had to be paid for. She freed him from the giant foot and told him that among all the gods, there was one god who persisted in asking to be brought back in time for another reason. Tartaros was furious. He was smashing everything around him. He couldn't realize how long he had to wait. He wanted Jafir to appear before him immediately. He wanted to fight him once more, and no one around could calm him down. He said he had managed to get more than 10 worlds. He couldn't believe he was stopped by some human. It was ridiculous to him. He wished it never happened. He needed to fight him again. Tartaros stated that he was willing to pay for it as much as would be required of him. Seeing this, Jafar couldn't understand what he was doing or why he needed it. Mercedes explained that the devil Tartaros was a god of destruction who destroyed 10 worlds, including his. His goal was to destroy everything. He was invincible and was never hurt. She said he was the only one who had managed to ruin his record. She wanted him to realize how badly he had hurt his pride. Jafar was shocked that just for that reason, Tartaros was beyond angry and wanted the gods to return him. He thought he was a madman who failed to accept losing. Mercedes said he wanted to fight him one more time and get a clean win. Now she was just waiting for Jafar to decide. He smiled and replied that it was such an obvious question. If the demon wanted to lose again, he would have to honor his request. Mercedes said that his point of arrival would be random, but he would have plenty of time to recover his strength. Plus, the gods wanted to give him a gift. He would be able to check it out as soon as he arrived. Jafar thought that even though these gods were disgusting, he had a chance, and he decided to use it to get revenge, not only on the devil Tartaros, but on all the gods that had abandoned him. She informed him that the location had been chosen. She requested constellation confirmation for space-time travel, and successfully received it. Mercedes wished Jafar good luck and sent him back down to Earth with a slight smile, hoping that this time too he would provide the gods with a worthy sight. Jafar was barely able to open his eyes once he was back on the ground. He could only hear the unintelligible sounds that were trying to bring him back to consciousness. He heard himself being asked to wake up as soon as possible, and when he was poured water, he opened his eyes and saw people in front of him unknown to him. He couldn't understand where he was or what this place was. Jafar looked at them carefully and couldn't figure out who they were, but soon he remembered that he had seen them somewhere before. He noticed that they had the same branding, which was very familiar to him. He knew that he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not remember where. But he soon remembered where he had seen that branding and began to laugh at the realization that he had gone back 10 years when he was exactly 20 years old. He went back to the time when he served in the temple as a slave. This is where his journey of climbing to the top began. The supervisor noticed them and asked what was going on. One of them replied that it was nothing important, at which point the supervisor told them to finish their rest and return to their workstation. One of the workers leaving warned him that if he interfered in their affairs one more time, they would destroy him. Jafar said he didn't want to bother with scum like them. His words hurt one of them, but his friends didn't want to mess with him and decided to head to their workplaces. He saw a child lying on the ground, who, rising up, thanked him for stepping in and saving him from those villains. Jafar thought it was all 10 years ago. He had absolutely no recollection of the details. He realized it would have taken him some time to adjust to everything. Suddenly, he remembered what Mercedes had told him about the gift from the gods. He wanted to see it as soon as possible, but there were too many people around. He waited until everyone would have left the mine hiding around the corner. Then he decided to unlock a special advantage granted by the gods. Jafar was stunned. Gaining this advantage, he smiled, perplexed as to how such a thing could be real. The other miners saw how he worked, realized that this newcomer was not so easy. He was a great worker. He assumed he was a miner. He was incredibly fast and worked harder than the others. He looked like he wasn't tired at all from the hard work, and the others couldn't understand how he managed. One of the workers thought it would be great if he was in their crew, but his comrade replied that then they would have to work normally too. Jafar still couldn't believe that the gods had really given him an incredible advantage. It shocked him and pleased him at the same time. He knew he would have an easier time recovering his strength with it. After he opened the special advantage, all the information was in his head in the blink of an eye. It was quite an unpleasant feeling. He found that he had access to a vault of all the best skills available to him, including some he had never had before. Jafar smiled and could barely contain his feeling. He was at a loss as to how the gods had just given this to him. He didn't notice the supervisor, who was quite angry with him. He ordered them all to get back to work. He threatened him with a lash if he didn't get to work immediately. Jafar saw the head of the mining crew walking confidently straight at him to flog him for disobedience. The miners' crew chief took his whip in his hand as firmly as he could to strike. He was sure they didn't understand nicely and would need to be taught a lesson. Jafar effortlessly managed to catch the whip, which did him no harm. The boss was shocked that he managed to catch his whip with his hands. He approached his boss to humbly give him his whip. He asked for his forgiveness and added that he would return to work immediately. Jafar looked at his hand, thinking that because of his past combat experience, he was able to see every movement of his opponent. He looked carefully at his hand and was in shock. There wasn't a single scratch on it. He realized that it was the effect of the skill the gods had bestowed upon him. Jafar realized that he had a special skill, iron wall, which increased all his defense skills. He felt almost no fatigue. He could work all day long. He thought that although the conditions were miserable, if he used this skill correctly, it should be quite useful to him. Jafir realized that he had gained a total of 9 special abilities. If one further took into account his knowledge of the future, he would quickly be able to recover his strength. He realized that the first thing he had to do was work hard to make money, so he started working even harder. At the end of the day, all the workers stood in front of their supervisors who read out their ratings. They asked to listen carefully. The supervisor announced that the first place was awarded to the F Brigade. The young guy standing next to Jafir was shocked that his brigade won first place. Next in the rankings was the B Brigade. These were the guys who beat up the young guy. They couldn't believe that the F Brigade was able to be the first in the rankings. The chief added that third place went to the H Brigade, and those remaining today were not so lucky, with the last place going to the E Brigade. According to the rules of their mine, the last team's money and groceries were distributed among the first, second, and third places. After announcing all the information, the boss told the workers to pray to Arya, the great goddess of light, and all the workers, including Jafir, began shouting the words of the prayer. Jafir knew that on the continent, among the 3 great deities, Arya, the goddess of light, was worshipped the most. She was also the biggest creditor to the people. He realized that almost everyone who lived here had lost their homes to the monsters. They worked hard to get money and food. Some of them just wanted to get to bed. Jafir realized that there were others like him here who were adventurers, but after the temple saved them from death, they were enslaved to pay off a huge medical. He realized that as long as he was branded, he wouldn't be able to move freely. If he went outside without permission, his heart would be quickly stopped. He needed to pay off his debt as soon as possible and regain his freedom, and then something could be planned, he thought. Tartaros wouldn't defeat him so easily on this one. He had made a promise to get revenge on the demon by all means. He was willing to work hard to be ready to do battle with him, but there was something else he wanted to do besides revenge. Jafir kept thinking about his beloved, who was mercilessly destroyed by the monster. He couldn't forget her face. He was sure that this time things would be different. He firmly believed he could protect his Alteo. His resolve was unwavering, and at this moment, he was willing to do anything to make sure history didn't repeat itself. Soon, he reached a place where the nun said that anyone who needed to go to the store or confess could come to her, but all the workers preferred to eat and drink something. Jafir entered the store and was surprised to see how much money the groceries cost. He thought he hadn't seen such incredible prices in a long time. Suddenly, he was approached by a young guy he had stood up for in the mine. Jafir didn't understand what he wanted from him, and then the guy said he would like to buy him a beer. Jafir was surprised at his action. He figured he had a lot of money if he was so fiercely eager to buy him a drink. The guy unclenched his hand and showed him everything he had. He said he had just gotten the money but couldn't buy himself anything expensive with it. He added that he had protected him then in the mine, and because of him, their crew was able to take first place, for which he was paid. The guy said that they had only wimps on their team, so they usually came in last place, so you could tell it was the first time he had gotten money. Jafir realized why they were beating him. If even one ore miner in the group got sick and couldn't work, the effectiveness of the whole crew would drop drastically. He knew to sabotage at least one team in this way, and then his brigade would automatically move up a place higher. Jafir answered him that he would not have eaten the child. He thought he was doing it to pity him. He asked him not to pester him with nonsense. He walked into the store where he was greeted by a salesman. He asked him what he could offer him, but Jafir already knew what he needed to get on with it. Jafir asked him if they had a restorative in the store, much to the surprise of the salesman, who hadn't been asked for one in a while. The vendor noticed he hadn't seen him here before and asked if he had money for the remedy. A glass cost 1 gold, a bottle 4 gold, but if there was no pain, he advised him to be patient. Jafir threw the coins on the table and said there was 1.5 gold pieces, the rest he wanted to borrow. He knew he had to have a receipt. He asked to get it so he could sign it. The young lad wanted to stop him. He thought Jafir was crazy if he decided to borrow the restorative potion, but he didn't listen to him and signed the receipt. He approached and asked if Jafir knew what would happen if he didn't pay the debt. All his earnings would go to cover it. He wanted to warn about the high interest, but Jafir wouldn't listen. Jafir drank the restorative and, with confidence, answered the lad that he would pay all his debts, no matter what. He knew that restorative was a popular item that replenished stamina, and if one drank a large amount of it, one could get the hidden effect of increasing magical energy. But after drinking even 10 bottles, the efficiency might not remain high, however. If the gods gave him a special ability, things were different. He realized that in any case, it would be impossible for him to make much money in the mine. Even if he worked as hard as he could, he would not get a good reward. Finishing the remedy, Jafir decided to start training little by little. He knew he was going to face an incredibly difficult battle soon, but for now, he needed the money. Jafir knew a way to make money for himself. He went to the boss and said that he heard a strange howling in the mine when he was working. The boss was shocked to find out. He asked his superior to inform the hunters, after which he would lead them to the place where he heard the monsters. Jafir knew money could be made in the dungeon. Monsters were creatures spawned by the magic flow. Many of them were aggressive and posed a great threat to humans. In all the years of war, these monsters had taken a lot of damage. The emergence of monsters became beneficial to humanity. Their magical crystals, bones, and skin were used to create weapons and armor, turning the monsters into a valuable resource. He knew that every monster-inhabited cave held both great danger and great profit, which was why he needed to get there. But the first to enter the cave were the hunters. They were slaves who had military skills. They were the selected special to deal with monsters. He realized that the price for their work was as high as the risk of the hunt, and the success of the mission often boded well for their extra pay. Jafir couldn't understand why an adventurer like him was assigned to the miners. He was sure there had to be some reason for it. The next day, Jafir went to the store to see the salesman who sold him the restorative, but he was unable to get the remedy because the salesman could no longer credit him. Jafir thought he was over his credit limit, but the salesman replied that his rank was too low. The salesman warned him that he wouldn't get another penny from him. Not knowing what to do, he was about to take the remedy away from someone. Suddenly, a nun approached him and offered to open a line of credit by selling his organs for scientific research. Jafir looked at the paperwork and saw that the surgery was scheduled for the following week. He asked if it could be canceled by returning the money. The nun assured him that it was possible. He went back to the seller to buy as much of the restorative as possible. The seller replied to him that he could do as he knew. He didn't care about his fate. The nun thought he was a bit of a silly guy. She didn't understand why he needed so much restorative, but she was sure that the temple would have gotten all of his organs. Jafir drank all he had left. He felt a surge of energy dramatically, and now he was ready to get back to work. Suddenly, he was approached by a guard who was looking for him. He informed him that he would be the one to escort them to the place where he heard the monsters. Jafir smiled. Realizing they had shown up just in time, he nodded in agreement and confirmed that he would go with them to the monster. The head of the reconnaissance team said his name was Goth, and those behind him were named Dale and Marco. They were now ready to embark on a dangerous journey. Jafir informed them that he had no night vision skills, but he could use a magic pulse. He hoped they would be able to work cohesively together. Night vision allowed one to see in total darkness, and magical pulse enhanced perception through energy. These skills were necessary to stealthily enter the monster's lair. Goth noticed that it looked like the price of the night vision potion was pretty solid. He said that if everyone was ready, we needed to move out. Dale told Jafir to take his load and follow them forward. Marco was impressed that the miner had used a magic pulse. He had never met people like that before. They were shocked that Jafir acted as if he was going to crush the monster's lair with them. They thought it was impossible. Jafir followed them and answered them nothing. He was sure they would still regret their words. He wasn't familiar with two of them, but one he definitely knew. He remembered that he had been transferred to hunters, and a month after the lair had been cleared, 2 hunters had died there under the vaults of the cave. Jafir thought of a way he could use these hunters who had traveled with him to the monster's lair. Near the entrance to the monster's lair, they were met by a group of warriors in dark cloaks. Their faces could not be seen, but they seemed to have been awaiting their arrival for a long time. One of them said they were a cheerleader and asked them all to stretch their arms forward, and he put special bracelets on their arm. He explained that they were magic bracelets, and if anything were to happen to them, the bracelets on his arm would break, and they would be able to immediately request help from headquarters. He added that he hoped he wouldn't have had to do that. He asked them to focus on the task at hand and do their job cleanly. He let them pass, wishing them luck. Jafir walked first through the dark gorge of the cave without fear, his confidence and determination evident in every step, boldly leading the group forward. They were met by 2 monsters who were inspecting the cave for enemy. They didn't realize that the hunters were already inside the cave and would soon find them. The monsters noticed the small stone suddenly hitting the wall beside them. Puzzled, they stared at it, not realizing who could have thrown it. Jafir knew that the main objective of the reconnaissance team was to locate the monsters and gather information about their lair. Based on the data collected, a lair mopping up team was formed to destroy the monsters. This was the standard sequence of such mission. The hunters of the reconnaissance group carefully examined the monsters and realized that they were the ones that had survived last time. They thought there was another lair that was on the other side of the mine entrance. They knew that last week, groups A and B had cleaned it out. The surviving monsters had dug a tunnel and lurked. Jafir thought it was quite expected that the scout group had some good military skill. Goth called out to all the hunters to tell them his plan. Goth thought they were able to deal with the monsters themselves. He thought they could handle it without anyone else's help. Jafir realized that if the scouts thought they could handle the sweep on their own, they were going into battle without order. Marco replied to the commander that they could just scout the situation, and that was it. He didn't want them to put themselves in danger. He was worried that there might be a stronger monster deep in the cave, and after all, there were only 3. But the commander corrected him and said that there were 4 of them, and their goal was to capture the kobold. Marco thought the commander was joking. He said there were 3 of them and 1 porter who wasn't a full-fledged warrior. He couldn't believe he was going to go into battle with. Dale asked Marco not to get worked up. He looked at the commander and asked if he had a plan of action. He wanted to listen to him first and then decide. The commander listened to them, smiled, and told Jafir to get the necessary equipment, preparing for the next phase of the mission. Jafir pulled out the fruit and leaves of the actinidia, carefully placing them in front of the commander, who had to explain to his team what they needed it for. He said that if you ground them up and mixed them with cobalt litter, a special odor would be formed that would attract monsters. The commander knew that this smell was incredibly strong. It could be smelled farther than 100 meters away. He realized that the monsters wouldn't be able to resist that smell and would walk right into their trap. He thought it was a brilliant plan to trap the kobold. The commander added that then, using this mixture, they would lure the bestiary into a trap they would have prepared in advance. His plan worked, and one of the kobolds fell into their trap. The commander was sure they would have succeeded. His subordinates were shocked. It was the kind of decisions they respected him for. They couldn't understand when he was able to prepare all this. They had never even heard of such a method, to which the commander replied that it was his life experience, but Jafir understood that he was the one who had prompted the commander to do so. He knew that in his past life, after he had been transferred to the hunters, he had been on the same team with Goth. He had sought recognition from the other hunter, but he had never gotten the chance. Goth, holding the flask in his hands, asked Jafir's question excitedly, his face expressing tension as if he was waiting for important information about what was happening ahead. Jafir admitted that he had already gone down there yesterday. He reported that there was a small den of cobalt survivors. Goth thought he had an overconfidence if he ventured down to the lair alone. Jafir had said that before getting to this place, he was in charge of scouting for his team. He was good at finding hidden paths. Goth was glad when Jafir informed him of the monsters ahead. He was sure they could handle the 4 of them if they stuck to Jafir's plan. Jafir answered him that he understood that the decision was up to the commander, but he thought it was worth trying the plan he suggested. He was sure this place could bring them some good money, and it would be a shame to share it with other hunters. Goth realized that Jafir wasn't as useless as he might have thought. Goth realized that actinidia wasn't easy to find, but he was well prepared, and it looked like he was well versed in monster hunting. He liked that he left the decision up to him. He figured that if he as a commander put in a good word for him, he could be quickly transferred to the hunters. He handed him the knife and asked him to take it for himself. Jafir thanked him for providing him with a weapon. Goth thought that it was probably all done on purpose to look in the best light in front of him. Goth soon realized that there was no difference either way. His eagerness was commendable. He tried not to worry about the cobalt lair and keep his cool. Goth decided it was time to take everything this cave had to give them, destroying the kobolds. The commander realized that they had already managed to deal with most of the monsters. Dale said he didn't think it would be so easy and fun. Goth, taking the stone in his hands, said he was sorry the quality of the stones was terrible. Jafir emerged from one of the passageways to inform the commander that it was clear and the way was safe. They could go on. Marco noticed that there were bones lying on the ground. Perhaps they were someone's remains. Lifting the skeleton's arm, he thought they were wild animals, but they didn't look much like them. He thought they might be cobalt bones, but suddenly a hand seemed to come to life and move toward him to grab him. Marco was trapped by the monster. It grabbed him and immobilized him. Marco didn't have time to avoid the monster's nifty attack, and now he only had to rely on his team. The mysterious creature with huge claws threw him hard. Dale, standing nearby, was shocked and didn't know what they were supposed to do. Marco flew into the wall of the cave with incredible force. It seemed that the monster had managed to finish one of them off. Goth didn't understand what so powerful was able to do such a thing to Marco. Dale realized that they were starting to be attacked by a mysterious monster. He took his hammer and activated his ability to protect the rest of the hunters. He asked them all to get behind his back. He thought that their battle with the monsters was over, and they were able to clear the cave. But now their enemy was hiding, and no one knew what kind of monster might have attacked them. They realized that now they would have to get out while keeping their defenses up. Dale said he had made a magical shield that could stop even an orc chieftain. He was sure the monster wouldn't be able to penetrate. Suddenly, the monster made its attack, shattering Dale's shield. The shield was no problem for the monster. The monster's next attack disarmed Dale himself. Seeing the monster's tail, Goth couldn't believe that it was this creature that attacked them. There was consternation on his face. He realized that they could have died in this cave. The head of support, looking at his hand with the mysterious bracelets, but could understand what was happening to them. He realized that inside the cave, something had happened to the hunters, and they needed help. He had specifically given them bracelets in case of danger. He realized that some of them could have died there, but his bracelets showed him that 3 of them were instantly dead. The support head was perplexed as to what was going on in the cave and why his bracelets had torn. He tried to find an explanation, but the situation was getting out of hand. The wounded Goth fell to the ground, barely able to continue fighting the mysterious monster. He realized that help was nowhere to be found, and the next attack could be his last. But suddenly in front of him appeared Jafir, who became on his defense, reflecting the attack of the monster. He applied the skill Iron Wall, so the monster almost did not hit him. Jafir noticed that even with this skill, the monster managed to break through his defenses. He knew that the monster wasn't even a year old yet, but it was already incredibly strong. He realized that it wouldn't be easy with him. He tensely looked at the sinister monster with fangs and claws, emitting a grim aura. Nearby, on the ground, the bodies of the hunters lay lifeless, defeated in a brutal battle. He realized that the monster in front of him was the betrayer, a monster that used pheromones to pretend to be a baby of other creatures, and then as it matured, it would eat its parents. Jeffer bent down to borrow a spear from Goth, who could no longer help him. He was badly wounded. Goth tried to talk Jeffer out of fighting the monster. He explained to Goth, who didn't understand what he was going to do, telling him that he wanted to warm up a bit for the battle. He was sure he would be able to defeat the betrayer. Looking at the monster, Jafir offered him one last wish and asked him how he would prefer to meet his doom. He activated his special ability Silver Key. It allowed him to put and take out all sorts of items that were stored in the Silver Room anytime and anywhere. Jafir understood that it was a subspace artifact capable of creating and controlling Pocket World. He realized that its power was incredibly great. He took out the Dragonheart Herb, known for its tonic properties and ability to calm the mental state, and a rag, all of which he tossed to the wounded Goth so he could leave the cave. Jeffer asked him to step back after he would take the medicine. He didn't want him to get in the way of his battle with the monster. He tied his spear tightly to his hand and prepared to begin the duel, his face full of determination. He was sure he would be able to overpower a formidable opponent. Goth didn't understand what he was up to. He realized that Jafir was no fighter, and he was sure he couldn't overpower this powerful monster. He added that even if he had to die here, hiding behind a miner's back was too humiliating for him. Suddenly, the monster rushed to attack. Goth was unprepared for the fight. Gripped by fear and confusion, he realized he could not fight this opponent in his condition. The monster applied the skill Fear. Goth was under its influence, after which he was paralyzed and gripped by fear of the beast. Jiffer remembered that a story his petty officer had told him in a time when he was still very young and inexperienced. A few years ago, when a nearby village was attacked by a predator, the villagers watched the whole thing happen without even blinking their eyes. It was because their bodies were completely consumed by fear. They were so frightened that they couldn't even close their eyelids. If a person fell under this skill, there was nothing more they could do about it. All they had to do was wait for their end to come. Goth was at a loss. He didn't understand what was happening. He heard strange noises. He couldn't understand at all what he kept looking at. He was no longer in control of his body. The fear skill had no effect on Jafir, who continued to fight the monster. He skillfully wielded his spear and kept the monster from getting closer to him by fending off its attack. He launched several lightning attacks with his spear and skillfully dodged the monster's powerful blows. His movements were fast and precise. Jafir thought that everything was going according to his plan. The herb he was eating was great. His Hermes' secret skill was improving its effectiveness by 500%. He thought that among the 9 special abilities, he only had one weapon that took an incredible amount of mana, so he wouldn't be able to use it now. However, he knew that with this monster, he could be helped by the other tool he had prepared for his next attack. It was meant to help him overpower it. He decided to use the potent poison of 72 Poison King Fade, number 68 Varial. He abundantly poured it on his spear to slay the monster for sure. He remembered how King Fade had decided to reveal to him the recipe for the poison he had studied all his life. He had done so gratuitously and willingly, much to Jafir's surprise. Jafir wanted to know if he was sure he was doing the right thing, to which Fade replied that the world would soon end and there was no point in hiding the poison recipe any longer. He wanted to use it with him. Fade wanted him to use it for sure. He added that if his poison could save one less monster and save someone's life, it would be a great success. He couldn't have wished for more. He wanted his poison to be useful to humanity in fighting monsters, which was why Jeffress decided to use it for his attack. Jeffer stabbed the poisoned spear lightning fast into the chest of the monster, who didn't have time to dodge. The poison quickly spread through his body, paralyzing his movements and weakening his opponent. The monster, realizing the inevitability of its fate, howled in pain, its claws shaking and its power fading with each passing moment. He knew the deadly poison Varial made from the most common herbs. Once in the blood vessels, it would spread through the body and destroy the internal organs. Gerald realized that the poison was causing incredible pain. He figured the Poison King was quite the torturer. He realized that there were only 3 minutes left before the poison would spread throughout his body, and he needed to avoid being attacked by the monster that started attacking him even more furiously. However, Gerald did not have time to dodge one of the monster's attacks. The monster's tail delivered a powerful blow that sent Gerald flying off and crashing violently into the stone wall of the cave. He had no sooner recovered from the attack than the monster was already coming at him to destroy him. The monster's huge maw was practically beside him, ready to tear him apart. Gerald was ready for the monster's attack. Realizing that it could get him, he prepared the poison in advance. As soon as the monster opened its mouth, Gerald threw the poison right into its throat. Gerald managed to dodge, and the monster missed, smashing into the wall of the cave where the warrior had just stood with a clatter. He could see that the poison was starting to take effect, and the monster was slowing down little by little. He could see the monster starting to cough up blood. Its end was near. Gerald thought that he had 2 minutes to last and the monster would be defeated, but as he turned around, he realized that there was 1 minute left before the betrayer was destroyed. He realized that with his current skills, it would be difficult to dodge the monster, so he decided that after 1 minute, he would either try to survive until the monster was destroyed. He realized that he also had a second option, to make spear attacks on the monster until it would be destroyed. He took the spear and started to finish off the monster. But the monster was still quite strong. He struck again with his tail, but this time, Jafir was ready for it. He grabbed his tail with his hands and wouldn't let go. Jafir struggled to hold the monster's powerful tail, realizing that he needed to hold on just a little longer. As soon as the monster lifted him high enough, Jafir leapt with his spear, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Clutching the spear with both hands, he lightning struck with the spear, piercing through the monster. The monster was unable to dodge the attack due to the effects of the poison. The monster tried to throw him off his head. The pain he was experiencing was driving the monster crazy, but Jafir didn't back down and prepared a new attack for the monster. He broke his spear and thrust the second part into the monster. He was determined to put an end to their battle. He realized that the monster would not be able to survive his attacks. Pulling out his knife, Jafir decided that a final strike was necessary to make sure the monster was truly defeated and no longer a threat. The monster didn't give up and began to fight back even more. Jafir could barely stay on the monster's back, but he knew he needed to do as much damage to it as possible. Jafir nearly toppled off the monster, but managed to grab onto the knife. Holding onto its back, he realized that the monster still posed a serious danger to them. He raised his weapon, intending to deliver a final blow to make sure the monster was no longer a threat to them. He thought going back 10 years, he had lost everything he could be better than this monster. He had no power or magical energy, so he had to prepare himself. He needed magic to finish off the monster. Jafir used the discharge magic power control technique, which he channeled directly into the weapon that was sticking out from the monster's head. Seeing him fight, Goth laughed and thought he had made a mistake. He was sure that Jafir, and without his help, could have quickly gained the recognition of the other hunters and risen to the top. Goth realized that he was now a mere minor, and he would not be able to go down into the dungeon without special permission. He realized that Jafir would need a ticket to get into the dungeon, and that ticket for him was Goth. Jafir, after defeating the monster, approached the wounded Goth and offered him some conversation to discuss their next steps. In the quiet, sunny forest, suddenly there were loud screams. A man kneeling on his knees, bleeding. He was trembling with fear, realizing that he would not be able to escape his end. A huge man with a gun intended to destroy him. The man desperately tried to justify himself by claiming it was all a misunderstanding. He claimed that they had entered the temple together. He tried to convince them not to destroy it, but the hunters didn't believe him and were already preparing to launch their attack. He asked a man named Sahak to believe him that he didn't worship the devil, he didn't know how to prove it to them, he just hoped they would believe him. But Sahak did not believe him and ordered his partner to finish him off. The partner obeyed his order and happily destroyed him. They noticed that after destroying him, something strange came out of his mouth. That's when they realized they weren't wrong, and he was indeed on the side of evil. Sahak, noticing the insect, immediately destroyed it. He was able to neutralize the dangerous insect without much effort. He added that he had always suspected him of serving the devil, which led to his death at the hands of the holy warrior. Sahak reported the results of the raid. They managed to catch one worm, but it ended up wiping out 7 members of the group. If it was one of the 7, then wasn't the probability of that happening too low? He received a reply. He was informed that the protest was so serious that no matter what, they burned down all the thatched houses. Sahak was surprised that Inquisitor Matthias had heard of their methods. He said he should have assumed that the rest of the group had already been converted. He said that the raid was only a month away. If they didn't destroy the heretics hiding in the temple soon, they would soon have to pay the price. Inquisitor Matthias replied that he would try his best to remove the group of hunters, but in return, he wanted to see an accurate result. He asked Sahak not to let them down. From now on, he was a confidant of the Inquisition. Goth came to the HR department to hire Jafir to his group. This required him to give his name and assignment and fill out an application. Goth gave his name, saying he had recently started mining work. The girl explained that the person hired from another department was becoming part of their team, and his mistakes could lower the overall results, affecting the evaluation in the HR department. She asked if he was agreeable to the term. Goth gave his consent. He was absolutely sure of his decision. He figured that if he worked properly, all his accomplishments could be his. He was glad that he had taken Jafir, who was incredibly strong, into the dungeons. He never thought he would have gotten such a chance yesterday in the dungeon. Goth remembered that Jafir had suggested he pretend that nothing had happened, and that he hadn't single-handedly destroyed the betrayer. He clarified if Jafir planned to take the bodies of the defeated monsters, he thought they might be useful for trading or making rare items. Jafir looked at him and replied that he would only take the body of the betrayer, the kobolds he would leave. He asked Goth to report that this place was only the kobolds' den. He knew that monster bodies, magical stones, or items mined in the dungeons, none of it was available to the temple slaves, as anything the slaves found became the property of the temple itself. The only thing a slave from a group of hunters could have was a sweep fee and bonuses depending on the value of the trophy. Jafir figured if he took the body to the broker, he could make a nice profit on it. Goth answered him that it was impossible. He explained to him that there was a waiting group outside for such occasions. Moreover, they had already talked to them, and they were to come to collect the trophy. Jafir smiled and replied that he did, but that didn't change anything. He wanted Goth to tell the waiting group what he had asked him to do. He placed his hand on the betrayer's body and used one of his abilities that would help him keep the trophy for himself alone. Suddenly, Goth's huge monster body disappeared without a trace. He was shocked and didn't know what to say to it. He couldn't believe Jafir was using subspace. He knew it was usually clogged from a few things. But before his eyes, the monster's huge body disappeared. It was as if it had vaporized. He was amazed that there wasn't even a trace of the monster's blood on the ground. Jafir, after devouring the monster, turned to Goth and asked if he wanted a promotion, hinting that he now had a good chance of making it to the top of the team. He figured he had 3 more dungeons to visit. The bounty for mopping up could be divided amongst the group members, but the monster bodies were just his prey. Goth realized that regular dungeon sweeps could improve his chances of promotion, even if they were kobold lairs. But in 3 years of scouting, he had too few fights, so he was in the same place. If an experienced hunter joined their group, they could be the first to enter the dungeon, taking everything without interference, defeating several dungeons. His reputation as a commander would greatly increase. He figured he needed a promotion, and Jafir needed money. He figured they could make a great deal. They just needed to not get caught, and everything would be fine. Jafir thought that he would be able to cover all his debts when he sold the betrayer for a good price, but he wanted to leave the temple quickly. However, he still had some business to attend to. He realized that he had to get on the raid team by any means necessary and get his hands on that very item for the sake of changing the future. The personnel office told him that he had been registered and now belonged to the hunter group and gave him an identification badge. He had to go with it to the supply department and get his basic equipment. He thought that he didn't get into the raiding group last time because he became a member of the hunters after making the lists. They usually took about 20 people from the hunting group, so he would have to work hard to make his way into the raid. Jafir realized that he already had a plan of action, but the problem was that he didn't know exactly when to put it into action. Goth pointed him to the building and said there was a line there. That was the supply building. He added that he needed to go into the infirmary and report that Dale and Marco were being treated. He was about to say that if he had any items he wanted to take on the hunt, but before he could finish, he suddenly noticed people moving right towards them. As soon as Goth noticed them, he immediately stopped talking and tilted his head down. Noticing that Jafir didn't, he put his hand on his head and tilted it down. Everyone around them seemed to freeze. They all bowed their heads to the special people passing by. No one dared to stand in their way. As one of them walked past Jafir, he felt a familiar feeling he had experienced before, causing him to be wary. As they passed them, Goth exhaled with calmness. He was happy that they had passed and now he felt safe. He explained that these were men authorized by the Inquisitor of Heresy. They were slaves in direct subordination to the Inquisitor. Goth added that these were no ordinary slaves, so they had better be treated as important persons. Under the pretext of searching for heresy, they could destroy without warning, even for an accidental touch. He said the most dangerous of them all was Sahak. His name was Mad Dog. He started working for the Inquisitor because he wanted to destroy people. If he was targeting someone, he would go all the way until he destroyed them. Suddenly, Sahak stopped and turned to them. Goth was incredibly scared. He was afraid that he might have heard their entire conversation, and then they could be in big trouble. He turned to them and said he had a point of interest he wanted to discuss, awaiting their reactions with curiosity. Sahak pointed to Jafir, dressed in the rags of a miner, and added that his strange attire had attracted attention, raising questions about his true status. He took off his hood and said that he was a confidant of the Inquisitor of Heresy and that his name was Sahak. He asked Jafir to give his name and his rank. Goth replied that the guy Sahak had pointed out was Jafir. He had recently joined his group, and if there was a problem, he, as commander, should be aware. Goth's words angered Sahak, and he ordered him to shut up, adding that he wasn't addressing him now and preferred to discuss this with Jafir. Goth fell silent. He couldn't disobey his order. Watching him, he couldn't understand where Sahak got such threatening energy from. Sahak looked at Jafir and thought that now he was sure of his speculations. He just stood there without showing fear. It was immediately obvious that he was not an ordinary guy. He realized that others were unlikely to notice such a thing, but he was unmatched in acuity of feeling. He was convinced that Jafir was an incredible master. Sahak noticed Jafir's clothes again and realized that he had just been transferred to the hunter group, which meant he was originally in the miner group. He knew that new slaves arriving at the temple were first tested for their physical and magical skills. Those who could fight could be included in the group of hunters, where strong men were always needed. However, Sahak realized that this slave was first in the miners group, and only then was he assigned as a member of the hunting group. This looked very suspicious to him. Sahak thought this was rather unnatural, and he ordered his warriors to surround Jafir, who stood quietly waiting for their next action. He realized that Jafir was a strong fighter. However, he was not to the point of being so strong that he couldn't handle him. He decided to ask him a few questions. He had to answer honestly and not lie to him. Jafir, looking at Sahak, couldn't understand what he wanted from him. He didn't understand why he had to answer his questions. Jafir was ready to teach him a lesson. Sahak asked him the first question. He wondered if he had heard anything about the demon god worshippers. He was very much interested in this question. Jafir thought he knew about them better than anyone. The followers of the demon god were the people that worshipped Tartaros. They were the traitors to humanity that led them to defeat in the Great War. So far, however, they were known only as heretics, hostile to the present religious order. Sahak explained to him that they had a few differences from all the other humans. They stood out amongst the rest, and that required special attention to them. He said he was recognized for finding these distinctions quickly, which is how he became a subordinate of Mr. Matthias, the Inquisitor of Heresy. He pointed his sword at Jafir and said that his gut told him that he was a very dangerous man. Sahak added that he was now the executive officer of the Inquisitor, and he was about to be interrogated. He asked him to remember that his every word or action could be used not in his favor. Jafir listened carefully to Sahak and expressed a desire to ask him one question before continuing the interrogation. One of them couldn't understand how he dared to say such a thing to them, but Sahak calmed him down and gave Jafir a chance to ask a question. He asked him if they could change the location for their warm conversation, but Sahak couldn't understand why he would want to. Jafir explained to him that they already had a large number of onlookers gathered around them, and he would not want them to do the interrogation in front of all the people. He added that he was just afraid that if something untoward happened here, the executive face of the Inquisitor might not be in a very comfortable position. Sahak smiled and said he noticed that he had too much confidence. He was sure he wouldn't have been able to handle the 5 alone. He added that each time he met such people, he became more convinced of the importance of his work, feeling that his efforts were making a real difference in their world. Sahak applied the skill Red Field, the power of abilities inside the field of allies. The hold time and reinforcement effect depended on the number of skills used. He was sure that now they could overpower him in a matter of minutes. He was sure that his skill would help them contain Jeffer's power. Jafir thought this was quite interesting to him. Seeing his skill, he decided it was time for him to use his special skill. Sahak was surprised to see his stance and thought he was using some unusual fighting technique. He thought it would be best to observe him first. He was sure that's what anyone in his place would have thought, but he didn't need to watch him. He started attacking him, confident that inside the red field, he was invincible. 369. Sahak applied acceleration, swiftly attacking Jafir, who only had time to defend himself. Sahak thought that this fight might not be as easy as he expected. Jafir deftly dodged the attacks and waited for the right moment to deliver his counterattack, which lightly grazed Sahak's head. Sahak barely had time to dodge Jafir's attack, bouncing back to bring his attack down sharply on his leg. He was sure he would have been finished after that attack, but he couldn't understand what was happening. Jafir's leg was like a piece of iron, and his attack didn't do him any damage. Taking advantage of Sahak's stupor, Jafir threw his precise blows to different parts of his body to straighten him out quickly. He managed to knock him down. His punches were precise and quite heavy. It seemed like it was all over for Sahak. Suddenly, Jafir heard Goth's voice warning him of the approaching danger on his right. Thanks to him, Jafir managed to block the attack. After repelling the attack, Jafir realized that there was still a fight ahead of him with 4 Sahak fighters. He appreciated their resilience and thought that the battle would not be an easy one. One of the fighters offered Jafir to play with him now. He was huge and instilled fear in people with his mere appearance, but Jafir was not going to back down and gladly accepted his offer. Jafir was surprised that he could talk. He advised him to talk more often because you'd think he was a simple doggy bred by Sahak. His words did not please the Sahak fighter who attacked him with a brush. The blow shattered the ground, and many stones flew at Jafir, who deftly dodged. The people watching the fight were forced to scatter to avoid the huge stones that flew sideways from the blow of Kistini. Goth thought Jafir was a scary guy. He realized he was special back in the dungeon, but this time, he easily dispatched Sahak with strange technique. He was surprised that even now, as the big man Morningstar Flail was hitting the ground with all his might, Jafir was fighting off absolutely every rock. He thought that Jafir might have defeated them, and Sahak himself would have burned with shame when he came to his senses. He was sure his pride would not have allowed him to report this to the man in charge and produce a warrant for his arrest. Goth decided to support Jafir. He shouted to him that he should have won, and then they would have gotten away from him. He added that if he lost, he would have been taken away with him as an accomplice. The man standing next to Goth laughed and said that his friend was unlucky when he decided to fight the Inquisitor's commissioners. Goth couldn't understand what he meant when he told him that. He said that although he was like a fierce man and had skillfully fought off all attacks, his problems had started a few minutes ago. The time had come, he thought, and Morningstar Flail had used his chains to restrain Jeffer's hands, and now he would have no way to fend off their attack. Flail tried his best to pull Jeffer to him, but to no avail. Jeffer stood at a safe distance, remaining unfazed and ready for his next move in battle. They knew the red field was making them stronger by the second. Sahak woke up and attacked again, managing to give Jafir a small slash across his back while he was restrained. Sahak confidently stated that the games were over. He wanted to make him regret not asking to be thrown in jail from the beginning. He used his acceleration and began lightning-fast attacks on Jaffer, who barely had time to dodge. The blows came from all directions, forcing Jeffer to focus on defense. Sahak was sure he didn't even see him. He approached him and made a small cut on his cheek, showing off his speed and skill. He told Jafir that all of his abilities were enhanced by 80%. He was sure that no tricks would work in front of his incredible speed. Sahak laughed and gave him attack after attack. He wanted him to suffer before he died. Jafir defended himself calmly, waiting for his moment. He realized that as soon as Sahak got closer, there would be a chance for a retaliatory strike. And a moment later, the distance between them shrank, and Jafir delivered an incredibly hard blow to Sahak's head. Jeffer took him by the hair and gave him a hard kick with his foot. He couldn't understand what kind of cheesy teamwork they had. He was frustrated that they couldn't all work together. Sahak thought it couldn't be. He didn't understand why neither his speed nor his red field defense was working. Jafir told him that because he was flying around him like a gnat, the big guy Fail was standing around and not helping him attack him. He added that if he was so keen to showcase his incredible speed, he should have used a normal defender to do so. Fal decided that he needed to intervene in the fight right away. He realized that Sahak had already lost his fight. He had taken quite a heavy blow that would be difficult to recover from. Jeffer was angry that Fal with his size was standing aside and not taking part in the fight. He wished he could fight him as well. He thought Fal was afraid to get close to him. He grabbed the chains, determined to pull him to him. He figured that if in his past life his subordinates had shown such teamwork, he would have destroyed them himself for it. Jeffer decided it was time to use the basic control method of enhancement magic. He managed to retake the initiative, and now he was already attacking. He suddenly snatched the weapon from Flail, and in an instant unleashed a powerful attack on all of the Inquisitor's representatives. The blow was so strong that it left them without a chance to respond. The spectators watching their fight could not believe their eyes that an ordinary miner was able to defeat very serious opponents alone without taking any damage. Sahak couldn't understand who he was and where he got such monstrous power from. He wanted to know his true identity. Jafir answered him that he thought there would have been more entertaining questions in the interrogation, but in the end, he was only interested in who he was. It was too trivial for him. He apologized and added that he had no right to know about it. Jafir turned around and started walking away, leaving a humiliated Sahik lying on the ground. One man watched their battle closely. He couldn't believe that Jafir was capable of such a thing. He had demonstrated incredible skills and abilities. With horror, he realized that Jafir could have been sent by that very person. The thought of it made his heart clench with excitement. No one could believe that this was possible. Everyone saw Mr. Sahak defeated by a mere miner who managed to embarrass him in front of everyone. Jafir continued forward, not turning around at the shouts of Sahak, who threatened him with revenge and angrily shouted promises of vengeance. He thought the first stage of the plan had been passed, but the problem was that he didn't know when what had happened would reach his enemy's ears. He realized that the only snag for him was time. Suddenly he stopped as if he felt something in his body. It alerted him quite a bit. Jafir fell to the ground from not being able to move even a finger. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. Powerlessness. He realized it was a mana freeze. He realized that after using his technique, his energy had used up much faster than he had expected. He couldn't imagine that 10 years ago he was so weak, even with an increased magic threshold. He realized that if nothing was done, the gathering could start soon. He couldn't let that happen. He had to come up with something immediately. Suddenly, the spirit of Shylock appeared before him. He was a member of the family of Mr. Usra, the great god of debt. He said that it was determined that the user's amount of magic power was at 0, and he was starting to collect the Iron Wall skill. Jafir understood that Iron Wall was not a simple skill that increased defense and stamina. Its true essence was something else. He knew that fatigue and damage from using skills accumulated as debts. When the magic level reached 0, all the accumulated damage was instantly returned to the user. Numerous adventurers have tried to adapt this skill for deep dungeons, but all of them were bankrupt. The god of debt Usra like a double-edged sword, devouring the despair of those mired in debt. Jafir was sure Usra was watching him fight as well, and was choking on his own saliva, waiting for his magic level to reach 0. Shylock's spirit reported that the measurement of the user's accumulated damage had begun. He could feel the threat hanging in the air, foreshadowing the inevitable debt collection. The measurement completed quickly, and immediately the countdown began. Jafir felt the tension building, realizing that the moment of reckoning was approaching inexorably. He felt that his body was too heavy. He thought he had to do something about it, but nothing worked. It was like he was glued to the ground. He collapsed to the ground and began to chew on his bandages that he had on his arm. It was as if he was looking for something, but he had very little time left to do so. He managed to tear the bandages and discovered a restorative he had hidden that he had completely forgotten about. Shylock's spirit was in anticipation. He rejoiced that he had managed to pick up another victim for his master. Jafir realized he only had 1 second left to drink the restorative. The huge stake was already over him, ready to finish him off. The huge bell dropped to the ground with a loud bang, closing in on Jafir. Its tinkling sound ripping the air and the energy of the vibrations shook everything around. The bell stopped a few centimeters away. Shylock's spirit informed him that the presence of 1 point of magic had been established, and the countdown of the gathering had been cancelled. Shylock's spirit added that he had to postpone the debt procedure until next time, whereupon the spirit disappeared. Jafir was glad he had outsmarted the god user, thinking him a fool for thinking as if he had not prepared for such a situation. He was a master of survival. He had lived a year after the extermination of humanity, and dodging the gathering was not difficult for him. He knew that with proper mana control, Iron Wall became a completely safe and effective skill. He couldn't remember how much this ability cost in his previous life, but he realized that the price was around 500 gold, and besides, This ability was extremely popular. Jafir smiled and thought that he couldn't afford such a large sum of money, but he was still happy that he had outsmarted the god user. The god of Uzra was furious that his potential victim was able to escape, his anger growing, and he was determined to return the favor despite the deception. Jafir opened his eyes and was surprised that he was unconscious. He looked around and wondered where he was. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a nun sitting next to him, asking if he had slept well and what he had dreamed about. She seemed quite friendly. But suddenly he realized he was chained to the bed. He saw people carrying torture instruments. He looked at the nun and asked what the tricks were. The nun replied that he must have been very surprised to see an unfamiliar ceiling, but not to worry, it was her workroom. She noted that he was sleeping very sweetly. She thought he was very tired. She added that the repayment period had passed an hour ago, and he still hadn't paid her back on time. Suddenly, her face became frantic. She was furious that he had not returned the money he had taken from them for the restorative. She knew he was in risky business. She wondered if he thought his jockeying for collateral had gone too far. The interest had already accrued, and it seemed to her that he had no intention of paying off his debt. The nun took the knife and sent it to Jafir's eye. She wanted to know if he was going to pay or not. At that moment, he remembered that he owed them money. He couldn't use magic or the collection would start again. He had to think of something. He replied to her that next week, he would get a reward for clearing the dungeon. He asked her to wait until then. She replied that they would confiscate that. However, what would they do with the loan he was taking out every day and the outstanding interest? She wondered what he was going to pay the interest with before the gold for the sweep came in. The nun knew there were only kobolds in the dungeon that were worthless. She wanted to know how to deal with them. They could take away his insides for his debt. The deputies had untied one arm and were preparing to take a part of his body to repay the debt. He only had to watch as the debt turned into a cruel reckoning. She offered to start with his finger. She realized he wasn't taking their temple seriously, but figured after losing his fingers, it would set his brain back on track. Jafir asked her to wait a second. He struggled to remember her real name, but the nun didn't want to wait and ordered her assistants to act. He moved his lips silently, saying her real name. She was quite surprised he knew it and ordered her aides to stop. She thought it couldn't be real. She thought he was deceiving her. She looked at him carefully and asked who he was. Her assistants couldn't understand what had happened to her. It was as if she had no face on her. She didn't know what to say to them. She noticed that they froze, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, she ordered them to leave the room. They were confused and stood silently. The nun could not stand it and shouted at them to get out. She turned back to Jafir, who was still lying tied up on the bed, and asked him to confess how he knew that name. He smiled and said that he couldn't help but know about such a famous person. He knew that she was a monster broker named White Rose. He knew that the Temple of Light nun, Anna Primrose, had a second identity as the White Rose broker. Due to her connections with the underworld, she was a middleman, dealing in stolen items, equipment, and monster bodies. Jafir thought that going on a dungeon raid with cheap weapons was absolute madness that could turn out to be fatal. He decided he needed to bargain with the White Rose broker and get himself things much more serious and dangerous to go raiding in the dungeon. He looked at her and said he was just on his way to her, thanking her for finding him herself. He asked if she'd like to untie the ropes first, adding that he didn't want to make a deal while still tied up. As soon as she untied him, he offered to have a normal conversation with her to make a favorable deal for both of them. While in the hospital, Sahak started a riot. He refused to take medicine and food. He was furious. The doctors asked him not to be nervous, saying that he needed to rest. Sahak remembered the last words of the departing Jafir, who had mocked him, said he had no rights to know who he was. It pissed Sahak off. He was incredibly angry. He was sure that next time he would manage to overpower him, he was going to destroy him. Suddenly, a visitor came into his room, who couldn't realize what a mess he was making in the hospital. It was Ned Sunbay. As Sahak couldn't believe he had come to see him and started to get out of bed, Ned Sunbay asked him to lie down and not get up. He looked at the nurse and said he would deal with this fellow, and they were good to go. As soon as the nurses left, Ned Sunbay said he had heard that there had been an unpleasant incident involving Sahak. Lowering his head, Sahak apologized to him. Admitting his mistake, he assured him that he shouldn't have worried about what had happened. Ned Sunbay pulled out a knife and pointed it at Sahak. He was annoyed that he kept being reassured, claiming there was no reason to worry. He was tired of hearing it. He reminded him of the words of Mr. Matthias, who had clearly told him not to make trouble that he would be ashamed of later. But despite this, Sahak still let himself be beaten in front of a gathering of slaves, his eyes filled with anger. He was about to use his weapon. He hit back, saying that everyone turned a blind eye to his antics only because they had pinned their hopes on him. When he first discovered the devil worshipper, he thought Sahak had a unique talent. But in the past 6 months, including his first admirer, he had only found 2 in total, which was negligible, and it was clear that he had no particular talent. Ned Sunbei added that the chief inquisitors were beginning to doubt him. He didn't realize how long and still had to put up with all this circus on his part. He couldn't believe that Sahak had made the Heresy Inquisitors branch of authorized persons look like a joke. It was unforgivable. Sahak fell on his knees before him, begging for one chance to redeem himself. His voice trembling with desperation and willingness to atone, he was willing to do anything. Ned Sunbei leaned over to him and said that the first thing to do was to resolve the situation by their methods. He needed to send the one who had shamed him to the other world, and then they would decide what punishment to mete out to him. Sahak realized that if he couldn't do even that, he would have to remove the red uniform of an Inquisition commissioner. Ned Sunbei threw him a package, telling him to use it. When he opened it, Sahak couldn't believe his eyes that he had given it to him. Sahak knew that the items Ned Sunbei had given him belonged to a devil worshipper. He realized that they were not just gifts, but symbols of dark power. Ned Sunbei explained that the contents were found in the room of the devil worshipper he caught last time. He added that it was up to him to use the items or not. He looked at him and said that he felt that now was not the time when he had a choice. The situation was too critical for him. Ned Sunbei asked to make a decision he would not regret in the future, whereupon he turned around and left the chamber. He knew that the mad dog Sahak was a public enemy of the hunter slave. He had personally finished off 26 slaves in the temple in 6 months. So to return to slave status now would mean his death at the hands of the hunter's slaves. Sahak could not allow that to happen and was willing to do anything to prevent it. Sahak thought he had only had his life uphill. He had only just slightly managed to rise from the bottom he had been at for most of his life. He was ready to use the items he had received from Ned Sunbei. Realizing that it couldn't end like this, he was sure that it was not him who was going to die, but the one who had dishonored him. Ned Sunbei, as he left the chamber, ordered his subordinate to make sure Sahak didn't do anything stupid. He wanted to make sure he wouldn't cause them any more problem. He added that each person had to look at their situation objectively. He realized that this was the only way they wouldn't be kicked out. He was sure that Sahak had no talent and that he was stupid. He wouldn't even be able to realize that he had locked him in there for the sake of creating a smokescreen. But still, he could be thankful. Thanks to Sahak's rampage, the commander of the Night Temple unit had let his guard down. He said that it was necessary to secretly infiltrate the Night Squad and steal their artifacts, then eliminate the commander inside the dungeon, and eventually, the third diocese of the Temple of Light would be in the hands of the devil worshippers. Ned Sunbei realized that this was an important mission that would further strengthen the influence of their devil order. For this, there should be no hindrance in front of them. He asked the deputy to find out more information about the guy who beat up Sahak. There was one detail that made him suspicious. He noticed that Jafir was using their sect's fighting technique, but he knew that only the teacher and his students were proficient in it. Ned Sunbei thought that he might have been the assistant his teacher had sent him, but he didn't understand why he hadn't contacted them through the official channel then. He realized that there was something fishy going on here. He thought that he needed to tactfully approach this man so as not to miss anything. For that, he decided to use Sahaka. Ned Sunbei reflected that if it ended up that the stranger wasn't one of them, then they should have just eliminated him. The nun was shocked by what she saw. She couldn't understand what kind of abnormal type it was. When she saw the monster's body, she thought it was unthinkable. Jafir asked if she liked the body of the destroyed monster. She said she was puzzled how he was able to overpower the huge monster, after which she decided to issue him a new item. She made a sales list and a shopping list, selling one monster, Jafir Moss, buy a small amount of different potions that would help him in future battle. She said she could find everything on his list. The most important thing was money. She said it was 5,000 gold. He would have to catch 3 more traders to get that money. Jafir replied that it wasn't a problem. He informed her that he could catch them in 3 weeks and asked her to prepare the goods. He added that he had one request for her. He wanted her to listen to him carefully and help him solve an important issue. The next day, Jafir sat at the same table with his new team. The atmosphere around them was tense. They didn't want to accept the newcomer. Goth said that even though they already knew each other, he suggested that everyone introduce themselves to each other again. The first one he introduced was Marco. He said that in their group, he was their protector, who had their backs when needed. Goth said, sitting next to him was Dale, who had only been here for 3 months, but was already proficient with a blade, his skills impressing everyone around him. He pointed to Jafir and introduced him to his team. He said that this was their long-awaited newcomer. The team wasn't too happy about him joining them. Goth smiled and offered them a drink to the acquaintance, raised his glass, but the team did not share his joy. He couldn't understand what was happening to them. He realized that they needed to build a relationship with him. He thought a newcomer would do them good. Goth noticed that Jafir was in a bad mood too. He thought maybe the food was inappropriate for such a table, but it was the best he could get. They were in debt themselves. Jafir decided to tell them right away that he wasn't drinking substandard booze. He pulled out an elite drink from behind his back to treat his new team. They were shocked when he pulled out the bottle. No one could understand how such a rundown place could have such strong liquor. Jafir had gotten this bottle as a gift from the White Rose. He knew that a slave could not afford such a bottle. He raised his cup and offered them a drink. He hoped they could work together in the future. They picked up the cups with the drink, raising them up in sync. The sound of the clinking of the glasses echoed around them, and the splash of liquid in each cup marked a moment of unity. Jafir helped these three earn achievements, and they abetted him in stealing monster bodies. Whether they liked it or not, they were all in the same boat before the raid. He figured that since he had already been on the same team as a goth in a past life, he knew roughly what he was. He needed a good teacher to move up. However, as for the other two, he knew that originally they should have already been destroyed, so he knew nothing about them. He didn't know if he should have trained them well, or if he was better off getting rid of them. He took a drink and decided he'd deal with it as he went along. He understood that man was a creature who treated favorably whoever gave him what he wanted. Whoever loved wealth got money. Whoever craved fame got success. Jafir knew there was at least one splinter found anywhere, but he wasn't one to please anyone who sought conflict. Dale watched Jafir's every move intently. From the start, the man had disliked him, and Dale wasn't about to trust him. His wariness only grew stronger with every minute of interaction. Goth said that they would benefit greatly from this case. Right now, he had rank 4, and they had rank 5, and if they raised their rank by even 1, their attitude would immediately change. He added that he was counting on their help and asked them not to show off to the newcomer. Marco couldn't believe that some miner had saved them all and made such a deal. Dale noted that as commander, he had every right to make decisions, but it would be better if such matters were discussed with the team. He added that Jafir was just lucky, and while they were all unconscious, he pretended to catch the betrayer. He couldn't believe that a worthless miner could destroy such a monster. It was ridiculous to him. Goth laughed and asked who he thought had destroyed him. Dale reminded him that if they were discovered, they would all go to trial, and possibly even the guillotine. Marco asked them to keep their voices down. They could be heard, and then they would definitely be guillotined. He stated that the newcomer had already become part of their team, and the decision was final. Furthermore, the reward for the sweep would be split solely between the three of them. Marco suggested just observing him for starters. Dale thought it was all nonsense. He didn't understand why they needed to watch the rookie, one calling himself commander, making all the decisions himself, and the other just buying a bottle of booze. He couldn't recognize Jafir as a member of their team. He couldn't understand why some outsider type would come to them and start making his own rules. Dale thought that if he really was a simple crook, they would soon realize it. He figured that someone who could only talk would never last in this place. He was sure he would have been taught that by them, the hunters, and the dungeon itself, where they went as a team. They reached the cave village of Edrin. This village was laid in a stone mountain. It had remained untouched for several hundred years. Marco was impressed. He didn't know there was such a place just 2 days' walk from the temple. Dale was amazed that people lived in such a place. It was amazing. Goth said it was even cooler inside. They had all the amenities. They had an inn, where those who were lucky enough to go here on a mission, or those who came from the temple to heal the sick, stayed. Marco smiled and said that at the time he should have taken him with him, but now there was no point. This place had become a den of monsters. The first to enter the cave was Jafir. He was ready to face the monsters. He was sure he would be able to overpower them, and he was the only one who possessed the skill of controlling mana perception magic. He knew that it could enhance his senses by enveloping his body with mana. One could also release mana onto the Earth's surface for better perception around him. Things in the detection zone, emergent movements, and especially physical objects were endowed with magical power. He could feel them as clearly as if they were all touching his skin. He informed the team that there was a dark steel spider in the cave. Dale couldn't believe that such a dangerous monster was inside. Jafir replied that he could say this with certainty when he found footprints at the entrance. He explained their strategy. First, they had to move inside, avoiding the webs, then get to the hole with the baby spiders. After that, pour the paralyzing potion, wait and destroy all of them. Jafir warned that it wouldn't be easy for them as they would have to maintain perception for a long time, but the spiders were asleep during the day, so they were proceeding cautiously for now. But he was suddenly interrupted by Dale, not letting him finish his strategy. Dale said the problem wasn't whether it was hard or easy. If there really was a dark steel spider in Siki, it would be beyond the power of the 4 of them to finish it off. The spider had iron, tough skin, and a high level of striking power that couldn't be penetrated by a knife. Due to its super fertility, the dark steel spider multiplied rapidly. The spider's lair was much more dangerous than the betrayer's lair. Dale said it wasn't the kind of place they'd be able to mop up with such company. He was sure they'd need reinforcements to get inside. Jafier noted that that wasn't a bad idea either, which surprised Dale greatly. He said that if he wasn't sure, it wasn't worth going into the dungeon at all. He smiled and added that he could have cleared the lair alone. He didn't need Dale's help, who doubted his action. Dale didn't think Jeffer would have suggested he leave the dungeon, but it further convinced him that he was a mere charlatan. He began to remember that Jeffer had already hunted the betrayer alone. He also remembered his fight with the Heresy Inquisitors, Proxy Sahak, and caught himself thinking of one thing. Dale realized that he hadn't seen any of this with his own eyes, and now Jafier was smugly claiming that he could clean out a den of dark steel spiders by himself. If it were possible, he could do without helpers. He came to the conclusion that the dungeon was not as dangerous as Jafier had described, and did not really pose a serious threat to them. Dale hoped that Jafier hadn't counted on them now always giving in to him after his threats. Now he wanted to see how long he could make a hero of himself. He lost his guard and caught his hand on the web. He couldn't believe he had made such a stupid mistake. Suddenly he realized he couldn't get his hand off the web. He began to shake his hand vigorously to peel himself away from the web, but he didn't know that this only attracted the spiders that were hiding behind the web. The spiders noticed that a man was trapped in their trap and started attacking him. Dale couldn't move or dodge their attack. He didn't know what to do and how to get out of the trap. Jeffer noticed that Dale was trapped and realized that he had to be rescued from the spiders approaching him. He grabbed him by his clothes and pulled him out of the web, finding himself right in front of a multitude of spiders. He was sure he would have been able to stop their attack. Jafier put his hand in front of him, and spiders swooped down on it, trying to bite through it. He stood calmly and waited for all the spiders to claw firmly into his hand. He noticed that the spiders looked surprised that their teeth were incapable of biting through his hand. He knew this and had purposely exposed it. Jafier decided that this was the moment to attack. He prepared to strike a powerful blow to destroy all the spiders at once. He was sure he wouldn't leave a single one of them alive. Dale watched as the bodies of the spiders fell to the ground one by one. He was stunned and couldn't figure out how he should react to such a sight. Jafier shouted to Marco and Goth to gather and be careful. He knew they would be attacked by an incredible amount of angry spiders right now. They huddled together, protecting each other's backs. They were surrounded by spiders, each of them ready for battle, holding their weapons at the ready. He realized that their plan could have taken a different path. None of them knew what might have happened in the dungeon, so when the critical moment would come, he suggested they act on a completely different course of action. Jafier told Marco to wrap his hammer in his cloak, exactly the same thing the others needed to do. He explained to them that it was impossible to cut the threads of the spiders with an ordinary blade. He added that this is why they should have been clearing away the cobwebs with their weapons, so they wouldn't be trapped by the spiders. Marco was pleased that things were going well, he thought. Better the webbing on the hammer than him. Noticing the monster's weakness, he realized he could easily keep swinging it. Goth was shocked that there were a huge number of spiders. He wondered how many there were in total. He assumed there were dozens, hundreds, or maybe thousands. Dale fought off the spider webs with confidence, but one attacked him and gave him a cut on his arm. He realized that now he would have a hard time fighting off their attacks. Marco shouted to Jafier to get into the fight faster. His help was needed immediately or the situation could get out of hand. Jeffer ordered them to drive all the monsters into one place so he could destroy them with one powerful attack. His plan worked, and all the spiders were defeated. He exhaled and said that they managed to finish off all the spiders that tried to attack them. The team was at their limit. They were having a hard time dealing with the monster. Dale realized that the wound was quite deep, he thought. He couldn't relax. He couldn't forget that he had been saved by Jafier, who he didn't like. Suddenly, Jafier came over to him and gave him a bottle and told him to drink the contents. He explained to him that it was a restorative mixed with medicinal herbs. Dale thought the whole battle he had seen the room through. His magical perception and accuracy was on a whole other level. He was sure Jafier knew that the first one to get caught in the web would have been him. He was surprised that Jafier didn't want to tell him anything. Jafier turned around and said that anyone could make a mistake and asked to be more vigilant next time. Jafier thought that it wasn't really as bad as he expected. In his past life, he had often had to train unimportant fighters. He remembered that it wasn't uncommon for him to try to teach them something, but Dale realized his mistake and pulled himself together. He figured there was some hope for him. Jafier realized that with a temper like his, words were unlikely to help him. He was better off letting his mistakes be realized in practice. He thought it looked like Dale didn't trust him now, but after clearing this dungeon, he would draw the right conclusion. Jafier didn't know if he would continue to sit outside with his tail tucked or if he would comply and follow. He hoped Dale wouldn't miss his chance. They fought the huge spider with the whole team. After a while, Goth noticed that the paralyzing agent had restrained the spider's movement. Dale heard Goth's words and decided to strike a decisive blow. He had little time to attack the spider and thrust his sword right into its belly. He remembered what Jeffer had told them, that unlike the back, spiders had a soft enough belly that they needed to aim there, and Dale was convinced it was true. Dale realized that everything was just as he had told them. Habits, traits, weaknesses, and the way he fought. He couldn't understand how he knew all this. He wanted to know who he really was. Dale put all his anger into the attack, and he managed to destroy the huge spider. Goth was glad that they were able to destroy the monster, Marco praised Dale. He liked the way he dealt with the monster. Dale replied that it was no big deal. Jeffer called them over to let them know that they had done well for a first time. He hoped they would continue in the same vein from now on. Dale was stunned to see Jeffer sitting on a pile of destroyed spiders while they fought just one. He couldn't believe Jeffer had destroyed so many of them. Jafir approached them and told them it was time for refreshment. He asked Goth to get their provisions. He realized they were all hungry after the battle. Marco looked at him and asked him what he used to do, to which Jafir replied that he was an adventurer. He said that wasn't what he asked. He thought he was an apprentice member of some major guild. Dale added that he was curious about that too. Their question caught Jafir off guard. He sank into a memory where he exercised under the strict supervision of his master. Jeffer decided to get away with saying that other things were important right now. He informed them that there was only one room left with the Spider Woman, and the team wanted to know how they would act in the room. He didn't answer them anything. He went back to the spider's body and started cutting off its sharp weapon. The team couldn't figure out what he was going to do next, or why he needed the weapon. Jafir armed himself with his sharp spider legs and told the team that they had had enough and asked them to leave the spider's den. Goth reflected that he had been in a group of hunters for 4 years now, and in those 4 years, many of his comrades had died, but he had managed to survive. He realized that there was only one reason for this. He always avoided the dangerous bridge side. He only chose the safe path he could easily pass on. He tried to obediently follow the strongest. It was because of this that he couldn't get promoted. No one could give him protection. Jeffer said that they had had enough and asked them to leave the dungeon. He decided to proceed alone. Goth realized that Jafir had planned to destroy the monster alone from the start. He realized that with his skills, they would only get in the way under his feet, and he was happy to agree to leave the dungeon. Unexpectedly, Marco told him that since they had come to the dungeon together, it was only fair to go to the end together. Goth was shocked by his decision. He couldn't believe that Marco had decided to stay with Jafir to fight a dangerous monster. Dale also supported Marco's suggestion. He added that a company would be better to handle than alone. Goth couldn't believe that Dale was going to go with him as well. Goth was starting to get very nervous and worried. He wanted them to put their brains in place. He figured that if you overestimated your abilities, you could quickly get to the other side of the world. He looked at Jeffer and worried that he might agree with them. He wished he had said something already. He was convinced that they would be of no use in fighting the monster. Jafir grinned and remarked that he seemed to have been misunderstood. He said they should have gone out instead of loitering, and added that now it was time to assign duty. He walked to the spider's lair, which was surrounded by webs. He realized he was on the right path. With each step, he was getting closer to the unknown. Jafir entered the den and realized that he was on the spot. He noticed that inside was the center of this dungeon. He found himself right next to the nest of the Spider Queen, who wasn't even aware of his presence. Jafir was ready to do battle with her. He was sure he would succeed in destroying her. Jafir noticed that there were night spiders all around her in the nest. They were the guards that guarded the egg-laying burrow. He saw that in the very center of the nest was the Spider Queen. She was the mistress of the spider den. She was quite massive and formidable. Jafir decided to take a few steps forward to see the reaction of the Spider Knights, who immediately approached him and began hissing warningly. He realized that this was the safest distance to approach their queen. Otherwise, they would start attacking him. Jafir knew that in order for the queen to be able to lay her eggs in peace, the Spider Knights that provided her protection would not leave their positions and would block the path of anyone who dared to pass to the nest. He used the silver key skill to get bags of plain flour. He knew it was a simple but effective way to blind the spiders and take control of the situation. Jafir grabbed the flour sacks and threw them down, right at the Spider Knight. A cloud of dust blew around, making the spiders panic and lose their orientation in space. He decided to seize the moment to attack them. The cloud of flour dust helped him get close to them stealthily. Jafir pulled out his crossbow and began to take aim. He needed to hit his target accurately. He couldn't have another chance. He waited for the right moment and fired at the Spider Knight, but the arrow bounced off its sturdy armor, leaving only a few sparks, causing the spider no harm. He knew that hot sparks in tightly packed flour provoked a chain reaction of spontaneous combustion, and having obtained the necessary sparks, he set up a fire truck. Jafir was running away from the flames. He had to bide his time. He realized that this was not the end, and the main battle was ahead of him. He realized that it was impossible to finish off these monsters with such a technique. He turned around and saw a spider knight running after him, who was all on fire. Jafir, running away, decided to attack them with his poison arrows. He used the potent poison 72 of the Poison King Fade, which caused sharp pain. The poisoned arrows drove the spiders crazy. They flailed from side to side in wild pain, but even that wasn't enough to destroy all of the queen's defender. Jafir saw that one of the spider knights was chasing him. He led him behind him into the depths of the cave. He knew where he needed to run. He was acting strictly according to plan. He set a trap for the spider knights. They rushed after him, but got caught in their own web from which they could no longer escape. Jafir gave his team a dark steel spider iron. He said that if you squeezed it like a pastry sleeve, a web would release outside without much enzyme on the legs. Even the spiders themselves could stick to their own web. He ordered them to scatter spider nets in specified places on their way out, after which they were to simply wait for him outside. Jafir told them that the web in the king's hole was much denser, and if they fought there, they wouldn't be able to destroy the monsters. He explained to them that this was why all the monsters had to be lured outside so they could fight them more easily. Jafir pulled out a weapon he took from one of the spiders and launched an attack on one of the spider knights. He managed to pierce through his armor and stop it. He turned around and noticed that he had one spider knight left to destroy, but suddenly he noticed something strange that disrupted his plan of action. Jafir noticed that the Spider Queen had entered the fray. Her rage was evident, and she moved towards him, intent on destroying the troublemaker. He rushed to run for the exit. He needed to lure her outside where his team was already ready. He barely had time to run away from her. She was incredibly fast. The Spider Queen, realizing that Jafir could slip away, made the decision to use her poison, releasing it in the direction of her fleeing foe. Jafir noticed the Spider Queen's venom flying at him. He realized that its acidity was quite high. However, he knew that its special effect was worth the fear. He remembered the Poison King telling them that it was a curse that blocked defense and regeneration abilities. A person with low defenses would melt in seconds. The Poison King added that therefore, if they wanted to continue living, they should have avoided poison at all costs, by all means possible. Jafir pushed off the rock and instantly leapt out of the cave, deftly avoiding the Spider Queen's venomous attack that never hit him. He realized that he was still being pursued by the Spider Queen, who followed him, destroying the entrance of the cave and crawling out. His plan had worked, and the monster was out of its lair. The Spider Queen landed on the ground with a clatter, her massive paws causing massive destruction. The team struggled to stay on their feet as they tried to resist the power coming from the monster. Jafir ordered the team into their pre-assigned position, reminding them of the plans and emphasizing the need for immediate compliance with his instructions. He climbed onto the Queen's huge body to attack it from above. He managed to pierce through her armor, doing as much damage as possible. His attack further enraged the Spider Queen, who screamed in pain and attacked them with her huge paws. Jafir stood before the Spider Queen, challenging her to a fight. He was sure he could overpower her in battle. The Spider Queen was ready for battle and was immensely enraged by the destruction of her lair and the annihilation of her guards. Her rage was at an all-time high. Jafir informed his team that he was taking on the role of protector, as he was the only one who would be able to fight the Queen face to face. He informed the team that while he was diverting her attention, they were to attack the monster and finish her off. Goth thought that he had lived all this time because he had avoided the dangerous bridge, for his life was precious to him. He and his team always did that. They avoided dangerous dungeons. Now he didn't know if they would be able to defeat such a dangerous monster. Goth remembered when the other hunters treated them like trash. They made them cook their meals for them and clean their gear. No one believed they were hunters like the others because they didn't fight, so they had to endure humiliation from other hunters. Dale didn't realize how much longer they had to put up with being treated like this. He figured they had come such a long way and now was not the time to be afraid. He was sure they were capable of fighting. Goth and Marco backed him up. They realized they were capable of more and wanted to prove it. They were certain that originally, they wouldn't have even dared to go against such a monster that could destroy them. However, after Jafir appeared, something within them changed. Their resolve grew, and they began to act with a new level of confidence and synchronicity. Marco thought that up until this point, everything had been going fine if they followed Jafir's words, so they needed to trust him again. Goth saw that his subordinates were going to attack the monster despite their fear. He realized that they were not listening to their own commander. He thought it only made him feel ashamed. He decided he couldn't just stay standing by. He drew his weapon and rushed into the attack. Goth realized that there was an important moment when the outer layer of the monster's shell cracked from the explosion. They need to not miss the opportunity and attack it with all their strength. He knew that the monster inside wasn't that impenetrable, only the outer layer of the shell was strong. Then his team launched their attack. Goth thrust his sword into the monster's shell, and to pierce through the outer layer, he took his hammer to strike his sword harder. This would help him break the monster's strong armor. He remembered that before the battle, Jafir had shown them where to place their attacks to be effective. He had pointed them to the nerve bundle that ran down the center of the spider's legs. They needed to cut the bundle with a blade that was well lubricated with paralyzing poison. Dale managed to follow the setup that Jafir had given them. Dale was encouraged that they could defeat such a powerful opponent, but suddenly realized he was trapped, and a web was rapidly descending on him, and he would not be able to dodge it. He was again aided by Jeffer, who attacked the monster in time, and the web failed to envelope the fear-filled Dale. Jeffer, watching the Spider Queen, couldn't figure out where she was pointing her paws. He wished she would focus her attention only on him. He launched several powerful attacks, but all of them failed to penetrate the strong armor of the Spider Queen, who was biding her time for her attack. Dale was amazed at Jeffer's skills. He couldn't understand how he could fend off absolutely all of the Spider Queen's attacks. He realized he was having a hard time keeping his eyes on his movement. He remembered telling him that they didn't have the strength to fight the Spider Queen. He couldn't believe he was seriously suggesting that they destroy this monster. Jeffer assured his allies that they would have enough strength while he himself burned the spider eggs and stayed in front of the queen. In her anger, she would hardly pay attention to what was going on behind her back. He added that there was something else quite important. He said that the Black Steel Spider Queen had one unusual feature. Dale thought it was just as Jafir had told them. It had been about 5 minutes since the fight had started, and everything was still going according to his plan. He realized that the Spider Queen had barely moved from where she had fallen as she chased Jeffer around her lair. Jeffer realized that it was because the monster was producing offspring while in the narrow egg-rearing room. She had a habit of barely moving her hind legs, so the area around her hind legs was relatively safe. He realized that aside from webbing and standard attacks, the most effective strikes would be those that would strike an opponent who was directly in front of the queen. Dale thought it was a pattern he was used to when he fought the big spiders inside the dungeon. He realized that Jeffer was distracting the queen's attention, so if he immobilized her with the paralyzing poison, it would only be a matter of time before he destroyed her. They believed they could do it, and that they would succeed in immobilizing the queen. Goth thrust a spear smeared with poison into her paw. Now they had to wait for the poison to take effect. The Spider Queen, feeling the incredible pain, started screaming frantically. She started attacking them chaotically in hopes that the pain would stop. The queen managed to drop Goth, who, despite his best efforts and desire to do maximum damage, was unable to stay on top of her as she began to move erratically. She looked at them and said she wouldn't forgive them for daring to touch her children. She was ready to destroy them for it. The Spider Queen said that crushing them would not be punishment enough for her. She added that her venom would destroy them slowly and painfully. She was about to unleash her venom on them, but she was suddenly attacked by Jafir, who managed to quickly slip his hand into her belly. Jafir realized that this was his only chance. He quickly grabbed her by the poison gland that was in her neck and tried to yank it out. He removed his belt to rewind the gland. By doing so, the Spider Queen would not have access to her venom, and it would give him time to finish her off. Jeffer thought that now, while she couldn't use the poison for a few minutes, he would immediately attack her to deal as much physical damage as possible. Jeffer was calm and confident in his action, realizing that there was nothing to worry about. He decisively gave the Spider Queen a strong kick with his foot, calculating that it would seriously weaken her. He realized that he shouldn't be in a hurry. He realized that precision in his attacks was important, so as not to prolong the fight and not to put anyone else in danger. Jafir was sure that this battle would be won by whoever remained focused and calm throughout the fight. They managed to defeat the Spider Queen. They were incredibly happy that they managed to destroy a huge and dangerous enemy. Dale did not share the joy of his teammates. He understood thanks to whom they were able to successfully clear the dungeon. He thought, Jafir was the one who finished off the monster. He was the one who told them how to proceed, and he had personally fought the Spider Queen. Dale realized that the hunt and its success depended on who was leading it. He thought that if he followed Jafir's lead, he could become much stronger. Jafir realized that he wouldn't be able to cover the Spider Queen's tracks, so she wouldn't be able to be taken whole like she had been with Predator. He knew that there were several other large spiders that had been caught. These he decided to give to the White Rose. He decided that from the Spider Queen, he would take only the essentials, but suddenly he heard Dale's voice that made him turn around. Dale said he had done such a good job and asked him to leave the whole routine to him, and suggested he take a break from the hard battle. He added that he was always great at dismantling monsters. He offered him water and called the others over to help him dismantle. He didn't want the fire to wait too long. Jeffer, because of the fact that they were fighting as a group, he had saved a decent amount of mana, so he didn't have to worry that he might have gotten hit by Uzra's debt collection during the hunt. He realized that his team wasn't that bad. However, that was the end of their hunt together. They wouldn't be able to handle a more serious opponent. Jeffer decided they wouldn't be suited for the big cards in a battle against that type. Skill level, gear, team members, he realized he was missing nothing right now. He realized that without a suitable countermeasure, his chances of success were slim to none. Time was running out, and he had to come up with a strategy that could turn the tide in his favor. Jaffer returned to the temple and provided the nun with the real betrayer. She couldn't believe such a valuable specimen had come to them. He returned her the promised payment and added that he had put up a little more than he owed. He wanted the money to be put to good use. White Rose thanked him, saying that the goddess saw his piety too. She noted that he had brought enough bags of subspace, and if anything, she could lend him more money. Jafir was amazed that illicit trade was going on in the middle of the day in the temple of the goddess, but he realized that in these times, there would be no simpleton who would believe that the temple was a place where there were only saints. He knew that the money donated to the temple by the faithful was collected by the mountain, and the reason why a city was built near the temple was only one, so that the temple knight and battle slaves could destroy the monster. Jafir thought that security had to be paid for, at least now it could be bought with money. But soon it would become a problem to sell even his own life in exchange for the safety of his children. The nun informed Jafir that he had been very lucky. The buyers of the betrayer and the black steel spiders had shown up on time. All the monsters were in excellent condition, and they were able to be sold for a good price. She couldn't believe he had managed to catch the black steel spider so quickly. She noted that Jafir kept his word. He looked at her and asked what was with the money. The nun replied that he would receive 48% of the intended amount, but 20% would be deducted from the profit, which would be returned to the temple as payment of the debt. She added that he was also signed up to clean the lab. She gave him a package that contained a suit and a card to enter the lab. She explained that the alchemical equipment was too expensive to borrow, but at 7 p.m. the lab would be empty and he could use it, she asked, only to cover his tracks after himself. Jafir thought this option was much safer than stealing quietly. They were constantly short of hands to clean the lab. He decided to visit the lab today. He answered her that since there was no other way, he could not do anything. The nun said that he had to be paid by the hour, and everything had to be found. Suddenly a man appeared behind them, looking for the nun. Ned Sunbay came up to them and said he needed something from the nun. He asked if she could spare him some time. Jafir was shocked to see him. He wondered how he had happened to meet him at such a moment. The situation couldn't have been worse, but it was too late to retreat. He knew that it was a confidant of the heresy inquisitor named Ned Sunbay. Among the 12 confidants, he was the only one who was considered a Class 1 fighter who was recognized by the temple itself. The nun wanted to know how he was here. She realized he had come to consult about the loan, but she told him she was a little busy at the moment. She realized that even though he spoke to her, his target was her client. She knew that Ned Sunbay was Sahak's boss, that Jeffer had beaten up. She expected that they would want to get even with him. The nun was outraged that he dared to pick a fight right in front of the temple priest. She suggested he talk later and she would offer him goods at low interest because the temple trusted him. Ned Sunbay smiled and said if he could ask her something important, he could buy her a cup of tea. He wanted the man who was standing next to her to keep them company too. He asked if Jafir was okay with that. Ned Sunbay knew that he was already acquainted with their Sahak, whom he had beaten in front of the slaves, embarrassing all of the Inquisitor's authorized persons. Jafir replied that he didn't know who it was. He said his memory wasn't the same anymore, so all the garbage in his head wasn't memorized. They stood against each other, surrounded by powerful streams of energy that emanated from them. They were ready to engage in a duel. They were full of strength and determination. The nun couldn't believe her eyes, she thought. It was as if this magic was burrowing into her skin. She felt their incredibly powerful energy. Ned Sunbay realized that Jeffer didn't fit the level of a battle slave. He was most likely close to the temple knight. Perhaps his skills were even higher. He thought standing next to him, he realized why Sahak didn't pass him by. He didn't come here today for a fight, but he decided to test him in a duel. The nun couldn't let them pick a fight in front of the temple priest. She used a special spell and ordered them both to kneel. She used the slave brand. It was a slave mark that the priests of light would leave at their discretion as part of their authority. The priest could force obedience on whoever was branded. They couldn't resist this ability. They both knelt before her. She managed to prevent a fight. She walked up to Jafir and slapped him with all her might. He couldn't react. Pain and surprise mixed in his head, leaving him speechless for a moment. The nun asked him if he knew where he was. She was outraged that he was making a fuss. She decided he needed to be taught a lesson and ordered him to follow her. She stopped and turned to Ned Sunbei, saying that Jafir was her toy. She threatened to turn him into a chop if he so much as laid a finger on him. The nun said that the man was seriously dangerous, and it would have been better for him not to respond to the provocation. She added that her hands were still shaking with fear. She told him that Ned Sunbei was a Class 1 trustee. This meant that he was quite powerful. Almost no one knew how Ned Sunbei fought, and those who knew had long been destroyed. The nun shouted to Jafir that she might not be able to stand these worries and his ventures. She added that if anything happened to her book of whims and expenses, she would surely destroy it. She walked over to him and put her hand on his face, asking him to act more carefully. She said that outside the temple, she wouldn't be able to protect him. Jafir answered her that it could be considered a simple, warm greeting. He said that if Ned Sunbei was going to actually do anything, she wouldn't even have time to intervene. He thought that since he had shown himself, it meant that the preparations were almost finished. He decided that he should hurry up too. He turned around and headed for the lab. Jafir stopped and said that he had another request for the nun. She looked at him in surprise and couldn't believe he wanted to ask her for anything else. Ned Sunbei rose from his knees, shaking off the dust from his clothes, and realized how powerful the branding was. It was worse than he thought. He remembered how his teacher had ordered him to go to the Temple of Light and become a slave, where he would be branded a dishonorable slave. Ned Sunbei answered him that he knew perfectly well the hatred he harbored for those scoundrels. But despite that, he was forcing him to go there. Teacher informed him that 2 of their devil followers, whom they had sent to the temple under the false status of priests, had been repressed. He added that the vetting of the priest had intensified. Those who had not yet been exposed were being shunned for risky actions. He said that this method was no longer working. However, they still had a way out. The teacher told him that the priests of light did not keep track of the slaves who were branded. He thought they were making a mistake in thinking that the seal was sufficient for control. He offered to take advantage of their miscalculation. He had his apprentice brand himself, enter the temple, and then steal the reward from the raid dungeon. The teacher was certain that only his student Ned Sunbei could accomplish this mission. Their future depended on it. He was sure the priests of light would never know that they had found a way to safely disarm the stigma. Ned Sunbei realized that he couldn't use it now. He would have to wait until the time came, and when it came, all the priests would pay for their sin. There was construction work going on in one of the villages, and people were trying to reinforce the fence so the monsters couldn't get into their village. One of the construction workers was called in for lunch, and he stopped, surprised at how quickly lunch came, as work seemed to have just begun. The workers resented having to repair the fence, which broke every half a month, but in such poor neighborhoods, there was no money to protect them from the temple, so they had to put up some kind of fence. One worker stayed on the observation tower to watch who was approaching their gate. He was ready to fight the monsters if they showed up. Suddenly, they noticed that someone from the temple had come to their village. This surprised them greatly. No one had come to them before. They saw that the Inquisitor's confidant Sahak had come to them. They apologized to him and asked him what he was doing in such a rundown place. Sahak asked the laborer how many people there were approximately in the village, to which the laborer replied that there were a little over 50 people. He took the fang that Ned Sunbei had given him and summoned the monster. It was huge and terrifying. Its roar made the ground tremble and everyone around him freeze in terror. The monster, without a second thought, began to attack the people standing near it. It mercilessly destroyed one by one. Sahak was thrilled with his new power. He felt invincible. Now Sahak craved one thing. He wanted revenge for his shame. He laughed and thought that there was no way he would have forgiven Jafir. He had no doubt he would have paid for everything in full. Sahak couldn't wait for their new battle. Late in the afternoon, when no one else was around, Jafir went to the laboratory of the Temple of Light to create his own gear and potion. He mixed various ingredients and boiled them in hopes of creating something valuable and necessary for further raids on monsters. Jafir realized that further monsters would only get stronger, so he decided to first make the poison Zagan. It was from King Fade's 72 potent poison. He finished working in the lab and went back to the nun's room that she had lent him. She noticed that he was carving something into a piece of wood, but she didn't know why he was doing it. He told her that if Ned's henchmen interfered, everything would turn into utter chaos. She hesitated, but realized his words were true and agreed to borrow the room, realizing that their fates were linked. She looked at the sheet that Jafir had given her and noticed that there was a strange diagram of a person. She couldn't figure out what it was. Jafir finished making strange markings on the wood and told her that this was no ordinary wood. It was as strong as steel. It was Arkan wood. He centered his aura in his hand and split the trees with a single blow, despite the fact that the wood was incredibly strong. The nun asked why he had split the wood, to which Jafir replied that he had made needles out of it. It was a medical device common in the East. He explained to her that he would dip the needles into Belial and Zagan poisons that he had made in the lab. He would dilute them 1 to 100 and leave them in for 10 minutes. Jafir knew that poison was a thing incredibly simple. It was just a substance to exhaust and destroy. He was sure that was what everyone thought. But no one knew that after the infernal beings invaded and the gods took over, they would rely on poison. He took a needle that were impregnated with poisons and stuck them into his body one by one. He was in incredible pain, but he knew he had to do it. He clenched his teeth and continued to exert great effort to insert the needles into his body, his veins turning green. It was obvious that the poison had begun to take effect. Jafir nearly collapsed to the floor in pain. The nun, scared for him, ran up to help him, but he stopped her attempts to give him aid. She remembered him saying that it didn't matter what would happen, she wasn't allowed to pass out, and when he would give the signal, she needed to run one specific errand for him. Hearing his errands, she couldn't understand what he was talking about. She wanted to know what he intended to do. He replied that 72 Fade's venom could turn into other substances depending on the concentration. If the saturation was right, the venom would be a medicine that could increase skills and make him stronger. But the problem was, in their combination, Belial caused sharp pain, and Zagan caused drastic changes in the body. Behind the hellish pain, the resistance fell as well. He realized that he didn't have the materials or skill level to make a more stable potion, and he had no other choice. Jafir ignored the pain and focused and activated the small heavenly circle. This allowed him to circulate magical power to the acupuncture points, repairing the internal damage. He thought that by chasing magical energy through the small heavenly circle, he was resisting the poison, and if everything went well, his skills would reach a new level, but if nothing worked out, his body would just fall apart. There was nothing wrong with it, he thought. It couldn't be called agony or suffering. Jafir realized that compared to what had happened then, and compared to what had happened in the past, he could endure this pain. He remembered the face of the demon Tartaros, who had finished him off. It helped him focus and remember why the gods had brought him back to Earth. The nun saw that his entire body was covered in blue energy. She noticed that the color of his veins had begun to return to normal. He told her before the procedure that it was possible that O would not be able to move, so she needed to monitor his condition, and she needed to wait for a signal from him, after which she needed to stick the remaining needles in the marked area. He asked if White Rose had been inserting needles into the specified places, then shouted sharply that the time had come and she needed to act quickly. She knew she had to stick a poison needle in his head. She knew that if she failed, she could send him to the other side of the world. The nun didn't know what to do. She doubted herself and didn't know if she would be able to stick the needle correctly. A few hours later, in the northern forest, not far from the Temple of Light in the Sky, there was a signal for help. Someone was in trouble and hoped to be rescued. A huge number of monsters were chasing the hunters who were running as hard as they could, but they almost caught up with them. They thought they were finished. They were angry at the scouting party, who informed them that there was only one nest. They didn't understand why there were several dozen monsters there. The commander of the hunters wanted to know what was up with the help, to which his subordinate replied that he had let off a flare. He was sure reinforcements were on their way. He wanted to add that they needed to run to the temple as soon as possible. He didn't notice one of the monsters was already near him, grabbing him. The monster destroyed the hunter. The commander saw that his subordinates had already been wiped out. He realized that it was about 5 kilometers to the temple, and even with good visibility, the road would take another 20 minutes. He suddenly stopped. He couldn't understand where the 20 minutes had come from. He was already at his limit and couldn't keep running away from the enraged monster. The commander turned around and saw that he was surrounded by monsters. He realized that there would be only bones left of him in just a few minutes. He covered himself with his shield, hoping that the backup would have time to save him. The monsters started to attack him, but suddenly someone managed to destroy them with a long-range attack. The commander looked up into the sky and saw something bright coming towards him. He didn't know what it was, but it was saving his life right now. He noticed a man landed next to him, emitting an incredibly powerful energy. It was so strong, it literally made the air shake. Jafir came to his aid. He was ready to fight monsters after transforming his body. He wanted to test his fighting ability. He could easily dodge the monster's attacks. He grabbed one of them and destroyed it with ease. He noticed that his physical power had increased noticeably. Jafir noticed that the remaining monsters were 12. The spines of the winged monsters were also only 12. He thought that was an incredible catch. He decided that he needed to end the fight with him quickly. He took the spine of the destroyed monster and fired it at the rest of the monsters, killing them all with one attack. The terrified hunter couldn't realize who he was. He was shocked that he managed to destroy all the monsters by himself. He noticed he had a temple branding. He figured it was reinforcements. He couldn't believe he had come to help so quickly, but he didn't understand why he was alone. Jafir looked at the frightened hunter and asked him where the nest of monsters was, his stern gaze and determined tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of the question. The hunter got up to show him the way. He said that if he went straight on the said road, he would get straight to the nest. Recognizing the road, Jafir headed towards the nest. He thought it happened automatically, as if he had heard an order from a superior officer. He felt a strong pressure from Jafir that he couldn't resist. He reflexively gave him the location of the dungeon entrance, but after his common sense returned to him, he regretted greatly for not warning him, but the stranger abruptly disappeared. The hunter realized that out of the 7 people of their group in the dungeon, 4 had died, and among the 3 who had gotten out, he was the only one left. It was too dangerous in the dungeon. He grabbed his head and thought he should have warned that guy. He should have asked him to wait for backup, or not let him go down into the dungeon alone. The hunter didn't know what he should do now, but suddenly he saw again the same bright light that had appeared before he was rescued. He noticed heavy explosions and a pillar of fire coming from where the dungeon was located. He looked at the road and saw the silhouette of a man walking towards him. His eyes were full of wonder. He couldn't believe it was possible. What he saw seemed unimaginable to him. He saw the guy who saved him from certain death dragging the body of the dungeon boss behind him. It seemed impossible to him. Jafir realized that his entire body was incredibly light. He realized that his skills had increased by 2.5 times. The efficiency was obvious. All he had to do was pick up his normal gear. He launched a flare and reported that the emergency had been resolved. He thought all he had to do was figure out where and how to get him the gear. Sahak had destroyed the village and all of its inhabitants, and realized that with his new power, he would soon be able to take revenge on Jafir. A few days later, rumors spread in the temple that a slave had single-handedly mopped up a nest of black basilisks and finished off a 30-meter-tall monster guarding the brood. But the rumors were confirmed. Thanks to the testimony of a surviving witness and the results of the mop-up site inspection, it was revealed that the slave was actively hunting with 20 days left before the raid. It was obvious that he wanted to get into the raid group. Matthias Greimer, senior inquisitor of the heresy of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, thought it was worth questioning him and finding out if he was a devil worshipper. Lucius Giornetti, the commander of the Knights of Light Temple District 3 Squadron, answered him to leave him alone and not to worry about it. Matthias Greimer said that if they hadn't found all the devil worshippers in their ranks before the raid began, but Lucius stopped him, saying that no matter how thorough the investigation, all of them could not be found. Lucius had said it would be better if this guy turned out to be one of them. He wanted someone in the raid he could use. Matthias couldn't understand what he meant. He turned away and said that the devil followers would never have reached the main monster on their own. He knew they were only engaging in thievery. Lucius added that it would be best to take them with him, use them to find the lair, and then destroy them all along with the monster. Matthias said that as the raid team's security squad leader, and as his longtime friend reiterated to him that he was against the plan, but it only made him laugh. Lucius replied that he knew he would start to lament, so he decided to show him something special as his longtime friend. When the doors opened, Matthias's face contorted with surprise. He could not believe his eyes. What he saw behind the doors was beyond his expectations. He saw that Lucius was hiding incredible equipment from him. Lucius showed him the Spear of Light and the Winged Shield. He said he had found them after spending a third of his fortune searching for them. Matthias couldn't believe that he had managed to find the legendary objects he had only read about in books, and now he was seeing them with his own eyes. Lucius said that now they could end this dungeon they had been storming for 11 years. He asked him not to worry. He was sure he would be invincible in this raid. Goth and his team were coming back from practice. Dale said he only warmed up for 3. He didn't understand why there were so many people on the practice field. Marco replied that it was because of the raid. He had heard that there were only 2 to 3 spots left, and everyone wanted to show what they were capable of. Dale said that all this noise had nothing to do with them. They probably wouldn't have been taken on the raid. Suddenly, Goth stopped seeing something strange. They noticed that a nun was approaching them. They greeted her, to which she replied that they should remember to repay their interest on time. Dale couldn't understand why this evil woman was leaving their room. It was quite strange. Goth also couldn't understand what she was doing in their room. Jafir noticed that his whole team was finally done with their training. He put the ring on, couldn't understand why they were looking at him so strangely. They saw the ring and realized that Jafir had just been with the nun. They wanted to know what kind of ring was on his hand. Goth asked suspiciously where Jafir had gotten the ring from. He only grinned and replied that he had gotten it from one person, leaving the details private as if it was an insignificant detail. Jafir realized that the nun had given an excellent item. It was a purity ring. It increased the resistance to magic and increased the circulation of the wearer's energy. Once could be used, curse release. He remembered that the nun had told him that he needed to find the right equipment for him after the reinforcement and had asked him to try out her gift, which was quite hard to find, but she could find anything for him. Jafir was amazed that she had prepared everything herself. Even though he hadn't assigned her anything yet, he noted that she was savvy. He was sure she smelled money. The nun walked down the corridor, remembering the important details she had been told by black market informants. They told her about a guild of assassins called Persephone. They were legendary mercenaries who enhanced their abilities with poison. They were trained in dangerous martial arts. They knew how to destroy, and they did it magnificently. She remembered the suspiciously high professionalism in hunting and fortifying the body with poison. She realized that her client was a Persephone mercenary. The nun knew that Persephone had disintegrated due to internal conflicts, but old clients, aristocrats, and high-ranking individuals were still looking for survivors of their poison, willing to pay a fortune for their skills. She realized that now was not the time to take commissions on deals for monsters. She decided to take her chance and take on such a client. She happily set out to find the best gear for him. 859. Jafir was shocked. He thought it looked like she had extremely misunderstood him, but he didn't care about that. He thought it was even for the best. He thought that if White Rose had spread such rumors about him, that dangerous type would definitely come to him. Goth approached Jafir to find out, since when he had been on special terms with the nun, he was shocked that she had provided him with the ring as a gift. Jafir couldn't understand what nonsense they were all talking about. They thought they had started dating, and they were trying to tell him that they respected him for it. He stopped them and decided to talk to them about the dungeon, but suddenly they heard a strange sound, as if someone had stuck something in their door. Dale heard the sound and was a little wary and went to the door. He thought it could have been anyone, and before he opened it, he wondered who was behind the door, but as he opened it, he was surprised that no one was there. He turned around and was about to walk back into the room, but he found a note on the door that had been nailed to their door with a knife. He brought it to the others, and they learned that they had received an urgent order. They needed to go to the specified place immediately and scout the situation. They couldn't understand who was giving orders like that, but it looked like the document was official. They noticed that the document had both the seal and signature of the chief of the hunters. Jafir snatched the document from them to personally verify its authenticity and began to scrutinize it. He smiled and thought that the signature did indeed belong to their head, but the handwriting was Ned Sunbathe. Jafir clutched the document in his hand and thought that meant he had sent him an invitation. He was ready to meet him. He had informed his team that he would be going there alone. He ran to the indicated place to meet him quickly. He thought that there were about 20 days left before the Temple Knights raid. He kept thinking about the dungeon that needed to be cleaned up. He knew that the dungeon they were about to descend into was not an easy one. It was the tomb of the abominable princess, one of the 8 great problems of the world and the ruins of the Medea kingdom that had been stormed for 10 years without success. Jafir realized that this was why the criteria for selecting the raid group members was so high. It had to be a hunting group that ranked at least 5th in the rankings of the outgoing year. But someone who received a letter of recommendation from a slave in direct command, or a slave in command of a priest involved in a raid, could also be in the group. Jafir realized that no matter how hard their hunting team tried now, they wouldn't be able to make it to the 5th position in the rankings in time. So in this life, he decided to use Ned. He was a slave subordinate to the heresy inquisitor Matthias, and if he deceived Ned, he could get a recommendation to the raid group. He knew that Ned had been tasked with such a difficult mopping up mission, he just wouldn't be able to ignore a master of the exact same martial arts. He was sure Ned was eagerly waiting for a moment to test him. He didn't realize whether he was a trustworthy ally sent by the teacher, or if he was a criminal who had stolen the sect's martial techniques. It was important for him to know. If he turned out to be an ally, he would have to take with him how strong he was. Jafir arrived at the location and heard a voice that was excited about his epic appearance. He couldn't see the enemy due to the fog, but his voice was familiar to Jafir. He saw Sahak appear in front of him, wanting to know if he was alone, or if he had brought his new crew with him. Jafir couldn't understand what he was here for, and why he was looking to meet him. Jafir looked at him and told him to go home. He didn't have time to play with him. Sahak laughed and told him that all these 10 days he couldn't forget him. He dreamed of meeting him. He wanted to avenge his humiliation. He said the facial wound he had put on his face hurt every night. He couldn't get a day's worth of human sleep. Sahak said he would see his new power now. He asked him to build up his resolve, but he didn't have time to finish. Jafir was closing in on him to attack him. Jafir instantly approached him and gave him a single attack that made Sahak start to fall to the ground. There was nothing he could do. Jafir was incredibly fast. He turned around and started to walk away. Jafir realized that Ned was cold-blooded and meticulous. He wouldn't check him with one Sahak. He was sure he had hidden someone else. Jafir shouted nervously for everyone who hid to come out. He was ready to fight them all. Suddenly, he heard laughter that only grew stronger by the minute. He stopped and realized that their fight with Sahak was still going on. Sahak couldn't understand why he was ignoring him again. It made him even angrier. He drew his weapon and prepared to use it for his attack. He started playing a strange tune that made a huge monster appear. Jafir, seeing it, couldn't believe he owned such a dangerous monster. Sahak said with a crazed look and complete certainty that he would finish him off. He would do it slowly and painfully. He was ready for it. He ordered the monster Shoggoth to finish him off. Jafir stood calmly and waited for the monster to approach. He was sure he would be able to overpower it. Jafir saw the monster attacking him, but he stood calmly and waited for it to approach. He couldn't understand how this monster ended up at Sahak's side. He crashed with fury into the ground where Jafir stood. He demonstrated his destructive power by attacking him. Sahak thought he had succeeded in destroying it and avenging his shame, but suddenly he saw him destroy the monster with his energy. He couldn't believe he had managed to defeat Shoggoth. It was incredible. He saw that Jafir had gotten even stronger. Jafir knew that this was a living weapon of the Shoggoth devil followers. He could expect anyone, but he didn't think to see him here. He knew that Shoggoth slept in an egg-like shape, but when he heard the sound of an instrument that contained the power of hypnosis, he would instantly wake up. Sahak used the tool Ocarina of Hypnosis. With it, he could control the monster depending on the sounds. The player could give different orders. The tool protected the user from soul pollution. Jafir realized that Shoggoth, who lacked reason and was endowed only with an endless appetite, was not affected by physical attacks, but grew stronger by absorbing the magic of the people he ate. He found the monster frightening as it was, but the true horror of Shoggoth lay in its ability to pollute the soul. One touch of it was enough to cause the victim to experience fear and hallucination. When the level of soul pollution reached 100%, the person would fall into a state of demonization, losing their mind and attacking allies. It was the perfect weapon of destruction, created by the devil's followers to destroy their own kind. As Sahak saw that Jafir didn't resist the ability to pollute the soul, he thought he was stupid and was in a hurry to die soon. He noticed that his eyes were red. They proved the fact that he was on the threshold of demonization. There was only a little bit left to 100% of soul pollution. He was sure that he would soon go to the other world. Jafir heard Sahak taunt him, but he was prepared for the monster to try to apply the soul pollution. He had used the purity ring to free himself from the curse. He grabbed Sahak by the throat and said that before he had only cared about saving his own life and the lives of his men, he thought it was obvious since the world would end as it was. However, at some point, he began to think about how things would have turned out if there were more people among his comrades who knew how to fight. Jafir thought a lot about what would happen if he rallied a little better with the other human survivors, and they fought together against the demon. He realized that then, the people he cared about would have been able to live a little longer, and would not have died before his eyes. Sahak was at a loss. He didn't understand what Jafir was telling him about. He was looking at him confused, trying to catch the gist of it. Jafir added that this is why in this life, he decided to save everyone he could, and give those who wanted it a chance to become stronger. Jafir was furious at Sahak, and ready to destroy him on the spot. He wasn't going to forgive him for what he had done, and determination flashed in his eyes to finish him off. He asked him if he realized how many people he had fed to the monster Shoggoth. Jafir was sure he had destroyed about 100 innocent people. He couldn't realize how many more people had to die for his amusement. Jafir decided that Sahak had no right to life now and launched a devastating attack. Jafir was determined to put an end to Sahak's games, which had gone too far destroying innocent people. He used a special technique. It was a technique that consisted of multiple connected attacks and ended with a palm strike. The strike was with accelerated magic through the enemy's blood mist, then created lightning with a burst of blood drop. He knew that this technique was feared by everyone in the East, calling it the Dragon's Cry. Its might and destructive power terrified anyone who dared to face it. Jafir used the secret technique of Flow of the Royal Tiara and launched a Thunder Palm attack that destroyed Sahak. He thought Sahak was not instantly gone. He thought he was in pain. He felt a charge throughout his body. He was sure he was worthy of such destruction. Jafir raised the tool Sahak had used to control the monster, realizing that Shoggoth was not affected by physical attacks, but there were ways to finish him off. He knew he could be destroyed by fire, lightning, or divine power. He was glad that Shoggoth was not of large size, and it was enough for him to strike a decisive blow at him. Jafir realized that he didn't need to waste any more mana, so he could destroy Shoggoth so he wouldn't have to fight him again in the future. He took the tool and used the Cord of Death to Shoggoth. It allowed him to break the magical bond that connected Shoggoth's cells. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, who was surprised that he knew the song, for it was not well known to many. Ned Sunbae appeared before him and added that it was the secret song of their devil cult. He added that not even the temple's information office knew it. Ned Sunbae noticed that Jafir knew too much about their cult. It made him suspicious, and he began to wonder what danger such knowledge might pose. When Jafir saw Ned, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he had finally arrived. He was sure that Ned would definitely show up at this place. He remembered their last encounter, when Ned had tried to attack him in the presence of the nun, but she had stopped them, preventing them from fighting. Jafir thought that finally this moment had come. He had to pass the test and make Ned believe that he was one of them. Only then would he be able to change the future. But he also wanted to repay the mental debt he had failed to repay in his past life. This desire haunted him, and he hoped that now he would have a chance to right his wrong. Jafir wanted Ned to meet the other end this time, and to do that, he needed to get close to him, after which trick him, by all means. Ned told him that he had been watching him all this time, and had come to one conclusion, which he believed to be correct. He was sure that Jafir was to be destroyed. He drew his sword, and prepared to attack him. Jafir realized that he would not have been able to avoid Ned's attack, who was skillfully wielding his sword, and was already approaching him with an attack. He only had to defend himself from Ned's attack. Jafir was ready to meet his attack. He realized that it would not be easy for him to fend off Ned's attacks, but even harder for him to attack him back. But he was ready to show him what he was capable of. Ned was incredibly fast and accurate with his sword strikes. He was sure it would be enough to destroy a countyless Jafir. He suddenly experienced a familiar feeling, surprised to realize that he had missed all the attacks. Confusion overwhelmed him, and at that moment Ned turned around, noticing that Jafir had launched a ranged attack, throwing rocks, amplifying them with his energy. Ned repelled his attack with ease and said that it wasn't bad of him. He was surprised that Jafir was not only able to repel his blows, but even counterattacked him. He added that there were only a few people on this continent who could surpass his sword in speed, including his teacher. He thought he was using a different technique. Jafir looked at him and said it was wrong to attack an unarmed man with a blade. Ned, hearing his words, instantly threw his blade out of his hand. He was ready to fight him without it. They stood opposite each other, preparing to attack. Jafir knew that the same principle as the Thunder Palms was the secret technique of Flow of the Royal Tiara. It surrounded the body with electricity caused by explosive acceleration. Due to this, one could obtain tremendous strength and speed. He realized that there was a way among the natives of one place to counter such a reception. He used the secret weapon of the Flow of the Royal Tiara, floating clouds. He knew to have electric flows of yin and yang, their electricity attracted to each other. However, the same flows tended to repel. It was a defensive technique. Ned understood that Jafir matched his blows to the attacks of the yang flow, protected the strike sites, and repelled all of its attack. Ned thought it was easier said than done. He was able to deliver blows in such a short moment, the speed of which was hard to follow with his eyes. He knew that this technique could be used in real combat if one honed it, so that he could control the amount of electricity, time, and location of the attack in a few seconds. Such a thing could not be copied with tricks. Ned looked closely at Jafir. He realized that he wasn't a fake at all. He had seen all his movements and attack, and he was amazed that they had the same technique. However, this made him even more confused. He said that the secret technique of Flow of the Royal Tiara was only inherited by him and a senior disciple. Ned couldn't understand who he was. He wanted Jafir to tell him the truth, how he knew the secret techniques. He knew that the ninth in the hierarchy of the devil followers was Qin Liang, the Dragon of Cold. He had crossed the impassable Sahara. He had traveled from the eastern to the local continent of Aslan. Qin Liang had risen to the level of a member of the devil cult's leadership due to his martial arts techniques. He had two true air disciples who were able to learn the depth of the techniques, unlike others who only studied the superficial aspect. The first heir was Qin Liang's native son named Qin Gang, a mighty dragon. The second heir was his apprentice from the continent of Aslan named Ned Strayer. He knew that in order to learn the depth of the technique through dueling, 2 direct disciples were needed. More were not necessary, as the hidden truth of the technique had to be carefully concealed. Ned told Jafir that he hadn't seen his face even among the regular students, but that wasn't the only thing suspicious. He noted that he had destroyed the cult's prized possession, the Shoggoth monster that had been fed hundreds of people for the upcoming raid, and now he doubted whether or not he was a follower of the devil. Ned wanted to know what his true identity was, what he wanted. This question tormented him, forcing him to search for the answers he was hiding from him. Jafir was surprised the teacher hadn't said anything to him. He couldn't believe that Ned really thought there were only 2 students. He added that if he wiggled his brain, he would have figured it out long ago. 2 apprentices were indeed required to learn the secret technique, but what would happen if one of them died? Jafir said that in such a case, there would be no equally strong opponent to duel with, and the busy teacher could not guide the remaining student in everything, and it would take time to nurture a new direct student. He added that he was the Shadow's apprentice, that he had been bred for his death. Ned couldn't believe it. He had never heard of it. The Shadow Disciple was a reserved disciple of the Eastern Warriors, preparing in case of trouble with an official follower. It was a hidden card that ensured the legacy would continue in an emergency, so that the clan's strength would not be cut short. But if the official follower was unharmed, he would replace the teacher, and the Shadow Disciple would be destroyed by his hands. This was done because the Shadow Disciple was gaining knowledge at the level of the official follower. He thought that wasn't a lie, it was actually true. But a true Shadow Disciple couldn't arrive at the temple until the raid was over. He knew what it was. Since Altair and her companions had tied his legs together, he figured Altair was probably still doing something absurd that was beyond the princess. Ned decided to take advantage of this situation to find out the truth about him and try to catch him in a lie. He said that if he was telling the truth, his existence was kept under the strictest secrecy. He asked him why then the teacher had sent him here by revealing him. Ned added that he had already contacted the teacher, but he said he had not sent a student like him. He figured that even though he'd lied about getting in touch with the teacher, if Jeffer had been a fake, he'd have made some ridiculous excuse. Ned realized that it was not easy for the devil followers entering the temple to communicate with the outside party. At such a time, it was right to reason about the situation already at the scene of action. He resolved that if the slightest suspicion that he had spoken untruths visited him, he must get rid of it. Jeffer replied that he had originally been ordered not to get close to other devil followers and, hiding his true identity, to join the raid on his own. He added that he was supposed to replace him on the mission if something went wrong. Ned incredulously asked if he knew what his mission really was. Jeffer smiled and answered him that his mission was to steal the dragon heart for which the dungeon raid had been organized. He knew that inside of the dragon was the dragon heart magic stone. It was the finest item that gave power commensurate with that of a dragon. 1,000 years ago, the vile Princess Juridica first discovered it and took it to her grave with her. But thanks to the lightning-fast acceleration of the flow of the royal tiara, there was no way the temple knights would be able to keep up with him, and when his hand touched the dragon heart, no one would be able to catch him. However, Jafir could do the same as him, so the teacher told him that he wasn't sure just him. His words shocked Ned. Jeffer said that breaking orders got him caught and called him out. The conditions of joining the raid group were much more torturous than he thought, so he chose to take the easy way out. He added that he had something personal to tell him besides that, and Ned was wary because he didn't understand what it was he wanted to tell him. Jafir came up to him and said quietly that he wished he could tell him about the bloody tears. Ned couldn't understand how he knew that. The blood tear sword was their family's stolen weapon. He followed the teacher to find him and take revenge on the temple. Only he and the teacher knew about it in the world. Ned, with anger in his voice, demanded that Jafir tell everything he knew about the blood tears. Jafir smiled and replied that when he realized he could be trusted, then he would tell him. He asked Ned to put him in the raiding party. He added that he could no longer be in the hunter group's dwelling. Ned thought he couldn't help but believe him. He turned around and motioned for Jafir to follow him. They had somewhere to go. He brought him to an abandoned building near the temple. Entering the building, Ned told his brothers that he had brought the last. Ned gave his name and said that he had been sent by the teacher to assist him in his mission. He said that his identity had been verified according to procedure. Jafir saw the silhouette of a man sitting at the table. He couldn't see his face because he was in the shadows. The man told him that he had hoped for a distinctive member. and his hopes were realized. It was Matthias Grimer. He was on the 36th position in the hierarchy of devil followers. He asked to consider it an honor to help in the cause of the disciple of the East, calling him a young fellow. He rose and informed them that the members of the raiding party with slave status, who would follow the Heresy Inquisitor's confidants, and the 40-man hunting party had become followers of the demon. Matthias Grimer noted that since they had a newcomer, he decided to explain the raid tactics again. He asked them to remember that mistakes were unacceptable. Jafir thought that by joining the raid with Ned's help, he would have been able to recognize in advance among the group those who pretended to be followers of the devil. But in the end, all 40 ended up being consistent devils. They were flatly different from Sahak, who only relied on items with monsters, and from him, who had prioritized ambition in his past life. He understood that each of them were talented. This was an elite army assembled to execute a strategy. He didn't understand why they had such power to follow the devil. Ned figured that if this guy showed himself, it meant that the teacher didn't trust him completely, which was displeasing and disturbing. He was shocked that Jafir knew about the bloody tears. He wanted to know what their relationship was. If the teacher shared such secret conversations with him, he thought that maybe the teacher trusted Jafir. Ned tried to banish the bad thoughts. He shouldn't have hesitated. At the teacher's actions, he knew that the teacher had made him a promise that he wouldn't break. He remembered how, as a child, his teacher had promised him to carry out his retribution if he became important to him. Ned thought he needed his teacher's help for revenge, so he had to steal the dragon's heart and escape. Not the shadow apprentice, but him. He speculated that being a spare apprentice raised for the sake of replacing him. Perhaps he wished he had blundered into the dungeon, as only after his death would he be recognized as an official follower. Matthias Grimer reported that the explanations were over and they needed to split into teams, the defender squad guarding Ned and providing the route path and the strike squad taking on the commander of the Knights of Lucius. Ned approached Jafir and said that since they were on a joint mission, he suggested that he become a team. He figured that if Jafir was targeting his hide-in accomplishments, it was better to watch him up close than to keep him at a distance. Ned extended his hand to him and said that he hoped for a successful cooperation despite the distrust and tense atmosphere between them. Jafir thought that Ned from his past life had been blinded by a sense of revenge, and by trusting the wrong person, he had ended up losing his life. He knew that by nature he was loyal and patient. For an enemy, he had no use for him. But for an ally, he could serve as a strength. If he came into Ned's confidence, he would help him greatly in overcoming what would happen in the future. Jafir squeezed his hand, answering sincerely that he too sought to get along with him, hoping their cooperation would bear fruit. He figured that in his past life, many people he knew had met their end tragic, so the first person he wanted to bring back was Ned. Jafir remembered their battle, when Ned had told him that either he learned the strongest martial arts technique and helped him escape, or he would die and turn into a piece of meat. He thought about the mysterious connection that had made him the strongest man, and his teacher Neda, who had taught him the flow of the royal tiara technique. The next day, the raid list for the Tomb of the Abominable Princess dungeon was announced, which all the hunters were looking forward to. They learned that the members of the raid team would meet tomorrow at 6 a.m. and would live at a certain location until the day of departure for the raid, and would receive training to prepare for the raid. Jafir learned that for safety, the raid participants were forbidden to communicate with anyone but their comrades. They had to prepare everything they needed and report back on their calculation. He realized that everything was going according to plan, and it was time for him to deal with something. He realized that thanks to the Black Steel Spider Dungeon, the Basilisk Nest, and the village in the narrow gorge that Ned had signed as a goblin cave by forging documents, he had managed to get the achievement for clearing 3 dungeons, as he had promised Goth. Goth and his subordinates were quite grateful to him for this. They were happy to have met such a man, who taught them a lot. They asked him to be careful in the dungeon. Jafir said that they had achievements now, as well as many openings that came up after selecting 40 slaves for the raid. He was sure that their promotion was just around the corner. He warned them that it would be a lot harder for them after the promotion. He asked that they be focused and ready for anything. Suddenly, Dale had something he wanted to tell him. But he changed his mind about telling him that he wanted to follow him and learn many more things. He felt it was too early for them to act on their own. He thought it didn't matter that they hadn't known each other long. But in the time they had spent together, he realized that Jafir had a purpose, and that purpose was so grandiose that simpletons like them couldn't have imagined anything like it. Dale decided that he was too weak, so he had no right to go after him, no matter how much he wanted. Suddenly, he heard Jafir tell him, if he worked until he fell, there would surely come a day when he could keep up with him. That's when he could join him. Jafir turned around and started to walk away. He told them that he would look forward to the time when they could join him. He thought that the two that at this point in time, in his past life should have already been destroyed, were still living. Seeing their eyes filled with energy, he realized that his actions were not in vain, but they could still be considered dead if the devil followers successfully performed the summoning ritual. Then after 3 years, many people, including them, would have gone to the other world. To prevent that, he needed to get the dragon heart. Jafir decided to stop by the nun's temple before he would go to the dungeon. She wanted to provide him with the gear she had managed to get her hands on. He was pleased. Everything was as he had ordered. He noticed that the nun had gotten him a blunt weapon that channeled mana well. He knew that the Vile Princess Grave was a dungeon that was filled with living skeletons. Since they were already dead, they felt no pain, and due to the fact that their bodies were composed of their strong bones, they were not affected by physical attacks. Jafir knew he had few options in such a case, and the only proper solution would be to smash the skeletons with blunt weapons. He scrutinized the weapons and told the nun that the quality wasn't bad, and he was going to buy all the gear from her. Jafir realized, even among the vast array of weapons, the one he liked the most was the longsword of sunset that emitted an unknown energy. The nun said that even though she had found all the things her client had asked her for, but the longsword wasn't the most effective against skeletons. She wanted to know what he was up to. 10. He realized that in the upcoming dungeon, he would have to worry, not about any skeletons, but about the Temple of Light that was about to complete the 10-year dungeon assault. He felt that he should also be worried about the devil followers who were willing to risk their lives for the existence of the cult. Jafir realized that he had to eliminate them all and get the dragon heart. In other words, all the members of the raid were his enemy. He thought there was something else important. It was Ned. Jafir realized that he didn't trust him yet, and he intended to rectify that situation. But even telling him the truth wouldn't be so easy to convince him. If Jafir didn't succeed and they had to engage in a fight, it wouldn't end like last time until one of them died. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jafir opened the door, and a nun stood in front of him. She apologized for being late and said her name was Angelina. She was a sorceress in the lab. She realized he was the one Anna was talking about. Jafir knew that enchantment was something that empowered equipment by a type of magic, holiness, and acceleration. The higher the skill of the enchanter, the more powerful and lasting the power was. He figured that as far as he knew, Angelina was one of the most powerful spellcasters in the temple, and he decided to trust her. Angelina proceeded to cast spells. She was well aware of the spells needed to make his weapons more powerful. He thought that even though he had prepared himself to face the raid group members, he couldn't be negligent in preparing for the dungeon. If he couldn't withstand the sinister energy, he would die. Jafir felt Angelina's spell working, and he was growing stronger. He thought that was the end of their basic preparation. She informed him that he needed to pay 3,000 gold for 5 items. She asked him how he would pay her back. He handed her the bag of gold and thanked her for her work. He thought that 3,000 for an illegal deal with a sorceress was kind of cheap. He was sure the White Rose had done well for him. The nun asked if it was time for them to settle up. Jafir asked her if she was sure, but the nun didn't understand what he meant. He knew she had barely gotten a commission on her share. He didn't think the gear was worth 2 pennies. She replied that she had purposely used her power to gain favor. Jafir thought her schedule was quite busy, but even so she had helped him. He was incredibly grateful to her for that. But he warned her that he didn't have the money, and he wouldn't be able to pay her back for her help. He hoped she would have understood him and wouldn't have to fork out her money again. The nun was surprised to realize that he could not pay her, and this stunned her, for she had expected monetary gratitude for her help. He explained to her that he had been given little money for the basilisk, and the village in the gorge wasn't really a dungeon, and he hadn't been able to save up, so he couldn't give her anything either. He added that this was why he was willing to pay her back with Freud's potent poison king, poison number 68 Belial and number 61 Jagan. Jafir hoped she would accept the potent poison of Persephone as payment for her help. She was insanely happy that he had provided her with these poisons and tried to take them for herself as soon as possible. But Jafir was in no hurry to give them to her, and she asked him to stop fooling around. He asked her to sell them carefully. He warned that the mole side was dangerous, so it wasn't worth selling there. He turned and left. The nun wished him luck and said that when the raid was over, he would be sure to stop by and she would have some change ready for him. The next morning, all the hunters gathered together in the plaza to receive final instructions before raiding the dungeon. The hunters were amazed that there were so many people in the square. Along with the healers and temple knights, there were about 100 of them. Jafir knew that among so many people a minority survived. He was sure it would probably be the same this time. He noticed that among the hunters was the leader of the group, and commander of the Knights of the Temple Lucius, who carefully looked around the square, realized that everyone had already gathered and it was time to start. He knew that the composition of the raid team on the dungeon Tomb of the Abominable Princess was as follows: a squad of temple knights who were considered priests, combat knights, and healers together. They were 28 people. Jafer understood that the lowest formation of the temple knight squad was next. They were hunters in slave status. There were 20 of them in total. After them came the Inquisitors of Heresy. Among them, there were combat Inquisitors and healers totaling 18 of them. Next in the hierarchy was the lowest formation of Inquisitors of Heresy. These were the trustees of the Inquisitors, 20 in total. He knew that there were 86 men in total, divided into groups by role. The Vanguard squad was responsible for close combat, breakthrough, reconnaissance and defense. The rear squad dealt with long-range attacks, recovery, and magical support. They acted under the leadership of 4 men: healer leader Arno, rear squad leader Ryan, vanguard squad leader Matthias. The leader of the raid group was Lucius. All the hunters knew him as the Son of God. He was an incredibly strong hunter. They were sure that with his help, they would be able to clear the dungeon. They knew that he was wearing the stigmata. The god left this mark on the person he cherished. The owner of the stigmata was called the Son of God or the Daughter of God. While the sacred son or daughter was alive, they received the highest authority from God, and after death they continued to serve God by being near him in the form of angels. Lucius received the stigmata when he was 7 years old, after which he was called the Son of God's Light. Jafer knew that people treated God's sons and daughters like angels. They respected them and considered it an honor to see them live. He couldn't believe that Lucius had personally shown himself in front of the usual squad members. It surprised him. Suddenly he heard a strange sound that Ned made. Jafer noticed that Ned was looking at him with hatred, as if he were an enemy ready to be destroyed, and in his eyes he wanted to finish him off at any cost. Lucius was going to make them one prediction. He was sure that this time they would put an end to the 10 raid on the grave of the vile princess. They would solve one of the 8 great dilemmas of this world with their own hands. He added that the names of the raid participants would remain in the temple and promised that the slaves would be given their freedom. He suggested they endure 2 weeks of brutal training and walk the path of honor. Lucius asked the almighty Arya to help them with the eternal light. The hunters supported him, and all together asked Arya for help in clearing the dungeon. Jafer knew that all members of the raiding party would be sent to the special training place Peak Scream, where harsh trials awaited them. He climbed up the mountain to the training area, remembering Lucius's words about honor, but he couldn't understand whose honor he meant. Jafer realized that after successfully executing a large-scale raid, glory and honor would follow the participants. However, it wasn't really for something as noble as heroism and saving humanity. He knew it was just good business, and it was all for one purpose only: to earn as much gold as possible. Matthias showed them the bundle and said that there was a piece of tombstone that had been brought from the dungeon. He said that they had to get used to the ominous energy of the tombstone, and for 24 hours, they were not to remove the stone from the body. He realized that preparing and storming the dungeon could take several years. Political procedures were followed to obtain the rights to conduct the assault, and raiders were recruited, and donations were collected to cover the costs. But after the raid was successfully completed, the place that became safe, roads and towns were aged. It was a large-scale business in which various kinds of profits could be made, including an increased price for the land. He knew that the main temple of the 3-parish Shrine of Light was an outpost of God's son Lucius to storm the grave of the vile princess. Talents that had the potential to participate in the raid were always nurtured. Jafer realized that those in this place were the true elite, selected through regular training. The nun explained the conditions of the training task. They had to mistake the flying light for a magical attack by the enemy. Whoever touched the light 3 times was considered dead. They had to raise their hand and walk out. In front of the hunters was a training golem that was in the role of the enemy. The nun gave the signal, and the training battle began. Now they had to be careful. The hunters were shocked that the golem was endowed with incredible strength. Its level was the same as in real combat, and it managed to destroy many hunters in its first attack. Ned and Jafer acted together. Ned warned that the Royal Tiara Stream technique could not be used here. Jafer calmly replied that he understood that. They confidently made their way through the flying light without touching it. They decided to attack the golem to finish this challenge. They had each other's backs at every step, and acting in concert, they made it to the golem. In the end, they managed to destroy it without allowing the monster to strike a single blow. The nun informed them that the mission was complete, and they had 15 minutes rest. One of the leaders noticed that they were keeping up with the pace much better than he thought. Compared to the last raid, these slaves were what was needed. He singled out Ned and Jafir from all the slaves. He noticed that they had incredible skills. They were also able to work together harmoniously. He thought that maybe this time they would actually be able to clear the dungeon. He went to the slaves and used the Holy Cross to ask Arya for strength to help them. He informed the slaves that he had healed their wounds and relieved their fatigue, making it a priority for the members of the Vanguard squad to continue the fight. The monk added that thanks to their healers, they had been able to have 2 fruitful weeks, which amounted to 4, after which he suggested that they start their training from the beginning. Ned sat on the castle roof on the last night of training and heard the nun announce their end. Everyone had made it through it, and tomorrow they had a hellish journey to the dungeon waiting for them. They needed to rest and gain strength. He noticed that he was approached by Jafir, who was surprised that Ned wasn't going to eat today. Jafir noticed that he had hardly eaten anything in all the days of training. He said that today, they gave a great chowder in honor of the last training day, to which Ned replied that he had already eaten enough. Ned explained to him his decision not to eat. He said he had to watch his weight to maximize his speed. Jafir looked at him and decided then he would do the same thing and set his food on the ground. He warned him that if Ned failed, he would have to take the mission on himself. Ned smiled, feeling confident in his abilities. He was sure he wouldn't be able to outrun him no matter how hard he tried. Jafir sat down next to him and asked him not to make such a stern face because he had brought one good joke for him. He pulled out a bottle of the elite drink and added that if they warmed up, they could move 100 times better. Ned asked Jafir what he knew about him. He admitted that at first he thought he wanted to eliminate him and take his place, but over the course of his training, he realized that he wasn't going to harm him. He admitted that was why he tried to take in less of what was going on around him. He preferred to focus on his goals. Ned remembered their conversation about bloody tears. What he wanted to accomplish was obvious. If he knew about it, it was logical to assume his next steps would be to blackmail or get information. He said his line, "When I realize you can be trusted, then I'll tell you." He said it seemed unnatural. Ned wanted to know what she meant, what he really wanted. Jafir noticed that he had changed in these 2 weeks. He remembered that in the beginning, Ned had tried recklessly to destroy him, but there was an effect from being together for 2 weeks, Jafir thought, and said he was asking the wrong question. Jafir said he should have asked him where and who had the bloody tears in their hands. He felt that question would have been more appropriate. He was ready to tell him where the sword was and who owned it. He leaned over and told him the location of the sword. Ned was shocked. He couldn't believe it. And in the past, the father had told his son that the heirloom of their Baron family was the styler of the demon sword of bloody tears, which their ancestor had gotten as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. And the ancestor dedicated the orb to God, who in turn granted their family the status of barons and told them to save the bloody tears from generation to generation. And soon he will accept from him the status of baron, and at the same time inherit such an honorable mission. And he must become an outstanding knight to be fit for bloody tears. And as soon as the father had finished speaking, he asked his son if he understood, to which the still young Ned replied that he did. Give him something else to inherit. There should be a good return this time. And a little later, in clear weather, Ned shouted for his sword to be returned to him, because he only put the bale in that place, and the baron's status and bloody tears didn't go there, and they have to return the sword now. But the Aldine priest began to reply that how could he have made such a commotion on the temple grounds, and that he was mistaken altogether. After all, the bloody tears don't belong to him and the family, but to Snyder's defense, and instead of the debt, having put his own status on the line, he now has no rights. And as soon as the young lord heard this, anger overwhelmed him, and he began to draw his sword, and shouted to the priest who had taken away his sword that he was a fool. But as soon as he ran up to him, the other knights began to attack him and eventually killed him. Watching it all was his young son, who couldn't believe his father had just been murdered. And at last the priest began to say that he should be glad that the sword had not touched him, for if a commoner like him had been in the Temple of Light, maimed his nobleman and the bishop's son, they would have to execute his son as well. And a similar pattern was part of the phenomenon 12 years ago, and dungeon speculation that had been heating up for years. There was widespread investment and dungeon storming powers, and raid group and item prices skyrocketed like crazy, and financial commodities related to dungeons, and at one time, investors were able to make a huge amount of money with this. Continuing to fail to pull off the investment scam, a fake vagabond guild was created, and many unfavorable incidents broke out. Factors and enveloping the dungeon, the bubble burst, and thus the economic crisis occurred, and it became known as the bursting of the dungeon bubble. And the Temple of Light, which got its start, made a fortune selling distorted financial commodities underground even before the location of the economic bubble cheated. Countless investors were told that the situation was safe, and he was selling commodities no different from scraps of paper, and it was to mitigate his losses at the expense of profit. And as a result, investors who bought investment products, who got a chrome loan as a father, went broke and found themselves on and off the street. High-profile defenders of the bubble burst their dungeon. Priests, despite the largest economic scam in history, did not pay for their crime. And all this time he survived to destroy the temple and take revenge on the priests, especially the priest of Olga, who, under the pretext of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. And he talks about wool all over the world. You have to find a symbol of them in the family. Bloody tears from which no rumor has been heard. And Ned didn't know why the teacher had bloody tears, for his teacher had recently revealed to him the true faces of both the head of the Devil's sect and the leadership of the 12 Apostles. And the sect head and half of the 12 Apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. But once Ned heard, he couldn't believe these words Adam said to him. And Adam was sure they had told him that if he became important to him and realized his retribution, it was complete nonsense. And the teacher turns out to be a scoundrel and plans to give the dragon heart he brought to the head of a devilish sect. If that happens, they probably won't be able to touch even a hair of their minions and sects, and it will be too late to retaliate. The red-haired boy realized he was being tricked, and the teacher he thought was his family had betrayed him, and he couldn't believe it. However, if this is not true, then how does he know the words his teacher told him? And the guy couldn't figure out what to do now. And a little later, they began to approach the entrance to the dungeon. Taking a closer look, the red-haired boy realized that this was the grave of the vile princess. And the level of this dungeon is no match for all the places they've been before. For from here, they have a view of a sinister energy that tears him to the core. But other hunters thought it was interesting and worth a try. And as soon as the door started to open, they didn't realize it was one of the great dilemmas of this world. And at that moment, the rest of the warriors and hunters began to feel something. But the leader of the healers began to say that, as previously stated, this was the very dungeon that Storm had been attacking for 10 years. And now they will find that there are cleaning items lying everywhere, which means that the floor has been cleared and is currently being cleaned. This dungeon consists of 9 floors, and last time they managed to clear the dungeon to the 7th floor. And they were also able to destroy the guards of the 8th floor, but because of the sinister energy that was charged from the lower floors. Terrifying monsters are constantly appearing here, and with just one look, they can look right into the depths of your heart. And at that very moment, the guys started getting ready to fight, and the squad had to get into formation number 3. For it is now that they will begin their party and fight to the death. But at the same time, in the Temple of Light, the head of the 3rd branch of the Temple of Light began to tell the others that he was grateful that they had come here. And they were so worried because the raid caused their soldiers to leave the temple, and he can't believe they came here to lend them a defensive army, and he doesn't even know how to thank them. But the other bishop began to reply that now in times like these, they should help each other. And after this event, the knights of the temple arrived in the dungeon of the main temple of the 3rd entrance from the central entrance. And the man that Cardinal Rasker arrived here answered the head of the 3rd ward of the Temple of Light that they might use it for their health. But at the same time, there was a battle going on here, with many humans and hunters fighting evil creatures. And the battle was of such magnitude that the whole fortress seemed to fear from the sweep of swords on each side. And some hunters realized that these monsters were endless, and didn't understand why there were so many monster skeletons. And another hunter started saying that he couldn't handle these skeletons. But suddenly one hunter, with his head and hands bandaged, began to say that he had heard that the local landlady was a princess of horror-in-law. She was once in a great span, and appears once in 1,000 years, and most likely she had bewitched her subjects and locked them alive in this tomb. And who knows, several hundred or even thousands of brigands must have come here in 1,000 years, so there's plenty of human bones to go around. But in an instant, a bright light appeared from the end of the tunnel, and all the hunters began to pay attention to it. And suddenly the bone golems appeared. It was a horror assembled from several hundred human remains. And just as one of the golems shook and hit the ground, a huge explosion scattered many of the knights near it. And then a huge shock wave began to blow away everyone in its path. But at the same moment, the girl nun began to use her magic, a chain of light that was meant to bind her enemy. And a huge chain glowing with a bright yellow light began to impede the movement of the huge golem. And the rest of the warriors started attacking him while he was chained to break him and not let the skeleton warriors go. But at this moment, the golem began to glow with a bright green light and thus became much stronger than it had been a few minutes ago. And once everyone realized that he was seriously pissed off, he started breaking the huge chain that was preventing him from moving. And at the same instant, the chief among all the armies gathered here began to raise his sword and say that the goddess would guide him, and in the darkness give him a better light. And in an instant, he managed to chop the big guy in half. His strength was hundreds of times greater than the fleshy monster. And the knights who were watching could not believe their eyes. But at that moment, they expected nothing else from their lord. But Mr. Matthias began to tell them in a gruff tone not to dare to relax. After all, if there are these piles of bones, there's someone out there who's controlling them. And so it was, for in the farthest room lay a mid-level Maha skeleton, and the monsters wielded several lower-level spells. And the boys began to realize that if they didn't deal with the mage, he would continue to summon Golema. He needed to be destroyed quickly. But Mr. Matthias began to say that he was aware of it himself, and there was no need to rush him. After all, whatever the case, under the cover of a defensive unit, they should get close to the magician, and they must go deeper, destroying all the columns along the way. And in that same instant, Mr. Matthias began to turn his head and wonder where the one who should end this fight was. Turning his head, he found his subordinate standing behind him, and the guy with the huge weapon started saying that everyone should get out of his way, because now he's going to use the most powerful weapon there is at this stage of the fight. And not a moment later, he launched a terrifying attack, and the entire tunnel began to burn bright yellow, heading straight for the skeleton Magoo, standing at the very end. And in the same instant, the skeleton mage was defeated, and following it came an ancient tombstone that had energy emanating from it. The skeleton of the mage was also destroyed, and that guy started saying that if you don't smash him into the coffin with your spell, though if you destroy them at the same time, it won't matter. And as soon as they dealt with the mage and his golems, the rest of the knights and hunters began to deal with the rest of the undead, and the nun who was watching all this began to think that in the last raid, it took them half an hour to destroy the tombstone. But now, the copy of the light has incredible power. And the red-haired boy realized that this was the Son of God. And Adam, who was standing nearby, realized that there was equipment worth 2 million gold coins. And now this guy is incredibly powerful with this weapon. And if you try to kill him, it's going to be very difficult. And soon, the 8th floor was overrun by hunters and knights, because they didn't realize that the skeletons weren't going up anymore, and they started dealing with the wounded, and decided that they would make their camp here tonight. If they didn't want to tie up their horses in their sleep, they should put up a clearing around the perimeter now. And at that moment, Adam began to round the corner and look for the very place he knew about in his past life, because he knew it had to be around here somewhere. And as soon as he touched one of the bricks in the wall, he realized he had finally found it. And in the temporary military structure, the boys began to carefully discuss the map of the 9th floor. And according to intelligence, it took them about 6 days to reach the main villain's room. And now they would be on the offensive while destroying all the tombstones they came across. But the nun didn't understand. Would they really have to destroy all of them? After all, there were 1,000 of them there, and it would take them 2 days to destroy the slabs that would be in the way. But Lucius began to reply to the nun that a year ago, they certainly went well, taking a shortcut, but in the end, they were defeated. And last year, they also made it to the tomb of the abominable queen. But in evading the attacks of the guards guarding the passage, they fell backward and were caught in the ring of a whole legion of dead monsters climbing out of every crevice, and they lost too many fighters that. And now, they won't step on the same rake, and even if they need more time, they should destroy those slabs. And even if they get trapped in front of the main tomb, they will lose a lot of good warriors. And the fewer there are, the higher the risk of failure in the decisive battle. And one of the most important tasks this time is to conserve Commander Lucius's energy and get him to the main monster as fresh as possible. After all, with him, their current commander, it was possible and he could defeat the monster. After all, a year ago, everyone wasn't watching and was horrified by what they saw. And when they looked at each other, they saw a terrifying monster that was so powerful that it inspired fear with its mere look. And that someone is the keeper of the Vile Queen's tomb, which under his gaze broke all their fighting spirit. At the same instant, a loud scream echoed through the camp, and the squad leader began to come to his senses, not realizing what had happened. But suddenly he saw something he never thought he'd see. 8th floor. It was a Shoggoth monster that was devouring knights and hunters, and all they could do was scream for help. And the squad leader couldn't believe it, even though he had prepared 5 Shoggoths for his strategy. But now was not the time, nor were they supposed to use them now, and he didn't understand. What kind of idiot did this? And in that instant, the leaders simultaneously looked in the same direction. And it was a premonition, or rather an instinct, the feeling of hidden danger all over my skin. And as soon as they looked at Adam, who was standing not far from them, he began to answer them, at which they stared. And as soon as he pulled the handle coming out of the wall, something strange began to happen under the feet of the chief and all the other boys. And all of them could not understand why it was happening, how it was even possible, because last time it did not happen. And they didn't understand how the dungeon could even move or who was running it all. The day before the list of raid participants was announced at the Devil Followers meeting, it was said that the passage to the main evil spirit had been cleared by a powerful magical barrier, and therefore the door would not open until the guards arrived. But after everyone enters the main hall, the passage will close again, and so it will be until the Vile Queen is killed. This was discovered by a reconnaissance team after deciphering the magical runes that covered the entire passageway. But another man begins to ask if it was possible to simply break down the wall, but he was told that if it was possible, then did he really think that the raid had dragged on for 10 years, and the lower it went down, the stronger the protective magic was, and it could be assumed that it couldn't be broken down at all. But they knew that their commander Lucius was not so simple, and so he took some measures, and he borrowed a legendary object of faith from the Holy Pope. It was an indestructible sacred relic, which Lucius rented for 10,000 gold coins a year, and he thinks about staking the door to keep it from slamming shut. If these welding seams were made by the great creator, it will not be possible to break the shrine. And the strike team in charge of Commander Lucius will divert attention to themselves, and the others will carry him as far away from the entrance as possible. After Brother Ned steals the dragon heart and escapes through said passage, they must awaken Shoggoth. And Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and grows stronger from their mana, and whoever touches it is plunged into madness. And people like Lucius and the rest of the commanders have strong protective magic, so their minds won't be clouded. However, ordinary priests would not be able to resist the 5 Shoggoths, and seeing the priests go mad and kill their allies would cause the commander to lose concentration, and it would take at least 3 minutes to deal with the maddened members of the team, provided the Shoggoths were in the way, which means the monsters will have enough time to deal with Lucius in peace, rather than getting out from under the ground with serious losses and reporting to the temple about another failed raid. And that special elixir obtained from the leadership, if they drink it, the effect of the slave seal disappears for a while, and the priest's orders will not affect them, but once they drink it before entering the tomb. In order to get out, they will need the fringes, hypnosis, and should not mindlessly whistle at them, especially before launching an attack. After all, this is a musical instrument that can be used to control this monster, and when used, the user is not affected by the powers of the second monster. And as I held this instrument in my hands, I realized that the devil's minions were well prepared. Adam, standing nearby, realized that most of the guys would die before the device was even active. He figured that since there was a large group of medics gathered here, there wouldn't be any serious problems. And as soon as Adam started, the rest of the hunters heard the music they had heard before and realized that this music was not going to lead to anything good. And right off the bat, horrifying monsters began to emerge from some of the guys. And other knights, as well as healers and hunters, saw that it was a terrifying creature of Shoggoth. And Adam, who was standing around the corner, began shouting to the doctor for them to gather in one place and form a group so that it would be easier for the doctor to perform the cleansing. And as soon as the boys heard that they had to gather in a line, Adam realized that this was a great opportunity, and now he could take advantage of it. And running up to a wall he knew about beforehand, he looked for the nearest ledge to press himself again. But at the same moment, he realized that someone was looking at him, and he started to turn his head towards these guys. And once he turned his head fully, he saw that the leaders of the squad he had come here with were looking at him. And the chief leader began to remember the words Ned had told him about Adam being sent by his teacher to help him complete the task. And then it dawned on him that this was the same brother Ned had brought, and he didn't understand what he was doing here. And as soon as Adam pressed the secret button, some sort of wheel appeared beside him, and he began to tell the squad leader why they were looking at it. And as Adam turned his wheel, which had just opened, he began to set the mechanism in motion. After all, this device wasn't supposed to be discovered until 3 years after the raid ended, and by then, this dungeon had become a haven from the onslaught of demons. I was the defense mechanism that changed the position of the walls, repositioning the piles and supporting structures of the tomb. And Adam's been here once before with his companions, so he knows the layout of the dungeon like the back of his hand. All of this was being watched by Lucius, who remembered that one slave had cleared out a nest of evil basilisks and was trying very hard to show himself when there were just over 20 days left, and it might be worth checking to see if he was a follower of the devil or not. Lucius began to remember that silver hair and tall stature, and this was the same weakling Matthias had told him about, and maybe he really was a follower of the devil. But Lucius decided it didn't matter. He had the seal of a slave on him, and he would not be able to resist orders, and at that very moment he began to shout to Adam to stop. At this point, something strange began to happen, and the man noticed that Adam began to run farther away. And he couldn't understand why he didn't stop, because it couldn't have happened. And all because it was a special elixir received from the leadership, and if you drink it, the effect of the seal of the slave disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests do not affect them either. And most importantly, the commander realized that this is the effect of the elixir. And at that very moment, Matthias began to get angry and yell back at Adam for being a son of a dog. And just as he was ready to strike a direct blow at Adam, who was running away from them, he suddenly appeared. Ned dealt Matthias heavy damage, with which he began to impede his movement. And with yours. The Oriental weapon was a resilient sword, flexible enough to be hidden in a belt, and that terrible blade that gripped the skin like a whip and tore it to shreds. Matthias couldn't understand why his friend was doing this, but Ned immediately after this attack started running right behind Adam, who had already run far enough away. But Ned, as he ran away, began to think about the fact that although he had blocked Matthias's attack, he was still alone. It was Lucius with his huge spear, which he had already begun to use, and a huge attack began to fly towards Adam. And just a few meters away from him, Adam would have been torn into small pieces because the attack was so strong. But at the same moment, something happened to that attack, and it stopped right in front of Adam. And Lucius, who was looking at it, couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't understand why the attack didn't work. And the fleeing Adam began to say that let him forgive, but now no attacks would touch him. After all, he is endowed with divine luck, and at the time of endowing the incredible luck, the number of uses was 3, and at that moment it was only used for the first time. It was the blessing of Goddess Fortuna, divine luck. And at the very beginning of his adventure, she told him what the gods had provided for him, a few gifts as support so that when he returned, he would get an advantage and be able to test his privileges. After he looked at the notification window, and the day he went back in time, the moment he saw the list of benefits, this strategy struck him like lightning. And the guard moves all the tomb structures and forms new dungeon structures, and this means that for a long time, wood appears in the place where there was no path, and the checkpoint becomes useless. If he is lucky, he can get to the room with the monster. And now luck is on Adam's side, and he continued to run as fast as he could to get closer to the vile queen who was waiting for him and to fight her with his partner. And in that same instant, Adam noticed that his comrade had finally caught up with him. And his comrade, and part-time mentor, began to say that what Adam could do, he could do. And after saying that, Adam smiled, because he himself didn't realize the determination he had. And a little earlier, when he told him that after everyone goes to the tomb, the plans of the devil's followers would come, he would steal the dragon's heart and be able to escape with it. Ask him what he thinks of that now. And Adam decided that he would tell him how it was going to be. If he did that, he was frankly screwed, and they would have to deal with the major evil spirits together. But as soon as Ned heard the words, he couldn't understand what the man was saying. And, jumping up from his seat, he yelled that she was sick of listening to Adam because he was suggesting they kill the thing, and that's all those brains could come up with. But Adam answered him in a confident tone to sit back down, and he would tell him an interesting thought. And once Adam was done, he asked his partner if he had any questions, since he had already told him the whole plan. To which Ned replied that it was a good strategy and it could all be accomplished, but there was just one problem. It was trust, because Adam said he was finished if he ran away with his heart, and that's exactly what he meant. To his credit, he can also show the flow speed of the Royal Dash. If he starts running, no one will catch him. And what else will happen if he becomes the owner of Dragonheart? But that Adam, as he began to answer him, raised his hand and showed him with 2 fingers that there were 2 things. First, there was only one special way to get hold of the power of the heart. Otherwise, it was simple. And he can't personally do it, but he knows who can help them in this matter. And the second was a man who came as a porter to the main temple. The third parish was Cardinal Aldine. And if he doesn't show up at the rendezvous point, his knights will start pursuing and doubling back. The knights are true professionals in their continent. People with such training can be counted on the fingers of one hand. This is not the end. When news of him spreads all over the place, the entire devil cult will open a hunt for him. And speaking of the entire cult, he is also referring to their teacher, the master of the flow of the royal diadem. Giving Ned a venomous look, he finally asked if he was sure he could get them all through without his help. And now Adam and his partner continued on their way to the tomb of the vile queen. I didn't push as hard as I could. And Ned on the way began to reflect on what his old comrade had told him, that he really wanted to betray the dragon's heart personally to the head of the cult. Why would he do that? After all, he would already be sent to the dungeon, and as a responsible person, he couldn't do anything that deviated from the plan. But as he thought about it, he couldn't figure out if he really thought that they would arouse the suspicion of the chroma of light because the bearer was visible. And it seems he only heard from his teacher that Cardinal Alden will be the carrier, and is not aware of how the transportation will be done. And they have prepared such a safe way. What's better is impossible to imagine, so all he has to do is do his job. And by the way, that man from the east told him a lot of things. The structure of their organization is kept in the strictest secrecy, and therefore the faces of the other brothers, and especially the leadership, are known to few. And later the teacher trusts him very much, and Ned began to understand that all Adam's words were true. Her nemesis, Cardinal Alden, was one of the leading figures in the devil cult, and he is on such close terms with the teacher that he was the one recommended for such an important mission. And one of them tricked him into ruining the life of a man close to him, and the other fooled him since childhood. And as he and Adam approached the gate, Ned saw a monster come out from around the corner and stand in their way. And angry, he hit him with all his might, declaring that he would never forgive anyone for the betrayal he was now experiencing. And he will destroy all the devil's followers and the Temple of Light, every last one of them. But Adam, who was running ahead, noticed his partner starting to do something stupid and told him to run as fast as he could, because if they slowed down even a second, they would be finished. But Ned was so angry that, as it now appeared, he could not contain his anger. And Adam, who was closest in front, though he knew how he felt. There was no time for mental anguish now, however. In the end, there was only 15 seconds to go by divine luck, and they had to get to the final goal quickly. And now they were approaching the main gate, and before them stood a terrifying monster, which by its mere presence could inspire great fear in everyone who came here. And seeing this monster, they began to turn toward Adam and his partner, which with all its speed was coming straight at him. At this point, the terrible knight began to draw his huge sword and point it at our hero. And just as he began to swing, his aura began to rise, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. But Adam started yelling to his partner to jump quickly, and as soon as the Dark Knight swung his hand, dark energy began to fly towards Adam and his partner, and they didn't know where to run anymore. But he jumped higher, and then he noticed that there was a spot nearby through which they could get in. And Ned, just after these words, also noticed this gap through which they could get to the last room. Adam and his comrade jumped off the wall and began running at full speed through the huge knight guarding the main gate. And once the system showed Adam that there was 1 second left for his divine luck, they still managed to get inside this room and fell to the ground. On the ground, they began to catch their breath. After all, how long had they been running for? And they would finally be able to stop for a little while? And in that same instant, Ned doesn't know what's more in him, surprise or laughter. But right now, he couldn't believe that they had managed to get into the main monster's room this way. But looking around, Ned couldn't understand why no one was here and where the creature they had come for was. But suddenly they heard a strange voice asking them who they were. Ned can still feel the knight's energy behind the door, but how did they manage to get inside and escape him? And at the same moment, a nasty princess appears and starts telling Adam and her companions that they have disturbed her dream. The dream is that of a member of the royal family, and they must reply that they are. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the guys started saying that the walls weren't moving anymore, and they had caught all the Shoggoths. And after saying that, the nun began to tell them to gather everyone and see if there were any survivors. And right after that, the rest of the boys began to approach Lucius and ask their commander what they should do next. But Lucius only thought that freeing them has no effect because the branding of a slave is a tattoo that the priests of light put on slaves. And with the branding, they can subjugate them to themselves. Raid for you? I didn't understand. Why? Adam didn't stop when he ordered him to, because he is the Son of God and can give orders from almost 1 kilometers away. And did he really not have the Arabic terminal with him, or did he have something to take away the effect of the tattoo? After all, immediately after the appearance of the Cho'Gaths, this guy had started some strange mechanism, and the dungeon was in motion. And all this indicated that among them, although there were no devil followers, but their team had been infiltrated. And he gathered a group of men who could be trusted the most, and slaves who obeyed them directly. I started to ask Arno what the names of the 2 subordinates who escaped were. And Arno began to answer that the gray-haired man's name was Hell, and the one in the red robe was Ned, and Adam had joined them on Ned's recommendation. And Ned served under Mr. Matthias Alucius, who, on hearing this, could not believe his ears. He finally looked straight back at Mr. Matthias, who was standing not far from him, and couldn't understand why the man had done that. But at the same moment, Matthias thought only of how those fools had shit their pants and run away, causing such a commotion. I had a chance to gain acceptance with the devil cult and succeed in the temple, and now his perfect plan is coming apart at the seams because of these two. And he began to tell his brothers to stop the operation and all get ready. The real one standing behind him, one of the hunters, couldn't understand why, and Matthias, turning his head with an embittered look, answered him, "Kill or be killed." After all, right behind his back stood the guys who were very serious. So Lucius started asking Matthias if there was anything he wanted to tell him, to which Matthias replied with a smile on his face that he didn't even know, and that they really needed to find out something. At this time, something strange was happening inside the tomb of the abominable princess, and Adam and his companion were looking at her and couldn't tell if she was a monster or not. But Ned, looking at her, began to realize that this was the mistress of the tomb, Princess Juridica, and he couldn't believe that this princess had caused such brutal bloodshed 1,000 years ago. She turned out to be such a nice and pleasant girl, and now it was obvious that the Chronicle had lied to them, and a man with such a fair face simply could not have done something so terrible, and it seemed that they had been digging up the tombs of the dead in vain, in search of a dragon heart that might not be here. After all, she had a very sad look in her eye, and Ned began to feel like he'd do anything now, just to soothe her sadness and make her feel happy. But the instant he took a step, Adam, who was standing next to him, began to take hold of his clothes and thus keep him on his feet, for he was just falling into the trap he had prepared. And afterward, Adam started telling his friend that he was stupid and how he could fall for such a cheap trick, and he seems to have changed a bit because of his teacher's betrayal. But Ned saw at once that there was a magic circle under his feet, and it was a trap, and if they stepped on it, they would simply die. And immediately after that, the atmosphere in the room changed. A terrifying aura began to emanate from the abominable princess, and she began to say that it was such a pity, and it was the perfect opportunity to catch them. The real Adam across from her began to realize that she was now going to try to attack them. And in the same instant, the cute little girl began to turn into a huge monster that was several meters tall. And right after that, she started shouting to our hero and his comrade to say goodbye to their lives as soon as possible. After all, the aura emanating from her seemed to envelop the entire room, and now there was nowhere to go but to fight it. And as soon as Ned came to his senses, Adam began to urge the grief-stricken romantic to look, for she was his beloved. But his companion replied that the illusion was already gone and that he should shut his mouth. And right after that, the princess started attacking them, which caused Adam and his comrade to start jumping in different directions. And the Red Hand steals the physical resources of the body, and the blue magical energy and jurisprudence can create several hundred of these hands at a time. And according to the report of this raid, he managed to flip through in his past life. Many of the team members couldn't handle her abilities and became something like flammable vessels for legal cases, and in the end, Lucius was barely alive but still maintained his victory over the princess by endlessly regenerating his strength at the expense of other fighters. And Adam felt that look too. A look colder than a frozen river, a look that wanted him dead. Both the Iron Wall skill he received from the God of Duty and the fatigue and damage received when using the skill are accumulated as a debt, and the moment the user's magical energy level is completely depleted, the entire amount is returned to the user. And in the meantime, two teams of, as they say, good and evil appeared elsewhere, and Lucius began to ask Matthias why he was trying to disrupt their operation when he had already managed to team up with the other side. The real Matthias was beginning to realize that the Lich was no fool, and first those monsters, then the slave who wasn't tagged, and with those clues, he couldn't help but realize that he just wanted to interrogate him to make sure of his hunch. And Matthias began to realize that he wouldn't be able to escape even with the help of slaves, and he didn't know how the structure of the dungeon had changed, and even if he managed to escape, he had failed such an important mission and returned empty-handed. The leadership of the devil cult would finish him off. And the conclusion, the only thing left to do is finish them off. To survive, he must kill Lucius right here and now. And Matthias began to answer Lucius about what he had asked. And does it really bother him that much? After all, his fate is shit. And the son of a god, armed with legendary level item, the head of the healers, and another squad of battle priests, and he needs to finish them all off, Sans Seg and the princess. There was still a way out though, since they only take Matthias as an enemy. But on their part, the brothers went unnoticed, and Matthias realized that if they plugged the gaps in their defense, there would be a chance. And at the same instant, Matthias began pointing with his hand to the other slaves behind his back. On order number 3, they must all drink the elixir. It was a healing tincture, a special elixir provided by the leadership of the devil cult followers, and it helps to temporarily remove the effects of the Arab stigma. And Matthias began to say that they would have a duel according to the laws of honor, and if he won, he would tell whatever he wanted. However, if he wins, Lucius will know nothing more and will have to proudly accept his defeat and die. And just as Matthias began to show the last finger to the slaves behind his back, Lucius ordered the entire squad to get ready. And they attacked Matthias, and at the same instant a mark appeared on the body of the slave, which was a tattoo inflicted by the priests of light. On the body of the slaves, with the branding, the priests forced the bearers of the tattoo to obey and do their bidding. At that moment, Matthias realized he was too late. Immediately, a vial of elixir began to fall to the ground behind his back, and the slaves who were subordinate to Matthias began pulling out weapons and saying they couldn't control it, and that they're not doing it of their own free will. But Matthias, turning his head, began to realize that they were just as worthless scum. And the men standing began to say that the order of the Son of God is on par with his testimony from the Pope. As long as his order is in effect, the slaves do not obey other priests. Unless they are killed, they will continue to attack. Lowering his head, Lucius began to tell Matthias that he was sorry. Though they had been friends since childhood, and thankfully, since entering the academy. They are now 32 years old and have been through many hardships together, and they were so close that they understood each other without word. And Lucius can't believe he stuck a knife in his back. And first, he's going to destroy all the traps he's set here. And just a few minutes later, many of the slaves who had raised their swords against Matthias lay slain on the ground. And at that moment, an insect began to crawl out of their mouths. It was a stigma insect that parasitized the stomachs of the devil. Devil worshippers and followers were flogged so severely because of the physically enhancing effects of this insect, not on the human body, but on the shell of the beetle. And devil followers gained the abilities of both minions and priests, and this despite the rule that slaves and priests could only possess the divine mark. And Lucius, standing by, began to tell his old friend Mattis that he had fallen, though he had believed him and trusted him with the selection of slaves. And who would have thought that all those slaves would turn out to be brave followers? And watching the whole situation, one of the captains began to think that at least Mr. Matthias is certainly strong. It wouldn't take him half a minute to handle 36 slaves. However, their commander Lucius is even stronger. And Matthias, who lay bound by a huge chain, began to reflect on the fact that he had suspected it would not be easy, but had not realized it would be so difficult. And Matthias never managed to hit Lucius with his blade, and he couldn't figure out if there really was such a huge difference between them, like the difference between a son and a fallen god. And the links of this destiny were forged by the Heavenly Father himself. But at that moment, something strange began to happen to Matthias. He started to lower his head. And at the same instant, he took out of his mouth something strange, some obscure vial with the symbol of a devilish cult. But Lucius began to question him because he wanted to hear the reason for his betrayal. But Matthias began to look up and say that Lucius didn't understand anything anyway, and since he was so interested, then he must place his goddess beside him and demand answers from her. And at the same moment, he began to gnaw into the vial he had in his mouth. And at the same instant, Matthias managed to free himself from the shackles that bound him, and he screamed at the top of his voice, "I am the secret weapon of the devil's followers that was given to him by his mentor." It combines the stone from Revelation and the insect mark, turning a man into a demon. And his mentor told him to use it only at the very last moment, and once he uses the stone, becoming human is no longer possible. And Matthias began to tell Lucius that everything that belonged to him should have belonged to him from the beginning. And if man is destined to be under God's dominion, he cannot resist it, and nothing will cause him to grasp at human life. But Lucius, seeing that Matthias was able to transform into a demonic form, began shouting to his comrades to attack him, because once transformed, the power is not controlled. And at the same moment, the other priests began to use her, goddess, to bring light to her sons, and the skill they activated was the light of war, which greatly increased the abilities of allies and increased physical strength and stamina, magic energy of defense, healing skills, and the effect of light by 120%. Immediately, huge beams of light began to fly, attacking Matthias, but he put out his huge paw and began to say that it was useless. After all, with the incredible power he possessed, he was able to stop the enemy's attack. But suddenly he saw that Lucius immediately after this attack started running straight towards him. And at the same instant, there was a massive explosion. And the rest of the soldiers behind them began to marvel at such immense strength and the fact that their commander began to fight as hard as he could. In the same instant, they were amazed at what they saw. Although Matthias was able to stop Lucius's attack by simply raising his arm, he blocked his blow. And the rest of the soldiers began to realize that the commander's attack had no effect, and they should help him, but they didn't understand how. After all, if an item of legendary quality failed against the enemy, what was the test from items of lower quality? But suddenly the nun began to realize that there was definitely a way out, for there was another legendary article of faith. And she began to remember Lucius's words when he told her that he trusted her with this item, and she should use it not only for blade doors in the monster's room, but also for other contingencies. And the stake of faith is in the subspace vault. And then she realized that if she used this weapon along with the commander's attack, their chances of victory would increase. But just as she wanted to pull it out of the spatial case, she realized that Vera's stake had disappeared. And a little earlier, Ned stole it. And while Adam was fighting against the evil princess, Ned was holding that case in his hands. He couldn't believe that Adam had gotten the idea to use the thing, and it's certainly not gentlemanly, but it was a cool plan. But as they continued to battle this huge monster, Adam and his partner began to dodge her attack. Eventually, Ned began to remember Adam's word, that when they jump aside, then it will be like Adam said. This ability disappears if you dodge for 15 seconds, and you can't use Shirikov's flank attacks all the time. And due to the fact that magical skills use all the capabilities of the brain, using powerful spells several times in a row can simply melt the head, and serious sorcery should be diluted with simple magic to relieve the body, but even with sharpened equipment can quickly reach the lethal limit. Therefore, it is best not to forget about this rule. And they began to realize that they needed to attack him right now. And, jumping in different directions, they began to put the plan into action. 1 step back and 3 forward. And after that, they have to jump up. And at the same time, using their incredible strength, they began to outflank the terrifying monster. And even knowing the future, he is still unable to anticipate absolutely all of the opponent's moves. And use the Sword of Sunset. This is a demonic sword with a powerful aura, the power of darkness and light, depending on the magic of the wielder, the best weapon a non-priest can use. Adam began punching and chopping the monster as hard as he could. And what matters in this business is what you have gathered, and whether you have enough stuff, and whether you have found comrades you can trust, and whether he has the strength and the spirit of endurance not to waver, and whether he can get out of even the worst situation. Whether he had done everything depended only on himself, and with all his might, he struck hell and began to use the lightsaber technique in the Royal Dragon Dash, ascending to the heavens. And in an instant, he managed to chop off the head of this huge creature. But suddenly, something strange began to happen. From the place where the head had been cut off, something else appeared. And Adam and his partner realized it wasn't over. And then the creature is transformed. But the one standing in hell realized that was exactly what he expected her to do. And, watching as this huge creature began to gather a tremendous amount of power around it, he began to tell his partner that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His friend Ned told him he knew what to do next, and jumping up, he began to fly straight towards the horrible creature in front of him. And he began to remember the words of Adam, who had told him earlier that it was clear that even if he defeated this monster with everything they had, there was no way to completely neutralize it. If the bridge was destroyed, its head would take on a second form, and it would only get stronger after that. However, there is one point in the shape-shifting process where the monster will not be able to use skills and move, and they will wait for that moment. And in the same instant, Ned began reaching for the spatial case that held the legendary weapon. And after pulling it out completely, he started attacking with it and shot straight at this huge creature. It was a legendary faith-level item that reacted to the energy of an unholy being and released powerful sacred power on its own. And in the same instant, this huge creature began to feel great pain, and as soon as the outcome of the battle was clear, Adam began to fly up to the creature and attack it with his blade. After all, most of the damage was done by the stake of faith, and at this point, they have to help with orbs to keep this creature from pulling the stake out of itself. And while the stake of faith has a legendary level, the sacred power it possesses has its limit. Once depleted of sacred power, the stake will become nothing more than a heavy piece of iron, and hell think Lucius, who lent the thing to the Pope for a decent amount of money, wasn't going to use it for the attack. However, a smiling Adam realized that it wasn't his money, so he didn't care. And soon the stake of faith stopped working, which meant that the weapon had detected and neutralized the enemy. Throwing back his sword, Adam realized that because of this stubborn creature, they wouldn't even be able to take a break, and the prepared weapon had already lost all the effect of the sacred magic. But though, if he remembered who their opponent was, he hadn't spent much. And as he sipped the magical elixir that restored the lost mana, Adam thought about how Lucius was doing. If Matthias had already turned into a demon, it wasn't going to be easy for him. But he realized that with the powerful support of the Goddess of Light, he wouldn't just die this time. Even if he did, it would still be the same. And at that moment, Adam's partner began to stare at the monster he had just defeated. And noticing this, Adam began to tell Ned that this was not necessary, and this creature could not be revived in this state. And if you finish it off completely, the door will open and the guard will bring you here. But first, they need to find the dragon's heart quickly. And after tossing his partner a healing potion, Adam began urging him to take one with him, just in case. After all, you never know what kind of trash will happen during a search. And turning around, Adam began to walk away. But Ned, standing in the same place, began to think about the fact that the Lord of the Lands, who is called one of the great dilemmas of the world, was defeated by only 2 men, and that's just nonsense. And of course, he's not a weakling either, but he can't do that. And all of this is solely due to Adam's efforts and strategy. And it goes beyond surprise, suspicion, and a sense that he just saw it all coming. But at the same moment, Adam and his partner heard a huge sound. They began to turn their heads toward the huge door that was behind them. And as soon as they turned around, they saw someone knocking on a huge door. It was a knight guarding the entrance. He started pushing the door with all his might and making very loud and scary noises. And at the same instant, dark energy began to flow through the gap in the door. She rushed straight towards the vile queen, who was badly wounded and lying on the ground. And as soon as she felt it, Manu, she began to speak. Georgius, her knight, helped her again. And in the same instant, a very scary and dark energy enveloped her, and she began to be reborn. Adam and his comrades standing next to her couldn't understand what was going on here. And Adam began to remember that this hadn't been in Lucius's report of the dungeon storming from his past life, and it turns out that because they had entered here without killing the Guardian, unlike Lucius, the future had changed. And at the same instant, the third phase of this monster began to manifest, and once she was fully revived, she turned her head towards the divine weapon that had finished her off last time. Raising her hand, she began to use magic to put the sword away. And at the same instant, a space formed under the balloon and it began to sink into it. And immediately afterward, she directed her gaze to Adam and his companion, who were standing near the main door. But no sooner had she turned her head than Adam and his comrade were at her side and began swinging their arms to destroy her new form. But when they swung in, they didn't realize something had gone wrong. As if they weren't affected, they walked past her. And the fact that Adam didn't feel the section of the sword and realize it was the same ability. The ancient magic of warping space. And right after this attack, Ned began to notice that a strange pentagram had appeared under his feet. I jumped aside, and huge roots with large spikes immediately started flying out of it. And as Ned lifted his head, he saw the thing rushing toward him. After all, she was very fast, even faster than last time. But Adam, standing behind her back, was not willing to just let her go, and, raising his hand, began to grab her with his web. It was the queen's web, and with that skill he was able to grab it and began pulling it away from his comrade. Adam started pulling her with all his might to get her to switch to him, because now she had to come up with something new to beat. And in that instant, Adam began to use his primary method of controlling the amplification energy. And tossing the monster aside, he began to prepare to fight her with all his strength. After all, as a method of defense, warping space has proven to be great. But because everything around it is distorted, the caster's own attacks can't pass through it either. This means that the moment the refs are about to attack, they will have a chance to strike back. And at the same moment that the princess was preparing to attack them, with one of her gases, she saw Ned flying straight toward her. And just as he swung around, he managed to land a nice strike. And just as he began to realize that his attack had worked, suddenly something happened that he couldn't even imagine, and he lowered his gaze. He saw that he had been hit by a very strong attack, causing him to bleed. And the one who was able to wound Ned was called the Black Mirror. It is an ancient magic that reflects the damage received. Depending on the ability of the caster, the reflected damage can increase up to 3 times. With a wave of her hand, she began to use another of her dark techniques, the Dark Hand. And Ned at the same instant began to feel a terrible pain throughout his body. But at the same moment, the fist of our hero appeared, approaching with great speed and with all its force directly towards the princess. And then there was a loud bang, or rather several bangs, and Adam continued to pummel the vile princess from all directions. But he realized that it wasn't enough and started using his thunder skill. And after hitting the vile princess with all his might, she started flying off to the side. And right after that, she lowered her arms and started to attack back. But Adam used his skills to aim straight for her arm. and thereby blocked the energy pathways that led to her fingertips. And with his Eastern technique, by blocking the veins through which mana flows, he weakened the enemy, and with it, it is impossible to inflict damage equal to a melee strike or a sword strike, but with precise movements, it is possible to thwart opponents. And after numerous blows, Adam began to realize that the power of her magical flow was incredible, and nothing else could be expected from the great magician. And if he didn't know how to use this technique, he wouldn't have a chance to cut off her magical vein. And he didn't expect the daily battles with Altair to do him any good. And in the same instant, the vile princess started to fall backward, but Adam, with the help of his web skill, was able to catch her. And as soon as he saw that the web was well attached to her body, he began to pull her back with all speed. And as soon as she flew toward him, he punched her in the chest with all his might. It made her start screaming across the room. But that wasn't the end of it. Adam began to use an item he had purchased at the White Rose. The enchanted rosary beads were ancient rosary beads with something encased in each bead. The Chroma of Light spell could be used by anyone, but repeated use of the same spell was impossible. And as soon as the rosary was in his hand, he began to release it directly into the ugly princess standing across from him. He also fired them at his comrade, who was lying nearby. And he was glad that thanks to this, he would definitely not die. But suddenly there was a loud bang, and Adam felt an incredible pain in his body. And you'll appreciate his impact. Adam started flying into the nearest walls, and as soon as he flew up to it, crashing, he was left in a hole he had made himself. And as soon as Adam hit the wall, he began to realize that the princess took great offense and literally released herself from the magical block in a second. And immediately afterward, Adam's hands and his whole body began to be bound by thorny vines. Adam lost his vision and saw the princess below him begin to summon huge fireballs with her magic. And that's when he realized he'd gotten himself into something terrible again. And not a moment later, the vile princess began to use her skill and attack Adam, and then there was a loud explosion from her magic. But at the same time, there was the sound of the day breaking in the temple, and White Rose brushed past a teacup that shattered under her feet, and at the same time another nun came into the room and started asking if she was all right, to which White Rose replied that she was fine. She only hesitated for a moment, but as she began to pick up the shards of the broken cup, White Rose began to feel something. After all, she didn't realize what it could be. She began to think about her client, whether he was all right, and whether he was using the items she had given him. But for some reason, she felt uneasy. She began to think that maybe the rosary she had given him should be charged with more healing power. But the rosary she had given him had been destroyed, and his bloody hand lay on the ground. Gradually, Adam began to come to his senses after the horrific attack by the vile princess. But seeing his partner lying unconscious, Adam realized that this was a very bad scenario, because the moment was lost, and that only played into this monster's hands. And it was funny that one of the 8 great unsolvable, and before rebirth, he was able to finish this thing off, because for him, it was like 2 fingers. But now he felt his helplessness to the core. And so he had spent all the items, his weapons were no longer fit for battle, and he began to wonder what else he had left. Where they brought what looks like candy from the gods, it's actually all bullshit. And the bastard is definitely determined to ruin everything for him and a good half of the known sacred animals of man, so he looks like his own grave if he suddenly opens it wrong. Curtain. And while he's lucky not to take punitive damage, he's already decided what he's going to spend his remaining 2 charges on, using them and defeating them elsewhere. Regret and despair will be preordained after an unbelievable decision, the best appetizer for the gods. And the fact that the gods gave it to him was not at all willingly or as a gift, but simply for the teeth of the god, but so that they would look at the sight and smile up. And these chains they've put around his neck amuse them. They love the way he wriggles around, looking for even a shred of hope. If Adam has to die here, all his deeds will become tobacco, and he'll throw out a finale that wasn't expected, which no one is sure to like, and once he's drawn that sign with his blood, there was a bright light that illuminated this dark room. And the goddess of light stood before the bloodied Adam and began to ask him how to understand it. And he had to explain how the man knew this blasphemous sign. To which Adam smiled as he realized that a big fish had taken his bait, proof of the shameful destruction of the gods in the past. And that was all he knew of this symbol. The gods had never placed a ban on it, so he would inevitably be punished for depicting it. The heavenly card is instant death because whoever breaks the divine prohibition, one of the abominable rules, will turn into a corpse as soon as he finishes drawing. And an angel descended from heaven and stood before the badly wounded Adam and looked at him with a look of incomprehension. But Adam, looking up, began to realize that he felt no magical traces of jurisprudence, and realized that the angel had put up a barrier, and that was good, because in that time, he would regain his strength. And at the same instant the angel began to speak, he demanded an explanation as to how he knew this sacrilegious sign. But Adam began to reply that it was somehow strange that a higher being, with a high spiritual rank, could not enter the world of lower beings. Those are abominable rules for her information. And how did she get here? The angel began to reply. Had Adam forgotten that she was the one who had sent him back in time? An angel who made a connection with a lower being was authorized to visit the lower world. And she let him break the order of his answers, but there would be no second time, and asked again how he knew the offensive sign. But Adam answered with only one word, and so the angel in front of him could not understand what he was saying. But Adam went on and said that if she was so interested, she would be kind enough to transfer the coin to his coffers first. But the angel was perplexed. She began to ask Adam if he had gone mad. And in the same instant, she became incredibly angry. A huge beam of light began to manifest its power, enveloping her body, and a strong wind rose in the room. But Adam suddenly began to realize that he couldn't move his fingertip. And was it really an angelic ability? To which she began to reply that he should not flatter himself, and although he had attracted the interest of the gods, he was still not a saint, and certainly not an angel. And for drawing that symbol, many gods were angry, and now and then discussed a way to kill him. And he's an ignoramus who overstepped morality, and right after that Adam told her to kill him. But the angel couldn't understand what he was talking about, and Adam went on to say that if she was sure she could handle the problems that would start right afterward, then sure, if she had the right to. After all, if you scrutinize the back of the clues the gods gave him, it becomes clear that each of them wants something. Perhaps one of the gods said that gives him a double sword, and he cheerfully fights and dies. And the fact that they don't want a suicidal man, and the fact that they give him the great power, he becomes their slave, and those who want him in the ranks of their legion just won't let his soul go to the god of death, and such a conflict is not beneficial to the two personalities. And that's why they rushed the angel here, without letting him finish painting that sign and the angel. I started asking him what the hell he wanted, and he began to persuade her to give him more, after all, on their privilege. He wouldn't last much longer, and it would be more fun if he died now. And getting to his feet, Adam began to shout that if the gods heard. If he died, they would get nothing. What would be more fun? They will watch and enjoy, and no, if they let him die now, no one else will stand out to them like he did. So they have to bid now, and he's giving them that opportunity. And in that same moment of battle, they began to decide Adam's fate, and all those who looked down on him began to make their decision. And the last thing I observed was that the goddess of light began to think about how interesting this was. And in that instant, a bright light shone across the room, directing its glow directly at Adam. And as soon as Adam looked up, he realized this was what he wanted. And the angel standing by his side began to ask the wretched why their will was so. And immediately after that bright light, something changed in that room, and no one could tell what it was, but it would surely become clear now. And the vile princess, watching the bright light, didn't understand where it came from or what was going on here, since she had only destroyed everyone in this room. But what's happening now? And as she gazed intently into the bright light that shone directly into her eyes, she began to see the forces that were appearing in the distance. And as soon as the dust settled, the silhouette of a man became visible and began to walk straight out to her with words, and told her that she really needed to wait, friend, because the real battle was about to begin. And in that instant, the vile queen began to smile grimly because she liked this outcome, that she would still fight. And as soon as she used her huge magic and big magical hands started flying towards Adam, the one stood in the same place and saw a huge force approaching him, and if he was an ordinary person, he would have simply died from a single blow. Moreover, the silhouette seen in the distance possessed terrifying strength, and he saw her swing her arms to attack. But with a swift movement of his hand, he swung his inferno and managed to destroy half of her body. And after that, Hell started chopping up all of her huge puzzles that were rushing towards him. But raising his hand, Adam began to use the huge sword of light. It was a sacred object. Those who are not authorized to use this orb are burned when they raise it, and now the restriction was lifted under special condition. And the goddess Arya, one of the three supreme deities, watching Adam, began to laugh very loudly and say that he was a happy, funny little man, and she didn't know what he was really worth. I am that sword. Now, he and she will give him the best artifacts from her treasury. And the other gods started yelling at the goddess of light what she was doing and how she could let some human use a sacred artifact. But the goddess of light replied that it didn't matter to him because it wasn't from his collection. And the god of heaven, one of the three higher deities, also intervened in the conversation and began to say that he, as one of the three, also thought that Adam should live. So he's alarmed that the god of death, who has never interfered in the human world, has suddenly taken an interest in this man, and until he figures out what the man is up to, he won't give him the guy. And in that instant, Adam began to attack the vile princess with his divine sword. But upon noticing this, she began to warp space, thus wishing to avoid a fatal blow to her side. Though she thought she could escape, Adam thought otherwise and swung his huge sword and chopped her large head into several pieces. Finally, Adam decided to tell her to let her plant be great. Mao, she would not be able to defend herself against the sacred object with human magic, and activating his sword, Adam began to summon a huge bright light that struck the Princess of Projections with all his might. And right after that, the dark energy that was enveloping the vile princess began to disappear. And the natural look that this princess originally had started to show, and she became completely white, although her eyes were glowing red, she started to look at Adam. The one went over to her and started holding her on his lap and asking her if she was awake or not. And at the same time, he thought of Jericho, a spell that combined with a powerful holy attack has the effect of clearing a high-level curse, and he didn't expect to be able to use it, but because of that, he was able to completely dispel the curse of jurisprudence. And looking at her, Adam finally realized that this was her real appearance. But suddenly the lawyer began to answer that she thought she was having a nightmare, and such a long and scary one at that. And coming to her senses, she began to ask Adam who he was and how he could put her out of her misery. To which our hero replied that his name was Adam and he was her follower, one of the 12 heroes, the princess of the law. And in that same moment, she began to remember her past and how one of the knights had brought her the heart of the black dragon, Kaiser, and asked her to accept it as a gift. To which she replied that a Herculean effort had been made, Knight your highest, and this much more. He can just address her by her first name, and began to ask him if he wanted to tell her anything after defeating Kaisaris. And the knight took off his helmet and began to kiss the young princess. And in that moment, they believed that everything was going to be okay, but how stupid it was. And on the top floor of this bedroom is a certain magical circle containing a true treasure, the Elven Tree of Life. I needed the crumbs here to break the curse that was never placed on the dragon heart. And I took it thanks to an ancient power. For a whole millennia, she kept herself alive using elven magic, and she managed to purify the dragon heart, but in return, she lost her human form. And finally, she began to tell Adam that it was his comrade who had helped her find her way back, and she didn't even know how to thank them. After all, the end of her briefly extended life was near, and her body was overflowing with every conceivable boundary, and there was almost no time left. But suddenly she decided to ask Adam why they needed the dragon heart, to which he looked tired and lowered his head and began to say that it was too long a story, and now they needed to speed up. To which she touched her hand to his palm, and began to say that he was just messing with her memory. And at the same moment, a contract of skill occurred, an exceptional ability of jurisprudence allowing her to read the feelings and memory of the one she touches. And she began to see those huge creatures that came down to earth and began to destroy all living things, and how Adam fought the god of monsters and was eventually defeated, and how he ended up in a strange place where an angel approached, held out his hand, and thus allowed him to be reborn back. She saw everything and everyone, and the various portals and everything else. Adam's entire life flashed before her eyes in a matter of seconds. And at this moment, while she was watching all this pass, there was a battle between Lucius and his old comrade in the same temple. And Matthias started telling Lucius that with his face, he was having so much fun fighting him. And the pilot, taking all the blows, began to realize that even with Arno's help, such an opponent was too tough for him. I hadn't yet realized that it was such an anomaly that the reinforcing charms weakened with each contact. But Matthias was very pleased that he had gained such indescribable power and he had such a sense of authority, all the holders, and he alone benefited from it all. But Lucius, who was standing opposite him, didn't want to listen to this nonsense and started attacking him with his world fire skill, which engulfed him whole and entire, and it seemed Matthias should have been burned alive. In fact, huge flames began to burn everything within its radius, and some warriors were even hit, but they managed to escape, only slightly injured. And the healer and the nun, who were watching this battle, began to think that they were completely bogged down in this blind attack eater, and there was no way they could engage in battle. And the priest behind them thought that this was very wonderful, because those who were watching the battle realized that this was the power that the devil's followers were looking for. And smiling wickedly, he realized that he had to guess the moment when the priests would let their guard down. I can't kill a few souls, and if they can get close to the chief healer or the vanguard commander, maybe he, like Matthias, can get his hands on the revelation stone. Pulling out his blade, the sinister priest began to whisper under his breath that they would die. In the name of their religion, nothing personal. But as soon as he started to approach them, a strange aura started to surround him near his body, and he couldn't understand what was happening to him, because just now, everything was normal. And at the same moment, huge creatures began to crawl out of the priests standing behind them. And as soon as the chief healer turned his head to see what kind of Greeks they were, he realized that there were a great many devil followers among the priests. But still they died because Matthias started using his exceptional demonic creature of collection skill, and he was able to take the insect energy from the devil followers nearby and started telling them that his brothers were grateful to him for giving him their powers, and he uses their meaningless lives for a greater purpose. And as soon as Lucius saw it, he began to realize that this was a very dangerous spell, and began shouting to his companions to all use whatever defenses were available. And after a few seconds, huge bright red flames began to appear on all sides, and most of the priests said goodbye to their lives. But Lucius, who covered himself and the rest of the boys with his shield, was still able to defend himself from such a terrifying attack. Still, there were many such victims, and they all began to burn in a fraction of an instant. Lucius, who was watching all of this, couldn't believe his eyes that such a huge power existed, and began to shout to Matthias to stop these atrocities and calm down, for now they would all die together. Well, those words made Matthias even angrier, and he began to repeat word after word about the atrocity, responding to Lucius in a way that he didn't even dare tell him about, and reminisced about the past, about what they said was going to happen. There's no way Lucius would get the stigmata, and besides, he never claimed to be a son of God and teenager. They train until they're 15, and then they compete for the right to get the stigmata. And that's the oldest tradition anyway. He already has the stigmata. And Matthias wondered what would happen to him next, because from the beginning, he had claimed the right to be called the Son of God. And some people thought that Matthias would become the Son of God, because some people had invested a lot of money in his family, and now it turned out to be a fraud. And did the goddess really have everyone wrapped around her finger? And anyway, they need to return all the money invested in the Grimm family right away. You agree with the old manuscripts if the person was not on the list of candidates for becoming, the powers that be receive the stigmata. The age of calamity and destruction begins, which means that the hot days are returning to the Temple of Light. And what did the Father do after that? As he was chosen to be the Son of God, he deceived his people by said they could survive the apocalypse with his useless blessings, and traded those blessings for funds from believers, and successfully established his position. And keeps yelling at Lucius that at least he knows how many people have lost everything because of him, how many have had their lives ruined. His family are crooks, and no, they're worse and not murderers. If that's not a crime, what is? The Temple of Light at first only turned a blind eye to their machinations, but soon they completely united with his family and did so many terrible things that he was not held accountable. And the Temple of Light are the real evils that must be eradicated from this wicked country. And at the same instant, the young princess withdrew her hand from Adam's arm. Suddenly, she realized that such a future might await them in the future, so she decided to ask Adam, why did he live like that? Because it's very sad. But Adam, emptying his head, began to think how he should respond to such words, and soon realized what he needed to say. And he began to explain that the demon invasion she was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. But this time he wants to win and is unwilling to suffer another defeat, so he has a favor to ask of her. He remembered the words he had told his partner, that the dragon heart's power could only be captured with a special ritual, if not followed by everyone. The heart would simply kill the owner, and he himself was not capable of such a thing, but he knew someone who could help with it. I thought about doing things differently in desperation, but since legal circumstances are around, she's a changeling, she has experience, she'll do much better, plus, she's an excellent law mage. I've already made it a dragon heart once with Dahlia, the first dragon slayer, and he began to ask her to do it for him now. But the lawyer sighed heavily and began to say that she was sorry because she would not be able to fulfill his request. And there was a look of horror on Adam's face because he didn't understand what she had just said. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the verge of total destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, Kaiseros, had set most of the world on fire, and Koisaras was never one of the 12 heroes who fought demons, but an insidious curse robbed him of his mind, drowning the protagonist in his own madness. And death began to choke the earth on both sides of those worthy of Basil Kaisaris who remained, with Princess Eurydice and Knight Georgius and the Golden Dragon siding with the people at 11. The heroes had to engage in a brutal battle with their old comrade to protect and preserve the world. And after a long hero's confrontation with the Black Dragon, the knight took a swing at the Black Dragon and apologized to him for what he was doing now. And in an instant, Georgius's blow closed Koisaris' eyes forever. And Adam began to tell the princess that the events of her era were only unfolding because of the demons who had summoned the devil to their world, and the immutable rule that the gods could not descend to the earth of worlds other than those that belonged to them, but that one of the gods had broken that rule, and it was the devil Tartarus. His ability to summon demons of all stripes allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. And those devil worshippers who had helped Tartaros in this had founded a devil cult and were now preparing a beachhead for the next coming of the devil from the underworld, and their goal was the same as his now. For Adam knows she understood, seeing his memories and aristocrats and priests to so many. The powerful men cared nothing for their world. They cared only about the jingling of coins in their purses and pockets, and greed drove them to collude with the cult followers and their bought indifferent resistance. The only warriors who stood up to the tyranny of Tartarus were his comrade, and he didn't go back in time for the good life, only to fight again and hold on to victory. And Princess Eurydice, the strongest magician in the history of mankind, who led a squad of 12 heroes and convinced them to fight shoulder to shoulder with a common enemy, Adam began to ask her that she would give him the strength to protect their home. But Princess Lo looked directly into Adam's eyes and began to realize that they were so different, but why they were so alike. And remembering the past and that conversation with her knight, who told her that in just a few years he and the Golden Dragon had broken the curse on the dragon's heart and had done the fusion ritual many times, and he was fine and, on the contrary, feeling confident, and the remnants of the demon army fleeing into the desert. The red dragon, foaming at the mouth, greedily stares at the land of men, and they have the power to protect the light. But the princess didn't quite know what he meant, to which Georgius told her he only wanted to give his daughter a world without war, and she must believe in him because he is ready to unite with her heart. And a little while later, something strange began to happen to Georgius. A terrifying energy began to emanate from him, and the princess, looking at all this, couldn't understand what was going on, and the maid told her to be careful because it was very dangerous. And finally Georgius, maddened by such a terrible power, began to lose his mind and turn into a monster. And the princess watching this realized that this was the same Tagenry that Kaisaris had when he lost his mind, this demonic curse. And at the same instant the Golden Dragon began to appear when the princess said that she had cleansed her heart of the filth. But why is this happening? And the Golden Dragon cast some magic and created the illusion of dispelling dark charms. And he had fun pretending to be his comrade, but he had an important mission to fulfill. And with a wave of his hand near the princess, he created a strong magic that prevented her from moving. And the Golden Dragon began to fulfill the mission assigned to him and use his dragon language skill, that exceptional dragon skill of imposing silence, and he began to say that the princess would shut her mouth forever, and the secret she had learned, no one would ever be able to hear again. And as soon as I regained my strength, the Golden Dragon started saying that it was such a pity, and if she hadn't been after the dragon's heart, you and your daughter would have been able to happily spend the allotted years of their lives. And her skill is impressive. She performed the ritual over Dahlia and the cursed heart flawlessly. And now she will watch her husband destroy all living things with limitless power. For he had now become such a horrible monster that anyone who looked at him would immediately feel the full extent of his horror and cruelty. And pulling his sword out of the ground, he began to demonstrate his incredible strength. And the princess standing beside her could not utter a single word due to the silence effect imposed on her. But it was obvious from her eyes that deep down she was screaming very loudly with anger and hatred towards the Golden Dragon. And now the princess went on to explain to Adam that she had ripped the dragon's heart from George's chest with her own hand. And a whole millennium had passed since then. And along with the cleansing of the curse, she waited for a hero to whom she could pass the dragon's heart. And she knew Adam had earned the right to do it, but his case wasn't ready for the ritual. He'd be torn to pieces or permanently paralyzed. There is no way he can strengthen himself with potent poisons unless he takes a pause of a few months. His energy points will become confused. And the 7 poisons of Jagan and Belial can only be used at a low level of training, and it can be said that he used all the methods of rapid growth. However, there was still a chance of success. To which the princess replied that he seemed to be thinking of using divine luck. If there was even one chance of a better outcome, using luck would definitely do it. However, he had miscalculated, and divine luck would be needed more than one. But Adam couldn't understand what she meant, and in the same instant he was surprised at what he saw. As if the lawyer wanted to tell him something important, but at the same moment, a spell appeared around her neck, preventing her from saying a word. Noticing this, Adam started asking the lawyer if she was okay. But she only remembered that even though 1,000 years had passed, the dragon's tongue still held her. But this time, she can't take it, and even if the spell won't let her talk about it, it can still impart knowledge. And as she approached Adam, she began to say that, at that moment, he has to choose between the one he loves most in the world and someone else. And he must take all his artifacts and become stronger, and only then will she and the tomb be able to leave and avoid conflict. But if the dragon heart in his chest is what he needs right now, he must consider all the danger. After all, red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, green dragon, he would have to kill all 4 dragons within a year. But only for a year more time is not given. And asks Adam one last time if he can do it. But Adam, for his part, continued to listen to her. But suddenly he answered. Was it possible that, according to her, he was a weakling? After all, 1 year was more than enough time to finish off 4 dragons. And holding out his hand, he said he would promise and show her the world he and George wanted to raise their daughter in. And 6 months would be enough time for him, and she could trust him with this mission and watch him on the other side of the mortal abyss. And in that same instant, the lawyer thought she understood, for it had been an overwhelming burden for her, and now she began to feel a strong, calming calm. But she felt so sorry that she was entrusting herself with a mission she couldn't fulfill. And in the same instant, the castle began to crumble towards me, and out of the huge dragon's heart emerged, and huge binding shackles began to carry that heart right into the hands of the judiciary. Suddenly, Adam, upon seeing it, realized that this was the very heart of the dragon of Kaiserreich. And the princess of the law, who held him in her arms, told Adam that this was the kind of determination worthy of a hero. And lifting it into the air, the lawyer said she would now begin the preparation. And the inferno lying nearby was ready to receive this mighty heart and use it to destroy all its enemies. But the dragon heart lying in the princess's hands and Adam's determination deserved the respect to become a new hero. And the princess of law decided it was time to get started. And in the same instant, Adam activated his divine luck skill, and for a while, it endowed him with incredible luck. And so, lying on the ground, he saw before him a bright light and a princess who held the dragon heart above his head. But suddenly Adam found himself in some strange place, and he didn't realize what it was, because he couldn't see anything there, only darkness. But soon he realized that he was inside his mind, because he had experienced a similar feeling before. And not only is he here, but there's something else. And just as Adam turned around to see what was behind his back, a huge dragon paw grabbed him and squeezed him with all its might. And this dragon started screaming and calling Adam names, that he was a bastard, and how dare he even take his power. But Adam, in turn, began to realize that it was the mind of the dragon Kaiseros that remained in the dragon's heart, and now he began to feel its powerful presence, so powerful that it was squeezing out his soul. And he couldn't believe that these were the thoughts of a dragon that had died 1,000 years ago. But the dragon began to tell him that he smelled like the gods, and to him, it was a disgusting sensation. And he won't pass on his incredible power to someone like him. At the same time, Lucia continued to fight her opponent, and Matthias destroyed all of his minions standing nearby. And taking the last 2 doctors and the nun by the head, he began to crush them with all his might. And as soon as he was done with them, he started screaming across the room, spewing horrifying flames with only him left. But Lucius defended himself against his flames and realized that the same attacks would do nothing to him. And with a retaliatory strike, he began to rain his even hotter flames directly on Matthias. But the demon Matthias was very fast, and in an instant was able to move behind Lucius's back, who had no idea he would be there. And with all his might, he hit Lucius with a huge red stream of energy. Lucius began to scream in pain, for he hadn't expected to be able to get such a swift stab in the back. Matthias, standing behind him, began to realize that the likes of Lucius was exhausted, his speed limited, and his reactions dulled. Well, Lucius, lying next to him, realized he was a bastard and was increasingly using demonic power and his ability to regenerate. They both took hits, but only he felt the effect. But at the same moment, Matthias began to continue beating Lucius. But it didn't take long for him to force himself to respond, and Lucius began punching Matthias back. But just as Lucius wanted to strike Matthias with his huge weapon, the latter managed to catch him and pin him to his body. Thus, he began to lift Lucius into the air, and after extending his other free hand and activating the Hellfire skill, he began to attack him. And in the same instant, a bright flame appeared and began to vaporize Lucius, who was in the air and could do nothing because his opponent was holding him back by grabbing his weapon. And right after that, Matthias hit Lucius with all his might, who started flying into the nearest wall. Crashing into her, Lucius began to realize that there were no more comrades who could help him, and it turns out that there is no way out, and it remains only to use his last trump card. However, in doing so, he would be putting himself in mortal danger. But Matthias, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand, and a huge stream of mana began to concentrate in it, which began to turn into a huge fireball, and he already wanted to end everything here. And as soon as Matthias swung, he already wanted to say goodbye to the tears, for now, he would see the last final attack. But suddenly he noticed that his fire orb was gone. Something had broken through the fire and destroyed it. It was a magic feather that suddenly appeared. Lucius began to rise to his feet because behind him stood a powerful being, an angel that came from heaven. He told Lucius about his past and began to ask how much he was willing to sacrifice this time, to which Lucius replied that 1 month. But the angel didn't like that, so he raised his hand and said 1 month. It was not enough to defeat him, and it would take 6 months. And immediately afterward, a bright light appeared and moved into Lucius. And he was filled with tremendous power, and so incredible that everyone who looked at him immediately realized that he was fighting not an ordinary man, but an angel. When Matthias saw this, he couldn't believe what was happening and was simply frightened. And looking closer, he couldn't believe it himself, because he couldn't know that such a thing could even exist, and it was completely impossible. For Lucius was now his equal, and at that very moment he attacked him with his bright light, which pierced Matthias's chest. And after that, he began to attack them even harder, and a multitude of bright streams shot out from Lucius's hands and began to pierce his opponent's entire body. And Matthias, falling to the ground, began telling Lucius that he was a bastard and could keep the family secret, and couldn't believe he'd been hiding that ability for decades. But Lucius answered him that it was a glimpse of honor, a skill that only a son of God could use, and he was gaining the power of the angel he would become in the future. But in return, he gives a part of his life, and this is the secret of the temple, which is known only to the Pope and the Cardinal. And for this reason, the average life expectancy of the sons of God is not more than 30 years, and he tries not to use this ability, dreaming of the duty of a full life, and sooner or later still meets an enemy who will force him to use it. By skill in temple, doing what he does sends the sons of God to deadly places. They have their own reason for doing so. And Sand Son of God is cruel. He is but a jester dancing the temple. Finally, Lucius decided to ask about his old friend, that he really wanted this power so badly that he was willing to betray his friend and give up everything for. Lying on the ground and badly wounded, Matthias began to answer him that he was only saying that because he had been chosen as a son of God, and he thought he was the only one who could make puns. And the only difference is that the goddess recognized his life and he did not. And how was he different from Lucius? He was a gifted child with expectation, but he didn't understand why things had turned out the way they did. And the goddess who gives no answers is infinitely ruthless. And at the same time, Adam's partner began to come to his senses. He couldn't understand what had happened, what had gotten so quiet, and what was happening to the main monster. But as he looked closer, he saw something in front of him that he never expected to see at that second. He saw the lawyer sitting next to Adam doing something, but couldn't figure out what. At the same time, Lucius began using his healing magic to heal his comrades, and after a moment, he was still able to help them, and they began to come to their senses. But Lucius was the only one who survived. That was the end of their raid, and they decided they needed to head back. In the meantime, Adam continued to be in the terrifying maw of the huge dragon, which with all its strength and power began to roar at him. But at the same moment, the dragon began to feel a strange energy. It came from Adam, who was in his huge paws. Venom, in turn, noticed this light himself, and it was due to his divine good fortune. And it was like she was trying to protect him. He only needed to relax for 5 seconds, but she was still doing it her way. Caesar's mind will immediately bite them, even if the ritual itself goes perfectly and he starts to remember what he used to be, and opening his arms, was able to unclench the huge paw that restrained him. And on Adam, at the same instant, his armor from his past life began to manifest, and he himself became much more serious and confident. And right after that, he started flying towards the dragon's huge muzzle at full speed. In midair, he clenched his fist, which contained a powerful energy. He managed to punch the horrible face, and even earlier, he began to jump back and watch as the mighty dragon began. And, drawing his sword from under the space, he began to say that if the dragon thought he had never played these mental games with other dragons, then, if he remembered correctly, and he remembered correctly. And now he'll be the 5th person he crushes. And slowly approaching him, Adam began to say that dragons make things difficult for themselves and others, and he was dead. So he should let him finish the human ritual, but no, he decided to get him and talked about the worthy and the unworthy. And now he's gonna smash his jaw, and then they're gonna raise him, and it's time to teach him a lesson. But the dragon began to reply home that he had a sharp tongue, and now let him try to attack him. And gathering all his strength into his sword, Adam began to attack the huge dragon that stood before him in all its terror. But at this time, Adam's comrade Ned began to come to his senses and saw Princess Eurydica in front of him. He couldn't understand what was happening now. Adam appears to be unconscious. Had he really been overcome? And at that moment, the Princess of the Law is doing something to him and not paying attention to him at all. Rising to his feet, Ned began to realize that now was a good chance to attack. But suddenly, something strange began to happen to his body. And looking at his hand, he realized that something had once blocked his mana. And at some point, he realized that he had turned off all his energy before that. Well, so be it. But he still realized that he shouldn't miss an opportunity like that. But at the same moment, the Princess of the Law began to tell Ned that he couldn't get up now and needed to rest. And turning around, she began to raise her hand, thus directing her energy towards Ned. As this energy approached Ned, he began to feel something strange within him. Suddenly, he realized he felt incredibly sick. He began to bring his hand to his face, and at the same moment he spat out the insect that was in his mouth, and realized that it was the same insect that the devil cult had given him, and which he soon swallowed. And the princess began to tell him that she had pulled this ball of evil out of him, and judging from the fact that the insect was in its larval state, he hadn't used its power at all, which meant that he was solely demonstrating his own abilities, and that was amazing. And it's only a larva, but his body and internal organs have managed to get minor damage, and he should get some rest. She will share magical powers with him, and so after a good sleep, everything will be fine. And at this time on one of the floors, Lucius started telling the remaining guys to look at that place, and that cleansing thing, it was from the 5th floor. It was moved here. They hadn't decided that they would have to find a way out again, for the plan had completely changed, and it had been 2 days since the last battle. They wondered if they would make it out of here before they ran out of provision. And the chief healer began to ask his commander what other orders there would be. But after thinking a little, Lucius answered him that they must first find a stake of faith. But the doctor and the nun were surprised at this answer, for there were too few of them, and it was very dangerous, and perhaps they had better look for a way out of here. But Lucius replied that no, on the contrary, they only had a chance to get out in time. And they started running in the direction that Adam ran, because I didn't realize that those slaves who stole the Colavera were acting strange. They looked like devil worshippers, and those slaves didn't engage Matthias, but still attacked him. I wondered why. What if he doesn't belong to different divisions of the cult that are feuding with each other? In which case, the Son of God and the internal political enemy Matthias should have destroyed each other, and that sounds logical and explains their actions. If Lucius dies, all the money invested in this place will go down the drain, and the temple will have to auction off the dungeon to somehow restore order, and since the whole decade of preparations and raids failed, it will be of no use. They will not sell even 2 slaves. No, one faction of the devil's cult operates on a much larger scale, and they were interested in this place from the very beginning. They need the tomb itself, in the depths of which lurks the heart of the dragon. And after the cult buys out the rights to own these ruins, these 2 will enter the newly reorganized raid and return to these corridors with the stake of faith. If they really have such a task, the cult had to provide an escape implant, or they have something to help them find their way home, and they have to find them and figure out how to get out of here before they leave the tomb. That was Lucius's plan. But as soon as they approached the princess's main tomb, right at the entrance, they were met by a huge knight and began to instantly attack them. The guys could not believe it, because the stake of faith was in the last room, and the guardian remained alive? How could this be possible? And the door to the last room opens only after killing the guardian. But the fearsome knight began to scream with all his might, continuing to attack Lucius with his blows, causing the shield Lucius was holding to start flying out of his hands. And the nun, along with the head healers, began to scurry away from the terrifying wave that was moving right at them. And after a huge blow, Lucius found himself under the onslaught of the knight's sword that attacked him with all his might. And Lucius realized that he couldn't use a glimmer of honor, and not once a week he had to use it in the battle with Matthias 3 days ago, and he still had to wait for 4. And in his despair, Lucius began to realize that the end had come for him, and he won't be able to see his wife and young child again. But at the same instant, the gates of the main tomb began to open. Adam began to emerge from them, and Lucius, who was looking at it, could not understand what it was. But suddenly, looking closer, he realized that it was the same slave, but he did not understand why he was leaving the last room. And as soon as Adam opened the door, he began to tell that minute by minute he was able to get in here. He was asked to help him as a son of God. And at that moment, he began to turn toward the huge knight who had attacked Lucius. For the one to bare his head and use his dragon tongue skill, which is exclusively a dragon skill, imposed silence and limited use due to the dragon heart. And right after that, huge knight was pinned to the ground by Adam's magic. And Lucius, watching this, couldn't believe his eyes, not realizing what had happened. What confused him even more was that the monster was beginning to obey the slave. Adam, however, continued to watch as the monster tried to free itself from him. And so 8 seconds had already passed, and at the 9th second, the huge knight was still able to break the magical bindings, and at the 10th second, having completely ripped them apart, he started screaming at the top of his voice. But Adam realized that the dragon tongue had a 10-second lifespan, and it was not surprising that it would not be possible to use the full power of the dragon immediately after the ritual was complete. And that's not all. To protect himself from a heart that could kill him because of the difference between their magical abilities, he would only use 1/100th of his power, and even if it was limited, Adam was glad to have such dragon power. Just then, Adam noticed that the knight had begun to raise his huge weapon. She grabbed her sword, which was called Graham. This sword is especially powerful in battle against fire-breathing AAS. The sword is designed to kill the strongest of them, and right now you can't imagine a worse alliance than that. The knight swung his sword and began to attack Adam standing in front of him. But immediately after this attack, there was a bright yellow explosion, and a multitude of yellow lightning bolts began to fly apart that were in the knight's hands. And Adam realized with his lightsaber that instead of the power of the dragon, he would have to use this holy weapon. Unmindful of the goddess' words that his first task from her was to save his son, he agreed to it. And at the same instant, Adam, using the full power of the amazing weapon he had received from the goddess, began to attack the knight, with the words that he could now go and slay dragons. And let there be light, said Adam, and at the same instant, a bright flood of light and marvelous power swept over the knight. And Lucius, who was watching, couldn't believe his eyes, because there was no doubt he had seen a legendary weapon, and it was a weapon that only a chosen priest could raise, the Sword of Light. And he couldn't believe how to realize that this slave is not a cult supporter, and even if he is a priest, he can still use all his powers in the ranks of the devil cult. However, why does he feel the energy of the goddess of light within him? Outraged, he began to realize what he was feeling. Not only that, it seems he had experienced this feeling as a child when he first met the golden dragon in the royal palace. And there was an unbearable pressure on him then, just as there was now. And at the same instant, Adam heard a loud sound behind him. And when I turned around, I saw something I never expected to see before. Lucius and his crew kneeled down and saluted my lord. And a little earlier, the battle with Kaiserus inside his mind lasted 3 days. And eventually, the badly wounded dragon recognized Adam's power, though that didn't mean it would obey him, and he'll continue to watch him. And just as Hell began to open his eyes, he saw something strange. That his comrade lay unconscious, did not rise from his seat, and crumbled to dust. After thanking her, he clenched his fist and said she wouldn't regret her choice. And among the princess's remains, he found 2 things: magic crystals, a grimoire created by crystallizing the main currents of magic that allows you to master skills through meditation, and it also contains the ancient magical power of the Bear Kingdom, wielded by the judiciary, and the master key of the judiciary, a key that allows you to use all the functions of the tomb. Adam began to remember the words of the juridic woman, that the power of the dragon's heart was only 100, but when it filled his body evenly and raised the safe threshold for its use. And that was the message the juridic woman had left him in the crystal. However, if the force in the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/4 or 1/3 of its maximum, physical reconstruction of the body will be required. And so he must find someone who could master the necessary knowledge and replace her and give him the magical crystal, and this child could help. And Adam realized it was Altair. And the gods know about Adam's past life, and only a few of them have been favorable to him, but he still can't trust them. And if the gods get their act together and pull some kind of trick on Altair, he'll want to find her right now, but he still has unfinished business to attend to. And after a little thought, Lucius began to tell Adam and his comrade to show their shoulder. And as soon as the man approached them and raised his hand, he began to break the seal. And once the slave seal was broken, Adam and Ned were free. And immediately afterwards, Adam asked Lucius if he could deal with his debts, to which Lucius replied that of course he had saved his life, and now he was in debt to him, and was afraid he couldn't pay it off in full. And he cannot believe that for several years he had secretly remained behind the rear of the sect to frustrate their plans, and Lucius was delighted. He is a little ashamed to confess it, but it is impossible to find such fierce opponents of heresy as they are in the Temple of Light. And also said to Adam and his companion about that for the Son of God, the destruction of the enemies of the goddess, namely the followers of the cult of the devil, is one of the primary tasks, and therefore he is ready to provide them with any assistance. But Ned, standing nearby, didn't even realize he was trying to join forces with the Dragonheart wielder, lest he be forced out by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. After all, St. Lucius is a tool created by the temple at the expense of those like him, and can only be disgusted by him. But still, feelings are feelings, but you had to use what you had, and the power, the status of genius, and the connections of a son of God are priceless. And the devil's followers were crawling around the temple, getting to the very leadership, and it would be better if you kept a good relationship with him. And just like with Adam, Lucius started to tell the guys that it was uncomfortable to have a conversation in such an environment, and they could already go back to the temple. Good thing the real healer next to him knew that the commander just wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. But Adam stopped them and said that they were speaking frankly. Nothing is over yet, and the real massacre is still waiting for them. And by this time, the temple was probably already overflowing with a nest of cult followers, and we're talking about battle groups brought in by Cardinal Aldine and paired knights among the 10 strongest men on the continent. And as soon as Lucius heard it, he couldn't believe his ears, because such a thing was unbearable to even imagine. But Adam went on to say that although he had gained the power of the dragon, there were serious limitations to its use, and he needed careful training, and knowing Alden, he wouldn't get away with just one battle. As it happened, Adam opened the palm of his hand that contained the crystal. And in the same instant, the temple they were in began to change, and a secret room opened up, where the Princess of Venom's law treasury said it was time to collect some really cool artifacts. And as they began to approach the huge golden door, no one has penetrated this treasure trove of jurisprudence in a millennium. And I'll open this huge door. He wondered what was inside. And as soon as the door opened, Adam, Lucius, and Ned were surprised at what they saw there. Many crystals that held various artifacts floated in the air and shimmered with bright colors, and some of them were surprised that the objects were inside the crystal. And Lucius realized that it was clear at a glance that there were dozens of serious artifacts in there, and all of it was legitimate treasure. Adam started to reach for the crystal they had gotten here with as soon as he got it up the mountain. Then the energy emanating from it began to draw the artifacts right into Adam's hands, and he realized that there was only this way to go. He had to get it. But Lucius, standing behind them, began to think about the fact that they didn't know a way to destroy the crystals, and were doing nothing to defeat the main monster and owner of these trophies, Adam. And he thought about who was helping who here and how arrogant he was. The next step, Adam started asking the guys if anyone had a grade, and the nun and the doctor started answering that they did too. And through assessment, which recognizes the subject's characteristic, the greater the proficiency in a given skill, the more information can be obtained, and as soon as they proceeded to examine it, they realized that this ancient state of Medea had a serious knowledge of magic, and that the quality of their magical objects was superior to that of the present day. And of course, one could put a price on such an artifact, but because no one sells them, money doesn't matter, and the Medea relics were priceless. But suddenly Adam started to turn around and saw something amazing. And looking at the magic vial, he couldn't believe his eyes that she was here. And so he was glad that he had seen, or rather found her, and at that very moment his spirits began to lift, and the other guys started taking the artifacts that were in that tomb. It was a precious soul, a pewter shield, a stone ability, an obsidian bracelet from the mirror chain. Ned took a raven robe from his twilight tunic, as well as a bracelet of mist and the sword of mirage. Adam took a huge sword that used to belong to the knight who guarded the Temple of Jurisprudence, along with a plastic cloak and plastic dragon slayer boots and a set of gloves. And once they had collected the artifacts for themselves, Lucius began to tell that about a recent conversation, and what he had said about having to fight against Alden and Lucius. Wouldn't say he doubted it. There are simply no ways to recognize devil followers in their temple. They are only detected through the cult's abilities and interrogation. But if the suspect denies being a devil worshipper, nothing will come of it. But Ned, who was sitting next to him, began to say that there was more to the story if you kill the followers and make an insect crawl out of the body. And Lucius realized that whatever method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's parentage and position. The Aldine family, aka the Rackers, had serious influence and had been in charge of the 4th parish after his father. And now that he had been appointed cardinal, he had taken charge of the central parish. Moreover, his family has a good relationship with him, and since he maintains neutrality between the temple factions, he has no enemies. It is impossible to arrest or kill such a person without any evidence. Ned began to suggest what could be done with the material snails after massacring him, and although he said the exact opposite, he is still not believed because he demands proof. Finally, Adam joined the conversation and talked about the evidence. Of course, there is evidence. And picking up the artifact that Adam had seen earlier, began to say what they thought about it. And at this time, Cardinal Alden began to tell Bishop Alphonsus to look to his right, then look to his left, and then began to look ahead. And as soon as he had finished, Cardinal Alden began to ask how he was feeling, to which Bishop Alphonse replied that he felt fine. And Cardinal Alden began to say that it would be much better if he listened to him right now. And Bishop Alphonsus's wife, who sat behind him, could not understand why Cardinal Aldine was doing so. But suddenly, Cardinal Alden turned his head and began to ask Claudia what she was going to say, because he said he had prepared something interesting to say. And he's talking about insects whose climate is in the stomachs of the devil's followers, and they allow him to use demonic power, and the more he uses it, the faster the insect grows. And when the growth stops completely, there's an unusual ability, and the special ability of the insect inside this beetle hive to queen, and now give birth to and eat insects from such a hatch, allows man to be in control. And that's what's happening now with Bishop Alphonsus. And bowing his head, he began to tell Claudia what she now understood. Why is he saying all this? And she must convince her husband Lucius. But Claudia did not understand what she had to convince her husband Lucius of. And at that very moment, the baby in her arms started sobbing loudly. And Cardinal Alden began to come up to her and say that the child seemed to be frightened. But now it was all right. And he began to ask Claudia what her name was, to which she replied that Marius. Cardinal Aldine, smiling grimly, said it was wonderful Marius and whether he liked bugs. And the second he did, he started bringing the bug right up to him and telling the boy it was going to be his little friend. And as soon as that bug touched the boy's face, he started sobbing even harder. Aldine took his hand, and in doing so threw his arm aside. But suddenly she saw that his whole arm was made up of these bugs, and there was a look of horror on her face because she couldn't even imagine. But Cardinal Aldine was beginning to get angry because she touched him and could see his terrifying hand. But at the same moment, a security guard burst in on them and started telling Mr. Aldine that they were in trouble, and that Lucius is outside right now. And at the same moment, Cardinal Aldine began to look outside, thinking that it couldn't have happened so quickly, and now the raid had to be in full swing, and he didn't understand what Lucius was doing here. Well, as soon as he looked below, he saw Lucius fighting everyone in his path. And Lucius, seeing Cardinal Aldine at the window, began to answer him that he had not seen him for a long time. But Cardinal Aldine began to scream in his face that he was out of his mind, and why he was attacking the priests of his own parish, and why he had left the But Lucius remembered Adam's words when he said that this thing was called the Eye of Truth, and all it took was one drop of liquid, and then you'll be able to see the insects inside the devil's followers. Smiling, Lucius realized he didn't look all that perceptive, and began to shout to Cardinal Aldine that he was Lucius Gernetti, arresting him on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs. And the deception of the Temple of Light is a tough nut to crack, and he'll have to atone for it. But an angry Cardinal Aldine looked at Lucius with a fierce gaze and realized what an arrogant type he was, and he began to remember that the leader had predicted that Lucius would return alive. However, it happened too quickly, and the men and the rest of the group would not have time to clear the tomb. It soon becomes clear that Matthias has been defeated, and it seems that he was discovered before the final battle. But he couldn't believe Matthias had given him away. A worthless piece of trash. But there's nothing I can do about it now, and it doesn't matter. Eventually, he fell into a trap, and as soon as he stepped over the threshold of the temple, and suddenly the bishops of Alfonso began to come out and ask Ulios what this trick was, and accused the cardinals of diabolical heresy. How dare he accuse him of such things? But looking at his uncle, Lucius began to understand. Aldine's abilities that Adam and his uncle had told him about were now under control. But his uncle kept saying that though he and God were dangerous, there were things that could be accepted and things that could not be accepted, especially what he was doing now. Lucius went up to him and threw down the letters and said that this was proof, which made Cardinal Oldine even angrier. Finally, he saw the very letters he had seen long before now. Legal labyrinth, that they would keep the truth hidden until, and if people found out this thing existed, they would soon finish him off. And now they'll have other, but no less compelling evidence. For the Tomb of Jurisprudence is a large labyrinth occupying a vast underground territory, and in truth, the labyrinths run all the way to the bottom of the main temple of the Third Ward. And so, if you find the exact spot, and then buy a loophole, and get out, Matthias used the devil's followers gathered here as well, and physical evidence found in an abandoned building. And this is the letter he exchanged with Matthias, and here is a plan to steal the dragon's heart. Praise the devil. It's all in here. But Cardinal Oldine could not understand where he got these letters from, because it was ordered that the letter be burned after reading it. But for some reason, Matthias had decided to keep them in case he passed them on, and now it was immediately apparent how much he trusted him. And at the same moment, Cardinal Oldine began laughing loudly and telling what and how he was up to. But did Matthias really feel obliged to him and tell him everything? And they were right in thinking that he was one of the leaders of Cardinal Oldine's cult, ranked 11th in the hierarchy of devil followers. And he began to ask Lucius what that got him, since he wouldn't do anything about it anyway. He won't lay a finger on him because he took his wife hostage. And as soon as Lucius saw his beloved Claudia, he became nervous and angry at the same time. But Claudia, faced with the death threat, could not hold back the tears on her face. And at the same moment, Cardinal Oldine began to say that he would calmly impale her before his eyes even burst open. And he has a very interesting insect, and whoever eats its offspring will become his faithful servant. And he has prepared an insect princess, especially for him, who is very good at brainwashing him. And he has to choose who to feed it to, his lover or his child. Or he'll eat that insect himself. All that's left is to pick Lucius and call it a day. And he needs to pick and choose 3 people to do it. And in the same instant, Lucius started yelling that he was on his own and that he shouldn't touch his wife and son. But after a terrifying smile appeared on Cardinal Aldine's face, he began to put the insect into Lucius's lover's mouth, not to mention feeding the bug to his lover. But at the same instant, Ned appeared, and, with his new blade, pierced Cardinal Aldine's chest. He, in turn, couldn't understand what had happened. And the Cardinal's guards couldn't understand when this entire floor was checked with detection magic, and he sensed nothing. But with the help of bracelets possessing my stealth and an offering of a couple, only appropriate legendary level charms can detect, Ned was able to sneak in undetected. And just after he pierced him, he pulled his blade out and chopped the Cardinal in half. And Ned, grabbing Claudia, began urging her to hold on tight. And right after that, one of Cardinal Aldine's guards started yelling and calling Ned's name. After the loud words, he started attacking him, and a huge wave went up in the room. And Ned saw that the eldest of the twins was an Iron Knight, and for the first time fell under his attack, realizing that he was quite strong. After all, this is one of the continent's 10 strongest warriors. But at the same moment, Lucius, who was outside, began to attack Cardinal Alden, who was standing at the window with his weapon. But the elder twin noticed this attack and began shouting to his master to get away to safety. But right after that, there was a massive explosion from Lucius's attack, and the floor of the wall began to crumble in different directions. But the elder Gemini brother still managed to defend his master and took the entire attack. But at the same moment, another knight approached Ned and Claudia. But Ned, hitting him in the face with his fistful swing, began to say that he didn't have time for him either. And he began to fly away from the powerful blow, not realizing how he managed to react so quickly. And as soon as he scattered, he began to jump into the huge ruined wall, thus escaping from his pursuers. And Cardinal Aldine, watching all this, could not understand how it had happened. After all, he thought that the disciple of the man from the east had either died at the hands of Lucius or escaped. If people had turned against his cult even before he went to the head monster's room, that was obvious. However, why did he appear now? Indeed, the man from the east pounced on him, and he wanted to corner him. He does what helps himself. Alden realizes that he has lost his hostages, and it will become dangerous if the Holy Son decides to use glimpses of honor, then the right thing to do is to avoid it. And he starts telling his guard, his eldest son, that he relies on him. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he could entrust the matter to him, and he would handle it quickly. And while the younger son took Alden to safety, the older son, smiling, began to step aside to fight him. And at this time Lucius, who was standing outside, saw his eldest son approaching him, and as soon as the eldest son came downstairs, he began to draw his huge sword to deal with Lucius. But Lucius, standing before him, began to ask if he had come alone, and why not together. He had heard that the two of them were like a couple in love, but the eldest son, smiling, replied that his one would be enough. And he is the 20th in the hierarchy of devil followers. The eldest son of the earldom is about to teach Lucius a lesson. But Lucius began to answer him that he was the first son of light, representing the third ward of the Temple of Light, accepts his challenge and can attack. And outside this manor, the guards who guarded the entrance began talking to the commoners that the knights were now being trained for security purposes. The faithful would be forbidden to travel, but the faithful, they couldn't understand, for they had come from far away to amplify the disease, and now they just wouldn't be allowed inside. And the miners who were near the castle saw that there were some explosions inside, and they couldn't understand what had happened there, because everything was in the temple and there was smoke. The group of ore miners were simply shocked as they looked at the temple and didn't understand what was going on there. And White Rose looked up as well, and began to realize that this couldn't just be a training session. And she began to remember that she had told Adam to come by her place after the raid, and she would give him some change, and he should be sure to come to her. And she got a bad feeling and tried to stay in the slave area, and seemed to realize that her client Adam was right, and knew this could happen, and that's why he told her to stay away from the castle. Looking at everyone, she still couldn't figure out what was going on there. And inside the castle, the enraged priests began to go mad because insects had taken over their minds, and they all started attacking the doctor and the monarchy, which successfully defended itself against them. After all, they had good equipment that they had found in the last raid, in Juridica's chambers, which put a petrification curse on the enemy, as well as a slowdown and stone soul skill that slowed the target and dispelled it. Enchanting the stone soul skill removes all abilities from the target, and also in the sedan, a bracelet that increased the ability's duration by 50%. The doctor began to think about the fact that the enemies the maggots had brainwashed were their priests. If it turned out that the commander had killed them, the opposing faction of Templars would tear him to pieces. And it was necessary not to kill the priest, but only to neutralize them, and with the help of the fainting skill, it activated the blow that hindered their movement. The nun standing next to his comrade could not understand how he was throwing these bombs so accurately, to which he replied that during his studies at the academy, he practiced handball, a sports team game in which players tried to throw the ball into the opponent's goal with their hand. But at the same moment, the commander noticed that something strange had appeared behind his back. Turning around, they saw a huge chunk of the castle that had fallen beside them, but they didn't realize what it was because a protection spell had been cast on the temple lock. And as soon as the commander looked up from where the huge fragment had fallen, he noticed two forces fighting on the roof. It was Lucius fighting his older brother. His older brother was slightly injured, but still blazing with anger at the many heavy blows Lucius had dealt him with temples. All because if a sword collides with a spear in combat, the latter has the advantage, and because the radius of the spear allows it to strike before it gets close to the enemy. And Big Brother understood that he, as a master, could safely release the ball energy over long distances, or just dodge the spear to shorten the distance and strike. So everything that came out came as a surprise to him. But just as soon as the older brother was able to get close to Lucius and attack him, a huge wave suddenly started throwing him back. All because Lucius had a mirror ring, and it activated the ancient spell Black Mirror. When hit, it reflected 50% of the damage it took. And the older brother realized that he had lured him in, pretended to reveal himself, and he had almost succeeded in fooling him, and he was very skillful at playing the weakling. From the look on his face, he realized that his enemy had guessed and was about to ask the reason why their names were on the list of the 10 strongest continents. And Lucius got up from his seat and started running straight at his older brother, saying that they just don't fight the strongest. And with the full force of his spear, he began to attack his older brother. But unexpectedly, the elder brother was still able to block one of the huge spear's strike. And as soon as he realized this, he began to shift to the side to get closer to his opponent faster. And as he approached Lucius, he started swinging his huge sword at his face and managed to dodge it. He swung one arm, which was free, and struck his opponent in the ribs with tremendous force. And just as the older brother began to fly back from the huge blow that Lucius had thrown, and while in the air, the elder brother noticed that immediately after this blow, Lucius was approaching him at full speed. And tell him that the Holy Sun, as a sacred being, cannot be on the list of people. Were it not for that fact, they would never have appeared in the top 10. The elder brother struck him with great force, causing him to fall down like a bright flame of fire. And as he fell to the ground, he hit the ground with all his might, and the earlier blow that Lucius had dealt him landed in his left side. And at the same time, Lucius began to lower himself to the ground, and his comrades behind his back began to see their commander appear. Zero Lucius, breathing heavily, began to tell them not to come any closer. And then it turned out that there was a wound in his left side as deep as his older brother's. And Lucius began to guess that he was counterattacked the moment he used the skill court and head limb torso, only 5, and though no 7, he thought. And the older brother who was lying on the ground started to realize that it seemed like the reflection of the damage was on the torso. Then it turns out that this effect was not from me. Object and the reflection percentage was not 100%, but rather around 50 or percent. And he had planned to detain him until Mr. Oldine disappeared, but now he changed his mind. And at night, angry, the older brother started yelling at Lucius that he had started it himself. And with great speed, he moved at Lucius to attack him, and in just a few seconds, he was already at his back. And he was ready to strike a decisive blow right now. And as soon as he swung his huge sword, he screamed to send Lucius to the goddess. But at the same instant, Custer's older brother began to hear the voice of his master shouting to him where he was and should quickly run to him. It was a transmission of words. The queen and the owner of the royal larva can transmit to the owner of the princess. Larva, his voice or his location, and Big Brother Castor began to ask where he was now. But at the same instant, Lucius stood next to him for some reason and started using his prison of chains and paralysis skill. And it made him lash out at his older brother with all his might. There was a loud explosion at the place where the older brother was standing. And after the loud explosion, Big Brother was still alive and still heard orders from his master about his whereabouts and that he should quickly run to him. In the meantime, Adam did catch up with Cardinal Alden, and as soon as he approached him, he began to speak. For him to get up, because it's time to get punched in the face, and while they were fighting with his older brother, he started coming up to him and asking him what was wrong, and if he really thought something was wrong with his master. No, Petya. They came here on purpose to tie him up hand and foot, and from the beginning they were going to separate the 3 of them and finish him off one by one. And he was right in their trap. When the older brother looked up, he started getting terribly angry, looking away and saying they were just scum. But much earlier, Cardinal Aldine was in the chambers of his chapter, who told him that he knew his ability was mind control, and he could quickly take possession of the 3rd parish and subdue even the Holy Sun. And Alden answered him that the safest way to transport Terra was to have none, and he would keep the dragon heart in the temple, and they would only need to come there to transplant it. To which the cult leader agreed and told him to do so. But now, running away with his youngest son, he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. After all, he had devised a plan in which he had foreseen all possible events, both the probability of the failure of the raid and the probability that the apprentice of the man from the east, Leonardo's son, would learn that he would be destroyed. And he had set traps with all this in mind, and they could not act so quickly, but still, something could happen that he had not foreseen. The betrayal of the man from the east, and glory about him planning to get rid of his student because he had become useless, turned out to be a lie, and he wanted to confuse and kill by deception, in which case, it all fits. And he can't believe that this vile little man did this. And as soon as they ran up to the carriage, one of his subordinates started telling him to get into the carriage faster. But Alden kept thinking that even though Lucius had found out who he was, the Temple Cardinals really had no problem now either. The world counting on his vote in the election of the next pope would protect him, even if he himself was the head of a diabolical cult. But he was more concerned about the enemy forces. If the man from the east betrayed him, he doesn't know how many more disciples he has. And if the man from the east himself or his son Chingan are involved, he would lie low first, and he needed to gather more fighting strength. But suddenly, while entering the carriage, he touched a strange substance with his hand. And in the same instant, he began to examine his hand, not realizing what it was. Looking closer, he began to feel something, like something was pinching his fingertips. And immediately afterward, he felt a terrible pain throughout his body. And as he fell to the ground, he began to scream in terrible pain. And his protector, the youngest son, ran up to him and asked him what was wrong. He said that it was a poison, and he was in great pain, and it was the 68th poison from the Royal Collection of Deadly Poison, and the peculiarity of this poison was a sharp pain. And taking off his hood, he stood before Adam and began questioning Alden, whom he had just called names. And as soon as he had completely removed his cloak and stood in front of Alden, the latter began to walk closer and closer to him. And Cardinal Aldian started to say that he was not his subordinate and who he was. But right after he said that, Adam kicked him in the face. But as he continued to knock him down, Adam told him to shut his mouth. And at the same instant, the youngest son began shouting to Adam that he was not afraid of the Silver Knight, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, and if he surrendered right now, he would be pardoned. But at the same instant, a single needle flew at the knight. He fell to the ground, and Adam began to say that he was weak and should have gotten the real one instead of this dying fake. But the Cardinal of the Order, agonizing in terrible pain, began to order him to come to him. And afterward, he began to tell Adam that let them talk and what he wanted, and who sent him here. If the reason was money, he'd give him twice, or even 3 times what he'd promised, and pretend he hadn't found it. And he couldn't believe it himself with his exceptionalism. He still couldn't regenerate without poison. After all, he can think well. It would be more advantageous for Adam to team up with him, and whatever he wanted, he would listen to everything, but not without difficulty. So Cardinal Alden told him that, just stalling until his eldest son arrived, or until he could remove at least some of the poison. But the man standing in front of him kept hearing and hearing that he was being offered to work for him, and he would pay him much more. And then with an annoyed face, Adam began to ask Alden if he was really expecting someone. And raising his hand, he showed his helmet, which was covered in blood, and then asked if he was really waiting for this trash. Well, as soon as Cardinal Alden saw it, he couldn't realize that it was indeed the body of a true half-breed. But 12 hours earlier in the morning, Lucius, along with Adam and everyone else, had looked at this guy who was lying near a tree. And Lucius began to think that he had the eyes of truth in front of him, and he didn't believe it. But as it turned out, he could actually discern the followers of the cult, and it was sad. Even Cardinal Alden's defenders turned out to be minions of the devil. And Ned, who was standing behind me, remembered the words of his mentor that he should give the dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the gathering place, and among them would be the priest of the temple. So he should immediately hide and free himself from the branding of a slave, and he realized that by pretending to have the heart, they were going to subdue him with the Arab branding and kill him. And the disguised Silver Knight absolutely guaranteed the success of this plan. And he believed that these goats would help him get his revenge. But in his past life, he had miraculously escaped the Silver Knight, and after a long wander with the dragon, a heart he couldn't devour. His martial arts brother stole his heart and threw him, completely exhausted, into one of the caves. And Lucius, taken under control by the maggot, was just a walking horror. And all these memories that Adam was recalling of Alden's countless atrocities compelled him to kill him right now. And at that moment, just as Adam swung around and struck him, lightning flashed in the same spot. And after a loud explosion, Adam noticed a strange liquid that was near his blow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that its volume was very small. And even if it caught fire from lightning, the volume couldn't have been that small. And at the same second, some strange discharge or shock flew towards Adobe. Non-successfully defended himself with his huge sword. And after that, he began to hear a terrifying laughter in front of him. And Alden, smirking, began to say that he hadn't taken this form in a long time and had always trusted the twin knights to fight. Not because he was weak, in fact he was much stronger than them, but the reason he didn't fight was because of that he didn't want to show this image of him being in a state of demonization. And Adam, looking at it, began to realize that after the lightning strike, part of his body had been torn away and he had transformed into his true form. And in that state, he had most likely already neutralized the poison. And it had been 5 years since he used the Revelation Stone and became a demonic being. And in that time, he had acquired a disguise skill, allowing him to transform into a human, as well as stable demonic power. And of those who have seen him in this form, no one has survived, and he's surprised he was able to get him to use the metamorphosis. And Cardinal Alden kept telling Adam that he had made a grave mistake, and right after that, there was a huge explosion. And from this, the explosion was so strong that a huge part of the forest was turned into ruin. And Ned, meanwhile, being nearby with Lucius's wife and child, began to realize what had already begun to happen. And he began to tell her to hide in this cave and not come out until he let her know. A spell of secrecy had been cast on them, but she didn't understand why he was giving them to her, for what would happen to him. But he turned around and started telling her he didn't need them. And at the same moment, he started running off somewhere. And as he ran through the woods, he thought about how he had waited a very long time for this day. The day when he can take revenge on those who killed his father and stole a family heirloom. One had already died, but 2 remained. And he'll send them all, send them straight to hell. And at this time, the older brother fought Lucius, striking him hardest. But Lucius, with the help of his blessed shield, reflected everything that came near him, and he realized that Big Brother was clearly using the power of an insect, and his attacking abilities had greatly increased. However, their effectiveness was decreasing, and the serious blows he dealt were becoming fewer and fewer, and apparently he got nervous seeing them actively defending themselves. And at the same moment, Lucius started calling for his comrade Arn, who immediately realized what he had to do. And with the help of his goddess Arya skill, he began to use his best skills to increase Lucius's power. Ollie's light in battle greatly enhanced the skills of the allies. Moreover, the attack powers of defense abilities and healing were increased by 120%. Lucius realized that this was the moment he needed to act. And so, several monks standing near him began to notice that this amplification affected even the spirit of the resulting effect. And in the same instant, the huge star began to grow even bigger and more enormous. And the huge star, like an amplified church of light, began to approach the elder brother. But Big Brother tried his best to repel the attacks flying at him. And as he continued to fend off countless attacks from the opponents, Big Brother began to suspect something, that things were happening differently now, even though he was fighting off these slow attacks. Still, he realized that he felt kind of weird now, and he got the feeling that the world was moving a little faster. But as soon as he saw Lucius running up to him very quickly, he realized that he was the one moving slower. Moreover, a shooting star flew towards him, which was reinforced by the stone spirit and countless, attacked the enemy several times. After all, when the enemy got close to the spirit, it would receive the negative effects of slowing down and reducing its characteristic. And with all his might, Lucius attacked his opponent, and was able to do a very large amount of damage to him with his huge spear. And right after Lucius's attack, there was a huge explosion in the castle, and once his enemy was defeated, shards of desire scattered throughout the area. Lucius, who had been standing without strength, finally realized that they had managed to defeat him. But suddenly, everyone began to notice that a huge lightning bolt had appeared. And behind Lucius, something strange began to happen. A piece of the huge castle began to fly off to the side, and Lucius, turning his head, couldn't figure out what was going on there. But he saw the nun, who was standing behind him and had been covering him the whole time, start to jump aside because of the explosion under her feet. And then they realized that it was because the sword energy had struck the temple directly, although even that wasn't true. Because of the fight between the Golden Knight and the attack commander, cracks continued to grow in the building. Finally, it dawned on them that the target of the Golden Knight was not the commander's head, but the castle's resolution. In fact, after numerous attacks, the castle still could not withstand and began to crumble. And the priests who were under the temple began to see huge shards of the castle flying at them. Immediately, Lucius ran to see what had happened. Well, let's put that to bed. He saw that the brainwashed priests under the temple were now in danger. Also, his uncle sitting next to them was bound by a golden chain and couldn't go anywhere. And the Golden Knight, seeing that he could take a chance and escape, started running towards the forest. After a few minutes, the older brother who was running through the forest began to realize that the third larva was burned, and he attached his body back. But the lost larva caused his fighting power to drop, and he realized that he needed to ask the wizard urgently. Alden restored his insects, and he couldn't believe that Lucius had managed to corner him. But he still did a good job at it. After all, they intended to hold him back, and with the healers and that armor that reflected damage, it would take him a long time to finish them off. And the best option for him right now was safety, because he remembered the words that Alden had told them, that their older sister had appropriated the right to inherit the Arab title, and the fact that they had to serve him as a priest because of it was not their failing. It was not because they lacked anything. And because this world is wrong, and together they will change it so that the world into which the false god has deviated belongs to the one and only true God, and they will become the truly righteous people of the new world. And I keep running away through the long forest. He was going full speed to get to his master as soon as possible. Or Mr. Aldine has given you a new meaning to their lives, and he will never let you touch that man. And now his master must be waiting for him, for he would instantly rush to his aid. But before he could run for long, the eldest son noticed something strange before his eyes. And at the same instant, Ned's surprise attack came upon him. Using the Mirage Sword, he secretly attacked his older brother. And as soon as the attack was perfectly executed, Ned stopped and swung his blade, for now he together were to win. And the eldest son, who was lying on the ground, realized that this was the disciple of the man from the east, and began to ask him why he was always meddling in their affairs, to which Ned replied to him that after 12 years had passed since their last meeting, he would still recognize his faces. And Ned, angry, began to ask his eldest son in a serious tone, had they forgotten that they had killed his father, Leonard Strayer? And then the eldest son realized it was bloody revenge, but replied to Ned that he didn't know such a thing because he had killed several hundred men and couldn't remember them all by name. And throwing off his armor, the elder brother began to say, "What will he now say that he may not like? For now he is lazy to fight. So if he leaves here now, he'll pretend he didn't notice him and give him a chance to go home with his limbs intact." And Big Brother began to realize that this sudden attack was very powerful, and his stealth skill allowed him to pinpoint his location and trick his ability to recognize mana flows. And though he knew he shouldn't underestimate this guy, however, since he didn't choose to separate them and attack stealthily, it means he's confident that he can win in open combat. And the older brother started saying that he didn't have to, that he was giving him 10 seconds to get out of here. But Ned, who was standing opposite him, began to answer him that he did not seem to have aroused his interest, what he would then say about what he was about to show him. And as soon as Ned threw off the robe that covered the sword, his older brother was surprised at what he saw. It wasn't even that he was surprised. He was shocked because he didn't understand where he got that sword from. With this sword in his hand, Ned was ready to fight to the death. After all, the symbols the Gemini Knights received from Aldine are the components of the Golden Knight's sun balloon sail and the Silver Knight's favorite weapon, the moon sword. And Ned's older brother said that if he defeated him, he would tell him what his younger brother's last words were. Because of this, the older brother got even more angry and started yelling at his opponent to attack because he was about to finish him off. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, another battle was taking place between Adam and Alden. And Mr. Alden told Adam that everything looked good, because the Knights of the Temple would have fallen by now from such attack. And he can't believe he can move that fast. But suddenly, Alden began to use his mimicry skill, which allowed him to change the shape of his body with the help of the maggots inside his body. Throwing out many attacks, he wanted to defeat the Adam standing in front of him. But Adam successfully blocked all of his attacks. Not that he blocked, but he could even respond to the attacks with attacks. And as soon as Adam saw his chance, he swung his huge sword and started hitting Mr. Aldine right on the head with it. But during the battle, Mr. Alden kept saying that if one concentrated mana, one could not only change the image, but also create it using the metal point and the monster's tough armor. And turning around, he began attacking Adam with all his might with his maggot digestive juices. But our hero was no ordinary guy and was able to dodge and thus swing his blade. And in doing so, cut off one of the transformed Alden's huge paws. And after that, using the Royal Tiara Flow Sword technique, Adam chopped it into several hundred pieces. But it seems that soon after Adam returned, Mr. Aldine's strong substance formed, with which he began to spew his stomach juice fog skill and attack Adam with it. And immediately after that, he began to create from the particles of his body a huge weapon, which flew at our hero from all sides. Adam, of course, tried to fend off all of his attacks, and after that, Mr. Aldine began to laugh loudly and tell Adam that he was called the Immortal Sir, and no matter how hard the little men try to destroy him, he is reborn again. And an ordinary man's Adam has limits of stamina and mana, and the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. And grabbing Adam by his armor, Mr. Alden began to lift him into the air, and he told Adam that he had gained his respect, appreciated his strength and fighting skills because he was a worthy warrior, and after he dealt with him, he would feed him a maggot and make him his slave. And right after he said that, Alden hit Adam with all his might, sending him flying into a nearby rock. Alden then jumped into the air and, gathering mana into his huge paws, began to continue attacking Adam. And upon landing, there would be a huge explosion that would cause the earth to start bursting at the seams where he was. And Alden raised his huge hand, in which a huge blade formed, and swinging around, he struck several more times at the place where Hell was. And after the hardest blows, he started laughing very loudly. And he remembered his mentor's words about wealth and fame being an immutable status, all that a priest from the Marquis family could enjoy. If he swallowed the mark insects like his father did, it would all become his. There is no insect that gives him unlimited power. It all depends on how he uses it, and he should try to raise a larva. And from day one, he took the power of the insect so that it could grow, and he used that power to kill people over and over again. And when the bug's growth was complete, it became a demonic being with the help of the Stone of Revelation. That's the way it was, Mr. Aldine thought. Because right after he said that, Adam stood up and started asking for that 1% power, and that's not a bad thing, but he sure as hell wasn't going to give in now. But Mr. Aldine was surprised that this guy had remained unharmed after such attacks, and didn't understand how that was possible. But Adam began to answer him that he and the twin knights would finish them all off at once if he wanted to, and perhaps he would ask why they had been separated in the first place. He needed to reward Ned. His revenge would lose all meaning if he dealt with them alone. And secondly, demonic beings are now a rarity, and by raising his hand, all hell broke loose. And then a bright light flashed, illuminating half the forest. And after a bright light, Adam started to tell Alden that he had just gotten the dragon heart power, but there was nowhere else to try it out but here, because once a day, he could increase the dragon heart power, and the duration is 1 minute, and the power increase is 9%. And for him, the experience gained in the battle with demons is especially important, and the fact that he is an immortal will come in handy. But seeing this, Alden was very surprised that he was using a dragon heart, because even though he had realized before that it couldn't be. After all, he wasn't a holy son or a disciple of the man from the east, he was just an ordinary brigand, and that was impossible. But with a lot of pressure on himself, Alden began to hear Adam telling him to try to resist, because he was trying to use several techniques on him. But at the same moment, Adam began to notice his opponent begin to run away with all his might. After all, Aldine didn't just want to die here, and he can't end up like this. But at the same instant, he felt someone chasing him, and in the same instant, he saw a huge hand in front of him that cut him into several pieces. As he fell to the ground, he began to struggle to move. But Adam, standing beside him, began to urge him to get up. After all, he still had many things in his arsenal, and he couldn't just die here. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, Ned was fighting a golden knight, and after a long battle, his sword bounced aside. And the golden knight began to tell him that he had made him sweat, but that was it. Now he was going to die. And, pushing at Ned with all his might, the Golden Knight was about to finish him off, but Ned began to remember the words Adam had said about this being the way to deal with twin knights. And the strategy certainly won't be simple, but success depends on how much damage the three of them can inflict on the Golden Knight. And Ned's role is just as important. Years ago, the Master of the Magic Tower told the twins' father, Count Hugo, that his children had an unusual body structure that made their energy resonate with each other, and if one of them used magic, the energy of the other would receive stimulation and would not exist on its own away from each other. But if the boys are together, their movements synchronize that even their faces take on the same expression, which is extremely rare, and due to the fact that their innate mana reserve is large and both have a good sense of magic. With formal training, they can become powerful warriors that complement each other. And the twins' father realized that if left to their own devices, they would live in their own world, and he would have to try harder. And soon, thanks to the efforts of the twins' father, Earls Hugo Custer and Pollux were able to become knights with promising talent. And Alden, seeing this in them, secretly invaded the Hugo family's Earl title legacy and made the twins his subordinates, and afterwards gave them swords of the sun and moon, resonating with each other to maximize their innate ability, as well as the clutter technique, complete with sun and moon balloon, that after the opponent's attack, while he is changing position, there is bound to be a flaw in the fighter's movement, and this is a weakness that everyone has. However, the Silver Knight's strike seemed to have closed the Golden Knight's vulnerable spot. Storm of Blades flawlessly pulverizes foes, surpassing the limits of speed and accuracy that can only be imagined when freely ignoring the blades in a duel. Due to the connection in striking with the balls, they strike together, there are no mistakes. And when Adam told all, his comrade Ned replied that he understood. And Adam went on to say that it's similar to the jet cloud technique of the Royal Tiara, and the secret flow technique of the Royal Shooting Gallery, flowing clouds, a defense technique that, in a battle between disciples of the same mentor, counterbalanced the Yang electric field to repel the opponent's attack. And there is a difference in the sources of lightning power, or the magic of the twin knights themselves, but it is quite similar to the practical technique in the sense that it quickly reverses the forces of attraction and repulsion, thus successfully completing an attack or defense. And Ned, having mastered the technique of dispersing clouds with the Sword of the Moon, can reproduce the eclipse by summoning the Golden Knight. And after that, he miscalculated his opponent's attack, getting closer and closer, and then was able to cut him down. And noticing this, the Golden Knight began to call out to his opponent because he thought it couldn't be. And with a sudden movement, the Golden Knight jumped backward, away from his opponent. And as soon as he stopped, he began to think that Mr. Olding was the only one privy to the mystery of the eclipse, and he didn't understand how this guy knew about it, and really pissed off. The Golden Knight wondered what famous people his brother had encountered, and if he had really revealed the secret of the technique to them. And at the same instant, the voice of his master came again in the Golden Knight's head, telling him to come running and help, but the Golden Knight no longer listened to his scythe, and decided that he would deal with his enemy in 1 minute. And I started swinging my sword. He sent a lot of his attacks into the enemy. But Ned understood what I expected if I showed him the sword and technique. The Silver Knight, no matter how much the Golden Knight worries about his master, can't ignore him. If he sends him to Alden, he will make any sacrifice to help him escape. And having lost the Silver Knight, the man will definitely be on guard. For no one knows whom Olding will lead after the soldiers or his teacher. If not now, then never again. And realizing this, Ned knew he must catch him. And by continuing to fight, the Golden Knight was able to wound his opponent. And Ned himself continued in the same vein, and swung his great sword of the sun. The Golden Knight already thought that he could defeat his opponent by chopping him in half, but no such thing. Just a second later, I saw that it was just a shell behind which that guy was hiding. After all, Ned, with the help of his raven robe, which teleports the user a short distance, leaving the clone in its place, was able to dodge the Golden Knight's attacks and get behind him. And with his incredible Thunderpalm skill, he dealt critical damage to the opponent. And I realized that he stopped his movement just the same. It was his chance to finish off the Golden Knight. But just as Ned swung and thought he had already destroyed his spirit, he saw that the Golden Knight was still able to block his attack. But Ned, not realizing what had happened, for he thought his blow had worked, but the sword connected with the other sword and stopped moving. And at the same moment, the Golden Knight began to turn his head, telling his opponent that he had finally been caught, and that the Sword of the Sun and the Sword of the Moon attract each other. After that, the Golden Knight turned around and punched Ned in the stomach with all his might, causing him to fall into a huge hole. This caused Ned to realize he had taken critical damage and began spitting blood. And as soon as his sword fell and stuck into the ground, the Golden Knight began to tell his opponent that he had made him sweat and now it was over. And the Golden Knight, having crushed his opponent, had already nearly dispensed with. But Ned just didn't want it to end this way, and began pushing the huge sword away as hard as he could, even though his hand was slashing at the same time. And he began to remember how his father had told him that the time would come, and he would continue his work, becoming Baron Rogue. And the time would come, and he would accept the mission of Guardian of the Bloody Tears, and he must become the greatest knight worthy of that sword. And then the still young son of his father remembered those words, and promised him that he would not give up. And now he wasn't about to let himself be killed right there, and raising his hand, he began to build up energy in it. And with all his strength, he was able to throw the sword aside, which flew aside, and thus cut off his opponent's arm. And right after that, Ned started bringing his electric hand right up to his face, and immediately activating his ability, he began to generate a huge electric discharge from his fingertip, and thereby sizzling his eyes, which made him unable to see. Now he couldn't see anything, and worst of all, because of the super fast attack, he didn't have time to recover, and started yelling at his opponent that he was a fool, and that he would finish him off. And he began to search for his enemy through energy trails. Ned used his raven robe, which teleported him and created clones, and was able to confuse his enemy. And the Golden Knight realized that now his opponents were too many. And as the Golden Knight swung to finish off his enemies who were in different directions, in the same instant, his opponent Ned was already at his back, and once again dealt critical damage to him, making the Golden Knight unable to stand still. After all, Ned was very good with his blade, and now he had decided that this was the end for him, and the Golden Knight would be finished. And with his strongest technique, Lightning Discharge, he attacked the Golden Knight, and immediately after that, a huge wave rose up and began to destroy everything in the place where it hit. And all that remained of the Golden Knight was his blade, which lay at Ned's feet. And now the names of the brothers who were among the top 10 strongest Continentals at that time were crossed off the list. And at that time, all the guys who were in the castle started helping the others get out from under the rubble, though they didn't realize that because they had destroyed the falling building and used protective magic, the damage was negligible. And it was a good thing Alden had cleared the building of people. And the chief healer of this castle was calling on various knights to help with the healing, though they didn't understand what they were doing here. And even though Lucius was watching all of this, he realized that those maggots were dead, which meant that people had woken up from hypnosis, which meant that Alden was either dead or neutralized. And at the same instant, Lucius began to turn around. And as soon as he saw his beloved with child, he thanked the goddess Arya for helping them. And the badly wounded Ned walked with Adam and Lucius's wife. And thus, they upset Alden's plans and rebuilt the third ward of the main temple. After a few days, everyone forgot about rest. They all began to heal the wound, and soon they arrested devil followers from Central Parish and did many other things. But first of all, of course, they enlisted the support of the Allies, whose forces were practically gone. And when everyone had gathered, Lucius raised his glass, and those who drank from it began to feel a sharp pain in their bodies. And in the same instant, there was a purge of the cult followers who had wandered among the temple attendants for years. Alden's abilities were terrifying, but they couldn't believe that a priest like him had completely lost control of his mind, and the internal wounds inflicted by the maggot had left them unable to get out of bed for days. But soon Lucius asked his uncle if he was feeling better, to which he replied that he was fine. Lucius began to thank Adam and his comrade, and didn't even know how to thank them. After all, they had provided an invaluable service. But a smiling Adam answered him that they had done everything they were supposed to do. Adam raised his hand and told him to accept a small gift from them if he recovered. And the birdcage of Mimibers came up, and it is one of the law's favorite things. Prisoners in this cage cannot use magic and are preserved in the state they were imprisoned in, and Alden's head was in this cage. To which Lucius' uncle stood up and started saying it was dangerous. It should be burned. To which Adam replied that they had killed the royal maggot and the abilities were gone, so it was safe. And now he had become obedient. They had taught him a good lesson. After all, he is going to the leadership of the devil cult and may be able to get a lot of useful information from it. Still, afterward, Lucius' uncle accepted the gift from Adam, though he asked Ned if it was worth giving, to which he replied that it didn't matter, since they already knew everything they needed to know and had caused enough pain. And Ned was very pleased, but more importantly, that's because he knows he can't hold this case in his hand. And at that same moment, Adam decided to give Lucius' uncle the journal and tell him that they had gotten all the information, and it listed the makeup of their sect and other hideouts and the plan known to Alden. Uncle Lucius opened the magazine and began to look at what was interesting. But after reading a few pages, he realized it was true. And the diabolical roadmap of destroying the world and rebuilding it, and the people who promoted this Eastern Alliance. And in the kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half of the continent of Aslan, there are two forces, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Originally, the two factions were equal. But after the Duchy of Gernetti and the Western Union, a queen and a sainted son, that balance was upset. Due to some negative factors, the Dread Alliance continues to be in a state of decline, and some of its territories have been sold to the West. And at this point, the power differential has become too great. Therefore, for several years now, there have been devil cult worshippers among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, and, as a consequence, two great intractable humanities, the Blue Dragon Artalis and the Ice Dragon Marinia, began ravaging the Western territory. That was why they were in such a hurry to raid. There was no time left in the West. The Deep Dragon's nest was located in the continent's largest grain region, and the Ice Dragon had occupied the central port of the West. And if nothing was done about the dragons, there would soon be no time left in the South. And in the West, because of the situation, people who lost their homes and united aristocrats joined the Devil's Sect. They didn't even believe that it was all planned by the sect. And as Alden said, the devil followers only push the world to the abyss. And dragons don't help devil worshippers, which means everything will end after the destruction of the Deep Ice Dragon. And after that long talk, Adam said he and Ned would handle the dragons themselves. But Lucius's uncle thought otherwise and started yelling at them. Are they out of their minds? Killing dragons in itself sounds crazy, so they decided to figure it out together too. But Lucius, sitting next to him, started to say that they didn't need him, to which Adam replied that he had to protect the third ward and could not allow the temple to be taken over, and the attack was not over yet, and the Son of God was afraid to imagine what would happen if something happened to him or his family. And the man agreed with these words. Nothing better could be thought of. Suddenly, he stood up and began to say that on behalf of Lucius Gernetti, he was appointing Adam and Ned Sr. as holy knights, and also thanks them for their help in protecting the parish. They will be given precious gold and magic stone, and the senior holy knights will be able to visit any place under the control of the temple, and it will issue them a certificate stating that they are authorized to gather people and lead them. And they will also be given half of the dues paid to the temple. But all of a sudden, Adam started saying that the status can be documented, but due to some circumstances, they can't get the mark of a priest. And Lucius wondered why they can't use the abilities of light. Well, Adam replied that it doesn't matter. They don't want to go under the control of the goddess. And shaking his hand, Lucius said that he understood everything. If suddenly their decision changed, let them say so, and they would try to help with preparations for the upcoming hunt. Even though Lucius's uncle didn't realize what this dragon raid was all about, He was worried about the dragons, but since people put their name on the line, he can't say anything against the Holy Sun. I decided to observe first, and at that moment Lucius asked Adam when they planned to leave, because they needed to have a reception before they left. Adam replied that there was no need to do that, and at the same moment, something strange began to happen in the same room, and they all began to turn their heads in the direction of the cage in which Alden's head was imprisoned. And it began to glow very brightly, causing all the rooms to light up brightly. And inside that cage was Alden's head, and dark energy was emanating from it. And at the same moment, the head that was caged began to say that it was trying to make a connection. I felt Alden's life force drying up, and started saying that they were the very heroes who had caught Alden. But Lucius shouted out who he was, and immediately after those words, a bright light appeared in the room, shining even brighter than before, and the cage that held back Alden's power began to break. And the flying head began to respond in such a way that they bowed their heads until he bit. After all, he is the head of a devil cult. And everyone in that room couldn't believe their ears or the feedback, couldn't understand how he knew Aldean had failed and decided to do it all himself. But the head of the devil cult began to stare at Adam and said that there was a tremendous energy emanating from him. And it turned out that he was the one who possessed the dragon's heart. But Adam didn't understand why the creature had already appeared, for he knows that now it makes no difference to the chapter, whether the dragon heart is simplified or not. And everything that happened was part of a bigger plan, and he continued to enjoy his double life while they quietly dealt with Alden and his twins just because they were allowed to do so. And the head of the cult was to remain inactive for several more years, and in that time, Adam was going to eliminate the cult leadership, order Lucius to start a war between the temple factions, and then rip the headman's head off. But suddenly Adam wondered if there was some special relationship between the head and Alden. But then he wouldn't stand by and watch Alden being tortured, and whether it was usually fickleness, or if it really was the hands of the devil. And he's probably the one who set things up to cause this situation to arise now. And at that very moment, Ned began urging Adam to run and hide. It would help him buy time. After all, he had easily destroyed the birdcage, the effect of the ban on the use of skills, which meant the head of the cult was at least an archmage, and it wasn't going to be easy. But Lucius knew he had a toes and a glimmer of honor technique up his sleeve, and he couldn't be allowed to take the dragon's heart now. But Ned, who was standing beside him, began to make fun of his face and asked him if he really knew how to use a sword. But what did the lich answer to keep up with him? Lucius, though, realized that if the binding spell weakened, if the intermediary bond was broken, they would just have to crack Alden's head open. And determined to end it all very quickly and not with two sides, they attacked the head of the cult. But as soon as they approached him with their blades, a barrier formed near his head that prevented them from doing damage. And right after that, a dark energy began to bind Ned. What I didn't realize was that he used the cloak in irony without giving them a chance to dodge, and that the activation speed was just terrifying, and that the magic dissipated and Lucius couldn't do anything. And at the same moment, the head of the devil cult started telling them to retreat because they won't be able to handle it, and his skill is the shadow of the ancient dragon, and the characteristics removed by this skill from the target are greatly reduced, and the use of magic is completely blocked. And the head of the devil cult kept saying that he felt no trace of this woman, and wanted to know if his intervention had changed the situation, but apparently he was wasting his time. And at that moment, he began to activate his skill-binding curses, Curse of Sickness, and Curse of Pain, and Curse of Decay. And Ned and Lucius began to feel terrible pain all over their bodies. And Lucius's uncle, who was standing nearby, also experienced great fear and pain, and began to beg the goddess Arya to help them. But suddenly Adam, who had been standing and watching all this, decided to intervene, and with the help of his weapon, was able to free his comrade. And the head of the devil cult, who was watching this attack, couldn't believe his eyes. The thing is that Adam used the Sword of Light, because using the Sword of Light requires tremendous training and serious characteristics, but with permission or a drill team, one can easily use the truth. Other than that, he has nothing else. And to destroy the bond of the curse, the Sword of Light alone would not be enough, in which case the only thing left to do was to increase his stats several times and use Adam's Draconization skills and the secret medicine of Meteor's Tear. And with such a set, he was able to use the Sword of Light for about 10 seconds without the help of the goddess. Venom began to realize that the worst-case scenario could only be that he had come here at the behest of the devil himself to buy them. And now he doesn't stand a chance against the head of the devil's cult. He can certainly be destroyed by cracking his head open and sending the tough fool to hell. But the damage would be disproportionate, and he needs to avoid direct confrontation. And now he realized that he needed to pull himself together and use a safe fight. After all, if he wanted to hold on to victory without losing anything, he would have to be led away from here in this situation. And remember the words I said to him, the King of Demons, that he was the first man who was able to resist him simply because of his amazing perseverance. And it is said that he who enters a battle without a chance of victory is foolish, and those who flee from the mere sight of the enemy or surrender are not wise, in my opinion. They are common weaklings. And the devil who conquered 10 worlds was hit by some little man, and that can't be. And when the goddess of light told him she wanted to fight victoriously again, Adam realized that Tartarus craved pure victory and wanted to defeat the completed version of the hero, which meant killing him now was contrary to his plan. And the fact that the cult leader was here out of choice, and that he thought he had come here for nothing. But he started to say that there was such an interesting frame, and he began to ask Adam who he was and why the goddess of light had chosen him. Well, Adam was interested, and decided that since he was being asked by the head of the cult himself, he couldn't help but answer. However, it was no fun to talk for free, and he began to suggest to him that the pair ask each other a question, and if Adam wins, he will reveal his true colors to his comrade, and the latter can do the same. But the cult leader was surprised to hear those words, as had Lucius, who had definitely heard about the true face of the cult leader. And Ned wondered, for even Olya didn't know that, he wondered how Adam knew that. And the cult leader began to tell me that his magical search skill allows him to recognize lies. And now, this guy really knows his true colors, but Adam went on to say that now they would act no nonsense if he threw a bloody party here. Of course, his comrades would be uncomfortable, but he can avoid it, and there is plenty of time, and the cult leader must believe he will ruin his life. All other things being equal, he has no reason to reveal the secrets of even a precious existence, to which the cult leader agreed. And right after that, Adam flipped a coin and started saying that he would have said it right away. The flying coin caused everyone to follow it with their eyes, and as soon as the coin fell back into the hand of one, he covered it with his other hand, and the head of the sect started saying that he was picking tails. It was only then that Adam was able to take the eagle for himself, and the second he started raising his hand, everyone was wondering who was going to win. A little earlier, a coin lay in the palm of his hand. Adam asked Ned how he could guess 10 times in a row, to which he replied that he could guess 100 times, because in the eyes of a trained person, a falling coin is extremely slow. And on that day, except for Bishop Alphonsus, there was not a single person who did not see it. And what side did the coin fall on before Adam covered it with his hand? Lucius and Ned, who watched it, said it was a head. Ned, looking at Adam, didn't understand why he was trusting fate blindly or whether it was just another trick. If not, then why not? He chose a game where whoever talks first wins. And then he said he was picking tails, and later they were able to find out the reason for this choice. But the moment Adam covered the coin with his hand, a bright light appeared, which began to illuminate the entire room with a red and white light. And that light was the energy of Adam and the head of the cult who faced each other. And victory or defeat is scored only after the hand covering the coin is fully revealed. And whoever flips the coin to break through the enemy's defenses wins. And faced with this power, Hell began to resist the immense might of the cult head. And at this point, the hand began to secure its position before the other part of the coin was revealed. It was the usual confrontation of forces, and many felt that was the point of the game. And if you compete without certain victory or defeat conditions, it will be hard to back down. So Adam made the rules. And so it was finally settled, because Adam flipped the coin as quickly as possible, which began to fly, and Adam, along with the head of the devil cult, began to watch her. And while the coin flew, Adam had time to move and activate his skill. And apparently the head of the devil cult noticed that he was using the accelerating electricity of a man from the east, and literally seconds later, maybe even less than hell, hit him with all his might. And he started punching through the ground below him and falling to the floors below. And as soon as Adam struck the final blow, he realized it was time for his draconization and glass. But Adam was sorry for the way things had turned out. That there was a tie. Only the building had collapsed, and Adam had managed to chase the head of the cult away without serious damage to his side, and the fact that Adam had seen right through him, and he had learned what to do with him, and made him leave. And the girl sitting opposite Ned began to ask what the wager was, for the winner had to ask a question and reveal the true identity of his opponent, and since that was the case, it turned out to be a draw. Adam, who had gone inside, said they didn't delay and decided to fight another time. Because at that moment, Adam, along with Mr. Lucius, walked into the room where this conversation was taking place. And as soon as they sat down, Ned started asking Adam if he'd found a way to break the spell, to which he replied that he hadn't, and it seemed the temple hadn't come up with anything either. This spell declared that it was a ring of promise and a testimony of the captive's promise between two people. If one of the participants breaks this contract, the time of punishment comes for him. In this case, the ring of the second participant is destroyed, and for the duration of the punishment, one of the 5 senses disappears for a month. In short, until the second battle begins, and there he will not be able to reveal to them the true face of the head of the devil's cult. And Lucius realized that there was nothing that could be done about the situation. If one acted on Adam's instructions, nothing much would change. But suddenly, Adam declared that he wanted to do everything directly. Though Lucius didn't understand what he meant, Ned replied that he knew he did. And Adam began to explain that he could give a riddle for them to figure out for themselves, or the clue would only be an indirect reference. But this story is more dangerous than the Eastern Alliance, and he can only tell it to someone he trusts completely. And once he started talking about the head of the devil cult, at this time, the head of the cult himself was walking with a bouquet through the huge castle. And suddenly he started to wonder when he looked at his hand, because he thought it would give away his identity right away, and the promise ring hadn't disappeared. And when he made the offer to compete, thus, he thought he was a complete lunatic. But perhaps it was a bluff, or his nefarious motives are too obvious. Either way, the cult leader was looking forward to Exodus, just so long as it didn't disappoint him. And coming closer and closer to the lone girl standing across from him, he began to turn around. And in the same instant, he congratulated the girl on her 12th birthday, whose name was Altair. To which she replied to him that he was unrecognizable without his chrome robe, and thanked him for coming. It was the first princess of the kingdom of Cain Altair, Justina Cain. And the one who approached her was the first principal of the Cain realm, a junior cardinal of the Temple of Light. And that same evening, Lucius and his wife went to rest. It didn't escape the mind of the head of the cult. If you served everything Adam said, he was practically invulnerable. However, his family cannot escape the upcoming adulation, and so Lucius has decided that no matter how they dodge, they will engage and win. And the revenge isn't over yet. The teacher, the senior, and the other aides Aldean mentioned, and they won't be installed until they've killed them all. And even without Adam, Ned would be confused and regret his foolishness in betraying the cult, and that he undoubtedly owed him his life and had sworn himself to repay the debt, even if he had to fight the devil himself. And Adam, sitting in his room, was indulging in reflection, but suddenly he thought he was gone. And he can't understand why the head of the cult has appeared. After all, no one changes so easily, neither man nor demon is a god, and every action is preceded by a reason if other actions are performed, which means that the one who knows the future has changed history. But the cult leader remained in the shadows after the plan of the apocalypse was handed over to the 12 apostles, so his historical role remained the same, and when he attacked Ned and Lucius, the latter did not feel seriously threatened, and the head seemed to drive the flies away from him, but no more than that. Or maybe he's just wondering who took the dragon's heart. Or there's something he doesn't know about, and he really has forgotten something. And at the same instant, glancing at his hand, which began to emit a bright light, he realized that everything would fall into place when he got into action, and there was something left to deal with before he left. But as he continued to look at his hand, he saw his improved silver key, and started remembering those words of the goddess, that she said she would expand his abilities due to the key, and she needed to give him something, and he should see from her how to free himself, and that the angel had said so before disappearing into the law room when he had threatened the god. Now she's just rushing him, but he's determined to hear what she has to say. But first he had to get dressed, and in the same instant he began to move to another room. In an instant he found himself in another room that had just shone with bright color, and Hel realized that this place is connected to the silver key, to which an angel that appeared out of nowhere replied that that was correct. Her key was connected to her Fork's guest room. Greeting Adam, she told him to make himself at home. But Adam didn't realize what this one-room villa was, and he still couldn't figure out who had given him the silver key, which meant it was her. Angels could bestow special powers too. And she began to answer him that, after all, she was responsible for him because she had special powers, and besides, the fight craved spectacle, and if he met a dull end, her reputation would suffer greatly. And Adam realized this and began to say that he was so grateful he was ready to cry, but still it was just a joke, and he began to tell them to get to the point and what kind of conversation was in store for him, to which the angel asked Adam to move them more comfortably, and with the help of teleportation, they found themselves on comfortable couches. And the angel began to get straight to the point, that the conversation would be about additional rewards and rules, and it was certainly interesting, but they wouldn't let rudeness and threats like that get away anymore. So with the next such joke, the abilities and skills available to him will be taken away. And since he's now prey, all his skills will go to whoever hunts him. And in that instant, Adam realized that the gods had directed their brains and were telling him that if he didn't want to give all his goodies to the enemy, he should play by the rules and not resist, but in fact he knew that such a trick would only work once. If you fooled them in the same way twice, could you even consider them gods? And suddenly he decided to ask the angel, what about the reward? Because he had heard for sure that the goddess of light would give him cool stuff, and it wouldn't cost her anything to drag the cat away by the balls and lay it out. To which the angel replied that he had already received something and also relaxed the requirements for the use of the orb of light, a privilege never granted to a person who was not a priest. And as for the conditions for the complete removal of restrictions, he would either need to get the permission of the goddess of light, or get an order from her. I have another new rule. He must do the god's errands, and as a reward for completing the mission, he will be given special skills prepared not only by the goddess, but also by the other god. And of course, they prepared only the best for him, selecting privileges according to the strictest criteria. And like she said, nothing in the world is free. And he must serve the gods and fulfill their commissions without hesitation and prove that he's worthy of owning everything. Although I am warm now, they are very uncomfortable sending heroes through the mystery gate task, and they will receive them with all honors upon their return, as you the bishop's word. And getting on my horse, I'll hand it over to him. I realized that now, as the end of the raid was approaching, the human spies were monitoring the temple with their fog bracelet, which grants the ability of the unknown. Thanks to this trinket, there is now no need to move around at night, and it is best not to go through the main gate. Lucius' wife walks up to Ned and starts urging him to take what she's giving him because she collected. And seeing this basket of Claudia's food, which after consumption restores stamina, and Manu, he began to remember that when the Golden Knight had pierced his stomach, she had treated him to this, and he began to thank Claudia for such help. Finally, Adam turned to the side and said he was relying on him, to which Lucius wished them good luck in battle. And as soon as they set off, Lucius realized that there was more than just the cult of the devil. Aristocrats, bigwigs, travelers, those who go after the heart of the dragon are countless. His role is to pretend to own the artifact, diverting attention to himself and buying Adam time and room to maneuver. And after they galloped away, the gates closed and no one else was allowed out. And from that point on, the third ward was closed to all. In the meantime, the lawyer, who was making her rounds of her estate, felt Adam's footsteps receding, and she realized that it looked like he was leaving the place. And at that moment, her soulmate walked up to the lawyer and said, yes, they'll go where they need to go too. And, agreeing, she shed a tear, because she realized this was the end of her role, as well as 1,000 years of loneliness. She too can retire and think of nothing else, for she is now passing their mission to a follower, and to the descendant who will go with him. And the girl who went to the window met a dove who brought her a letter. Opening it, she read the beginning and realized it was from Lucius, which said that he wished her a happy birthday and apologized for not being able to attend the reception because they would not be able to see each other for a while. As an apology, he sends her a small gift and is sure she will like it. Well, at least the princess realized he said that all the time and sent something wonderful. But suddenly the princess heard that there was some noise outside, and looking out of the window, she heard a fight going on near her window. Looking closer, she saw a man who had beaten almost all of the guards below. And then she realized that this man was a gift from Lucius, and the letter said he could help her. Lindell Castle was Altair's territory, and she received it along with the title of Duchess when she was only 16 years old. As Adam and his companion approached the main gate of the castle, they were met by guards, but Adam took out a letter and began to tell them that it was a letter from the holy son of Lucius Ionata, and the old man who came up to them said he would accompany them as well. And Ned remembered the words of Lucius, who had said that the letter bore his seal, and they must give it to her majesty, and he was sure that the princess would help them, but he did not understand, though he could see by her face that she did. But could she help in hunting dragons? After all, if you think about it, he is one of the aristocrats. So he started asking his friend if he knew the princess. He replied that he had seen her once as a child at a reception at the royal castle, and they say she's burying her talent, and he doubts she can help them in any way. But at the same instant, some strange warrior in armor flew right to his feet, and Ned didn't realize what had happened, and the old man who had accompanied them began to say that they must have been frightened, but the thing was that they are now facing the princess's favorites. And at the same instant, there was a look of surprise on the faces of Adam and his companion. They didn't think they were minions, they thought they were simple bandits. But Princess Altair is beautifully noble and talented, and she has everything a shining star needs from birth. Aslan and even luck were on her side, and when her first son fell ill, the king said the right to the throne would go to her and her husband, and the crown was given without a fight. And the other fools dreamed that if they married the princess, he would become her son, and they would be king. But the princess said that before discussing her marriage, she would tell them all something, and she will not exchange a word with anyone who does not prove her strength and honor. And countless noble men wanting to win the favor of the princess was not an easy task. They were defeated and brought back, and so on in a circle. And they were all tested by Altair's first knight protector, Ophelia armed. Watching all this chaos, Ned didn't understand what was going on here, though he had to admit he was a little surprised. I thought these people were incapable, but they have a pretty good level of training. To which the old man replied to him that he was right, and many were hired to represent the Britons in the arena. If the nobles struck Lady Ophelia coherently, there might be a chance that the princess would recognize their strength, and then the priests. The real Adam beside him realized that they weren't his equal, but he shouldn't despise them for it, and therein lies the real problem. In that, the opponent is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. And looking at her, Adam realized that he hadn't seen Ophelia in a long time, and she looked younger. Apparently, they had met earlier than the last time. But suddenly, some fool came up to them and started asking who they were. And with an angry look, he began to tell me that the end of the line is in the other side, and they have been here for 3 days and have not broken the order. And looking at his yellow bird on the blue cloth, Adam realized it was a priest from the Temple of Heaven, a representative of another religion in competition with the Temple of Light. It seems he came here instead of the aristocrat and began to venomously reply to him that they weren't in the competition and he shouldn't pay any attention to them, and he'd better go and mind his own business. But for some reason, those words made that guy angry. I went on to say that they had come to give the princess a letter from God's son Lucius, and it must be removed for the sake of his health. And he said it was urgent, and he was really willing to take responsibility for late delivery. All of a sudden, this guy's face changed, and he started to say he didn't need it, and of course they could move on. But no sooner had Adam left them than they began discussing Lucius about the fact that he wasn't storming the dungeon right now, but had somehow come running here suspiciously fast. Had the princess really helped organize the raid? And that Adam knows nothing, for after the camping trips are over, people send letters and mail them in a special way, and first to friends, then to the temple. And to conclude with a favorite. As soon as Adam heard those words, he began to turn toward the big man with an angry look. The one went on to say that everyone in the capital knows about the vicious relationship between Lucius and his cousin. They say they had a child and are secretly raising it in the temple. And just as the big guy continued to say something with all his might, Adam punched him right in the face. And he began to fly a few dozen meters away, because there are tense relations between the temples of light and sky, and that's why these guys are so angry that people above them in status. But Adam didn't understand what this had to do with Altair, and what he had just said about the girl who had loved only him until the day she died, and the connection with her cousin. Hadn't they been slapping his face with his hand for a long time? Adam started to say that those who were standing next to him should come here too. After all, they're freaks who've been standing there for 3 days to get their heads bashed in, and no one seems to be talking to them, so they're bored. You don't have to stand in line, he'll let everyone through. And a little later, the old man who had accompanied Adam started laughing loudly and said that there hadn't been a fight in the line in months. But Adam apologized and said that they had insulted a respected man and he couldn't stay away. But the old man started to say that it was his fault because as a butler, he should avoid conflict. But the old man began to think that usually, if a fight starts, the hostess appears. Ophelia, but this man understood everything very quickly, and their clothes do not look like temple or knightly, and perhaps these people are not just messenger. But suddenly the princess appeared and began to say whether they liked the greenhouse, and as Adam turned his head, he began to realize that in his past life, he wouldn't have known Altair for several more years, and his real mission will only begin after training with Ned. He can't believe that the moment has already arrived and he starts to greet her highness. But the princess noticed that this guy seemed familiar to her, and she began to talk about how she had read Lucius's letter, and about the Temple Knights, Adam and Ned. He had recommended them, and said they would tell her all the details in person. But now they must answer what they can do for her. And standing behind Ned, who had been watching Adam and the princess, something seemed odd. Why does Ophelia, who is protecting the princess, look at him with such disapproving eyes? Because that noise was made by Adam and Annie, or they'd met somewhere before. And the princess began to ask Adam what he could do for her. And after saying that, Adam thought for a moment that Altair's contact is not yet fully developed, and the princess cannot view other people's memories like a lawyer. But since this talent is innate, she is able to recognize people thanks to her special perception. And Altair, retaining the gift, gathered a team and went into battle with the cult followers, and the princess was his comrade in arms and the one who first resisted. And for him, overflowing with lust for battle and a sense of revenge, she was a girl who showed the right path and a big dream. And the absurd search for a groom was only necessary to find the best warriors sent by the cult, and gradually took over the kingdom, and Altair's ability to inherit her throne could not guarantee victory. She needs a strong ally, and at that moment, Adam apologized to Her Highness and activated his power. He said he could become one of them and decided it would be the fastest way to show it off. And suddenly the princess, along with her guards, saw that it was the power of a dragon, and Adam had a dragon's heart. And at the same moment, the princess began to ask if Ophelia was in the contest or if she was with Adam. She answered that she was not. The new series began immediately pulling out their blade and saying they would try to strike 3 blows at home. And standing across from each other, they didn't begin to radiate immense power. But suddenly, Ophelia noticed that Adam was just standing still, but there were no visible weaknesses in his stance, and if she rushed headlong into the attack, she might run into trouble. And she realized that she had to proceed as carefully as possible. And as soon as she moved, she realized that Adam had begun to deflect the sword blade with his hand on the first encounter. And in the second collision, all her blows had left not a scratch on it. And on the third collision, the weapon flew out of her hands and a hard palm strike followed, which caused it to fly off to the side. But right after that, Adam's hand was at her back. And just as Ophelia came to her senses, she realized that she had lost because Adam, who was standing at her back, asked if she wanted to continue, but she didn't realize how he had managed to get behind her. And suddenly she said no. The lieutenant had seen enough of both this mana of movement and defense. Everything was perfect, but she still didn't understand where he was coming from. And after a short battle, the princess spoke up because she had heard that the blue dragon had destroyed the food zones and they were looking for a solution to the problem. And it is pointless to create new arable lands. The devil followers are multiplying like cockroaches, and these lands will be devastated again. But still, because of the new threat, they will have to cultivate the territories of Tournament Ridge. And Adam immediately responded to her saying that it would then be possible to divert the cult's attention during the trip. If they did everything quickly, he would bring her the head of the blue dragon in a month. But the princess liked the plan and asked what he wanted, to which he replied that they could determine the reward themselves. And more importantly, there had been legal problems during the cleaning of the tomb, and now the third ward was short-staffed, leaving them without healers. And they need healing power. And then the princess realized that he seemed to be looking for more than just money and fame, and started asking what the odds were against the blue dragon. But Adam leaned over to the princess and said it was up to Her Highness. The Medea she'd been studying stayed in him, and that Medea's magic no longer existed, and Altair was able to master it thanks to one man. And she said the training had stalled around that time, and told the princess that her ancestor had entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And Altair would gain immense power if he used the artifact right now, and she could control the dragon heart in his chest. But soon Adam said they would go, and if she needed them, she could send Gaunt's for them. And this first meeting was glorious. Not at all like what had happened in his previous life, Adam thought, and that wasn't a bad thing. And the fact that he missed her. But now they had met thanks to Lucius, and he would be able to show Altair what he was worth, and she would pay attention to him. And that she would find him on her own, and he would wait. She, the seated princess, realized that she had now come across such an interesting man. But at this time, the princess started asking Ophelia what she thought about it, to which she replied that the guy was impressive, but she was very worried that Sir Lucius had recommended him because he was a bad judge of character. Still, Adam has the skills the princess is looking for, but still, she believes he is not too weak for one who bears the heart of a dragon. But the princess replied that she didn't think he was in complete control of it, and that it was sure to grow stronger soon, remembering Adam's words, that he had said her ancestor had entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And the fact that Adam spoke as if he had personally met Lady Juritus, and Juritus was an archmaid, so it wasn't surprising to learn that she was wandering around the tomb. And if Adam's words are true, the ritual was performed on him and his heart by the judiciary itself, and that Adam has a great chance for an unknown character, and maybe he'll help with her plan. But there was something else that bothered the princess. It was something she'd always felt either warm or disgusted by another person's touch, but what she'd felt with Adam. She saw something strange that she hadn't seen before, and she wondered what it was. But at the same time, in another place, the head of the devil cult summoned his subordinate to him. The one, as soon as he arrived, began to ask what the orders would be. It was the deputy head of the second in the hierarchy of cult followers, and the head of the cult began to say that there was a vacant place among the 12 apostles. But Alfred didn't realize if there was a vacancy among the cult leaders, and what it was, one didn't understand. But suddenly the head of the devil cult asked Alfred, was he really trying to make sure of it through him? And he was supposed to scout the situation and suggest the next commander, but he doesn't understand anything himself. And he is free to dispose of all the remaining apostles, but the plan of the apocalypse must be carried out, and Alden's failure should not create problems in his work. And in the same instant, the illusion created by the head of the devil cult dissipated, and Alfred, who was standing, realized that he had disappointed the leader, and at the same instant, Alfred began to call out to his subordinate who was around the corner, and told him to prepare the phantom horse for him at once, and he himself would go to the third parish. The next day, the princess approached the huge altar, and it was touching for her, because deciphering ancient texts in the dungeons and raiding the tomb of jurisprudence was over, and into her hands fell this thing, that very grimoire, and will be able to increase her magical energy. After all, it is a high-end grimoire created using crystallization of magical powers that allow mastery through meditation. And she began to remember the words that told her that her allotted time would soon be over, and Altair, her apprentice, should forgive her for not being able to teach her more than she needed, but she was sure she could find a way to improve her abilities, and eventually defeat the head of the devil's cult. And at that moment, a bright light appeared in the same cave. Suddenly, she began to see different things that surrounded her. And suddenly it seemed to her that it was really subspace, or that the crystal was connected to her mind and magical knowledge seemed to appear beside her. A voice also appeared, asking her that it was really beautiful, and that it was Medea's magic they had comprehended. And the lawman who appeared began to say that she was just a spiritual body left in the magic crystal, but she would still like to meet the princess and her heir. Meanwhile, Adam and his partner were playing rock, paper, scissors, and as soon as their game was over, Adam started saying that he won and was going to the party, and Ned was going to go and find the devil followers in the castle. And Ned thought that was even better, because he didn't like noisy events anyway, so Adam could go quietly and have fun. And Ned, picking up the bracelet, asked Adam if he really didn't need it, for he had said himself that if he didn't show his face, it would be easier to act. But Adam replied that this mansion was home to one of the 10 strongest fighters in the world, so he would need both bracelets, or he would be captured quickly. And by the way, that girl gave him a disapproving look. After thinking for a moment, Ned replied that it was true and he didn't understand why. After all, it was their first meeting, and it was rare to meet such a southern woman, and even with magical powers, and he would not forget their meeting. And has she really known him since the cult? Or maybe she's more dangerous than he is. But Adam replied that he didn't think she was one of the devil worshippers, but he still needed to be on guard, and he was sure Ned would do a great job. Stirring the strange substance, Adam realized that now he too needed to prepare himself. And once he'd done his hair and styled his beautiful voice, then with the face-changing technique, and this is his channeling technique to change his appearance, a special technique of the shadow disciple who would become one of the 12 apostles of the cult in the future. And the facial expression of the pose all greatly impresses others. A connoisseur of such a technique can easily deceive a person and immediately disappear into the crowd. His skill is not only good, but if they are at a reception where there are new faces every day, and everyone is drunk to the point of unconsciousness, it might work. And the people who are challenging the princess are warriors and aristocrats from all over the kingdom. They are honored guests, so you can't talk to them without due consideration. And thus, a separate wing of the castle has become both the noisiest front door and at the same time, a lodging house, and where he holds meetings every night to watch the minions and their warriors fight for Altair's heart. But the job back home now is to gather information and find fighters, and someone who was known to Persona in a past life might be useful and needed to find the warriors who died while he was training in the cave. After a while, Adam began to hear various people talking about being knights, and told him that there had been no word from the third ward for days, and that his sister's husband had gone there as a guest and had been ordered to look around before the raid was over, but they had never been allowed inside. And other people talked about the rumored smoke rising from the third ward a few days ago, and they wondered if Cardinal Aldine had taken it over. And Adam, standing nearby, realized that he knew everyone was taking a keen interest in Lucius and the progress of the raid and which post he wasn't sitting down at. The same conversations were going on everywhere. And the fact that no one knows how the hike ends or what happened to Alden because the information is intentionally withheld. But suddenly, while Adam was drinking his drink, the guy sitting next to him started looking at him strangely. And at some point, he started telling Adam that they had been sitting at the table with him a few minutes ago. And it was surprising that everyone who was here knew the Baron. But as soon as he sat down at this table, they took him for him, though the Baron himself had long since left to dance. And the fact that Adam has some pretty good skills, if he's not wrong, he's the one who brought heaven down on the priest. And at the same instant, Adam turned his head and realized that this man didn't look skilled, but he could recognize the technique of changing his face, and Adam wondered who he was. Floors below walked a guy who was a servant in this castle. And at the same instant, someone dragged him by his clothes into the other room. And as soon as Ned finished him off, an insect started crawling out of this guy. And so Ned started killing all the minions of the Devil's Cult. And then, as soon as he was done with the East Wing, he decided to move on and started jumping from one building to another. Ned looked at the huge castle and marveled that it belonged to only one man, and he was beginning to think he wouldn't be able to get used to it because Lucius's house in the temple was the size and similar to their old home, so he felt comfortable. And it was not only spacious, but warm and cozy, and then it was the same with them. And that's when he saw his sister and mom for the last time. Had she been alive, she would have been a wife and mother, but disaster changed everything. But suddenly Ned heard a voice asking him what he was doing here. The guests were having a good time. And he chose a rather unusual place for a night out. But he didn't realize when he didn't feel her approach, and that was his biggest mistake. And thanks to the effect of the 2 bracelets, she is almost impossible to detect. And most importantly, Princess Protector She is one of the top 10 strongest, and it is not for pretty eyes that she gets such a place. Suddenly, she began to tell him not to worry, for she had come because she felt a strange energy here, but she had some business to attend to, and could he spare her some time? But Ned began to tell her that they had to be honest with each other and how long she had been following him, to which she replied that you couldn't fool him from the 2nd floor of the East Building. And Ned starts telling her that he killed the Devil's followers, and she can see for herself that there are maggots lying next to the corpses. And he apologizes for wandering around the castle, but his leader decides that a quick cleanup is much better than an explanation, because every second counts. To which she tells him that it's amazing and it's a smart decision. However, he is somewhat misguided, and she tells him the purpose for which she came to him. And at the same instant, she swung around and began to attack Ned. And a dragon raid is the princess's wish. She is working hard to gather the best warriors and lead them to victory, and his comrade Adam has already proven his worth. But now she needs to test him, and he needs to show what he can do. But Ned did not see why such platitudes were necessary, and yet he was told that if she wanted to be punished, he would agree and fight with her. At the same time, near the 3rd lobby, the ghost hounds were searching for footprints. They were Alden's demonization marks and lightning discharges, and the lad was sure they belonged to a warrior of the Royal Tiara Street. And it was obvious that the apprentice of the man from the East was there. And where the Silver Knight's footprints were left, the footprints of several others could be seen, and a Saint Force attack was used. But what was even more interesting, inside the carriage the lad saw some strange substance on the door. After tasting it, he realized it was me, Persephone, who couldn't be here, and a man from the East, the Holy Sun, who had joined the Tarantula cult 3 years ago. They had teamed up and planned to get rid of Alden, and he couldn't believe the man could be so crazy about a task whose success the cult's future depended on. After all, the entrance and exit to the 3rd lobby was closed due to a spell preventing magical analysis. Nothing could be seen inside, and the carrier pigeons sent by the informants were gathered in one place as if they didn't know where to fly. And it seemed that something very valuable was hidden in the temple. And one of them is most likely the head of the cult. But what if the Holy Sun's team was able to get another host and are now stalling for time to complete the ritual and stabilize the dragon's power? And now everything was coming together. If someone had that kind of power, then the outrage of the visiting patrons about the closed gate would become an empty phrase. And if the information got out beyond the temple, there could be trouble. And they saw it all coming. And the question is to whom the heart of the dragon belonged, the man from the East or the Holy Sun? If the first, we can assume he was insane and used the light dude. If the second, there is a possibility that the man from the East betrayed the cult. And it was already after the battle with Alden that he needed to act. It had already been a few days, and he must find Straight Ulick before the dragon heart transplant was fully completed. But suddenly the guy looking for footprints saw a mysterious man standing not far from him in the woods. The unknown man stood in a black robe and looked straight into his eyes. From above, Rainbow Man saw that this guy had a birdbeak mask on his face, and he was definitely the deputy head of the cult. Not in the same instant, he started running away from him, but the deputy realized that it was just a premonition, that this man was definitely connected to what had happened and could not be missed. And at that very moment, he began to order his ghostly dogs to chase him and catch him, and continue the chase. The ghostly wolves had almost caught up with the mysterious man. And clawing into his shoulder with his ferocious teeth, the man began to feel the pain in his body. And the sheriff's deputy watching began to notice that he had managed to catch up with him after all. But suddenly, Mysterious Guy started using his thunder palm and destroyed the ghost dog. And the deputy suddenly saw that it was the flow of the royal shooting gallery. He was pleased that they had met. After all, he has business with them. If he cooperates well, they might not kill him. But the man from the east realized that this guy was a pain in the ass and wouldn't just give up. Meanwhile, on another continent, in a huge castle, the sounds of battle rang out. And the girl, for all her strength and such, Ned, didn't give him even a moment's peace. And Ned began to tell Ophelia what he had imagined, or whether her words really had a note of prejudice in them. After all, they had struck 3 blows long ago. And she began to answer that the problem was that those inferior to him in strength could not participate in dragon hunting. And as they continued to fight as hard as they could, they began to attack each other even harder and faster. Suddenly, Ophelia decided to attack him with a direct hit. And as soon as their blades met, Ned's blade began to glow brightly. Suddenly, it began to envelop Ophelia's blade. And with the help of his magic sword, Mirage, the length and shape of the blade of which varied depending on the skill of the user, Ned began to get closer and closer to her. And in the same instant, he managed to drink her own weapon out of her hand, which started flying off in the other direction. But suddenly Ophelia was not confused and began to adopt a fighting stance. Raising her foot, she took a swing that flew right near Ned's face. And right after that, another attack followed, and it hit the target. And at the same second, there was a huge explosion from Ophelia's attack. And standing there, she began to realize that it was now over and she was able to defeat her opponent. But that wasn't all, and as soon as Ned was at her back, she started telling her that she had great technique. If she hadn't hit his body through the illusion, it would have hurt. But with the help of his raven robe, Ned was able to instantly move a short distance right behind her back by creating a copy. And he went on to say that anyone would hear rumors about a celebrity like her, even if she was sitting in 4 walls and didn't show all her tricks. But he also has an ace up his sleeve. If both start playing seriously, nothing good will come of it, and they might just stop. Suddenly, she replied that the ace was a royal jerk technique, which left Ned unable to understand how she knew about his technique. And Ophelia went on to tell me that the most valuable part of her body was her eyes. The spell of obscurity or veil is not an obstacle for her, and that was why she was assigned to follow him. And in the meantime, the guy who was running away from the deputy head of the devil began to approach the nearest lake to quench his thirst. And realizing he could barely get away from this guy and deputy cult leader, the teacher had always been afraid of her, and she was a difficult opponent. And the situation worked out perfectly. The raid ended as soon as they got rid of the rumors about the princess, and because of the complete betrayal of the other students involved in the operation. The deputy head of the control group is now roaming the neighborhood sniffing around, and the disciple of the man from the east, one of the 12 apostles, is known as the Smiling Girl, and she tried to prevent her from stealing the heart of the dragon. And his movements, his gaze, his breathing, the smallest details were similar, as if they had been trained in the same place, and after the battle she was even more convinced of that, and Adam was similar in some ways too, but he had already proven himself to be no danger to princesses. Well, most importantly, no one knew what to expect from the Smiling Girl. Sitting by the lake, the girl began to contemplate how and where she should put things in order first. After all, the Smiling Girl looks a lot like him, and they are like brother and sister. And Ophelia finally asks Ned if he's really their ally and what it all means. This Ned, after leaving the 3rd ward, told Aldine that now he would never be healed. To which Alden began to apologize to Ned, and about how he was a regular priest and was doing what he was ordered to do and wasn't going to hurt him and his family, and he shouldn't do that to him, but instead should thank him. After all, he was the one who had sent the man from the east to him. He was the one who had given him the money to train, and now he was strong. And where would he be when the streets of their cities were filled with terror, and he would be right in the depths of the cave, and children starved to death, sold into slavery, all given to mad cannibals, he was the one who created the Ned that exists now. And now he has to listen to what the man tells him. And he must not trust Adam because he is deceiving him. And Aldine's words were the ravings of a madman. So he ignored everything he said at the time. However, No didn't understand how this could even happen. After all, Adam said that the shadow disciple who was raised to replace him was himself. But Ophelia's words contradicted Adam's because she said that the man from the east would marry one of the 12 apostles, known as the Smiling Girl. She tried to stop her from stealing the dragon's heart. And the shadow apprentice looks a lot like him. They're like brother and sister, and she's met her in person. She has the same hair and eyes as him, and is the right age. But Ned thought his sister was dead, but she didn't just survive, and became a shadowy apprentice to the flow of the royal shooting gallery. Still, he didn't understand which one of them was lying, or if he was making a mistake again. And Ned looked at Adam, who was in the castle and could be seen through the window. He wanted to know the truth, and inside the castle, there was beautiful music played by a girl on a violin. And Adam, sitting next to the mysterious man, listened to him talk about his work, while the girl sitting across from them heard the night sonata and realized that the reception was coming to an end. And as soon as everyone began to gather, the mysterious man shook their hands and said that time was now flying very fast and tomorrow they could have a drink and sit somewhere. But when he left, Adam didn't realize how they knew him. The real man with the glasses behind him was beginning to realize that Adam was an interesting man, and as a merchant, he had seen all sorts of things, but he hadn't met such an amazing conversationalist in a long time. And he's not only strong, but he's damn talented, and he took the initiative, but succumbed to his influence and unknowingly gave away state secrets. And he's 20 years old, but it feels like he's lived almost 40. And how did people manage to find such a person? This man wondered. To be exact, not to find, but to choose. And perhaps soon they will swap the roles of master and subordinate. The real son next to his father began to ask what was so serious, to which his father replied to make him remember that if he came across such a man and shook every last coin out of him, merchants, unlike aristocrats, would have nothing to rely on if they ran out of money. Therefore, caution should be exercised. And without hesitation, the merchant's son replied to his father that, regarding the surveillance of the trusted princess, he should report to Her Highness that he was not fit. It was Pilgrim Edward, the heir to the trading company, who was Altair's accomplice. But the head of Pilgrim's trading company and his father replied that it was not worth wasting such talent and should be bribed before others did. And the girl standing next to them from the second ward of the Temple of Light, the head of the healers in the squad, said that she too felt that since they were entrusted with the selection of candidates, they would either take it or get rid of it. But those who entered his room understood what Adam knew or what he had heard and seen, including in past lives, and naturally had no knowledge of those who had died before he began his journey. Philip Filigrim, the head of one of the continent's 3 major trading companies, and formerly made a huge fortune selling spices to the east, is known as an investor in the corruption of Princess Altera, and in fact it was he who made Altair a key figure in the fate of humanity. He told Altair that he was even a member of the royal family and she wouldn't be able to do anything without proper support. And as long as the head of the cult was alive, it would be difficult for her to act, and she should pretend to live a purely secular lifestyle while building up her military forces, and he would help her with that. That's why Philip Pilgrim is the main target of the cult, because as far as he knows, while Ned was putting on an escape show, a shadow apprentice killed the old patron of the arts. His son Edwin had also served Altair, but had failed to reduce the casualties during the capture in the desert. At this point, there were more headaches, the first being preventing Philip Pilgrim's death, and the second being dealing with the shadowy apprentice. And of course, it will be very difficult for him, and the smiling girl can take on the appearance of a man, a woman, or an old man. And even he doesn't know her true face, and no one knows what this girl looks like. As Adam entered the room, he realized that his comrade should have returned by now. Peeking around the corner, Adam saw his comrade sitting on a chair with a blade in his hand. And as soon as Ned saw Adam, he said to him, "At last you have come." And in the same instant, Adam quickly jumped back. But he couldn't even figure out why he jumped back. Maybe it was because he shit himself. But he was stronger than Ned, so why did it happen? But suddenly it hit him. When they were having fun in the cave, he used to hit him hard if he was in a bad mood. And now those reflexes were showing, even though he tried to look natural, and Adam began to question his friend about what had happened. To which Ned replied that he was looking around the mansion and ran into Ophelia, and she said she saw a girl who looked like his sister. But Adam immediately replied that he did have a sister because this was the first time he was hearing about it. But if you remember, Ned said that members of his family died when he was a child. And Ned kept saying he could believe it, that the older sister he thought had drowned was alive, and as it turned out, she was. The shadowy apprentice of the Royal Shooting Gallery stream that Ophelia tried to bring down. And as soon as Adam heard those words, he was very surprised. And it turned out that the shadowy apprentice was Sis, Nita, and he was certainly not mistaken, for he remembered exactly that the smiling girl had a different name. Indeed, was Ned checking him out now, or was this Altair's ploy? But most likely it was unlikely, for he knew it was not. He could hide the truth forever, but the shadow apprentice turned out to be Ned's older sister. And Adam began to remember that meeting with her when she asked him who had taught him the technique. And the fact that she doesn't remember her past is due to one incident, and the current carried her to the shore, and she ended up in a foster home, and she had martial arts abilities, so the teacher took notice of her. And if her younger brother is like her, then he has the same talent, and maybe she'll meet her someday, but she'd like her memories and family back. And as he held his face, he couldn't believe this could even happen, and why he hadn't thought of it sooner. And that he himself had personally heard from the man from the East that she had a rare gift for martial arts, and there was a good chance her younger brother had the same, in which case the man from the East had teamed up with Alden and dealt with Ned's family to get capable students. But it was still interesting when he didn't need Ned anymore. He just threw him out, and what a freak he was. But at the same moment, Ned kept saying he didn't understand anything. After all, Ophelia has no reason to deceive him, but if everything he said is a lie, then it turns out it's some nonsense too. After all, his father trusted Alden, and the latter trusted his teacher, and both of them trusted the wrong people, and his father's life went to hell. That's why he's afraid to trust people. But he and Adam had been through a lot together and had been to many places, looking for just a little something to keep them from saying goodbye to life. And the fact that they overcame a lot and looked into the eyes of death together. And Adam is now his comrade in arms. And Ned began to tell Adam that he wanted to believe him and threw away his blade. He wanted to believe that their friendship was real. But all Adam needs is one word, and even if it's insignificant, he has to prove he can trust him. And without hesitation, Adam began to speak about the fact that they were originally only supposed to meet after 3 months, and after stealing the dragon's heart, he met. The Silver Knight, upon learning the truth, fled and hid from the devil worshippers, hiding from the world in the Gorge of Oblivion, one of the 8 unsolvable problems of mankind, and the son of a man from the east, his apprentice severely wounded him and took the heart of the dragon. And he was the slave of a temple keeper who pursued him in his quest. He fell off a cliff and rolled into a cave. There he found it and learned the technique of the king's jerkstream. Because of his wounds, he was unable to get out of the gorge. But hearing all this, Ned could not believe his ears. Adam went on to say that using the knowledge he had gained, he had climbed to the very top, but could not prevent the devil from coming and saving people. If you ask who Adam is, he is the last of the humans, the hero. The loser is the one who went back in time, and his only student. And in the past, Ned had to make a plan of action, taking into account how much strength he would need to get out of the gorge and the state of his health, and the length of his training is the word that will help them survive. And he was determined to get revenge on his teacher, and this desire was sustained by the fading life in him. However, they had to leave the cave earlier than expected, because the cave master, the huge monster Ondur, attacked them. And Adam couldn't shake off the regret that if he had gained his powers and knowledge a little sooner, things would have been different then. But at that moment, his teacher, Ned, took Adam by the leg and threw him out of the cave. Flying away, Adam realized that Ned could survive. He will not have to refuse retribution and sacrifice himself for it. Finally turning around, Ned said to Adam to take a good look at the weapon that he never got through to him. And that very day, after a bright flash, what he saw was forever etched in his memory. And after telling his story until the wee hours of the morning, Adam finally ended the conversation. And holding his head, Ned began to speak. He doesn't know what to answer because it's hard to believe, but his words don't sound like a lie. And the fact that Adam uses sacred weapons, even though he is not a priest and knows too many hidden secrets, if Adam is in the favor of the gods and has indeed gone back in time. But before he could think about it, Adam continued to speak and thus interrupted his comrade and began to tell him that he realized that he found it hard to believe, but it was true. But at least Adam had kept silent about something, like his relationship with the smiling girl. Started apologizing to his friend because he had tricked his way in the door and wasn't sure if he could accept the truth, and it was better to make him suspect a cult. And now Adam has to fight the devil again, and he also wants Ned to go on living. But sitting down, Ned began to realize that it wasn't just revenge that had always driven him. He had to live for the sake of his family, and even if his status was taken from him, his duty to protect his blood tears and his family was all he had left. And the fact that the master had given him a new name and set him a new goal. And that by teaching martial arts, he wanted to repay him with loyalty, and that he obeyed all orders without question. He believed that justice was reflected in his every word. And the fact that they were not related by blood, but he considered him a member of the family, and helping relatives is a certain thing. You think so of a chess knight who doesn't know his feet. And Ned blamed himself for living out his allotted time so shameless, but life still made sense. And one day he left behind at least something. Then, starting to get up, Ned thanked Adam for avenging him in his past life and helping him in this one. And the hero came back to save the world. And what a simpleton he took as his apprentice. But since he chose him, he must be about the same level. And leaving the room, Ned finally told Adam not to blame it all on himself, and now they would act together. And once everything was safely resolved with Ned, he promised to keep the secret, because the less people know, the better. If the events of the future become known to all, panic is inevitable, and besides, such information is their advantage. And that same day they set out to meet Philip, and as soon as they met, Philip began to imagine that they were confidants of Her Highness Altair, and the matter moved quickly. This was not expected of the princess's allies, and Philip began to say that the princess was taking a great interest in them, but she was absent at the moment. But Hel realized that since Altair wasn't around, she had probably fallen asleep because of the grimoire. And the crystal grimoire delivers information directly to the brain, but there is a disadvantage. While magical knowledge fills a person's head, he is forced to sleep. And the higher the grimoire level, the longer the sleep, the body temperature can also rise. And the healer probably cares about her, but since it's not a mental spirit, there won't be much help from them. And it all depends on how quickly Altair subdues his magic. And that she should try her best now. After all, they'd had a rough time with the law, so now was the time to relax. The next few days flew by very quickly. We had to prepare for the dragon hunt, learn new fighting styles, and try out weapons. The head healer told Adam to come over to her, and as soon as he approached, she embraced him and began to tell him to trust her. It was an angel's embrace, a skill that allows one to know a person's state of health and physical capabilities, and is common among healers. The one on whom it is used has the sensation of 1,000 slugs crawling over the body. And in pain, Adam began to shout for her to hurry up, but the healer replied that he should be patient for a while. If he kept moving, he would have to start all over again. And Ned, who was watching, started to say that he had business here and would probably leave. But Philip stopped him and said that the health check was necessary to join the squad. And as soon as all the rituals were completed, Ned, who was lying helplessly on the ground, began to feel someone approaching him. Looking up, he saw Ophelia, who began to tell him that he looked very pathetic, and that the princess wanted to see them now, and they should follow her. It was unclear why Altair had woken up just then, and as they walked through the central hall, Adam thought about the fact that if he had thought about it, the lawyer's thoughts should have stayed in the magic crystal, and she had told him a lot, and they had even been able to talk a little. And once Ophelia opened the main doors leading to Altair's room, she, sitting on the bed, began to tell them to come into the room. But Adam, standing right in front of her, couldn't tell if she recognized anything about him. And when the 3 stars stood in a row, the judges congratulated Altair. Now her knowledge of Medea had reached the 3rd level, and the foundation of the ancient magical art was already within her, and now only training would increase her power, and at each next level, a new star would appear. And she is certain that one day, she will know the final 8th step, which neither she nor anyone else will be able to reach. And then the path to the throne will be open. And lastly, the lawyer said that unfortunately she had expended a lot of energy, so she would have to go into a sleep before moving to the next level. She would not remember her words, and now they are collected in the magic cup, and she must remember one thing, Adam, he is like a past life for her. But at the same instant, Altair began to wake up. Ophelia and the healer ran up to her and began to tell her that she was finally awake. But the terrible headache never left Altair. The healer began urging her not to make any sudden movements, for she had slept for a whole week. But Altair began to think only that she seemed to have learned something important, but couldn't remember. And all she had in her head were words about Adam, that he had done something for her, just like in her last life. And at that very moment, she began to say that they should go after Adam right now. As they entered the room, they greeted the princess, and she told them to hurry in. And the fact that she wanted to see them earlier but didn't say hello to her, and is now apologizing for meeting them like this. Adam, on the other hand, looked at her and thought about how much Altair had learned from her lawful thoughts. It could affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle with the Blue Dragon. After all, if Altair learned everything or got the chance to read the memories as a lawyer, he could put his feelings aside. The important thing was that he wouldn't have to convince Altair of the importance of tactic, which would save them a lot of headache. And how it actually turned out? But Altair looked up and realized that Adam was asking her if she had gotten the content. After all, when they had given the magical crystal away, she had thought he just wanted to join her, but it turned out that his goal was to make her stronger for his own interests. But suddenly Altair said that unfortunately she couldn't use it, a high-level contact skill, and she was only capable of third-level spells, and she couldn't read other people's souls like her ancestor who had reached the 7th level. And at the same moment, they went back to their previous conversation about how a plan to destroy the blue dragon had to be prepared for it to be operational within a month, even 3 weeks. And Adam has to remember that he has to be convincing. But Adam started to raise his hand, which was sealed by the effect of space, and said they would discuss it over lunch. After all, his story is too long to listen to on an empty stomach. And after a few days, the preparations were over. They set out to fight the blue dragon along with Lindale's knights and his healers. And in addition to the silver shoulder, he took a few other items with him. Altair was officially off on her journey. Dressed as a princess, a servant set off in a luxurious carriage to sightsee, so she would provide cover for her highness. The cult supporters are probably busy being suspicious of everyone in their ranks, as Adam has purposely replaced the dragon heart tracks in the 3rd corridor, and their attention is surely on Lucius's seclusion. And it will last a month, maybe 2, but no more. In that time, they should quietly, without help, get a lot of useful things. And the first step is to hunt the blue dragon and meet them. And he still had one more worry that he decided not to talk about, to Altair about his return to the past, because she hadn't yet mastered contact. But the conversation with the law had been forgotten for now. And Ned had been right when he'd said that a man she'd just met was approaching her and talking to her. In short, she had been his girlfriend in the past, and it would be interesting to see who she would take him for. There are 2 options, either a fool or a pervert, and he doesn't know why, but the princess trusts him, so we have to tread carefully. But Adam understood the need to embellish a bit, but he didn't understand why Altair trusted him, since Lucius's recommendation must have had such an impact. Or maybe it was the fact that Altair had lost several people important to her in her past life, so she was secretive and distrustful. And at the same instant, they arrived at the place, and the man in the carriage began to tell them that beyond the pass lay the plain, the largest grain region of the continent. This was his home. And it turns out they were from here, and thinking about it, Ned began to remember that he had been here as a child on a family trip, and the fields of wheat that never ran out were more impressive than ever. And in any Danikil home, hospitality has always been considered an obligatory courtesy for a traveler. But that's how it was in the past, and now they all need to look at what's going on at the moment. And as soon as they looked out of the carriage window, they saw the vast wasteland, and the ruined houses that stood lonely throughout the neighborhood, and the many dried-up bodies that lay outside the houses. And it was horrible. It started 3 years ago when the blue dragon arrived. And as soon as they got out of the carriage, Altair began to talk about how he settled near a body of water and began to poison the water with his poison. And the healers were unable to purify the land. And in 3 years, 80% of Passion had disappeared. And soon the remaining 20% will disappear, then the earth will become eternal, and it is a miracle that it still yields crops, and it is all about river water. And now is the golden time. If they miss this moment, they will lose not only the fields to sow, and as they began to approach the settlement, the knight who met them began to tell him to make himself at home. And inside the settlement, Altair continued to tell Adam that this aid station also gives shelter to anyone who has lost their home. They teamed up with soldiers sent by the owner of these lands, Danikil, but goods were still in short supply. They had to wait, gather what they needed, and travel on. But suddenly, Adam heard a loud coughing noise in the next house. The man who came inside began to question the healer as to who the man was, and the healer answered that it was Knight Grimes. He came from the fortress, and while scouting, he was attacked. He destroyed the monster, but was wounded. And Adam, looking at it all, realized that the purple skin was the dragon's poison that had affected his body. Either he had fallen into the poisoned water, or he had been attacked by the monster from the nest. And worst of all, the healers can't help, and he is left to wait for death, while the comedians try to ease his suffering. But suddenly, Altair came up to Adam and began to whisper in his ear that she was the king's mount, and he was an honest man, he could be trusted, and she thought he had been sent by Danikil's master. And they're still gonna team up with them. And Hel started asking the princess how safe that point was, and she said she could make it as safe as she could. And immediately after those words, Adam began to use his subspace. And realizing that if this poison was so deadly that no one could deal with it, he would find a way to neutralize its effects. Every poison has its antidote, and now this station is a level 1 secrecy military base, and with his potent poison, Adam decided to cure that. Fade won't be finishing his poisons anytime soon, and the thing is that the key ingredients are very rare, and some of them can only be obtained from Adam's body, a strong poison based on the blood of a human dragon, and it destroys all the connective tissue. However, if you determine its concentration and control the condition with the help of a healer, the body can be fully restored once the poison is neutralized, at which point Adam told the healer to heal this man every 3 seconds after the injection. Poison in drugs and medicine. It all depends on the master and the method he uses, and the princess didn't know if Adam's needles would work against the blue dragon's poison. Altair's mana detector beeped that someone was approaching them, and at the same time outside, the commander of the night squad welcomed the head of the trading company, and he started talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a while, and started asking how they were doing. And once he turned out to be the head of their trading company and said he was glad to see them. But the commander of the night squad about the contents of the letters they sent to his father, and it's the host of the Donatel, and they're putting together a raid on the Blue Dragon, and they've been helping each other for a long time, and you could say they've become family in a way. And so, being the eldest son of the owner of Daniken, he just can't help but wonder who is behind them. But the head of the trading company couldn't understand what he meant, because the hunt for the Blue Dragon should only start after a year, and on the condition that the Holy Sun would find the dragon's heart. And so they sent their man to the third parish, who periodically put him on notice, but now the temple is closed, Lucius has canceled all meetings and locked himself in his office, and they understand that the situation for hunting is unfavorable, to put it mildly, and it would also be right to come to the castle first and meet with the owner of these lands. However, the fact that they are so successfully preparing for a raid and asking for military assistance leads him to believe that someone is playing a game for them and that they are being dishonest. And as soon as the head of the trading company heard this, he began to answer him that there was nothing wrong with the warning, to which he received a reply from the master that he himself began to ask the commander of the knight's troop whether it was he who had ordered the check or whether they themselves had made such a decision. But the commander, waving his hand, began to say that it was useless to gain time for himself with such jokes, and now, first, it is necessary to unhook the rescue point. But suddenly they heard a loud scream coming from a neighboring house. Once inside, the commander immediately started yelling at the front door what was wrong. At the same moment, he saw a man who was lying on the table and started screaming terribly in pain. And I realized it was Sir Grime. The commander didn't understand what was getting him so worked up. And am I really the one sticking the needle he's holding? And at that very moment, he began to snatch his sword and shout at Adam to move away from Sir Grimes immediately. But no sooner had he taken a step than a woman's heel struck him right on the helmet. And Ophelia, who was standing behind him, started asking why the hell he pulled out a sword. But as soon as the commander turned his battered head, he saw Ophelia, the knight patron of princesses, and began to ask what she had forgotten here and why she was in his way. But suddenly the princess began to tell him that she had overheard their conversations with the head of the trading company, and his suspicions were natural. Still, they cannot interfere with the upcoming hunt and harm their comrades, and the letter my father received was not a request for help. And about the order given to her personally by the princess of the kingdom of Altair, Justine Kane. And after the princess' words were spoken, the commander's eyes widened. He got on his knees and began to apologize to the princess. After a while, the knight, squirming in pain, began to tell one that he didn't even know how to thank him. And the commander started apologizing to Adam and couldn't believe he could save the elite knight of their squad and didn't know it. And so he was rude to him, but Adam told him to raise his stupid head and actually think he was actually capable of apologizing. Apparently not all was lost. And at the same moment, a princess came up to him and started asking him if he remembered the times when he was in the academy, when they were given collective assignments and the guys on his teams because of his stern character. But to be frank, they always paid more attention to detail than anyone else, so there were no disagreements or contradictions in the group, and he was unapproachable. And now, as always, he wanted to find out about everything personally, and the incivility in his character inclined him to trust. And the conversation went further, to the point where she began to tell the commander that as the Duchess of Rindel, she would like to declare that Adam was sent by the goddess Arya to save the Holy Sun and the whole world from destruction. And as soon as the commander heard that control again, his eyes widened, and greed clouded them at once, and they could not recognize among them the followers of the cult of the devil, but Mr. Adam the Blessed Leek himself appeared as their savior. And at the command of the goddess, the heart of the dragon was given to him, and his will is the will of Arya, and they must obey it unconditionally. And Lucius himself wrote this letter. And the commanders immediately started sobbing with happiness at the fact that the saint and the sun and goddess Arya were in favor of him. It was incredible, based on the prophets, to share that role with him. And he immediately started saying that goddesses come to him, but Adam, who was watching all this, realized that now you can open an office called Professionally Cheat for Money. I also have a letter. It's just a princess fantasy. And as he left, Adam began stroking the princess's head, as was his old habit. And the girl watching all this could not understand what he was doing. And so the rest of the group accepted him as commander-in-chief without hesitation. And in this connection, he had several duties. He applied them to other patients, but it was not possible to cure them completely. And after a few days, the disease began to spread through the body again. So it was necessary to create an antidote as soon as possible. And the ingredients for it can only be found in the Great Forest, located in the western part of the continent of Aslan. But once in the forest, Ned said he thought the forest would die out like the Christian towers and couldn't believe such a place still existed, for the forest was a fantastic size. And the feeling here was different. It was due to the high concentration of energy, and after the village, one would not be able to ride a horse as horses were afraid of the strong mana. But the head of the food company couldn't understand that they needed to go deeper into the woods because it was scary. But Adam replied that it was safer here because there was a smiling girl walking around outside and he couldn't leave him here. And it would be convenient to use subspace, because he once asked an angel if it was possible to put a person in space, to which she replied that it was possible and she had no objection. And by the way, the angel kept saying that the previous owner of Silver Shoulder and that one complained about his mate. After returning from under space, my head didn't move for a few days. I was a beast and wondered what had happened. Suddenly, Adam realized he had to protect his friends, keeping them under his wing. And what silver key was he talking about now? But a little later, the princess began to tell them that that village on the outskirts used to be Danikil's land, and now there was an outpost there, and the team members who had arrived earlier were already waiting for them, and they needed to get to the outpost as soon as possible. And starting to move, Adam galloped alongside the princesses. But suddenly something strange happened, and Adam realized it, and he couldn't figure out what it was, because for a moment he felt someone's eyes on him, and the princess asked him what was wrong. But Adam, on second thought, told the princess he wanted to check something out. And the last message from the village, 2 days ago, a homing pigeon flew in from them, and that was it. And Maya from the magic tower had installed a device that would release red smoke if there was trouble in the village, but this was their first trip there, so they told her. And she personally scanned the surrounding area. Through her eyes, they found no ambush or camouflage skills, and decided that everything would be fine. After all, they have such talents in their arsenal. But what does only one know about the forest or the elfin? And he began to reminisce about the past, about how he had been told that his homeland, and he wasn't sure if this story would be of interest to anyone if they wanted to listen to this just nonsensical account of the past. To this I answered him, in terms of the story he mutters even in his sleep, and told him about this place. Every time there was danger, he lit a fire, as if trying to drive away the darkness. Through this, he had learned enough about this place, and while it was beautiful, behind its beauty lurked something that could irrevocably consume a person. And at the same moment, Adam began telling Ned to protect the head of the trading company. After all, an attack could happen at any moment. As they made their way through the forest, the princess suddenly noticed something strange, something standing in front of them. It was as if all the branches of the trees were connected into one, and when they came closer, they saw that it was a forest door, and it was blocking the way of the uninvited guests. And it used to be in another part of the forest, somewhere beyond the village, but they hadn't gotten to it yet, and she didn't understand why this door appeared here. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded among the trees, addressing the people. They left here because it's not their land. At the same moment, Adam began to tell him that the last news from the village had been 2 years ago, and summoning his great sword from beneath the earth, he realized that this was enough time to grab her. Suddenly, Adam began to ask the creature what they had done to the settlers, but suddenly, getting off her horse, the princess began to order everyone to stop. And as soon as she got close to the creature, she started telling the forest dwellers that she was the princess of Altair, and they had come to talk. But the huge creature began to shout at her that they had brought an army with them, and that now there was no sense of humor in their jokes. And princess, don't they convey their demands by carrier pigeons? And because of her brother, they have nothing else to talk about. And he said, pointing with his finger on the map, that this was the water that separated them from the forest dwellers, and let each side build tree-lined outposts on its side of the river and dare not cross this border. No fighting, henceforth comes the age of silence, the end of bloodshed. They declare a temporary truce, and as they back up their words with such a valuable gift, those agree. They can rejoice that this is the respite they need. And may peace be with the noble elves in their home. And at the same instant, the ground began to go from under the feet of the warriors, and most of them began to fall to the ground, and the horses scattered in different directions. But Adam realized that elves had long ears, lived several times longer than humans, and had a high affinity for Mary, and their kind had long ago formed their own kingdom. And over 2,000 years, using the life energy of the forest and developing magic through alchemy, the elves built an impregnable fortress. The knights began to shout that they had nothing to complain about. If they acted as they did in training, everything would work out. But suddenly the horse began to step on some strange substance, and at the same instant, there was a tremendous explosion, and the standing princess realized what they had answered with and was very sorry. Immediately, the huge creature in front of her began to open its huge maw and spew bright light towards the princess. And a huge bright light began to illuminate the entire forest. And at the same instant, from inside the watchtower, from where the elves watched the forest and the magical plants, they thought they had destroyed their opponent. And they began to rejoice that this worthless princess and those who had invaded their land were killed in an instant. But there was nothing to rejoice about, because after the bright flash, silhouettes of people began to appear. Adam and the princess, and he, with the help of his Dragon Slayer robe, which reduced any magical damage, was able to repel the attack. And with the help of the Sacred Barrier, which anchored the enemy's attack with holy power, and whose range could be increased depending on the user's skill, the healer commander was able to completely repel the attack. And once Adam asked the princess if she had taken it, she said thanks to him. All the elves defending the forest door are just soldiers, and whatever their formation. That wouldn't stop Adam, and using the language of the dragons, Adam said that the gate would open because there was power in his words. The huge gate in front of them began to open and diverge in different directions. Looking at it, Adam realized that the salt he felt on him had come from there for the gate to open. After all, the center of the tree is the watchtower, and the elves inside saw the door of the forest open and could not believe how this was possible. And in the same instant, the two elves started wandering around, and the little elf turned out to be a girl standing in the same spot. I saw Adam go up to her and tell her that she looked very small, but she was definitely over 100 years old, and she would punch someone in the face once first. And then they would have negotiated by now, but suddenly the little pixie started screaming at Adam to let her go to the ground as soon as possible. Looking closer, he realized she was a little different from the elf, especially her eyes, which were different colors. And at that very moment, a huge arrow flew right into the place where Adam was standing. And just as the explosion went off, Adam was thrown aside. And the falling little pixie started screaming that he was an idiot and decided to send her to the other world. And she was having a hard time controlling the force, and they should try not to get hit. And she'll give him vodka again, and he has to finish him off. Real close by, Adam realized he had memorized this skill and this power, and it was one of the 10 strongest. An unsurpassed archer who in the future will be together with humans to fight demonic creatures. Daniel and he stood and realized that the distance to the target is 1 kilometer and wanted to kill Adam with 1 arrow. He is one of the 10 strongest, unrivaled archers who will fight alongside humans against the demonic beings of divine Daniel in the future. And Daniel realized that the distance to the king was 1 kilometer and decided to lay the House of A with 1 arrow. Using his head, he shot right where Adam was. And the other foals noticed that the enemy was attacking, but they didn't understand where the arrow came from because the forest was very thick and they couldn't understand where it came from. But the girls decided to find out by using their visual abilities. Gray was able to transmit image and voice information between the remote-controlled golems, and the first went to Commander-in-Chief Adam, while the second determined the direction of the attack. And that the trees were too tall and the maximum movement radius of the golems was 200 meters. And at this very moment, she still saw the enemy that way. But before she knew it, the arrow was already flying towards her golem. And in the same instant, the arrow hit the target, and the girl realized that it was just a monstrous distance, and the arrow flew 1 kilometer away from her. And the second arrow flew straight at Adam, who stood ready for this attack. And swinging around, Adam struck with all his might with his huge sword, and was able to deflect an arrow that flew straight at him. Both the little elf girl and the princess watching were amazed at what they saw. And Arthur, standing in the same place, remarked that it was a good attack. And the pixie couldn't believe her eyes that he had deflected the arrow, because that simply couldn't happen, and it was most likely an accident. But even that didn't matter, because Adam's arm was badly wounded, and he wouldn't last long, and she immediately started yelling at Daniel to use something more serious. And she would support him, And as soon as he heard those words, he listened to her and fired 3 arrows, which turned out to be 3 red comets. And in the same second, they started flying straight at Adam, who was standing at the back of the woods. And as soon as he stood up and turned his head, he saw that the 3 arrows were crushing and faster than usual. They were red comets. And because of his speed, it would be difficult to deflect the arrows even with his dragon tongue, and if he dodges, he'll get hit by the shockwave. And getting serious, Adam decided then. He's gonna do some tricks too, and swung his sword several times. And Ned saw that Adam's body was as slow as the swing of a sword, but in reality, not even a second passed, and in the next instant, his movement turned into a dragon. And at the same instant, there was a loud explosion in the forest. And in the east, one of the significant last words in the royal theory flow technique is dragon. It's true that everything depends on the current mana and power, and as far as he knew, the technique has nothing to do with a real dragon. But it turns out, it has that level. And as soon as Adam's huge attack happened, he stayed where he stood and stared at the spot where his dragon attack flew. And the elf watching this couldn't believe whether it was really a human or some monster in human form, and how it was even possible to fight such a creature. Oh, and the fact that they've already lost many brothers to the deep dragon, and if this continues, then she won't be able to keep the promise she made to her mother. And the elf began to tell Adam that they had lost and would not attack again, and started asking Adam if he was human or dragon, because she didn't know what he was. If he needed something, she would do anything. But in return, she will only ask him to help them. And then the princess started coming out with the rest of the guys and walk over to Adam, who was standing deep in the woods next to the little elf. A few hours later, they reached the main house of the elves, and in one of the houses, the elf began to tell that Knight Grimes was indeed recovering from the poisoning, and some of the poison was still in his body. But this was the first time he had encountered a substance with such a powerful repellent effect. Though still unwell, frequent movement only disperses the poison through the body, and Sir Grimes deliberately followed the group to demonstrate by example the reality of the antidote. And after hearing all that, the man began to imagine that his name was Jaren, and he was an elder of the ancient elves, and said that Daniel was standing next to him, and he was a valiant warrior and protector of the forest of Kiara. And high elves have considerable strength. Their unusual pupil indicates a special innate skill. And though Adam realized that it was certainly as he said it was, but the girl Kiara was unrecognizable, and after all, she was a little older in the past. And the long-eared ones go through a period of some sort of rapid growth, and no one knows how old they are. But suddenly the elder began to say that it was also about the Tree of Life, and he couldn't believe that another of the capable men had appeared, but Adam didn't understand what he meant. And he went on to say that this was not the first person he had not met in their forest since the truce with Prince Polaris. And here was the man who had saved them from infection. And he, like them, used poison with needles. And his name was Freud, but everyone called him Snake. And as soon as Adam heard that name, he was immediately surprised. And the elder goes on to say that he has been looking for his comrades and friends. Their friends are their friends, and he thinks they can come to an agreement. And this lake of life nourishes the forest, spilling its streams over the whole of its territory. And the healing powers of the lake were the sure foundation of the kingdom of the elves. And when one of the life-giving rivers broke through to the plain of Danikel, the lands washed by it became fertile for everyone in the world. And the tree that tried to become a tree of life using the water of the lake received the energy from which the inhabitants of the forest draw it. And because of this, the Elven Kingdom has existed for over 2,000 years. But a blue dragon settled in the Lake of Life, and the poisonous moisture poisoned everything around it. And a few days earlier, there had been talk in Lindell Castle that Adam's strategy of hunting the blue dragon, in addition to their powers, was necessary for her and the elves. But they didn't know if they could come to an agreement. Suddenly, the princess asked Edwin if he didn't trust her abilities, but he said he didn't. And at that time, her son, sitting next to his queen, asked what they should do. After all, he realizes that Alpha has no other option with their situation. But the problem was the people of Daniken, and this warning about elves does not only apply to those who live far away from them, for the ministry is seriously illuminating the image for new ones, and those who live near the forest treat them more like pests, and compare them to boars, wolves, bears, or maybe even worse. But now, for humans of equals, elves are the real enemy. And 4 years ago, even before the announcement of the Blue Dragon, the High Elves Red Moon and Black Moon attacked the kingdom of Daniken and the lands where the waters of the Great Lake flow, meaning this field too. And they almost succeeded in capturing some of their lands, but Principal Polaris, commander of a squad of knights, came to the rescue, and when the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves retreated completely. Back in the depths of the forest, this war stopped, and the humans were victorious. But a year later, the lands of Donatil were struck by a poisonous evil. The Lord and his son Regulus believe that the help of the elves is needed to solve the problem, so they try to suppress various rumors about them, but the people are stupid and believe that it was the elves who poisoned the field. And strategically, it would be hard for them to think about someone in the Union betraying them and whether it's too early to start, but the princess replied to the guy that he doesn't understand anything. In the end, it was all just for the best, though he didn't understand what she meant. And the princess continued to say that. They said, any misfortune is luck in disguise, and now the state of affairs was bad, but it was worth looking at it from another angle, and their goal would be attainable. Meanwhile, Adam had once helped a guildmate feed by allowing him to become his apprentice. That's the kind of tale he came up with. And Heron elders Kiara and Dariel began to regard him with friendliness, but only partially, and injected his needles into the poisoned body. The Elfess wondered if it was better for her than for Mr. Corm, because it acted very quickly, to which Adam replied that his poison would be more serious, because he doesn't have a recipe, and he's the first to create one, and no one could find the right ingredients, and frankly, Freud wouldn't come up with it until years later. And by the way, Sierra had spoken quite warmly of Fade, and Adam couldn't figure out if she was really with him, and a little later the conversation turned to the fact that they were sure Fade would want to meet him, and they started asking, to which he replied that he couldn't answer that question. After all, there was a traitor in Freud's mercenary guild who had destroyed it from within, and until he was sure that Boy wasn't a threat in truth, he wouldn't speak out. But suddenly Adam asked the elf woman where Fade was now, but she said she didn't even know and couldn't answer. But Daniel, who stood beside her, answered that he had left the forest, and it was a year ago, and the Lord had heard of the poisoning of the lands, and wanted to know if his old Gilgi comrade had come to the rescue. But the little pixie couldn't understand why he was intruding into the conversation, to which Daniel answered her that someone had recently asked for help, and it was time for her to stop turning her nose up and behave more decently. But at the same moment the head appeared and began to ask what kind of a mess they had going on here. Well, after taking a closer look at what was nearby, he realized that the alpha, poisoned by the blue dragon, had been holding on for a long time, taking the poison left over from the extinction. However, it was almost over, and they had to decide who needed me more. In other words, who should die first. But, thank God, Adam showed up, or their kingdom would have been drowned in internecine warfare. I'm the guy who can neutralize the blue dragon, and his power is comparable to Daniel's arrows, and maybe he'll be even stronger. And by getting him on their side, they can find the queen's last chest hidden in the infected area. And 3 years ago, the hand that lifted the penultimate chest began to say that the sealed chests were in the 12 towers and could be used to create a new kingdom. And the strongest elves live in them, and they will leave these lands and create new homes for their brothers. But the head couldn't figure out what they were up to, and did they really want to abandon the queen? After all, they only live because she was able to stop the blue dragon. But the elf, who answered him with an evil look, told him to look at the forest and, as his tongue turned, to say this. After all, the queen had failed to do her duty, and even before she was struck down by the poison, she was only a weak cripple. Bedridden, she didn't stop the Black and Red Lun when they took her army and let him leave. And the queen was useless. And now it was time for a new state, and the Black and Red Moon showed them all something interesting, and upon learning about it, they destroyed the tower and took the chest, and how recently they distinguished themselves. And started the head saying that he was happy to stay, but he should know that he had no future. If he changed his mind, there would always be a place for him. And then the head did not leave the kingdom to the queen. He could not take the chest. It was inaccessible to him. And then they see Daniel's talent. He decides to steal him and bring him over to their side, and he becomes strong not only in body, but also in spirit. And so Daniel will not leave the queen and his mother here. And of course, if they find out he wants to take the chest and leave the place, the same ones will throw him in jail. It wasn't clear that getting rid of the dragon was for the sake of the elves and humans, and they were all right when they said that their kingdom's problems would only be solved with the death of the blue dragon. And he knew that most of the elves were gone, and those who were capable of fighting were not many left. But realizing the complexity of the situation, he gave the soldiers orders to cross the river to seek a new earth. And that village in the Ukrainian forest, they freed its inhabitants and swear they were treated like madmen. And after thinking about it, the head realized he had to make an alliance first, and the place where the tower is located is heavily contaminated with poison. Therefore, it is impossible to get there. However, Hell can deal with this problem and must get a sealed chest for him. And once that happens, he will become king. And the elder made it clear that he agreed to the alliance, and the other elves thanked them for saving their family. And as for the Danicles, then the goddess sends them a noble man to show them the way, and they must believe and find salvation. But the president of the trading company didn't understand why people loved the goddess of light so much. And his son replied that for a long time people were protected by the drilling light, but he didn't understand what protection meant and how the temple sucked so much money out of them. And he didn't think things would work out so well, and he worried in vain. After all, the difficulties are just beginning. You have to keep watching. But Milia the mage from the magic tower was infuriating. After all, it wasn't enough that they were stuck in the middle of nowhere. We were captured, and at this point, we couldn't even wash. Moreover, if she went outside, she would immediately see that nasty princess girl's snout. So she started thinking about killing her, and started asking her partner, who had been with her the whole time, if she had any weaknesses. In the meantime, a group of people gathered in the southern metropolis, and once the seal was placed on the parchment, the man began to say that the Princess Altair Ridge Cultivation Project will also be done with the help of Southern Construction Company, and that is a big part of it for them. And Altair's maid Katie, reincarnated as Altair, began to tell her dear friends that they were having a hard time now because of the crop failure. If they moved the mountain, they could sow new towers, and for all matters of buying and selling land, they should contact her assistant. If that was all, she was good to go. And while some were making a pact with the elves, subordinate Altera, rushing to continue the ridge cultivation project, a real girl nearby at the wall was thinking about the mindless princess continuing to harvest the fields, and their cult followers poisoning them again. It was a distraction meant to hide their main target, and of course, if you dig around, you can figure out that Altair to the south is the real princess. But after Alden's death, there was a vacant spot on the list of the 12 apostles, and the man from the east aroused suspicion in the cult. So now the devil's followers have other things to worry about. Meanwhile, Hell and his friends looked at the one place the little elf pointed to and said that if they saw these things, magical plants that create food and materials produce different things depending on the code you enter. And the alphas created them to live comfortably. And this magical plant, the mana flower, took root on the riverbank and could store and filter the water of life, spreading mana through the air. But now they were poisoned. Therefore, they emit poisonous vapors, and the prisoner has become a real lair for the monster. And just as one of the huge monsters started emitting a huge scream, the elven archers began to pull out their Loki and prepare to attack. And their first and foremost condition was to protect the village from monster attacks. Because of the poison, they continued to move further away from the center and ended up in their original places of residence, and if they moved further away, they would not find places to feed so many mouths. And what's more, although Mother has gotten much better from Adam's games, she's still poisoned, and this is her 3rd year, and she doesn't have enough strength to endure the journey, and they must stay. But that was understandable, Adam thought, but went on to talk about what if they destroyed this flora and fauna, and at the same time collected magical stones with materials for manufacturing. And soon the battle continued, and many mages and alphas began to attack the huge ferocious monsters. And once Ophelia cut through the tree roots with all her might, and then Ned struck with his magic power. They were able to destroy the nest of huge creatures that had taken up residence there. And a little later, at the very beginning, to thank Adam for helping protect their village and curing not only the queen, but the other elves as well. And the fact that even their brothers had abandoned them, and he didn't think people would come to their aid, and he began to ask Adam how he could thank them. And even though they're a little embarrassed to talk about, but the young branches of the Tree of Life are filled with mana. The branches and the water of life that nourish the tree are what they ask for to protect their village from contagion, and they cannot give them up. But Adam, propping his head up with his hand, began to say that he had a small favor to ask of him. And before you say crap like, I'm sorry, realize he just needs to say what he wants. But that alpha didn't quite understand what Adam meant, and Adam noticed this, and began to say that since he didn't understand, he would help, and first was to create a cure for the Elf Queen, second was to restore the Tree of Life with the lake, and third was to kill the Blue Dragon. And the main component to the success of the first option is tree sap. And as for the second, everything will recover on its own thanks to the power of the lake, not just if the Blue Dragon dies. And that leaves only the third option, Adam continued to reason, giving the elf a middle finger. That if they said they would kill, then he would kill, and that they also needed to find him a girl, and did he really want Adam to find him a girl? Our queen's son started questioning Adam. He's 100% sure. Without these two ingredients, a poison cloud would cover the village, and they could give them everything but that, and if he wasn't confident in his victory over the blue dragon. And the middle four, over the elves left in the village, he alone can fight. It is his duty to protect his brothers. But Adam blandly replied to him that he could go to hell with his duties, but right now, he had no choice. If not now, then when his men are ready, and if he thinks someone, the blue dragon will be waiting for him. The queen's disease, the people just waiting for them all to die, and every day he creates an antidote. And how long will that last? And he's not some blood donor for them? And now Daniel has to wake up. After all, they have to solve the problem right now, or everything will come to an end. But suddenly, Daniel started telling Adam that he would get out. No dialogue was building between them, and since that was the case, they would talk forcefully. And in the same instant, a bright yellow-green flash appeared at the same spot where they were standing. Her enormous magical aura began to come out, and the princess standing nearby couldn't believe her eyes that he was using the spell right there. But suddenly she couldn't understand what had happened to them. But as soon as the dust settled, she saw Daniel jump aside and start pulling out his bow, saying he was clear now. And the fact that they said you will go out to the dragon, Daniel will be one of the main helpers on his arrows, cannot pierce the dragon's scales, and are the same as Adam. And so his abilities, and he himself wants to slay the blue dragon right now. But the reality is wrong. No matter how much he wants to, and no matter how much he has to, it's impossible. And what the hell are they offering him? But Adam began urging Daniel to get up early, and he would tell him right away why he was so weak. His first gear is crap. And right after saying that, Adam broke his magic bow, and went on to say that he just had the materials he needed, so they would do something for him, but now he should save his tears, and he would cry when he was done. A little later, the little elf, holding the broken bow in her hands, could not understand how it could have broken, and was grateful that he had made a new bow for Daniel. But after all, it could have been given to someone else, and valuable vegetables should not be thrown away. And that this bow was, by their standards, heroic class. And as soon as Elizabeth looked, she saw that it was heroic class ad nauseam. And on the distribution table, there is a class system for the items, uniting both the people of the travelers of the Temple of Light and the Temple of Heaven, and this bow was divided into 5 types of sides, high heroic and legendary. And Elizabeth actually saw that it was heroic and therefore, no. The owner was a famous person, and this bow could be sold at auction for 50,000. What if Daniel starts saying that Sir Jaffer didn't break his bow, but his greed and 50K? He doesn't know how much more money that is. But the old weapon, the item that restores the wood charge, is no longer what he had hoped for, and he has no choice but to move on. And now he is torn by curiosity as to what kind of bow Adam will make for. But remembering the words he'd arranged that he just had the materials he needed for them to make something for him, and the best thing to find right now was a young branch of the Tree of Life overflowing with mana, a branch cut from the Tree of Life, and he'd gotten it for the sake of blacksmithing experiment. But Daniel couldn't realize that the branch was too small to make something out of, and pouring the water of life into a glass, they began to prepare themselves. And immediately afterward, they began to give it to Adam. And Daniel began to say that he must take branches from the Tree of Life and the Water of Life. Adam thought that after seeing the end of the world, his senses had dulled, and so he didn't feel the same excitement about some things. But not on this occasion. But now he looked at it, and the water seemed very beautiful to him. And Daniel went on to say that this glass contained the last sip of life-giving moisture. Indeed, if the hunt is successful and the lake is restored, there will be many more glasses. And raising his glass, he said he would try it. And once he drank the water of life, a bright light illuminated the entire room and his body. And he immediately began to feel a tremendous energy within him, for before his life contained tremendous magic. In addition, the effect of Hermes' secret was added to the water, and he didn't think it would be so strong. And at that very moment, Adam decided it was time to use Draconization and Small Heaven. Circle is one of the Eastern methods where magical power is circulated in the joint points of the upper body, and with Draconization, the power is increased once a day. Dragonheart, which allows you to get dragon abilities and similar appearance, and every time the power of Dragonheart is increased by 1%. The duration of the effect is increased by 1 minute, and at this moment Adam could use 3 minutes. His power was increased by 9%. And the conditions of hunting the blue dragon will be so difficult that the raid on the tombs of the judges will seem easy and a stroll, and in the poisoned territory, where it will be impossible to recover, the serious horror will begin already 10 kilometers before the lake. Most importantly, they will be met by a huge, evil, and extremely ugly dragon in the center. And the human body will not be able to withstand it, and he must prepare himself and increase the draconization time, and the release of the power of the dragon heart with the help of the water of life will help him. And besides, the damage the heart wielder takes, the strength needs to be increased gradually, there wasn't enough time to hunt. And at the same moment, the princess walked over to Adam and started using Moira, and using that skill, the ancient Medea spell, or adjusting the other person's magic. And luckily, now all the trump cards were in hand. The magic of the elven forest, the life energy of water and lakes and dragon power improved with draconization, and then he would complete the whole thing with Moira's skill. I hoped with Venom that I wouldn't be able to die after all. And at the same instant, Adam's body began to feel extreme pain. The healer noticed that everything about regeneration would be on her, and with the help of the goddess Arya, she began to heal Adam. And at the same moment, the Dragonheart's total strength increased by 5% to 5.2, 5 to 8, and to 6. But the princess noticed that the resistance was too great, and things began to waver. And the strength of the Dragonheart began to jump up and down, then 5%, then 4.7, then 6, and as soon as they noticed that the strength began to decrease again, Ned walked over to Adam, and putting his hand to it, he began to speak, which took his breath away. A master of the Royal Tiara Flow technique can only be helped with energy circulation by another master of the Royal Tiara Flow technique, and he will guide Adam, and he must try to curb his rage. And once they were all able to channel their power directly into Adam's body, he opened his eyes and felt all that power circulating in his dragon heart. And at the same instant, a bright flash appeared in the same room, and Daniel, looking through the bright light, began to see some sort of force sitting in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that it was the appearance, and Adam had changed. Adam was now sitting in his full Dragon Man form, and all the other guys fell to the ground and began to catch their breath. Eventually, they succeeded. Just as the princess herself couldn't keep up and began to sigh heavily, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Adam sitting in front of her in his increasingly terrifying and unbelievable guise. And that was surprising to her, because the total strength of the dragon's heart at the moment was 10%, and the time Adam could fight in that guise was 10 minutes. And I realized that Adam still hasn't regained his form from his past life, but now it's like he's out of the water and unusually intoxicating with the power he used to have. But while it wasn't worth pulling a cat for the sake of it, everyone did a fine job. And at the same moment, Adam asked Daniel to get him a towel, and as soon as he brought it, he said he'd wipe off the sweat. Adam replied that he was a fool, and it wasn't for that because he wanted material for weapons. Clutching the towel tightly with his teeth, he began scratching himself with his powerful claws, even though he was in a lot of pain. And Daniel, watching this, couldn't figure out what he was doing. The dragon had stripped off its scales, which ordinary iron could not penetrate, and could now be used as a weapon. And now it feels good, which is 20% of the maximum. But these are the scales of Kaiser, the strongest of the dragons, and if you make a bow and arrows out of them, they can bleed a blue dragon, and he'll rip out all of his first dragon weapon, not for the first time in his life. A little later, the master who brewed dragon scales and magical shards began to say that he had never used dragon weapon, but in order to make a thing of such quality, one must be a master of the material. Otherwise, one could ruin everything. It is the best elven mana alloy known as pure gold, and it will be able to take the power of the black dragon. And with the help of black gold and Adam's scales, and the bloody rubies of the Jurids, and the wood of the moon tree, all was gathered. And then the princess began to use the circle of mana. It was an ancient magic of the Midians, and a force field formed around the user, within which the power and duration of all spells increased by 100%. And with Adam's draconianization, Vaughn touched the dragon's molten scale, and started using the dragon tongue skill. And once all the materials came together, they began to re-emerge within the magic circle, and Daniel couldn't believe it because he'd seen it all. Eventually, the black dragon bow and black dragon arrows appeared. A little later, there were still 2 weeks to go before the raid, and the humans and elves were beginning to actively prepare when they were divided into 2 groups and listened to carefully. After all, they had 1 day of training and 1 day of rest. Temple Knight instructor Ned started telling everyone that they would be plowing like mules, but he didn't understand why this was so familiar to him, because it seemed to him that the coming 2 weeks would last forever. The team of hunters began to destroy the factory with monsters and move forward, and their goal is to go 1.5 kilometers deep into the eastern part of the Lake of Life, and we have 10 days to do everything. And hunting was done every day, so piles of magic stones from the monsters were accumulating. However, they didn't stick around, and at one point, the mage girl started telling the commander-in-chief that they wouldn't be able to meet the golem production quota and the fact that the stones were used for different needs. And core golems building and strengthening positions, setting up magic circle. And magic circle defense trap, magic circle is also needed to protect and heal comrades. And most importantly, they form safe zones. And if you use the branches of the Tree of Life as the core, The poisonous mist will not penetrate the circle. And when they were setting them up on the path that the hunters had cleared, she asked the mages to help her. But the mages who looked at those instructions realized that it was too complicated for them, because they had never seen anything like it. Magic stones were also used in the forge to create equipment, and the head blacksmith, seeing the blanks, couldn't understand why so many were needed. Even though he's into sports, he's the best of smith to do things at the highest level. As for Adam, he was practicing at the top of the tower. And perhaps the dragon's heart was now at 10.5%, and it had reached the second form of draconization. But 10 minutes would pass very quickly. And in the subway like this, the power of the dragon heart just spread throughout his body. And the more often he used it, the faster it spread, and the greater the power became. And he should increase it as much as possible before the raid. And the best option, to accelerate it to 19%. Well, at least to 17. If he succeeded, then there was still such a chance of defeating the blue dragon, and under any other circumstances, he shouldn't expect to win. And he will use that power over and over again until he can outdo himself, and until it reaches its limit, and will be able to cross the line and eventually slay the blue dragon. The night before the raid, the construction and inspection of the camp by the lake was completed, and all who had worked to the last were to have a good rest until tomorrow. After all, for them, those 2 weeks were simply unbearable. Adam was sitting in the tent with his friend Ned, who started to tell him that they would have to act fast this time. But Adam was so hungry that he ate his steak in a split second, and Ned couldn't figure out where his food had gone. And after a hearty lunch, Adam got up from his chair and started saying that he finally wanted to get a good night's sleep. As soon as he started to leave the tent, the princess came to her senses. And after telling the others that it was time for her to go to bed as well, and telling the older ones good night, she began to walk out following Adam. But suddenly Ophelia, who was sitting next to her, started to follow her. But Ned stopped her and started asking her if she was going to fight him. He really wants to test the techniques before going out to Ophelia, and started yelling at her to get behind her. But Ned did it on purpose and wished his apprentice Adam good luck. And the princess, standing outside, began to think about what she would be told about it. She wouldn't have believed it before, but after all the preparations, they would finally engage in battle with the blue dragon. Though they had tried to talk her out of it before, that somehow they wouldn't take on such a task and she had to leave. And though they were sorry, their estate had already sent a lot of forces to the Eastern Front. So soldiers were in short supply, and they hoped for their understanding. The princess was beyond happy. After all, they can't go to battle with the dragon. And no one helped her. No aristocrats or small families. And she could only rely on her people. However, things started to get better when she met Adam. And maybe luck, maybe fate. And someone will say exactly that as soon as the princess starts to enter the tent. Where Adam was, she believed her luck. She ran up to him and started hugging him and kissing, but Adam didn't see it coming. And at the same moment, he began to feel something strange in his body. And suddenly he realized that it was Medea's kiss, an ancient magic, and the one kissed falls into mental submission, and the magic makes the target speak only the truth. But Adam began to ask the princess what she was doing, to which she told him to be quiet because he wasn't asking questions now. And she went on to say that it was no surprise that the sick woman had recovered, and they had teamed up with the Eves, and the raid on the blue dragon, which had proven impossible, would begin tomorrow, and all thanks to him in less than a month. And she had her suspicions, so she kept watching. And seeing someone turn into a dragon man, the princess asked Adam to answer honestly what his real goal was, and he wouldn't sacrifice his strength and rip the scales off alive. After all, in their world there is a price to pay for everything. If he withholds something or does someone's evil will, no one can stop him. And hello, that's the end for everyone. So she wants to understand his plan. And he should be honest about who's behind him. Again, using his ancient magic of the one who kissed, the user falls into mental submission, and the magic forces him to speak only the truth, and the princess asks who sent him. Adam replied that he was here of his own free will, and he's only here for her, for the princess. But the princess didn't understand if he really wasn't lying, for the magic was definitely working, and began to ask in what sense he was here because of her. But looking at her, Adam began to say that she had once given her life for him, and he had gone back in time to make things right. And at that very moment, the princess couldn't believe it because she heard it. And with her strongest magic, she began to take her by the neck with her magic hand. And once her grasp reached its target, She started urging Adam to stop bullying her, but Adam kept saying her voice was like a leaf in the wind, and apparently she was a little surprised, but she knows he can't lie while the kiss is in effect. Medea's magic is considered cheating due to the fact that a full analysis is also done at the same time as the spell is used, and spellcasters can make sure everything works. There are no mistakes, and the altar boy will be able to figure out who he really is, even if he's using the kiss for the first time. And grabbing her hand, Adam began to speak. He was waiting for her determination, and in order to gain Altar's trust, there was no other way. And she could question her all she wanted, and he would tell her everything she wanted to know. And is she really not going to ask for anything? And the kiss won't last forever. Though she can repeat it since Adam doesn't mind, and pulling her against him, Adam kissed her again. And at the same time, next to a huge herd of goblins that were lying on the ground. The girl didn't understand what she was doing here, for she was already tired, and the fact that the princess plays with them like harnessed horses. But her partner began to answer her that Lord Donegal had hired them. But he's just shining his name, and his real employer is Princess Altair, and they are her subordinates. And although her partner knew it, it annoyed her that she had to obey the arrogant princess, and that if they didn't get the job done, the teacher would beat them, and that made her very angry. And the fact that the princess acted like an arrogant fool during her studies at the academy and didn't sleep nights. She studied everything, ran after teachers, and she was constantly tormented by bullshit and all the problems she solved with the help of money or connection. And goal-oriented people, the princess considers idiots, and the fact that she will never recognize her. But her partner began to tell Melia that the winged one was swearing so loudly and convincingly, and she decided to watch the princess to see if she would ruin their whole team. But no, she was doing fine, and she was just jealous of her. But since they've been given orders, they have to calm the little girl down before she makes a mess of things. If she is successful, she will be recommended as a court mage to several aristocrats in the capital, Duke Gernetti and Marquis Klein. After all, they asked to find them Omaha, although the conditions were not easy, and they looked not only at age, but also at achievements, and there were no suitable candidates, so the aristocrats decided to take a good fighter. And most of the warriors have outside support, so she's the only one acting on her own here. If they killed the dragon, there would be no questions at all, and she could become a court mage in the capital. And after saying that, her eyes shone with joy. And they decided to go home, for the ordeal with the Golemas was over for him. He needed sleep, for tomorrow he would be on his way, and the Elder of the Elves was watching all this. And once he realized the mages were gone, he began carving magic runes into the golem. Not that the golem would perform certain actions according to the magical symbols on the surface of its body. If it added a few signs here and there, then the golems would only obey his orders, and he already wished it would be morning sooner rather than later. And the next day, as soon as the echoes of the drums were driven away, everyone started to go to their seats, and all the hunters and knights began to line up. And the mages standing on the ledge were staring at one point, and Ned realized he shouldn't say it out loud. Everyone understood that someone is going to drown in mud today, and some will see a turning point in history. And at the same moment, the princess, along with her tributes, began to cast a strengthening spell on Adam. And most importantly, the healer began to ask the goddess of light to grant Adam a shitty, and the little elf, with the help of the merciful tree of life, began to release mana towards Adam. And the last was the princess who most endowed him with her magical power. Adam knew he was walking the path of blood. However, it was much worse than that. And when the princess asked him why he was taking over the place again, her question surprised him. After all, she goes ahead, we can't imagine the future, and Adam knows everything in advance, so he'll do much better. And in the end, he'll get what he wants. And the princess, with the help of her stars, began to empower Adam because she knew that Adam would overcome all obstacles, crush all enemies, and help her win the throne. And when the time came, she should make him her king. And after the brightest light appeared beside Adam, he turned into a new weapon of mankind, the dragon, man, and let the blue dragon eat. The group had a total of 225 stormtroopers in charge of long-range attack, and assistants who dealt with healing and various spells and golem control and repair, and defenders who were involved in positional defense and helped Vanguard. There were 224 men in the rearguard detachment and only one in the Vanguard, who was ready to defeat anyone he met in his path, and one who stood behind him like a mountain and believed in his strength and capability. And when Adam soared into the air using his wings, or in the air, he thought of the rear and front being far apart and very different in structure. An absurd idea, but this way they had a better chance of winning. The closer the blue dragon gets, the denser the food will be in that fog, and the rest will last about 5 minutes, and that's with magic. And due to his high resistance to poison, only Adam can fight in a state of draconization on the lake, And with his electrical acceleration, Adam could fly at incredible speeds. And once he met a flower in his path that opened up, and huge creatures started flying out of it. Adam drew his sword with which he wanted to massacre these creatures. As he flew closer to them, he began to accumulate energy with his huge arm, and at the same instant he swung his sword. And these huge creatures were cleaved in two, and from the tremendous force began to fall motionless to the ground. And then he realized that, judging by the pile of huge plants, he was already at his destination, and it wasn't worth wasting time on. And in the same instant he started using the silver key that opened subspace, he decided to drop the entire load right there. And at the same instant, huge golems began to fly out of his hand and land in different parts of this vast poisoned forest. And stone golems spread magic waves in a radius of 70 meters, and if you put them in a row at a distance of 100 meters from each other, then the so-called mana trail will appear, and the magic used now can be transferred to the end of the mana trail, but the rest of the guys should take into account that the power will be halved due to the long distance. And the mana trail continues to increase, and the battle golems stationed in the forest are stable, and remote control of the golems is applicable and possible. And there was something else everyone needed to know. And what the princess said, she actually saw their Daisy thesis, and they can do it in 2 weeks because she will provide them with all the materials they need. And the magic tower refused to help her because of the extremely expensive process, so her work is stuck in the design state. And this baby will be their golem cyclops eye that flew next to Adam and functioned stably, and it, with its sheer weight, is able to transmit image and sound, send information to the mini golem, and can gather information within a kilometer radius. And at that moment, Danielle watched Adam fly through the air, and now they would be able to figure out the coordinates for the attack, and the humans who would prove to be no fools and come up with a good thing, thought the little pixie. But the princess watching the broadcast began to notice that the wings of a deep dragon could be seen in the distance, who lay in his poisoned swamp. And as they flew a little closer, the infected lake, the tree of life, and the blue dragon became visible. And 3 years ago it was different. And before, the dragon would start growling when someone approached him, but now it's suspiciously quiet. Adam had already said that the elves really hadn't noticed anything strange, the blue dragon sensing the environment perfect. His hearing and vision are incredibly sharp, and on a quiet night, their forest is like a bedroom to him. And why are the elves still breathing and roaming his territory? But it never occurred to the elves that someone might think that the blue dragon had flown to the lake because it just wanted silence. And just as Adam landed in the nearest tree next to the blue dragon, he began to quietly watch him from above, and thought it was just as he expected to get close to him. But the dragons didn't care, and he could move inside the poisonous mist for no more than 28 minutes. It took him 2 minutes to get here and set up the golems. With 26 to go, Adam decided now was a good time to get down to business and use the black dragon chain that was made from Adam's scales and Noel's blacksmith's master, and threw the chain up a tree. Adam, with all his speed, began to fly straight toward the blue dragon that lay under the same tree, and he realized that, quite frankly, he was the blue dragon. And everyone forgot about who he was, because on average, ordinary elves live up to 300 years, and the above up to 500, and the blue dragon hasn't appeared for 600 years. The Lake of Life has such a powerful healing effect that not even the prayers of all the priests on Earth can match it, and hence the reason for the sudden appearance of the blue dragon in these lands becomes obvious. And at the same instant, Adam climbs down from the tree and heads straight for the dragon that spotted him. And as soon as the dragon moved, it caught Adam right in midair. And the other guys watching started telling each other that the dragon had eaten Adam. But at the same moment, they saw how Adam was able to appear right out of the blue dragon's huge mouth, and pulling his huge teeth apart with his hands, started using his magical dragon powers to get out of there. And in that instant, Adam realized that this dragon had been poisoned with demonic venom and was now dying. And this creature came here to be healed. And the demonic poison wasn't completely out yet. It continued to take away the dragon's life force, and that's why he chose it as his target. It was the only dragon he could kill at the moment. As soon as Adam sprang into action, copious amounts of dragon blood spurted straight from his mouth. Adam was able to tie its jaws together and set it on a hook, and go fishing in that poisoned lake. And with this chain that was made of it, the dragon tongue worked better than any materials. And Adam commanded this huge chain to twist, and the huge dragon began to fly into the air. And the blue dragon is not a poisonous creature. He sits in the Lake of Life to neutralize the demonic filth in his body. And so, Adam decided that he needed to be pulled out of the water, in which case it would begin to spread faster through his body, and won't allow him to regenerate. But suddenly the dragon began to fling Adam off of him with all speed, But Adam still managed to get his hand on his own scales, which were tied to the dragon. And in hell, I realized that this dragon has immense power. And even though the dragon is in a weakened state, and Adam and Dragonheart's power has been brought to 19%, he's still losing. But pulling his huge sword out from under the space so the dragon didn't even think it would be that easy. With a swing of his huge sword, Adam was able to lightly wound the blue dragon. But after a few attacks, Adam realized that this dragon's jaws were much softer than the scales on the outside. And in addition, arteries and nerve bundles ran there, and he needed to stay as close to the dragon as possible to do maximum damage. But suddenly, Adam sensed with his fifth instinct that something was wrong behind him, and in that same instant, the dragon was able to pin Adam right up against the tree. Turning his attention to this, Adam began to hear strange noises and realized it was the dragon's breath. The elf girl who was watching this battle grabbed her head from such horror and saw the golem on the screen. And Daniel, standing next to her, realized it was the same blue fire that had burned their forest. And all the other guys began to prepare for battle. And the princess started telling everyone not to worry because Adam was fine. Someone else realized it. The dragon couldn't stay calm because of the pain the poison was causing, but he could still feel the emptiness between his fangs. And before it could spew flames, the blue dragon felt a prick in its jaws. It appeared that the tightly gripped victim had disappeared, all because Adam had the silver key, which opens the door to the Forgotten Castle, and the user can put and take out various items stored in the silver room anytime and anywhere. And at the moment, the key is in Adam's left hand. And when leaving the silver room, his location had not changed, and he had purposely activated the key after he was in the dragon's mouth, so that when he dodged the fire, seized the chance to strike. And with the help of his thunder palm, he struck a strong blow at the blue dragon. At the same instant, I noticed that his poison fire began to emerge from the dragon's paw again. But because the dragon was injured, it was a bit slow. Its food in this fire took longer than usual. Noticing this, Adam began to draw air into his mouth and started using his dragon breath. And in the same instant, the huge dragon was too attacked by Adam. And little by little, he began to fall to the ground. Noticing this, Adam began to realize that the rest bag was ruptured. Even with his most powerful regeneration, he wouldn't be able to breathe fire for 10 minutes. And immediately he began shouting to his comrades to spring into action. And his fellow mages nearby began to use the Sin Vine and Freeze spells, and a huge vine began to entangle the dragon, and ice shards enveloped his body, and arrows impregnated with a powerful poison. Daniel began to draw back the bowstring of his bow, and as soon as he relaxed his fingers, the poison arrow flew towards the dragon. Now Daniel will be able to pierce a dragon's hide with this incredible new bow. And the arrow flew at full speed toward the battle, where Adam was. And after a moment, the arrow flew to where Adam was able to tie the dragon upright in a tree. And the sheer force of the arrow pierced the dragon's belly. And the boys watching began to rejoice that the arrow flew right into the bullseye and that Mr. Daniel had no equal. After all, the arrow pierced right where he was aiming. Adam had told Daniel a little earlier that the second reason for his weakness was his lack of experience in real battles, and they had yet to meet someone who would awaken their true strength. And after this conversation, Daniel sat down with his co-worker, to whom he began to say that this man was funny, and despite the fact that he was much younger than him, and whether he was really that experienced, and what would change after fighting the blue dragon, and the one who will awaken their true power. After all, they already lost to the blue dragon 3 years ago. There's no point in trying again. But it seemed to Daniel that it would soon become clear what he meant, and let him understand nothing now. But he has a hunch that things won't become clear during the raid. It will happen much later, and perhaps it has something to do with his mission. So the blue dragon would certainly be a goal for them, but only one of many steps towards perfection. And he will be something to overcome. And that Daniel has always been restless because of the responsibility of protecting the village, but now he seems determined. And maybe Adam became an example for him, or he would become the strongest in their era, and be the one to connect to the Tree of Life, and I am the prophecy, and everything would repeat as it did then. But at this time, when the battle was in all its glory, Adam, sitting on the dragon, realized that because Daniel's arrows had pierced the dragon's scales, it had many weaknesses. But still, where was his fatal zone? It wasn't clear yet. And he decided that it wouldn't work that way. He should try to get inside, but just as he wanted to get inside the dragon, some kind of energy held his hand back. He noticed that his arm had stopped moving, as if something was holding it up. It all happened so fast. And at the same moment, the princess began to watch Adam fight the dragon. And then it dawned on her that something was wrong. Immediately, she began shouting for them to cease fire, take up defensive positions, and transform the mana path. A little earlier, Before the attack on the blue dragon, Helle had said that there were two solutions, and one was to strike the dragon powerfully and create a mana path for one-way energy, or stone golem, which increased the radius of action of the skill through and is formed. Monotrope of magic circles engraved on the four sides of the stone. If you activate all four sides, then the skills will be transferred to both sides. But in this case, there is a chance to get under enemy attack and deactivate one of the circles. They will protect themselves from the enemy's attack, but then the strength of their own skills will also be reduced. And at this time, the knights began to finish preparing the energy strike. And once the healer started using the light barrier, it became too dangerous. After all, the deactivation of the Western Magic Circle was in full swing, and there was no more than 5 seconds left before the mana path was changed. But at that moment, there was a massive explosion that destroyed most of the stone golems. And at that moment, the water in the Lake of Life rose up, and Adam was thrown in an unknown direction, and the chain he had made to hold the dragon began to break little by little. And in the end, the dragon's magical power completely severed it. And that meant that the dragon was using a unique skill. The dragon's unique skill is telekinesis. This ability allows him to move objects with his mind. And the fact that the dragon has almost infinite mana only promises them destruction and death scream, and a complete failure of the hunt. And Adam began to realize that there were only 20 minutes left of his dragonization. A little earlier, Adam had questioned why the poison that the blue dragon had poisoned didn't kill all humans or elves, and Daniel replied that he thought they were alive because of the lake, and Adam answered him that he was right, because the water continued to keep the life in the man's body, but it didn't take the poison out of it, and so he didn't die even though the pain made him want to die. And the same with the blue dragon. Pain had overwhelmed his mind, and therefore, in all likelihood, he wouldn't be able to use his unique ability right away. And it was true. And after the blue dragon had settled on the lake, 3 raids had already been organized, and each time his attacks became more and more monotonous. And it turns out that the threat from the elves did not bother him. But this is the perfect opportunity for an attack. True, it won't last long. This story won't last long. The dragon would rather come to its senses than be targeted at all. And then the real battle will begin. And then the real fight against the blue dragon will begin. Who would see with one eye. After all these years, Adam sat with his sword across from him, and as soon as Adam swung his sword, the dragon realized what kind of sword it was, and he began to tell Adam that the silhouette of a man had reappeared. Once again, it was the one who came to fight him, and despite the turmoil, the rearguard quickly brought their ranks to order. And thankfully, no one was seriously injured. And the mana path change was successful too, because with the help of the magical road that was formed from the mana used inside the monotrope, the skill was moved to the very end, and because of that, Adam was able to avoid being hit. However, Adam believed that there would be nothing left of Argard if it faced the power of the deep dragon, and the mage girl couldn't believe that Adam was so unsure of them. But what pissed her off most of all was that he was 100% right. After all, now their strength will be even less, and only Daniel will be able to shoot. At long distances alone, they need to come together and show all they can do. But the problem was that the Scarlet Comet would take 4 seconds to travel 1.5 kilometers with his super fast technology, while the other one would take as much as 12, and he could hit if the devil held the dragon for 4 seconds. And the door behind which the success of the dragon hunt awaited closed, and everyone was waiting for a man. One that won't allow her to shut down permanently and irrevocably. And at that moment, Adam was running away from the blue dragon's ultra-precise attacks, but suddenly he noticed that even a sturdy branch capable of supporting the dragon's weight was turning to dust after its blows. And there's no need to experience the dragon's fury on your own skin. And piling onto the magic tree, Adam tried to hide from the blue dragon's huge attacks. But he noticed Adam and began aiming his attacks right where Adam would fly in a few seconds. And at the same moment, the dragon, using his telepathy skill, aimed one of the tree branches directly at Adam, which hit him, and he started to fly off to the side. With venom, he realized that he now needed to soften the blows that followed. And once he knocked down a few more trees, then the dragon flew in and opened its huge maw. It came closer and closer to Adam. With his electrical acceleration, he began to fly off to the side and thus fly into the dragon's back. And in an instant, Adam's sword appeared in his hand, and he used it to deeply wound the blue dragon. And shortly thereafter, there was a tremendous roar, which caused the water that was near the Tree of Life to start erupting in different directions. Still, the dragon was able to fall into the lake after Adam's strong attack. And the mages watching this realized that the blue dragon fell into the water, but did not understand what they should do now, whether their efforts were in vain, because of the dragon's poison, he would not be able to recover quickly, and the water of the lake would cause him great pain, and he would drown. But now there was a bigger problem. That means the poisoned water is out of its banks, and the plants used as material are tasted exclusively on lake water, and the more water, the higher the quality of the product produced. And having absorbed the poison, the plants produced offspring. The strongest enemies crawled around the forest like locusts, and the first one he didn't meet was a huge golem standing guard on the path. These huge monsters began to attack the golems, and the boys began to change their goal, for they realized that they must help the golems destroy the monsters. These monsters were appearing literally everywhere. They had to be driven back closer to the lake to keep them out of Adam's way. If they saw anyone approaching their position, they had to open fire on them immediately. After all, the golems were created by the princess of the magic tower, and Alpha is more skillful than many adventurers. And there are also priests who increase their power, and such golems are able to detect the appearance of a strong monster. But that's not all. They had fully prepared the golems for the attack. But then the unforeseen happened, and they couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and why the golems were retreating, and their remote control wasn't working, and it was unclear where they were running to. And the elder standing nearby realized that it had finally begun. But Daniel suddenly saw the direction the golems were heading. Seeing a bright flash, Daniel braced himself and began firing his bow, ordering everyone to duck, and shot straight at targets that flew in their direction. And by hitting it right on target, he was able to throw off its direction, and it crashed not far from the entire squad. And then the princess realized that their location had been revealed and moved in the direction of the attack. If Daniel hadn't repelled it, they would be dead by now. And considering the distance between the monsters and the projectile was 700 meters, they'd have to work hard. After all, the creature that fell next to them is an underground boss. In the past, the raid on the Blue Dragon wouldn't have started until a year and a half later. Lucius and the Black Dragon Heart wouldn't be in the battle, but Altair was able to put together a pretty strong team and challenge the Blue Dragon without them. And in the end, they fought at the peak of their powers, and fought like they had nothing left. And if they can't put their best foot forward, then they would lose everything they held dear, and there would be no turning back. And when they delivered the final blow to the Blue Dragon, it was defeated. But the princess made a serious mistake by not taking the dragon's heart, which greatly complicated the situation in the grain region of Danikel, and she won tactically, but lost strategically by being defeated. In the meantime, he had already left the cave and returned to the temple, beginning his ascent. Alden, one of the enemies, was sitting on his ass in the third corridor. He had to become a temple knight to get close to him and draw blood, and he'd better find other vulnerabilities. The more information, the better. And the fact that he had learned of the princess' failure was good news, for it appeared that they had sent their servants into the forest, and the man admired Mr. Alden, though he felt that it was not, nevertheless, solely to his credit. But Adam, overhearing the conversation, wasn't quite sure what the conversation was about. But suddenly Alden said that the princess had squandered her power, money, and influence, and it would be difficult for her to get a vote, even if she participated in the rig for the Ice Dragon that the Guild Union was planning to organize, and that the heart of the Black and Blue Dragon is already in the hands of the cult. And all they have to do is to get the heart of the Ice Dragon, and then their wish will come true, and they will be rewarded handsomely for their labor. But now, inside the Silver Key in the underground space, Adam decided that this time was different, and he knew what kind of trap these fools had prepared, and now they were out of luck. And once he drank the healing potion, a magic potion, and golden tears that prevent the destructive effect with a powerful energy defense and only last up to 10 minutes. Adam decided to take a look at Grimm's mini golem. After all, these things can transmit visual information to each other, and the big golem certainly shows those around him what's going on. But it's also desirable for him to understand what's going on in the rear. And just as he thought, they couldn't contact the insides of the Silver Key, and the ogre had probably stopped by now, so he decided it was time to see how the others were doing. But in other places, utter devastation reigned, and the Lord of the Earth who uprooted trees and started attacking the others with them, and the Dungeon Master who raised many trees into the air started throwing them at Adam's companion. The same stood and decided what to do, and the elf began to ask Daniil how many arrows he had left. He answered that he had about 20 through, and they were very few now, but there were monsters besides the dragon. And these arrows with the feather of a hippogriff, and the stone seeds the elf pulled out, and joined together, they became a huge weapon, from which Daniel began firing towards a multitude of monsters. And as soon as they flew up to the place, a blue hurricane and a dance of flames unfolded, and immediately all the monsters began to die from such an attack. Adam, who was watching, realized that Daniel and Sierra made a very good duo, and Adam also saw that everyone earns their bread, But there was still a problem. There were a lot of monsters, and they all came from different places. But Daniel was ready for this attack. He didn't care if there were a dozen or 100 monsters. He would write each one a ticket to the other world. But suddenly a huge mushroom of the earth began to say something in its own language, and emit a huge aura that engulfed the nearest mushroom. And the soldiers watching felt it, that there was a tremendous pressure on them, as if pressing them to the ground. And in the same instant, their settlement in which they had settled was destroyed in one blow. And those knights who survived saw the monsters rushing in, and even the dungeon boss who was nearby and was destroying everyone indiscriminately. But suddenly, the dungeon boss noticed something strange near his foot. Lowering his huge muzzle to the ground, he saw that he was being held back by Ophelia, and started saying his skull is too high and you're a stupid critter and she needs to sit down. And at the same instant, there was a huge explosion, because Ophelia sprang into action. And while she was fighting the underground boss, the other guys began to believe in their own strength and realized that to win, they must not lose heart. Meanwhile, the princess began to explain that their job was to protect this piece of the Tree of Life branch. That guy couldn't believe that such a tiny thing was the core of the magic circle, that is, without the branch. And the fact that in 10 minutes all defenses would be removed, and food would be in that fog, and their camp would be covered. He knew it was an important assignment, but sitting here listening to his knights scream was sheer torture. Still, they decided they just had to hang in there. An invincible fortress is Earl Dan's technique that creates a barrier that protects a building. And during the time, this technique and its users cannot leave the barrier, and this defense skill was passed down to them. Kin by kin, and the tighter the barrier, the stronger it is. They will be able to protect any barn, even from the impact of a legendary class weapon. And most importantly, no one can get inside until he opens the door, and he's best suited for the task. So he needs to be patient until it's over. But suddenly he heard someone calling and begging that he opened the doors because the girl who was outside was screaming that she was hurt, and he realized it was the princess's voice. But his partner, a knight, began to say that you can't open it because it might be a trap. But suddenly the princess supposedly started yelling for them to open the door quickly because the monsters are coming and they have to open the door now because that's an order. And the guy couldn't stand it. And he opened the door because he realized that if he abandoned the princess, he would be executed along with the whole squad. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw the elder in front of him, who spoofed the princess's voice using the chameleon acorn artifact. If held in the hand, it memorizes the voice of the object. If put in the mouth, the user will speak in the object's voice. And at the same instant, the elder began to use his staff and caused a bright flash. And as soon as they looked, they saw a bright light. They stopped seeing everything in the neighborhood. But the elder was only able to blind his opponent for 3 seconds. But it was enough because he used an acceleration spell on himself. And with all speed, he moved toward his goal, which was motionless. It was the nucleus of power. But suddenly Ophelia, who was fighting outside, heard a scream. And in the same instant, everyone started shouting that there was an emergency and the core of the magic circles had been stolen, and that the elder was fleeing from the camp, and hoping that everything would turn out okay, he started telling the golems that were carrying him to increase their speed. After all, there were 10 minutes left before the defenses were removed, and the princess began to say that real chaos would come to them very soon, and she would restore the magical ones with the spare core. Maul, the faster the dragon, the faster it would all be over. And Adam realized that Her Highness wanted them to kill the creature in 10 minutes, which would be no easy task, and at least get a reward for it. And thinking of the reward, the princess answered Adam, "That's good. If he makes it in time, they'll finish what they didn't finish yesterday." And wishing them both good luck, the princess said goodbye to Adam. But Adam stood by the lake, with the blue dragon rising behind him. And thanks to the dragon going back into the lake, its breathing sac had almost recovered. And if left untouched, it would be able to sizzle them all with fire again very soon. And at that very moment, Adam stopped attacking and decided to talk for a bit. But the dragon behind his back thought otherwise. So Adam decided to send him to hell and use Coal of Faith's legendary weapon, the indestructible Holy Table. But earlier, Adam had asked Lucius that, by the way, he could use the thing. If Lucius wants, he can pay for the delay out of the deposit. Well, he did manage to convince Lucius after all. And at this point, Lucius began to tell his companions about it. That 10 minutes is like 2 fingers on the pavement, and if they do what he says, that lizard is dead. And at this time, the elder fled on his subordinate golems, and together with their squad, they began to discuss that they didn't think it would be so easy to escape, and their hearts were still pounding with fear that they could not die. But the girl sitting with the oldest started yelling for the other guys to shut up because she was having a hard time keeping the mana circle going. And to activate the ability, there is one condition: to observe the user of the technique from start to finish within a radius of 2 meters. And thanks to the fact that she took part in the installation of camp magic circles, she managed to copy the circle of purification, although the effect of it was only 50%. But the copied technique can only be used once. And besides, for it to work, they need the circle to feed him their mana non-stop, so they should hurry up, because they only have one chance. And the last sealed chest that is in the tower, and they wanted to take possession of the Tree of Life stored there and create a new kingdom. And the elder, who was sitting on one of the golems, began to thank the guys who stayed with him until the very end. But the boys replied that it couldn't be otherwise, because he was their leader. His invitation was partly for them, and at this very moment the elder began to remember that those guys were attacked by monsters right after the older elves escaped. The guys who were in the fortified area protected by the holy power of vengeance looked at the fact that the elven warriors doubted it, though it wasn't surprising, and on the fact that the elves are not as well trained as they are, and no one has ever starved among them. And now Ophelia is one of the 10 strongest on the human side, and a talented squad of healers capable of healing a serious wound in the blink of an eye. And then there's Adam, possessor of a black dragon heart. Last is Princess Altair. Their fighting spirit is strong, and the elder had no doubts about this arrangement. It was incomprehensible to them. Was the elder's escape really such a big problem? Since they were now supported by Daniel, the head of the trading company began to tell his son that he seemed to be ill-informed about the elves' situation. And you can't argue with the fact that Daniel is incredibly strong. He's even stronger than Ophelia. His mother is a queen. Yet it is not he who is the backbone of the elven kingdom, but the elder that the elves truly relied on, and that the elven king or queen are priests, and at the same time, guardians of the Tree of Life, and the tree itself chooses who will rule, and gives the right of succession only to the highest elves. And with the help of the tree, the king connects all the long-eared men who live in the forest to himself, and they take control of their minds and enforce allegiance. And this is the secret of how the Elven Kingdom can exist again for 2,000 years. And Celestia, the current queen, is called the Fallen Moon, and at birth she could not see or walk, but was endowed with wisdom and generosity. Her body was paralyzed after the birth of Sierra's first child. But the son of the head of the trading company didn't understand how she gave birth to Daniel while bedridden, to which his father replied that there were rumors of Sierra's birth. As a result of the queen's betrayal, it is for this reason that the heiress is not treated as a high elf, and Daniel is a legitimate child and a true talent. But he says the queen will be a bow, and the time of the crown should fall on the shoulders of the one whom fate itself has marked. And when things were good, Daniel's modesty didn't cause problem. But when the kingdom began to fall apart, its inhabitants needed a leader who would bring peace and tranquility. But Daniel did not turn out to be such a leader. He declared that this was not his role. So after the betrayal of the High Elves, the people of the kingdom pinned their hopes on the Elder, who at this time was rushing straight to the tower to revive the fallen kingdom. And the elf girl who controlled the golems, sitting next to the Elder, couldn't figure out if they were doing the right thing and if they should be worried about abandoning their kin, but there was no way to defeat the dragon, and there was no point in dying. And they did the best they could, and Mr. Daniel didn't care about them. And the fact that 4 years ago, Red and Black Moon attacked human lands and started a war. And the fact that they lost, resulting in the taking away of their valuables and territory. And 3 years ago, a blue dragon showed up and started sending a forest over them. And the fact is that the strongest of the High Elves and holders of the title of Loon are leaving these places to create a new kingdom, and for those who remained, they wanted only an easy death. And with each day, the infestation problem grew faster and faster. The elves began to leave the forest, and Mr. Daniel turned a blind eye to what was happening. And that's why they have an army of people in their territory, and an alliance between them. These are just words, and they have no resources or strength to stand up to the humans, and whether they defeat the dragon or not. And then there's the collapse of the kingdom. Mr. Daniel left them. He never understood what needed to be done, and in vain they had no faith in him. They feel sorry for His Majesty, but there is a limit to everything, and they need a new faith and a new life. And so, after several dozen kilometers, they finally began to approach the tower. And the Elder realized that at its apex was the ancestral Tree of Life. And the fact that they will find fertile land far away from this place, and plant one of them, is her hope. And the tree can only choose him, and then he will finally be king. But suddenly one of the elves told the Elder that there was someone in the distance, near the tower. When they looked closer, they saw that some strange creature with red fur and long horns was standing near the tower, and that he scratches with his huge claws. It couldn't end on the same world, the monster started to put a huge amount of pressure on the whole area. And at the same moment, the huge monster began to growl loudly. Because of this, the alphas standing next to him were frightened to the tips of their fingers. They couldn't understand what this creature was standing in front of them. Meanwhile, the head of the trading company was musing that he had noticed one oddity in the high elves who had gone for a new life with the seeds of the tree. And especially the red and black one. If they founded a new kingdom somewhere, they wouldn't be able to gather their troop, and besides, there's no word of any new elven states. And he wondered where the fugitives had gone. But at this time, the elder who was looking at Toha's monster began to tell his comrade that he would deal with it. And taking his golems out of his pocket, he threw them right at the other monster, ordering one to distract the monster while the other took the chest. And just as the golems flew up to the monster, someone turned their attention to one of them, and with a loud growl he began to turn his head, and ran right after it. And the strategy was standard. The monster reacted to the first golem. The remaining one threw the blast family and broke the seal on the tower, and was able to take the chest and return to the elves. And once he brought it to the elder, the family and himself held it in their hand. They made a mistake for which they paid with their lives. After all, that chest they had taken was something the demon had been trying to get his hands on for years now. And once the demon was able to claim the long-awaited prize he'd been eyeing for so long, it was the heir to the throne of the Red Moon, Masha, who started the war with the Danikid. And she lost her mind after becoming a demon. All that was left in her was a feeling of hatred for the elves, usurpation, revenge, seed, and a few other words whose meaning she no longer understood. And 3 years ago, in a mysterious place, the head of the devil cult began to say that this was a great pity for him. And he can't even believe that they were once the strongest elves of the red and black moon. It made people tremble with fear, but now they were seriously injured. And the head of the devil cult began to say that they knew why he had sent the messenger. He had sent for them, and began to hold out his hand in which he held 2 stones of revelation, which turn a man into a demon when combined with the mark of an insect. And 3 years ago, the head of the devil cult started asking his ward if he knew about it. That the stone of revelation turns a man into a demon through the mark of the insect, that the stone of revelation and the mark of the insect give the same thing. But then why the latest monetization has a different kind and level of strength for everyone, and why demonetization has a different success rate and quality. And the answer lies in the distortion of the soul. Anger, hatred, desire, innate threshold, the stone of revelation embodies all of these, and the darker the soul, the greater the power. The red and black moons should never forget their former beauty, and those who once betrayed them with their hatred of elves. And after a bright flash appeared in the place where the higher moons stood, the head of the devil cult was surprised that he was impressed by the excellent transformation of the elves. And the red moon Masha, who was in a state of demonization, appeared, and with her appeared the black moon Aramil, who was in a state of demonization. But suddenly the chapter's counselor started asking what his plans were for them, to which he replied that there were no plans, and his job is to stir up the swamp. And making plans is for elves and everyone else. And once the head of the devil cult snapped his fingers, he spoke up so that everyone else could see what was happening, and were excited about what they were about to see. At that moment, new messengers of darkness entered the earth, and all 12 apostles and the leadership of the devil's cult were watching. And now it's been 3 months since the black and red moons turned, and they all killed and slaughtered people and monsters. But when will the elves get used to their new power? They realized that everything seemed to be ready, and they could move on to the next stage. You have to kill the blue dragon, and he'll give them soldiers to help them. A little while later, they were flying up to Mount Kala, which was the original home of the blue dragon Ortholis. The elves were born in the elven forest, so they knew how hard it was to fight elves because of the tree of life that protected them, and it pisses them off. But Alden was right. They need a power that can send all elves to hell. For example, the fact that the power of a dragon's heart could obey them. And once they jumped off and flew straight to the blue dragon who was sleeping in his nest. And in the same instant, the dragon woke up and started telling the 2 alphas things he didn't even know what to say. After all, it had been a long time since such low-grade creatures had stood before him, and why they had chosen to part with their lives by coming here. But at this time, Alden was approached by the head of the devil cult, who began to ask if he really thought they had a chance of winning. To which Alden replied that he was talking about those 2 elves, and that they had, of course, left with help. But the cult leader realized that the blue dragon was too cool for them. And Alden began to say that the cult leader really wanted to fight the dragon and apologizes for not including him in the squad. And he's right. Red and Black Moon are too weak for the blue dragon, and they will eventually become his appetizer. And there's another reason he entrusted them with this task. And he began to ask the head of the devil cult if he knew that they were in the line of heirs to the elven throne. And the nickname of the strongest high elves was the Moon Elves. It came from the fact that when an elf uses a perfect technique, a bright light appears behind his back, shaped like the face of the moon, and they were ambitious beings who wanted to become elven leaders. However, the queen was a blind, paralyzed girl whom none of them recognized. And the tree chose a new queen, and they all shouted with one voice, "Long live Her Majesty!" And the chiefs couldn't understand why they chose Sylvestria, since she maintains close relations with the small people and has no idea how to run a kingdom. After the failed demonization, the Black and Red Moons were in turmoil. Their pride prevented them from accepting reality. So they started a war to have their abilities recognized by their brothers, and you could say they lost. And for this recklessness, they were known in the elven community, and, thinking they had nothing more to lose, stole the families of the Tree of Life. But they were defeated by their young kin, who had not yet received the title of Luna, and they narrowly escaped death that time. And Alden began to question the head of the devil cult about what he was going to do with the boy who had dishonored Luna and the two traitor elves, to which the latter replied that he would no doubt have finished him off. Aldian thought so, saying that's exactly what everyone will do. And at this time, a huge blue dragon attacked one of the higher moons. Ta, in turn, smiled at the huge mighty dragon, and right after that, the blue dragon swallowed him along with his goofy smile. And so Red Moon and Black Moon were willing to do anything to get revenge on the elves. And Black Moon started right in the dragon's patch. The one in turn began to feel great pain and regretted swallowing the Black Moon. If they are destined to become food for dragons, and after thousands of battles, the Black Moon has two abilities, deadly poison and petrification, and after the dragon eats the Black Moon, the poison will begin to spread in its stomach, and this will continue until it dies. And at the end, they have a battle against time, or else the dragon will die of poisoning, or die from the stomach juices of the Black Moon. Yet the latter's goal is accomplished before the end of the battle, and the blue dragon will certainly go there to heal. Instead, Aslan, who has the most powerful regenerative power on the entire continent, harbors the elves on the Lake of Life. And the blue dragon was writhing in pain, so he didn't notice Masha moving behind his tail. And such an act of his girl could be regarded as instinct, since demonization had had a detrimental effect on her intelligence. It was impossible. It was fate. The memory fragments reacted to the energy of the tower, and Masha flew toward it. But she failed to get the point of impact right and fell right on top of the elves guarding this tower. Upon landing, Masha killed the guards, but due to the appearance of the dragon and the spread of corruption, no one found out about it. From that day on, Masha scratched the tower with her claws. But the long-awaited feast is the flesh and blood of the elders, in which the sacred water of the lake flows. She restored the meaning of a few words to Masha's shattered mind. And after realizing it, she raised her muzzle and began to look in one direction, from which a tremendous power emanated. It was the abode of the elves. And peering closer and closer, Masha did see her. The Elf Queen was asleep on her bed, and she immediately began to feel the Split Moon Queen lying in the bedroom, and the blood she felt, and the lust for killing. The insect stigma gives the devil's follower its power, and the more the latter uses it, the faster the former develop. And when the growth processes end, and the larva becomes an adult, the demonized person has an unusual ability, the insect Masha's ability to gluttony, and it allows you to assign skills to the victim you've eaten. And the Elf Elder's technique was acceleration, which the original owner used to attack opponents at vulnerable points. And it helped Masha get where she was in a matter of seconds. And in an instant, she found herself in a backwoods elven village. And with quiet, noiseless steps, Masha began to enter the royal chambers. There lay the same queen from the Broken Moon. And Masha had only one wish, that the queen would die as soon as possible. And coming closer and closer to her, Masha tensed up, because she wanted to straighten her out as soon as possible. And in the same instant, she leaped right over the princess, but something went wrong, and a bright light appeared before her eyes. All because the queen was guarded by Ned, and with precise blows he struck Masha, causing her to fall to the ground, bleeding. And at the same moment, Ned started saying that he still wondered why his apprentice had sent him to the very asshole to watch the queen, since he hadn't known the demon would show up. And as she prepared for battle, Ned finally said that she had now dug her own grave by attacking the queen. And in the same second, he used his incredible lightning strike skill. But at this time, poisoned water appears near the Tree of Life. An incredible battle unfolds between the Blue Dragon and Adam. But Adam realized that it was 8 minutes and 12 seconds before the cleansing spell was removed, and Altair had asked to deal with the dragon in 10 minutes. But for their own safety, he must be finished off early, and this raid will not end with the death of the depth dragon. Because after that, the black moon will come out from behind his body. Ramal is the one who desecrated the forest, and for that reason, the raid failed in the past. And until Adam returned to his own time, the boys had rejoiced in the blue dragon's victory. And as soon as everyone thanked each other for their work, the guy started telling the princess that since they had agreed, the dragon's heart now belonged to him. And she replied that, of course, that was what they had agreed. And once he approached the slain blue dragon, he decided to look at the heart. Suddenly, he saw a strange energy emanating directly from the slain blue dragon. And the fact that he felt a reaction of rejection and couldn't tell if it was some kind of barrier and didn't understand what was going on. After all, he had already killed the dragon, and how a barrier had appeared on the corpse. Back then, no one knew there was a demon sitting in the dragon's stomach, and in an instant, he crawled right out of the blue dragon's belly with his heart in his hand. And the guy couldn't figure out who he was or why he had a dragon's heart in his hand. But Darkmoon started laughing loudly and thanking the boys for ending the dragon. And they must look carefully at the Tree of Life, for it will destroy this forest. And he began to ask the heart of the dragon to give him strength. And once they started running away from the epicenter of the blast, Darkmoon began to transform into a demonic dragon. And as a result of the dragon heart's contact with Ramiel, its poison became many times stronger, and he was able to poison the entire forest with a single wave while the princess and her comrades retreated. And that Altair's team had managed to escape death. However, she was unable to get the heart of the blue dragon, and the charge level in the Elven Forest and Grain region had become so high that nothing could bring these lands back to life. And at this time, Adam, fighting the blue dragon, had a thought that the raid failed because of a lack of intelligence, although of course the plan, the men, and the defense were of a high standard, and two people could fight in the vanguard at once. And one of them started saying that the blue dragon has weaknesses and can't recover from injuries, and the main thing is to hit accurately and then everything will go right. And how he found out about it, he agreed, is unclear. But during the fight, there was a feeling that the dragon was moving a little slower than it could. Moreover, it was as if it was trying to protect something, and the devil who was sitting on it at the time realized that the guy was a fool and incomprehensibly said that the dragon had no weaknesses and moved normally. Though Adam realized he couldn't do it any other way, because in his previous life, this raid wouldn't have started until a year and a half later, and back then, the depth dragon had an old wound, not like now. And apparently he didn't kill hard enough, and pulling out a venom-covered scale from under the space, he said, "This poison is one of the 72 strongest poisons I had before this king of extinction." He began to inject comic poison from his scales into the blue dragon's open wound, and jumping away from it, Adam told it to explode, and with his new dragon language skill that allowed him to remotely control his traps, he was able to put the blue dragon to sleep. But as soon as the dragon felt a tremendous pain in his body, he, like Adam, used the skill of the dragon tongue and ordered Adam to stop. And in that same instant, Adam froze in place and couldn't move. And he realized that not only him, but the very water that was beneath him was also frozen in place. Although he had mastered the heart of the black dragon, the human enslavement power would never compare to the dragon. And he realized that he couldn't even get into the silver room at the moment. And with such a wide capture zone, the dragon tongue skill can be used for about 7 seconds, but that's enough to splatter him with fire. But still in the same 7 seconds. Daniel, standing a few kilometers away from the target, managed to fire twice. His huge fiery arrows flew straight at the target. For just a little while earlier, Daniel had heard Adam's new plan that he would shoot at will, and Adam would be in the wings. And as soon as he fired, he realized he had succeeded. And in the same instant, a multitude of arrows rose into the air and flew straight into the blue dragon, and as soon as they reached their target, bright explosions began. But Daniel realized that wasn't enough. He needed another shot. And just as he took the last shot, Adam caught himself, jumped to his feet, and began to attack. Swinging his huge sword, he delivered more and more heavy blows. And after heavy blows, Adam still got his way. The dragon's breathing bag was destroyed. And now Adam had to wait for the last 17 arrows from the black dragon's scales, and Daniel, who was standing nearby thinking about what he needed for the red comets, had 3 arrows, which meant he had 5 more spells in reserve, enough for 2 normal skills. If he wanted to kill the dragon, he needed to aim for the most vulnerable spots. But suddenly the blue dragon exploded again and began to attack Adam, but he, in turn, was able to dodge its huge blows with his powers. And in his past life, Adam had only fought a blue dragon once, and that was when the dragon heart was stolen from a devil. And then the battle for control of his body in the mind space began, which took a month to complete. And in that time, he had adapted to the attacks of the depth dragon, and because of that, had managed to convince him just before he went insane. The blue dragon then fought him at the peak of his power. Immediately, the dragon struck Adam with a paw with all his might, and right after that, he started to finish him off with his other huge paws. Adam realized that everything was okay now, and these blows could be tolerated. He jumped back to the nearest tree to catch his breath. At that moment, the blue dragon began to use telekinesis and pull out those arrows that were in his body and aim them directly at Adam. The one stood in the same place and saw huge magical arrows flying at him. But Adam began to pull out his huge chain, which he had made from his own scales, and using his dragon voice, he began to order her to curl up and thus fend off the attacks flying at him. But immediately following the arrows, a huge paw of a blue dragon appeared. And from that tremendous impact, the ground and the nearest tree that was nearby shook. And the blue dragon was getting tired of Adam constantly disappearing from his sight. But suddenly, the dragon began to scrutinize his paw, which was near the tree. And at that very moment, the silver key appeared before his eyes. But it was too late, for Adam was already right on top of him, and using his magic stake, attacked the blue dragon with all his might. And with that, the devil began to swing around to deliver the final blow. And after hitting the huge stake with his fist, the huge blue dragon started flying straight to the ground, receiving a serious wound. And in mid-air felt a tremendous pain in his neck due to the critical damage Adam had done to him. Well, as soon as the blue dragon landed wounded on the ground, fire arrows flew at him. Daniel realized that he had 14 arrows left from the black dragon's scale, and began releasing them all directly into the blue dragon. And after numerous attacks, the severed paw began to sink into the deep lake. The badly wounded blue dragon began to gaze at the danger approaching him. Although he had very poor eyesight, he still saw the dragon man standing in front of him, a huge sword. After all, this was not the first time he had encountered this sword, and this time he remembered that he had fought with it before. And at the same instant, the blue dragon began to speak to his master Kaiserus to forgive him, because Eurydica's husband, Giorgio's favorite sword, the dragon slayer Graham, had defeated him again. And 1,000 years ago, when they had thanked Georgius for freeing his master, and for not being able to leave this place, and not being able to free him. And Georgius told Artalis to leave. After all, as Caesarus' servant, he can't forgive him for killing him. And now he must go to hell, because if they meet again, he'll kill him. I, the immobilized blue dragon, was bleeding in the same spot where it had been attacked. Daniel and his companions saw that he had stopped moving. She started to tell him to keep aiming and finish him off quickly, but Daniel replied that it wasn't necessary because it was dangerous. And the thing is, right now the Tree of Life started to shake. And at the same moment, the blue dragon began to shout loudly and unleash the immense power that was contained within it. And he told Adam that Georgius was a dragon slayer, and didn't he know that his words were an oath? And in the same second, the blue dragon began to take out the holy stake that was right inside it, and with slime in his eyes, he said he couldn't forgive him. And right after saying that, he started pulling his severed paw right from the bottom of the lake, and said that his life force would become his sword, and he would avenge his master and fulfill his duty. And in that second, the blue dragon was ready to fight Adam for life and death. And standing like a stumbling block, she saw that he was using his dragon tongue to turn his life energy into power, which meant he would be finished soon, and that was even better, and let him attack. But Adam realized he only had 12 minutes of draconization and 1 dragon's breath, but none of that mattered now. After all, the blue dragon opposite him has a death weapon created by the dragon tongue. It absorbs life force and defense and increases attack power. And to prevent that from happening, Adam needs to make the right decision and focus. And gathering all his strength, Adam decided it was time to act in earnest and right now. And the fact that otherwise everything will be useless, but now only combat power is needed, and with the help of his skill of draconizing a ferocious dragon, which consumes a huge amount of mana to enhance the effect of draconization, and all of Adam's physical abilities are increased by 200%. And the duration of draconization is reduced. Even after the draconization state ends, the skill temporarily goes into a dormant state, and the remaining time of draconization is forgiven from 15 to 3 minutes. And in the same second, the blue dragon began to attack Adam with his severed arm, from which he had made a weapon. But the devil standing before him was ready for such an attack. Taking a proper stance, he began to swing away. And their weapons collided, causing a tremendous magical force to begin crushing everything near them. As they continued to attack and defend, Adam realized that their forces were now equal. But suddenly, The blue dragon swung its weapon and directed all its magical power at the place where the Tree of Life stood, and it immediately split in two, and it was noticed by the elves standing in the distance. But Adam began to remember the words I had said to his teacher in a past life, that the royal diadem flow martial technique is not about the complexity of the movement, but about understanding and controlling the flow of energy. If he feels this flow, he can unleash colossal energy based on small energy and defeat a superior opponent. And as soon as the blue dragon swung his weapon, Adam jumped into the air in the same second and started flying straight towards him. And once in the air, Adam realized that everything around him was now moving, and streams like water flowed from one vessel to another. And if he understands the very power that flows like a great river, even the leaves of the trees will become his weapon. And after this perfect attack, even the greatest dragon would be defeated by it. And after Adam's strongest attack, he began to turn his head, because he began to hear some strange sound. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that something bright had appeared on the belly of the huge dragon. But Adam couldn't remember what it was sticking out, and maybe it was a bone, he thought. But no, it was some kind of strange weapon. And in the same instant, he remembered the words of the guy from his past life that this dragon was an old, unhealing wound, and that was his weak spot. And in that same second, Adam moved and began to fly towards the blue dragon that was trying to attack Adam to the last. But suddenly, Adam noticed that the dragon was trying to get away from him. And the thing is, he tried to hide underwater again, but Adam didn't want to just let him go and started binding him with his magical scales. And the tail sticking out of the water was literally wrapped around Adam's scales in a second. But Adam still didn't make it, and the dragon began to pull him under the water. But while underwater, Adam still continued to attack him. But suddenly a strange wave began to toss Adam aside, though he didn't realize what had happened. And the fact that the dragon under the water started wriggling in different directions seemed to want to confuse Adam. And even worse was the fact that the dragon was able to hit Adam several times with its tail, causing Adam to feel pain in his body. And the elf girl who was watching this suddenly jumped up from her seat, stating that she couldn't give advice while the dragon was in the water. But Daniel drew the bowstring and begged his mother and father to help him, and aimed the arrows he had just released so that they flew straight at the target. And the arrows Daniel fired flew straight into the Tree of Life. And the head of the trading company, who was watching this attack, couldn't tell if the dragon had dodged, but it still dawned on him that it had hit a tree. But Daniel kept firing his bow, which only had 8 arrows left in it. And he realized that if he managed to hit the Tree of Life, it would start to crumble and fall right into the water, and thus huge chunks of the Tree of Life will be able to crush the huge blue dragon underwater. And in turn, Adam, who was next to him, began to push away from the piece of wood that was next to him, and approached the very spot he had seen outside, the weak spot of the deep dragon. And as he started swinging his sword, he decided to put all his speed and strength into this strike. And as soon as it hit its target, the dragon began to feel immense pain, and the strength began to leave his body, which meant he began to let go of the other hand he had as a weapon as well. And then the dragon began to remember that conversation with Georgius, that he had been told that as a loyal servant of Kaiser, he could not forgive his murder, and so he could let Georgius go, but if he appeared again, he would kill him. And on that day, Georgius lowered his head and asked the blue dragon to forgive him, and taking out his sword, which was stuck in the ground, saying that he can't just walk away, and as a knight of the Princess of Law, he is obligated to save her the trouble. And that very battle with Georgius was short. The blue dragon was careless and missed a hit. Feeling intense pain, he realized that the man had cut off his horn. And right after that, he stuck the White Queen's finger into it. This stake was made from the bones of the first queen. It put a seal on the target's powers and put the effect of a curse that could not be dispelled. And the duration of this curse was 10 years. And he began to say that since he had struck him with that weapon, there was a seal upon his powers, and he must sit in his lair until the red dragon was pacified. And if he had not stained his hands with the blood of Kaisa, if he had not fully learned the secrets of this world, they might have saved their friendship. He was sorry he could not go back in time and change everything, and that their paths would never cross again at this moment. The blue dragon everyone remembered from 1,000 years ago. And that whoever is attacking him now, this guy is not Yorgi, but the one who follows him or has been following him all along. And now he sees it clearer than ever. It's a new dragon slayer. And inside the blue dragon's belly was Dark Moon, who realized that he could no longer sense the dragon's life force, and he can finally get out. For now, he is ready to get the heart of the blue dragon. But as soon as he appeared, Adam was already there and was able to pierce him with his sword. And, not realizing what was happening, Dark Moon began to fly off to the side. But Adam didn't want to let him out of his sight and started swinging again, and strike even harder. That caused Dark Moon to fly straight into the Tree of Life at full speed. And with his silver key, Adam was able to move the body of the deep dragon into his subspace and realized that now Dark Moon would not be able to merge with his heart. The catastrophe that happened in his past life was caused by a surge of energy due to the Black Moon's improper absorption of the dragon's heart. And those who absorb the heart should be equal in power to dragons, such as the same dragon or a top-level demon. But Black Moon was not one of them, so he couldn't withstand the force that fell on him and died on the spot and after a while. The dragon's heart and Ramiel's magic stone ended up in the hands of the head of the devil's cult. Or to put it simply, Black Moon was simply being used, and as Adam approached him, he began to ask if it was pleasing to him to watch from the underworld as people died, as those who survived lost their homes and condemned themselves to starvation and misery. And is he happy to watch the cult that betrayed him? A cult that has taken over the world and which, like him, will soon be crushed and discarded. But suddenly Dark Moon started to reply that he could smell the dragon smell with the human smell, and that's interesting. And when he climbed out of the dragon's belly, he expected to encounter elves, not humans. And he didn't think that the Dragon Slayer himself would appear in front of him. Dark Moon only wanted to say that he was glad to meet him. Adam didn't hesitate to attack him, and was able to bind him with his chain, which was made of his. And right after that, Adam jumped into the air and started attacking him with a huge holy stake, and stuck it right where Dark Moon was tied up. And immediately afterward, he grabbed with his huge hand one of the parts of the holy stake, and was able to spin it a few times. But at the same instant, he noticed something strange in the place where the Black Moon should have been. He wasn't there. Had he really ducked? I thought. But suddenly, Dark Moon's voice was heard in a nearby tree, and he began to tell Adam that he might actually think he had cornered him and had only shown his weakness by his action, and that it is dangerous to attack an enemy he sees for the first time because he may counterattack, and why he acted so quickly, that there is a time limit of no more than 1 to 2 minutes for dragon power. The real one in front of him realized he was pretty damn smart, and there's still about 48 seconds of draconization left. And besides, because of the side effects of draconization, he'll fall asleep right after the time expires, and draconization consumes too much energy, so his body won't be able to sustain it. And now there is no more time or energy, and he needs to get him to use the same. But suddenly, Dark Moon decided to make Adam an offer. If he gives him the dragon heart, he will save his life. After all, he is only interested in his siblings and has no hatred for humans. But Adam immediately started using his dragon tongue and told Dark Moon to stand still. Suddenly, Dark Moon realized that he had stiffened his movements with this spell. And the thing is, his legs wouldn't move and he couldn't go anywhere. But in the meantime, Adam picked up a huge stake and started flying at him with all his strength. Immediately, there was a loud explosion from Adam's power, but it turned out that it wasn't that simple, and Adam realized that he needed to act differently. After all, his opponent was able to use the barrier, which was why he was unable to break through his defense. And Dark Moon revealed to Adam that he wasn't done talking, and how he could interrupt his interlocutor half-heartedly and rush in to attack. But Adam didn't listen to him, and began to think about the fact that he had used the dragon tongue, and now his condition was as if he was about to pass out, and his body was almost collapsed. But now one endurance is enough to bring it under control. And with the Sword of Light, sacred objects take the form of a sword, and those who are not authorized to use the sword are burned by touching it. But when there is permission to use it from the Goddess of Light, all restrictions are removed. But suddenly, Adam heard strange words that he was not allowed to hear, and at that moment, his hand caught fire. And right after that, his other hand lit up from holding the lightsaber. But Adam couldn't understand why he had used it before, and whether it was magical power or physical training. Now he was in no way inferior to himself from the past, and it was all because of that residual magical energy, or was there some other reason, or had the Goddess of Light betrayed him? And at the same second, Adam began to fall off his feet. And Dark Moon noticed this, and thought it was even for the best, and as soon as he removed the barrier, he realized that now that the petrification had been removed, his movements were restrained, and he couldn't fight, and the only thing left to do was to stall the conversation. But having this guy tied up his holes was his mistake. There's an attack he can do without moving with his deadly poison, a skill that Black Moon used when he was a high elf, and then he realized it with the power of a demon and elevated it to absolute, and that's me. DVT. I bought Dark Moon's unique skill that condenses the user's surrounding, creating a poison spear, and it's sharp enough to pierce a dragon's scale. And the second Dark Moon raised the spear, it began to pierce Adam's body. And as soon as Adam felt all the pain, he screamed at the full power of his lungs. And watching this, Dark Moon started laughing out loud. because he heard it was a beautiful scream and such a cool moment and surpassing him in power and making him submit to the dragon, and he watched them collapse in pain. A real sight, that feeling of superiority, and no wonder he turned into a demon. And he'd like to stay here longer and look at his artwork, but there's still so much to do, and it's time for him to finish this. And he would kill Adam, and that would be his mercy. After wishing Adam an easy road to hell, he began to prepare for the final attack. But suddenly, Darkmoon heard strange sounds, and huge tree roots began to emerge from the lake and pierce through Darkmoon's body, causing him to start screaming at the top of his voice. But Darkmoon didn't understand what had happened and thought, are those the roots of the tree? But standing Adam beside him began to ask, doesn't Darkmoon realize that this is the root of the tree of life that he has poisoned with his skill? He has absorbed all the poison of this land. And now the tree of life and the lake are cleansed from the defilement. And Blackmoon's magic stone that the cult leader took possession of in his past life, he used it to turn the poisonous mist into a weapon, and the original owner of the magic stone should also have this ability. So he pushed Blackmoon to use it, and the poison absorption effect was the fastest way to clear the forest. And the lake is the only place where there's still poison left. But the important thing is that the concentration is almost undetectable, and if it does, the forest will begin to recover. He had originally planned to do so after finishing the battle with a single lightsaber strike, but he didn't think it would go so smoothly, but thanks to the World Tree of Life. And at this moment, Darkmoon decided that he needed to quickly spread the poison, but his heart was aching. Mana wasn't gathering in his body, and while he had sent the tree, it had protected the elves for centuries with its roots stretching throughout the forest. And while the tree had protected him, he hadn't realized how powerful it was, and the fact that he, who knew no gratitude, was not distinguished by intelligence. Now he would learn why he had lost. And in the same second, Adam waved his hand and said that it was finally time for Darkmoon to go to his grave, finished him off. And immediately Adam found Ramiel's magic stone, a demon power crystal with a powerful poison. By processing it, he would be able to harness the power of Ramiel Blackmoon and his corpse pipe. The demon is impregnated with a deadly poison, and each part, once collected and processed, can be used for various purposes. Even before Adam's message was delivered, the rear guard had already sensed it, and what the Tree of Life finally grew meant. The mage controlling the golems repeated that the blue dragon had been defeated, they had the dragon heart, and all that was left was to deal with the remaining monster. And everyone gave a friendly shout of yay for finally succeeding. And the princess, who was standing on the battlefield, finally heard that they had succeeded and victory was theirs, and began to say that if Adam heard, it would be the rejoicing of the people. But at this time, Adam fell asleep and flew straight into the lake. But as he reached the lake, he was met by tree roots, and how only the tree roots could catch A, who was unconscious. The huge and mighty tree began to thank the little dragon hunter for his help. And now she's going to help Adam to get better. And in that same instant, a bright light appeared within the roots of the trees that healed themselves and Adam. And at the same time, inside the forest elves' abode, Ned saw that the roots of the Tree of Life were beginning to revive. That meant Adam had succeeded. Ned, standing by the murdered Red Moon, thought about the fact that he didn't know if he would be able to earn his bread. And eventually he got his own martial art. And who would have thought that this demon had the ability to copy other people's abilities? And the fact that he had lost too much blood, and he had no elixir now. And if he couldn't recover his strength with the chi flow, he would be finished. But at this moment, he noticed something. It was a sacred vine that was slowly approaching. Suddenly a voice came from the queen's chambers, and she began to tell Ned not to be afraid, for she was using the vines as limbs. And the fact that he had protected her in her utter helplessness, now she owes him a debt of gratitude. And once she rose with the help of her vines, her name was Silvestri, and she became queen of the elves. And from the fact that she smelled blood, she knew he needed to be treated. He can approach her, and she will heal his wounds with her magic. But at that time, Adam saw his memories of being told that his father was now farther away than the stars. But he could find what he was looking for if he went with her. And she wants to raise him in a safe place where everything is peaceful and calm, unlike his father, and whether it was worth giving him to this man, because his mother doesn't know what would have been better. And she apologizes for not being able to protect him. And Adam has to pick up a sword, and he has to defend himself. But suddenly Adam began to come to his senses and realized that it was just a dream, and it had been so long ago. But with his eyes fully open, he couldn't realize where he was or how much time had passed. But suddenly he heard a voice informing him that 72 hours had passed in 18 minutes and 29 seconds, and he had better not move because his body had not yet recovered. And so Adam is already in the space around the bosom of his stem. And he, their Tree of Life Yggdrasil, which I wanted, is an illusion created by his mind. But Adam, looking at it, still couldn't believe it was really the Tree of Life. After all, he had failed to save the Tree of Life and the Elf Queen in the past after a failed raid, so he had never met him, but he had heard of him from Doriel. And the Tree of Life began to say that only his wife had seen him in this form. The incarnation cannot leave this body, and the children had never seen him. But suddenly Adam asked if he really read minds, to which the Tree of Life replied that he only read signals, and if he was uncomfortable, he could pretend like he didn't know anything. But it was very strange for Adam, because he could see dead eyes in front of him, and he couldn't feel his emotion. But the Tree of Life replied that this wariness and worry was empty, and he had no intention of harming him, only of thanking him. And immediately after these words, the Tree of Life began to give Adam its fruit, and he had to eat the concentrated fruit from its juice, and that would help him recover faster, and he had to go to sleep for a week. But thanks to the treatment, he woke up after only 72 hours. And he was bound with the dragon's tongue, and poisoned so that he could not move, but he could watch him through the children. He helped him, and helped his children, and was able to protect his loving wife. I got a bilateral agreement that both parties fulfill their obligations to the other, and that's the order, and he's the one who set that order. But as he tasted the fruit of the tree in hell, he couldn't understand what was going on, because he didn't understand anything, and whether he had helped, and he should thank him. And that Adam definitely feels hostile. And that in a past life, Daniel had once told him that his father, a demigod close to the Almighty but unable to compare with him, and the fact that it was all a blur now, but Adam couldn't ignore the creature's words. If he could make a deal with him, certainly a deal favorable to him, he liked a two-way agreement, and Adam decided to ask, but do the scales equalize at the same treatment? The Tree of Life replied to Adam that he didn't know yet. It had not only awakened him from his sleep, but also the dragon's heart, and didn't the side effect disappear? And then Adam realized that the Tree of Life was seeing right through him, and the Tree of Life went on to say that this was another one of his abilities, because Adam's body was in such a state that it needed to be constantly readjusted with a 10% increase in strength. However, his heart might have already increased to 23%, and after defeating the demon, his body should have just collapsed. But he had rebuilt it again and again. So it became strong enough for another dragon heart. And now the bowls are leveled, but they won't talk about it because he's offering the dragons a new deal. And the Tree of Life will connect his body to the heart of the deep dragon, and in return, he will fulfill his request. Years, 8 months and 27 days, 12 hours, 11 minutes, 49 seconds ago. The day his life was just beginning, he heard someone's voice say, "Get ready." And in time, he realized what that voice meant, that he understood what mission to expect and what the reason for his existence was. And he was to change the air around, spread magic, and with his warmth purify the water of primordial malice and hatred. His brothers were to do the same on other continents. For 1,000 years, this world changed. It became fertile and its lands became mowed, and a race of people emerged who became his brothers and sisters. The time was warm. His mission was to be completed, and he was waiting, but suddenly a small and warm baby appeared. It was their child. And thanks to the master, the princess was the happiest she had ever been. And in that moment, he vowed that he would betray his mission no matter what it cost him. And at that time, the Tree of Life began to speak to Adam. That will connect him to the heart of the deep dragon, but he must fulfill his request. So Adam decides to ask for what he wants to ask for, and it has to be something incredible. But it wasn't that simple. And during the ritual, he would be completely defenseless and unable to trust anyone with his life. So Adam decided to find out what he was up to. And the Tree of Life began to ask Adam how he's going to die in the future, but Adam was surprised by what he heard. After all, he watched his actions and did everything. He would know what would happen, so he looked into it to find answers. And the first thing I suspected was an affair with this woman, but I was wrong. She's just a page-turner in his story, and he thinks he hasn't heard the secrets of the universe from her. Opposite the vivid, accurate memories of the apocalypse and a face he recognizes among thousands of others. And no doubt a prophecy or prophetic dream, Adam can see the future. But Adam thought of interpreting body signals to read mind, something similar to the abilities of Law and Altair, and then there was no point in him lying and began to say that everything was true, for his future partner had been destroyed by the Great Forest and had died soon after, unable to neutralize the poison. And needless to say, he came back from the future. Be it time jump or prophecies, nothing will change from him knowing the future, and the meaning is different. If he knew it, there would be no benefit. But Tree of Life realized he was still hiding. The main thing was that there was no surprise in the response to his wariness, for he thought he would die before the end of the world, and such an outcome was expected. And if he saw a future in which he would live to the end, and the fact that there would be no way to save him anyway. And once the Tree of Life raised its hand, Adam noticed a familiar seal on his hand. It looked like a promise ring, a pentagram with spells engraved on the back of the hand to seal a contract. It's a certain part of the seal, and they are similar, but he would say his seal is cooler. And at that moment, Adam's head began to split open. But the Tree of Life told him not to look long, and now his mind can't handle it. And all their affairs require secrecy, so Mach cannot be told. And that he and the 7 dragons are beings bound by a mission assigned to them by the Absolute. And as long as the seal is on them, they cannot escape their fate. But Adama knew that this mission could not be abandoned, so he had no choice but to kill the blue dragon. And then, when the end of the world comes, the surviving dragons will lose their will and start destroying everything around them. And since they will become servants of the devil in this world, that was the future he saw. Suddenly, Adam began to ask for the Tree of Life. Does he really mean to say that when the time comes, he will be against them like the dragons? But Tree of Life never doubted his mission, and he never felt any value in this world, and just did what he had to do, but something happened. And when the queen asked why he hesitated, he replied, because she had always waited for this day, and she did not know, if she gave birth to a child, how long she would stay in this world. Because of her weak body and her ability to hear the voice of her soul, for her, the lonely moonlit memories with the Lord are a dream they made up together, and she is not afraid because it came true. And all the while she can be greedy, and with the help of the cup of conception, a special cup that is given to the king or queen of the elves, if you drink the juice from the cup, a new life will be conceived, and the queen has asked him not to use it on her. After all, she wants a child, but not like this. And it is the fruit of the love of a man and a woman. She asked her master to teach her how to love, and this woman showed him the value of life and the value of love. And Adam has to realize this because he has no other choice. And Adam began to remember moments from his past life where he had been with the princess. And the Tree of Life began to say that it would give him strength and help him as much as it could so that he could prevent the apocalypse. But in return, when the time comes, he will kill him so that he will not harm his wife and children. And it's his genuine request without any ulterior motive. But it wasn't long before Adam thought about calling him a goon. He had even considered threatening him with a dragon's heart or Ramiel's magic stone if they couldn't come to an agreement. But now he looked like a bad man. But if the tree had ulterior motives, it could have easily manipulated his body while he was unconscious, but it didn't, and Adam realized he could trust him. And things turned out well on his end, and the Tree of Life began to say that his favorite princess was still immature and needed more experience to transplant the blue dragon's heart, and it would take a long time. If he performed the ceremony, he could speed up his plan. So Adam decided he would leave the heart transplant to the mighty tree. And soon, Adam will also need to deal with what the mighty Tree of Life has done for him. And this is the space inside his mind if he can't defeat the dragon's mind. Here, even if the heart transplant is successful, his body could collapse or the dragon could take control of him. When he had fought him in his previous life, it had taken a month, and he wondered how long it would take this time. As he prepared for battle, Adam heard a voice address him. And this voice began to tell Adam that this was his last form, and it was very good. But as soon as Adam saw the one that spoke to him, he was very surprised. And the girl started to ask why he was so surprised, fighting hard. And it was because he wasn't familiar with her other form. And now the Dragon Slayer can come over, and she's enough of a knife wielder in this guise of Ortalis, she'll pour him tea. And in that instant, Adam realized that the blue dragon was a girl. At which point Daniel started telling the rest of the guys that they didn't need to worry, and now Adam was with his father. But the princess, along with the other guys, couldn't figure out which father, and whether it was really the Tree of Life, and whether the Tree of Life had swallowed Adam, and what was even going on, and Daniel couldn't understand why they were saying such horrible things about the tree swallowing him. And Adam is probably just healing his wounds right now. But the president of the trading company wondered if they could leave things as they were. If Adam was captured by the tree and became its hostage, they had another headache on their hands. But Daniel thought that inside his father was another power beyond Adam's control, the dragon heart. And then, perhaps when Adam returns, then he'll be a completely different person. But now Adam was telling the blue dragon that he was honored, and who would have thought that the great dragon would show him his other succulents, for he had not seen it in his past life. And it is more convenient for any creature to be in its original form, and a change of appearance occurs under the following circumstances: when the enemy is superior to it, and when the enemy is equal or inferior to it in respectable strength, or when one tries to deceive the enemy. And he doesn't think it's the third weird thinking, but he's not the kind of guy who can fool anyone. The blue dragon began to tell Adam to take it as a tribute, and even though she was weakened by the poison, Adam was still able to defeat her. Besides, this space is filled with Kaisara's energy, so she's feeling quite comfortable right now. And one cannot help but respect the one to whom the master has transferred his power. But at the same instant, bright sparks began to fall into the space where Adam sat. The black dragon Artalas appeared and started saying he didn't recognize the man. And in that second, Adam tensed up because he didn't realize what kind of crazy fight this was. And when you fight in that space, the mind is in the past, and for some reason, he was in the past. Got stronger, but that strength was unstable. He was only able to win because the mind of the mad dragon was unstable, and the way he remembered the past. The fight with the blue dragon, who told him that for some reason fighting him made him feel better, and he was amazing, and it was a shame to kill him, and he would heal him, and they would take a break, and then continue. And for endlessly repeating days, this dragon beat him to a pulp, healed him, and sang again until he defeated him, and after awakening, his fighting skills became much better. So in a way, he could be called his teacher. But Adam still couldn't understand why all his mentors, who constantly beat him to a pulp, humiliated and insulted him, were such monsters. But suddenly the blue dragon began to ask Adam why his face was so haggard and if anything was wrong, but Adam angrily told her why she was having so much fun. But to this, the blue dragon replied, "Why should it be otherwise? For the body had been freed from time, and her mission was over, and she would be at her master's side before the other brothers, and she would only have to watch his action. And besides, their battle was a worthy one, and she would be able to walk away with honor." But for some reason, Adam began to think about what had happened in his past life. And where it was said, "As the saying goes, the work of the hands reveals the character of the soul, whether it be the brush tip of an artist or the fingers of a musician, and the sharp tips of their swords. The training, the character, the time, the masters he learned from, the life he sacrificed for greatness, all of this is the soul, and it cannot be hidden or concealed." And the blue dragon's fight showed that he was worthy, and since her body wasn't, it was better to entrust her body to a worthy one. And this groom, the blue dragon thought, she could sense the tenacity, experience, and overcoming in this man, and she couldn't understand who he might have fought before. And now she waits. And who knows, maybe this man will get to places he's never gotten to before. And he would not need to train for that. She would fear with her master, and she would pass her power to him. And yet, he must control her to utilize the full extent of her power. And she'll be watching because she's very interested in his end, but he shouldn't have to trade his life for little things. Adam never would have thought the blue dragon would agree so easily, and he's grateful for the time saving. After all, he had plenty to do right now. And he doesn't know what the man saw when they crossed swords, but he knows roughly what the man meant. For Adam, like the blue dragon, could not live a life of weakness, and that life ended with a sword in his hands, and he wouldn't hate himself. But turning around, Adam asked the blue dragon if she liked any food other than tea, because he would make some and serve it at the funeral ceremony. To the blue dragon, he replied that there was no need to ask, and he could choose to his liking. And at the same instant, a bright yellow light appeared on the tree of life and illuminated everything around it. Immediately, roots emerged from the tree and kept going farther and farther away. And the princess, along with her companions, began to turn their heads, and they saw someone coming down to them. It was a devil that came out of the tree with the help of its own roots. And he began to ask his friends why they were all standing there. And the princess was the first to answer him that they were waiting for him. And as soon as Adam jumped down from the roots of the tree, he immediately found himself in the arms of the princess, and thus another part of the old god passed to a new owner, and the future of this world has changed even more. Not at this time in the Temple of Light in the 4th Ward. There was a conversation about why there was still no word from Cardinal Alden, but the knight replied that he would send another man, but suddenly another knight began to run up to his commander with some sheets in his hand. But as soon as she opened the sheet and read what it said, her face immediately changed to anger, because she saw that the sheet said that her Mr. Alden had been killed. And that same day there were rumors that some spoke on the subject. There were rumors and thought, whether true or not, that the Knights of Alden had also disappeared. But others heard that they were dead and in the 3rd District where they had been sent. And the fact that the entire 3rd District was killed by the Holy Sun Lucian. These knights were ranked 10th in the top 10 strongest people. Because of religious issues, the saints were not in the top 10. But in the case of defeating the Holy Sun, their place in the top 10 would now be in the hands of another terrible person. And at this time, the entire 3rd District rushed straight to the Princess Castle, which was on top of the hill. And at the same time, in the temple of the angel, the place of power, the place of powerlessness, the place of the holy absolute separated from all things, while the place of the king of the universe is empty, the swords of those who thirst for him will cross, and rivers of blood will flow to the earth. And at the end of this last 1,000 years, he will appear, to save them all from imminent doom. And a huge sword appeared in the princess's castle, held by one of the guys, and his name was Destroyer of Fates. And the knight who defeated his opponent began to laugh loudly and say that he was too bored here because he had already won here, and now he's worthy to meet the princess. And while Adam was at the Tree of Life, everyone was busy. Yggdrasil, having cleansed herself of the poison, sent the activation code to the beginning. Mana, and with the help of her roots, which she planted along the water bodies, accumulated and filtered water, spread magical energy in the air, and thus the surroundings began to purify. And the surviving humans destroyed the remnants of the monsters and headed for the Tree of Life. And when the princess, along with her troop and her loyal knight Ophelia, returned, they saw something incredible. In Elpenheim, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, everything began to bloom and a bright white flower appeared. And most of the elves began to sob loudly and rejoice at the same time. After all, they didn't think they would ever come back to this place. But then Ned appeared behind them and said it was too early for them to rejoice. And as soon as the elves turned around, great surprise in their eyes, they saw someone they didn't expect to see at that moment. Their queen appeared before them, and they were unspeakably glad that she was awake. And Daniel and his sister couldn't hold back the tears in their eyes because they finally got to see their mother. And at the same instant, they rushed to her to hug her quickly. And a little later, the search for those missing during the fighting and forced march began, treating the wounded and burying the dead. Both the scavenging and the need for labor were great, and it was impossible to put all the duties on Yggdrasil, who was already busy clearing land. In addition, this busyness helped everyone overcome discouragement, and their home was definitely here, and the threat of the blue dragon was gone, and hope had returned. But this respite made everyone realize the monstrous damage that was unfortunately necessary for victory. And by the time the past was left behind and the tragedy realized, the Blue Dragon raid was officially ended by the princess and queen. And that day, the queen began to thank Princess Altair, and she was immensely grateful to the lands of Danakil of the Temple of Light and Lord Adam who had saved the elven people from extinction, and they would always remember it. Only from the Tree of Life, honoring the bilateral agreement, they would return as much to them as they had received from them, and, seizing this opportunity, the great elven forest would henceforth ally with Princess Altair for centuries to come and sign the non-aggression pact. And the son of the head of the trading company realized that this was it, and he had the answer to the question he had before preparing for the raid. For then he had said that elves and humans hated each other, and not only was it difficult to organize a paradise under such conditions, but one had to worry about the raid participants not tearing each other's throats out, and whether it was too early to go out hunting together. But the princess answered him that, in her opinion, it was even better. They say for a reason that any crisis is an opportunity, and it may not seem like the best situation right now, but you have to look to the future, and their goal is to get the Elven Kingdom and the lands of Donatil. But he didn't understand anything at the time. Was the princess preparing? But his father, the head of a trading company, replied that he didn't. Polaris was treated as a hero in Danagal because he banished the Black-Red Moon during the war 4 years ago. But when the lands of Donatil were poisoned by the poison, Polaris didn't help. He said he had no strength left and sold all his bonds along with Donatil. In other words, Polaris concluded that this situation could not be resolved. Danagal has been abandoned to their fate. The Alphas are even worse off, having long ago severed diplomatic relations with the human. Where can they find allies to help them? And the princess said that this was their chance and they would help them, but not as humans or members of the royal family, but as Princess Altair, and they would use this chance to reduce Polaris's influence, and for the sake of winning the war that would begin very soon. And thus, the power of the elves of the abundance of food in the granaries of Danakel and the restorative power of the Lake of Life will be in their hands, and that is Altair's goal. And it went better than expected, and the Elf Queen originally had similar goals to them, and now that the Queen has awakened, she will control the Alphas with mind control. Those who are connected to the Tree of Life will never betray them again. And once it was over, they all got together to celebrate this victory and decided to have a drink. And when the fun was in full swing, young Noel, for some reason she suddenly turned around and started walking away. And Daniel noticed it, but he couldn't understand why she was leaving the fun and victory day. And a little later, he saw her sitting on the steps near the entrance to the banquet hall. So, as he approached her, he decided to ask what she was doing here alone. But she, wiping her tears, asked, yes, why had he come? And why was he not amused? To which he replied that only the crybaby had run away. He threw an apple at her, even though she had asked him not to throw it for food. And right after that, he decided to sit next to her and eat his apple that he was holding in his hand. And they immediately struck up a conversation about how they found it hard to believe all of this, and that it had been less than a month and a half since Adam had appeared in the great forest. And he had already slain the dragon and given them their home back. And who would have thought this day would come? And thank God that the mother and tree of life are also healed and can now return to their duties as Bokun. But suddenly Daniel asked his little sister what happened to her because he was getting anxious, and she decided to make a face and stick her tongue out in front of her brother. But Daniel couldn't understand what she meant, and she kept saying that if he found out, she would leave the woods. And a little later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, some were asleep and some couldn't sleep because of the experience. And Adam, passing through alleys, was heading toward the one place where they were waiting for him. And as he approached the princess's door, he realized he still had important business to attend to. For behind that very door stood a princess in a nightgown. And at the same second, Adam started banging on her door, to which she, with a flushed face, began to turn her head toward the door. And before, everyone wanted to get a princess, a talented and beautiful girl of noble origin, and wherever she was always surrounded by stairs. Who said they'd pull stars out of the sky for her princess? And they will defend it at the cost of their own lives. And while the princess realized they spoke beautifully, all these cowards would immediately run away if they knew what she really wanted and who she needed to protect her from. After all, even as a child, she realized that the people willing to follow her would be negligible, and those who supported her were really good people. She had never felt passion for the opposite sex. And from the fact that she will be alone for the rest of her days, and she has already decided that she needs not a loving man, but his sharp sword. And when she was just a little girl, and she saw her brother who had killed someone and was covered in blood, and when he reached out to her, and turned into a huge demon that chased after her, but she ran away as fast as she could. And that day, her life ended, and when setting a goal, like defeating your enemies, surpasses her in everything. A sense of unattainable luxury and love can only be a weakness. She needs to find a man who will lead her to victory. A marriage of convenience, so she thought. But one day when she looked out the window, she saw that very guy, who had no trouble dealing with and she was surprised when she saw Adam, who also looked up and looked her in the eye. But at that very time, the princess's companion looked into the empty barrel and realized that it was a great, miserable misfortune that the barrel was empty. And Ned, sitting beside her, began to question her because he hoped she wouldn't say something stupid now. But, turning away from him, Ophelia began to tell him that the princess had changed since Adam had come along. And of course, she hadn't always been around the princess. But now they spent all their time together, and whenever she saw them, the princess always said that she needed to talk to the elders, and in the meantime, she should keep an eye on the situation. And all this time, she couldn't figure out what was going on with Adam's face. And in the same way in the days that followed, the princess told them not to worry, because the Tree of Life was protecting them, so they were perfectly safe. And besides, there was a feast going on now, and she should drink and be merry, and there was no need to accompany her. And at the same moment, Ophelia started sobbing loudly because she realized that she and the princess had grown up as sisters, and now she didn't need her anymore and was sitting here drunk and abandoned by everyone. And Ned, who was watching her, thought she didn't see that a spark had run between them, and she just didn't like Adam. And a little later, Ned told Ophelia that he had to help his student now, and she should drink first, and tomorrow she would feel better, or it was much more important to him now how things were with Adam, because he had to be all right. But Adam was still nervous, and as soon as he entered the princess room, and standing near the door, he remembered the words of the princess, who told him that if he could defeat the dragon in 10 minutes, they would continue their conversation. And now he didn't realize if he would make it in time, and what had excited him then, but what would happen now. There was still the princess herself, and who knows what she had in store. And where they'd left off yesterday, and earlier, Altair had used the mob for interrogation. He'd talked about his past life, and they'd kissed so often he'd lost count. So it created the same atmosphere between them, and when it almost turned into the same thing, they still had to stop. Adam was sure Altair had feelings for him, but from her point of view, it had been just over a month since they'd met, and he couldn't love her the way he did. After all, she had no memories of the past, and as he stood at the door, he realized that it could be considered a show of courtesy, though it was annoying, and he would demand compensation for it later. And whether it's strategic planning or exploring the heart of the dragon, it's going to be a big deal. So he could calm down, but suddenly a door began to open in front of him, and what Hell saw was beyond his comprehension that very night. Finally, he saw the girl who opened the door, who was wearing a nightgown. And at that very moment, she began to fix her hair and look Adam straight in the eye. Looking at the princess, Adam realized that he could count on something after all. But the princess did not know what to do. After all, she had thought so much about what to say to her, but she couldn't remember anything. But he knew there would be little conversation today, so he began to move closer to her. And in the same instant, he kissed her right at the entrance to her room. And for her, that kiss was very sweet. And when Adam was already putting her on the bed, the princess thought she would be alone for the rest of her life and love would overtake her, and she believed it. And on the 44th day of the blockade of the 3rd district, the spreading barrier gives no passage to anyone. Suddenly, the nun woke up to someone holding his huge sword to her head. And this man began to say that he had come here on other business, and she should tell him who had given her this poison. And the next day, Daniel, who was practicing archery, he remembered that when he was 15, he was told that his mother had been conscious for a while, and at that time Dariel was born, and then his mother said that his sister was born with a different destiny and would have to leave the forest. And last night his sister had told him that now was the time, that she didn't want to go off on her own to get Adam. But if she did, it would be interesting. Maybe she'd meet Fade. Daniel realized that all of this was indeed true. But then why was she so sad at the banquet? After all, she's still worried about the rumors. Cursed in her eyes, that dirty hair. And there's no doubt that this child is the fruit of a human and elf's love, and that's why the queen was punished, and the life force of the forest has dried up, and this child can't stay in the forest. But not Ale, remembering all this, became very angry and began to shoot his bow with great rapidity. And just as he hit his target, he heard a surprising voice behind him. It was his mother, the queen of the elves, and he couldn't understand why she was outside. After all, it was cold now. And then she started to ask him, well, did he feel her presence and hope she wasn't interrupting? But Daniel replied that he was just about to finish. And the queen went on to say that his father said he practiced every morning and she would like to hear it in person. But Daniel felt so good to be around her, and the fact that his mother had awakened and his father had returned decades later as an incarnation, and he was grateful to Adam for all of that. But suddenly the queen asked her son if he was too nervous when he fired, and if his flow of magical power wasn't getting stuck somewhere here inside his stomach. And because he already had enough accuracy, he should shoot a little more freely. After all, he is not fighting alone and must trust his comrade. And as soon as she touched him, Danielle immediately saw Adam fighting a huge blue dragon. And the queen went on to say that that's why he needed to do something else besides training to become the next Luna. That he must leave the forest with his sister. But at this time, the head of the trading company was running down the long corridor. And as soon as he reached the princess's door, he started saying he had an urgent message. Suddenly, the door began to open and Adam stepped out of it. And he asked the head of the trading company what happened and what the urgent message was. But the head of the trading company couldn't understand why Adam was here. But suddenly he changed abruptly and began to say that he congratulated Adam, but that something else was important. And he has to wake up the princess or she'll miss the meeting. But Adam noticed the seal that was on the envelope. And a little later, they all sat at the same table. And as soon as everyone was gathered, Ophelia, holding her head, began to feel hungover, and the princess began to apologize for the earlier meeting. And before they begin, she has something to tell them. There is a matter that has been settled by agreement with Queen Sylvesta. Sierra and Daniel. These two will be the new permanent members of the group, and everyone should welcome them. But Daniel, along with Sierra, immediately stood up and started telling the princess to take care of them, and they will study hard. Daniel was glad he hadn't let his sister go alone, but Sierra had no way of knowing that her mother had a similar plan in mind. Also, when she went to her mother this morning, she didn't understand why her mother was giving it to her, since it belonged to her, but the woman replied that Sierra should remember what she had said then. And the fact that she was born with a different destiny, someday she would have to leave the forest and start a new life. And this is the last family of the Tree of Life, and she must grow it. And such are the instructions from the Queen of the Great Elven Forest, the future queen of the new generation. Leaving the Great Forest, growing a tree, and founding a new kingdom is the only way their kind can survive the hard times ahead, and she is the only one who can do it. And she was born as an empty vessel, able to contain the power of the new tree, and though she has a weak connection to her father, Her fragility is a gift, and she is the miracle she and her father dreamed of. And she was so happy, but at the same time, she was afraid that she would tell the truth she didn't want to hear, that the rumors would turn out to be true. So she tried to walk away from the conversation and suddenly realized that this was exactly what her mother and father wanted, and what she was saying worried her. And now she was grateful to them and wouldn't let them down. Not now. And now Daniel was completely sure of what he was doing, for his goal now was to protect his sister. The princess immediately started saying that they had performed excellently in the battle with the dragon, and now they were expected, and it was good to hear that another one of the 10 strongest would be joining. She would treat them as full members of the group, and they would have to attend the meeting and perform some duties. I would not be able to demand anything, only on official documents, and they would support them with information supplies and manpower. Now, they're going to get to the main question, and the fact that now chaos has broken out on both sides, and she doesn't even know. But the head of the trading company raised his hand and asked the princess to let him explain. And first of all, this letter from their core headquarters located in the 3rd district. And, as everyone knows, St. Lucius, having conquered one of the 8 great intractable obstacles, the tomb of the abominable princess, has completely sealed the 3rd entrance to which he himself belonged. It is a smokescreen designed to conceal the true location of the dragon's heart. But the one sitting in hell has a thought that he realizes that no one knows he's back in time. So everyone thinks so, and the first Lucius absorbed the dragon heart, and now he's stopping, and the second, he secretly sold the dragon heart and destroyed the evidence. And the third, he never had the dragon heart and he's just trying to buy time to fix the situation. And under either option, investors would go crazy if the dragon heart was sold at auction and would have set a record for the highest price ever. But it was likely swallowed or destroyed before the appraiser arrived, or it only appeared in literature and doesn't actually exist. Either way, the legal proceedings dragged on for years, and even the Temple of Light that was used. Dragon's Heart and the lure of collecting huge investments and offerings would not be able to escape responsibility. Therefore, a team was created to protect investors who are afraid of losing their profits. And the Chrome Council's Finance Board, which wants to shift responsibility to Lucius, but is an investor in Lucius's party. And the Western Papal Relics Management, which was sent to demand the return of Sir Lucius Calvira's legendary item, and Iron Maiden Gertrude, the Shrine Commander of Region 3, who checked on Alden, but he didn't make contact. And after hearing rumors that Alden and the Twin Knights were dead, the adventurers came to challenge Lucius to compete for the place of the 10th strongest after the Twin Knights. They all shouted for him to open the gate and give the money to the crook, and for him to come out and fight them. But Ned felt that the 3rd Region's fighting ability was in jeopardy, since many warriors had died during the raid on the tomb, and when the real siege began, even the Holy One would not last long. And suddenly he asked the head of the trading company about another letter, and whether there could be something more serious than the situation in the 3rd district. But the latter replied that the letter was from the butler of Lindell Castle, and a certain knight had held a marriage duel on Ophelia's behalf, and even a winner had appeared. The weapons he used are known to all and are closely associated with him. Requiem is a legendary sword, known as the weapon of swordsman John Howe, number 1/3 among the strongest men on the continent. And at that moment, the castle on Altair's estate began to say that they were waiting for Sir Adam, and they are grateful that he arrived quickly, and this man is waiting for him right here. And Adam realized the Requiem sword he had chosen in a past life as his final weapon. But the one who has that sword is now the last apprentice swordsman of Erdius, and this guy is very strong. And when Adam came to him, he asked where the princess was, and who the hell broke into this room in the first place. But Adam knew that since this guy showed up, he was first in line, and maybe he should kill him right now. The 10 strongest on the continent. This honorary title originates from one of the greatest knights. Years ago, Sir Lucas was being congratulated in the capital of Cain, for he was able to defeat the mercenary king, and he was not only a good commander, but also an excellent one-on-one fighter, and everyone was asking him what it was like to be the strongest on the continent. But he began to reply to everyone that he was not the strongest. Out of the countless strong opponents he had faced so far, if one were to exclude the Holy God and Saint Children, as well as demons and monsters, he would still be 6th, and the mercenary king would be 9th. And King Leo III began to ask him who the 5 men in front of him were, and he too was curious to know who they were. And Lucas began to answer as soon as His Majesty asked that the most powerful is the sacred sword. John Howe, 2nd Master of the Tower of Magic. Great Mage Henry, 3rd Temple of Heaven, Knight of Blessing. Roland, 4th. You are the true flame in the wilderness of fear. The 5th, swallowed the witch of the talking forest. The 6th, aka the 7th, Daniel, son of the Forest, the 8th, Dominic Mace Faith, of the Temple of Light, the 9th, aka Ladies, the Mercenary King, who was called his rival, and the 10th, the twin knights of the Hyuga clan, the two of them as one. Before Adam left for Lindell, Sarah Lucas was the envy of many knights, and the list of the strongest he announced quickly spread, and all over the world, people who had died in one way or another began to challenge. And so the list became known as the ranking of the strongest continents. This is the origin of the top 10. The ranking hasn't changed in 2 years, since Ophelia defeated the Gemini Knights to become 9th, and after the Mercenary King was executed for treason. Daniel remembered that he had once fought a human knight, and during the conflict at the edge of the forest 7 years ago, the one was powerful and very famous. But it seems he was much weaker than Adam, and the list is wrong for some reason, and Ned, no. That list was made 5 years ago. At that time, Adam was just growing up, and they still control the information, and under close supervision, it is much harder to navigate. And no matter what starts it, now to make a name for yourself, you have to beat 1 out of 10 in public and take possession of 1 out of 10 stuff. That's his unspoken rule. And in his past life, Adam began to remember that the chaos began after Erdris. And after his words, the master died and passed the sword to the vacated place in the 10 strongest. There were all kinds of fighters, and about the same time, Ned was officially declared wanted for stealing the heart of the Black Dragon, and he does not even want to remember what kind of madness began. So, the Sword Master, who claims to be the last disciple of the Holy Sword, is a legendary figure that almost no one has ever seen, and he's probably lying and then got busy with something much more urgent. John Howe is the one the devil cult fears the most, because he has the power to ruin all their plans. Holy Sword John Howe. Another name, Ma Elba Laren, a title from the distant past of the White Queen. This was the true identity of the White Dragon mnemonic. This is the master who taught her the ancient magic of Medivh. But the nun sitting at the table at the meeting had heard of it for the first time, and she was curious how she had learned such magic, and as a princess should, she gathered everyone around her. But Daniel couldn't figure out if John wasn't a man's name, or if people had a different name. But his sister had heard that people had a knack for handling a ball of a name, and maybe it was an alias, or a distortion of it, only I was hers. And the son of the head of the trading company began to say, what if this is a white dragon, and wasn't he killed by a black dragon 1,000 years ago? And that's what the books say. But the princess answered him that he is not dead, but sealed, and sends his incarnation every 100 years to find and train talented people. And the problem is that the teacher's incarnation left 6 years ago when her training ended, and he returned to his body. And then why this man claims to have been training his holy sword for the last six years. And Daniel's sister realized it was a lie. But the princess knew, of course, that this was no lie, and the man named Erdias was actually her teacher's apprentice, and she had learned it from Adam. However, if she didn't suspect it, it would be unnatural to her character. And so there are those here who know she was the dragon's apprentice. Only she, Adam, and Sir Ned know of this future. It will not become dangerous if anyone else learns of it. So, speaking as naturally as possible, we must lead them to the right conclusion. But the head of the trading company started saying that the problem is the sword, and it doesn't matter if the sword is fake, but what happens if it's real Requiem? It's a sword with special properties, and no one but the teacher should have it. Like his? There will indeed be a lot of eyes at the mating match, and rumors can't be avoided. And most importantly, what are the chances of the sword being fake? And I realized with horror that the timing was interesting, and the princess told Adam to speak, and clenched his fist. Adam said they would think about it in terms of the Devil's control panel and the theft plan. The dragon's heart was stolen, and the Gemini Knight was killed, and there was a 1 in a million chance. Matthias had been inducted into the cult, and information from the third transition was coming directly. And who would miss such a skillfully chosen party? And as long as the people of the Devil cult doubted each other first, the blades of doubt would be aimed inward. And who will find himself under suspicion and not try to find a criminal on the side to prove his innocence? And wouldn't think Ned had gotten this far on his own. And suspect number 1 would be, of course, but someone would want to check out other options, and might begin to wonder if there is some other dark figure who would have influence comparable to that of the demonic cult leaders, and be cunning enough to manipulate Saint and Ned to successfully pull something like this off. And at that very moment, the princess says that this is the case, and that's when she falls under suspicion. Adam wants to say that this sword and the swordmaster's apprentice are different people, and that they may be in a trap to lure the princess out. And it's all true, because it's suspicious that it appeared at such a time, and now it's dangerous for the princess to go to the estate if there's any way to authenticate the ball? Adam asked the princess. Well, what did she say? That, she said, this sword reacts to the heart of the dragon. If Adam confronts him, he'll know right away. And then the decision was made, and now Adam will go to the princess estate. If the sword is real, he will bring it back, and if it is a trap for the princess, he will take care of everything. That's how he got to Lindale before sunset and got in front of this guy, who started asking who he was and where the princess was. But Adam, looking at him, realized that in fact the rumors about this guy should have already reached the head of the cult, so there shouldn't be a problem, and it was true that the head was afraid of the holy dragon, but for some reason, all of a sudden, the girl sitting next to this guy started yelling that Erdy had won the fight. And at the same moment, he began to get up from his chair and walk over to Adam. Immediately, they met gazes as if they were about to start fighting. This guy immediately started thanking his teacher because he said that here he would be able to fight strong opponents, and immediately upon arrival, he made a great catch. But suddenly, Artie suggested a change of venue, or he could fight here, it didn't matter to him. To which Adam replied that it was great though. He'll follow him like a dog, and using his dragon tongue, Adam began to order the guy around. Immediately, he fell face first into the floor, unable to comprehend what had happened. Move on your own? And in just a minute, Adam was already walking down the hallway, and the guy, like an obedient dog, was on all fours following him. But now the girls didn't know what to do, for Erdy was being dragged somewhere, having cast an unknown spell on him, and they needed to help him. She had seen the look in the man's eyes, and he was clearly dangerous. But the other girl replied that there was nothing wrong, and Erdy would win, and they must not interfere, and she must remember what had happened at Rishi's castle. And when she approached Erdy and said that it had been a whole month, and that she had detained him in this castle, and he should go to the princess, the mentor, for some reason wanted, and what he replied was that it was okay, and he would come later because the monsters were still swarming around, and how could he leave? And the fact that he single-handedly defended Rich's castle from an invasion of monsters, and for all his bad character, he's still a good man. And with each new creature he fought more and more fiercely, being driven out without food or sleep. And when the last low-grade beast was killed, he got to the boss and massacred him, and the battle continued for a week. More accurately, he was just toying with him before killing him with insanity at that point. And it's true that he's a good guy, but his insanity in combat is scary. And in the end, after destroying the monsters in 3 neighboring territories, Baron Risha thanked him for protecting their land. He's only 18 years old and he's already so strong, and he's supposed to marry his daughter, and he knows his target is Princess Alter, but he'll do anything not to regret it. And then Erdy remembered the princess and started to tell the Baron that he would go, but the Baron stopped him and told him to take his daughter with him. And to put it simply, Artie is stupid and only knows how to fight. And in a fight, he's like a rabid dog. And once they were done talking, they decided they would sneak up and see what was going on. And in the meantime, Adam was drinking water cooled with magic ice. But suddenly, Artie began to gain strength. Jumping up from his seat, he was still able to free himself from Adam's curse. And as soon as Adam looked, he realized that he had freed himself from a simple order in Polish to follow him. And normally they say it takes 30 minutes. But he was able to do it in 12 minutes and still mediocre. And Artie began to tell Adam that he had surprised him. After all, he didn't think he would be influenced by the dragon tongue of a human, and he missed the sensation. He missed his mentor, and suddenly he started asking Adam what dragon clan he was from, or the owner of the heart. And in the same instant, Erdy started using his skill, the Cradle of the Earth, that white dragon skill that howled at the entire Earth, and in the subspace of the Earth, anything could be hidden. He kept saying that no matter what the answer was, he didn't care, because the teacher said not to pity such people. His name is Erdy, a disciple of the Holy Sword John Howe. But Adam began to think that there were 3 reasons why Erdy was so much stronger than other outstanding teachers. Innate talent and good artifacts. Her mithril armor in the Silver Lion's treasury is made of white dragon bone and removes the effects of cold, heat, poison, and curses. And because of this ability, he could fight dragons without a dragon heart. Adam already had an artifact, so he decided to test his abilities and started saying his sword was Requiem for a Link. This one is called Graham, and it's a dragon sword made 1,000 years ago, and just recently fresh dragon blood ran down its blade. And Artie, seeing this, tensed up because he hadn't expected this turn of events. And pointing to himself with his index finger, he said, "Here is the dragon heart." And by pouring chilled water into a glass, he started telling Erdy that if there was a single drop from the glass of arrival, he had won. If so, Graham Dragon Heart would be his. To which Erdy replied that he agreed. If he won, he would give him his sword. But Adam said if he won, he'd come up with a nickname for him, Pale-Faced Puppy or just a Mongrel. And after spending a full 12 minutes freeing himself from the binding charms, even a mongrel would be too respectful for him. And the moment all those words were said, Erdy started laughing. He immediately attacked Adam, and they clashed swords. And Erdy started saying during the fight that if Adam lost, he would become his dog. And after the long attacks that Erdy was running, he saw that Adam was defending himself with one hand and not bad at handling a huge sword so skillful. But Erdy has decided to end this battle right now. He began to use Lion River. It was his unique skill that temporarily increased defense by enveloping the body in magical energy and reduced all physical and magical damage from attacks by 50%. But suddenly Adam struck him with his huge sword, causing Erdy to fly off to the side. In midair, he realized that he had started bleeding, and with tremendous force and speed, he crashed into the nearest rock. And right after that, there was a huge explosion as he collided with a huge rock, and everyone watching saw that Adam had gotten stronger since the last time they had met. But then Erdy jumped up and started flying through the air straight toward Adam. He yelled that there was nothing wrong with the power, and he liked it. After all, this is the real battle he expects. And as soon as he got close to Adam, they clashed swords again, and the ground from under Adam's feet began to move away in a huge explosion. But once Erdy felt that he had the upper hand over Adam, and that it was definitely a real battle by now, a hand, or rather a huge paw, appeared behind Adam's back. And as soon as she swung, Erdy knew he was about to be finished, and a huge paw pinned Erdy right to the ground. But Erdy couldn't understand what had happened, or when he had time to use such power. It was too heavy for him, and he couldn't fully move and pull out the sword, as if something was pressing on his entire body. But Adam stood in the same place, and it was his ability to materialize the dragon into true dragon form in this incarnation that inherited the power of his unique dragon property, and his size and abilities are proportional to his power and current manifestation. Percentage is now 23%. But at the same second, Adam began to use his telekinesis skill and began to lift Erdy into the air. And once he got it higher, Adam remembered that when he'd met this guy in a past life, he was already #1 in the top 10, his talent and skills making him a prime recruiting target. So he decides to test it a bit, and it's not the level he remembers, and some event has to happen later that will kickstart his growth. But thank goodness this idiot is a child who can't sit still for a second. If he left Lindell Castle and met her, he wouldn't be able to control her with his power. And this time will be different, and the first dread enemy since he left his teacher, and a reason to become stronger. And now Adam is the future owner of his sword. And the fact that he's winning right now, and who's the master mongrel here now? Years ago, his allotted time was coming to an end, and the white dragon began to apologize to Altair. But he could no longer teach her, and she would have to seek answers without his help. How to improve the magic, and how to defeat this man. And as soon as he touched down and started flying in the other direction. It's been 25 years since the incarnation, and this time managed to last quite a while. The shadow of destiny was approaching, and perhaps there was a change in him, for he had made too many mistakes in teaching gifted children, but among them were those who were not halfway through. Altair, it was good that she had found her, and for the sake of saving this world, she was willing to give her life to the last hope of the human race, that her wounds would never heal, and she hoped that when she got to her body, she wouldn't be alone. There would be someone nearby to share her sorrow, but suddenly the white dragon's body began to pull towards the ground, and she didn't realize what was happening. And she didn't understand where her soul was pulling her in. Was it really a trap? After all, she couldn't resist. And in the same instant, she collapsed to the ground, and soon afterward, she lay motionless on the ground. And then some boy noticed her and began to approach her in the soul of the great white dragon, who tried to return to the main body after the end of the incarnation time, and was put into a mental state and did not understand why she was short of air and why she was suffocating. But suddenly the little boy caught her and began to clutch her small body, which was in the lizard's huge hand. The boy rejoiced and picked her up in his arms because he had finally found his lunch. And the thing is that for some reason she moved into the body of a small lizard and was caught by a little boy and was almost eaten. And through these events, Erdy became the master's apprentice, and the master taught him the art of the sword for the rest of the life of her body, and after 6 months she was gone. And she left him the sword and armor and asked him to help the princess. And he's the one who takes back what he said after the fight, and now Adam can order him anything he wants, and he'll be sure to do it. But Adam realized that this was a pretty smart guy, and that's the way it should be. And there is only one reason why Artie is acting now. The lust to fight. A born fighter-turned-dragon apprentice can die from a common staple here on Earth. And it seemed to Artie that he would go crazy. Whether it was defeating a boss, fighting a knight, or a simple thief, everything was getting boring. And was battle such an ordinary thing? Wasn't it something exciting? And now that the teacher wasn't around, where would he be able to feel that excitement before the battle again? That's what he thought about every day. Finally, he found the answer in the face of Adam sitting before him. And Artie realized that this guy is just playing with him and not showing his real skills. And he wants to find out what technique he's hiding and how he got such power. And he wants to fight him again, and he wants to win. And at the same moment, Artie began asking his mentor if he should get a dog to scare away thieves and guard the sheep. But Adam replied if he was really asking to play and asked for a piece of, to which Artie replied that way he could cheer himself up and play his part better. And holding out his hand like hell, told him to come closer to him. And striking him on the horse's head, he said, "Here is a piece of meat for you." And from such a blow, Artie flew back again and crashed into the nearest rock. Adam replied that he was a mentor and allowed them to keep their distance. And as he approached him, Adam said he was judging because according to him, the sacred sword was a white dragon and could no longer send forth incarnation. So what he heard was the master's last will to help the princess. And the guy doing the master's bidding so recklessly risks his life in a duel. And the real man next to him thought of Adam himself having a dragon's heart. And a little later, Adam starts telling Artie that he doesn't like him, but his opinion doesn't mean much, and it's not up to him to leave him here or not, and he'll keep an eye on him. And the last thing Adam told him, pointing his hand, was that he needed a bodyguard. And after 2 days, a lot of warriors gathered at the Temple of Light in the 3rd District, near the castle. And Ned, who was watching it all, saw an incredible sight, and everyone belonged to different organizations, but still came together. Thou shalt fulfill that eye of right truth, which by a single drop enables one to see the insect in the body of the devil's follower. Ned saw that there were quite a number of men of the sect among them, and the devils must be encouraged and initiated into the mystery, or else their chapters have become one big devil's ass club. And lest they should think of making a public display, they must not make this show of vigor now. The real siege would not begin until irrefutable evidence had been presented, so Adam said. And father, stupid idiots, can't even do anything with snails, and the forgery must be carried out at the right moment. It will be better for them. And these two came here as a forward squad, and Blood task is to monitor the military situation and relay information with an ally, among them Lucius and a man of dozens of forces, and a speed player who specializes in stealth. Theoretically, it's a perfect match, but there was one problem. They didn't realize how long they would have to walk hand in hand. And before you leave the Great Elven Forest, when everything was ready, the function of the bracelet was enhanced, so that even if they wore them one at a time while holding hands, they would experience the same stealth effect as if they wore a pair, and that was what the Tree of Life said. But Ned didn't see if it was necessary to do so, and Ophelia asked the princess to send her alone to the advance party, and that would be enough. But the princess replied that they had already talked it over. And it's not just a war. People with exceptional abilities, such as the smiling girl, must be prevented from entering the country. And the fact that Ophelia is the only one who can recognize a smiling girl is indispensable, as are the containers against the invasion of the 3rd District. Having set up all sorts of traps using magical items from Eurydica's tomb, it's almost a dungeon now. I had previously asked the princess who helped Lucius create this dungeon, to which Ned replied that he himself knew what and how it was created. And after that, the princess said that she would wait for them to return, so they could go to the 3rd District. And yes, she still doesn't know what will be waiting for them there, so at least before entering the temple, they shouldn't let go of each other's hands. And a little later in the Great Elven Forest, the princess revealed that the Magic Tower and the inhabitants of Danako territory are in the Great Forest, and the 5th Healer Squad is also staying in the Great Forest and helping in the recovery of the fighters. And one of the 2 sorceresses was shocked, for she had not lost her recommendation from the capital's aristocrats, and now this was her chance. And if they could make friends with the Elf Queen, they would earn respect not only in Danakot Academy, and that the princess said that she thought they would need magical tools for the raid on the ice dragon, and if she could make them for her, to which the young sorceress replied that of course she could, and the princess could look at the blueprints to find something suitable. And the queen also said that if they used their own equipment, the efficiency of their production would increase. And this is the perfect opportunity to showcase her talent to the people in the Magic Tower, and if she misses it, she will no longer be called a wizard, and she will be loyal to them until the princess dies, and since there is not enough manpower, she will also have to keep herself busy. And the rest of them had to go to the 3rd district at this time. But at this time in Lindell Castle, Artie was crying a lot because the helmet for the apprentice was made by a white dragon. And if you cast a spell in the dragon's language, his form will change. And the training mode now forces him to obey the orders of the Thors who control him. And he figured that with his teacher dead, he wouldn't experience the training mode anymore. And how the hell did Adam know the mode switching spell? And why cut so many bows in the first place? But Adam, standing over him, told the mongrel that the pace had slowed and he must do this in earnest. And with a drop of lion's blood, Adam could give him orders. It was a gem embedded in their silver lion baton helmet, and in training mode, it detached and became resistant to the control and punishment function of locating orders. And after that, I'll give it to him. He realized he could exhale now, and as long as he had a drop, he could control Artie's actions. He couldn't act himself. A pure battle fanatic, such is the nature of Artie. But that's not all. A few years will pass, and this guy will showcase another talent. And as a result, a lot of people relied on Artie, but didn't see it. And when their end came, Artie decided to take charge. And if he starts this kind of nonsense again and tries to ruin everything, we need to kill him before it's too late. And Adam's responsibility memorized it all down to the smallest detail. And as he prepared the food, Adam began to realize that their squad was already due to arrive in the 3rd district, and he needed to hurry to finish his preparation and at the same time meet his guests. And one issue can only be resolved when they can go to the 3rd district. And why during the battle with the Black Moon? He couldn't use the lightsaber, and if it was because of the limit of his abilities, he shouldn't have used the lessons when he met the cult leader, and more importantly, the voice he wouldn't allow. He must find out the reason and will not enter the temple until he knows. And pulling his weapon out from under the space, he began to approach Artie. He asked the mongrel if he could handle anything but a ball. He asked the mongrel if he could handle anything other than a ball. Suddenly, Artie became inflamed because he thought Adam was going to give him one of the 2 weapons. But Adam struck him at the same second with the very weapon he was holding. And as soon as Artie fell to the ground after those blows, Adam realized that the younger one was even better and told him to take the hammer and play with it. And as soon as they got outside, Artie began to tell him that if he got down from the tree, he should use a hammer and cut a piece out of it that looked like a little mouse. But it was unclear to Artie what Adam meant and what other piece he was thinking of. But Adam kept saying that he really can't, and others can, and really he can't do anything without his knife, and really he can't control his powers. But Artie started to reply that he didn't say he couldn't, and he'd do it all now. But Adam, as soon as he turned around, said check back in a few hours to see what kind of fake he got. And he shouldn't even think about leaving the castle ground. And with the Order and Chaos training mode, it's impossible to go outside the allotted zone. But Artie couldn't understand how Adam knew about these tricks. And Adam grabbed his food and began to tell himself that he had to go too. And with the help of the silver key, began to move on to another place. But now in the Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance to the dungeon of the Waterway, Ned and Ophelia walked silently by the hand. And they noticed that the Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance, was an enormous building in size. Strong walls, a holy defense due to food supplies, this fortress could easily withstand a runaway siege, even if the city gates were closed. This time in particular, to prevent the smiling girl from getting in, the passageway was carefully sealed so that not only people, but even letters couldn't get in. However, it was impossible to completely block the sewer drain, and the most suitable route for sabotage was in the sewers. And holding out his hand, Ned began to enter one magical place. The Maze Creator's tool expands the force field, warping the space that no one can enter unless they know the method. And he brought it from a source that's legit, so mages won't have a problem, and the location of this installation is hidden too. And the method of infiltration is the same as he said before Ophelia. They just need to dance. But I keep doing this stupid dance. Ophelia asked Ned who made the condition. He said Adam, and she said that meant there was no point in killing him, and she would deal with him herself. At the next meeting after that dance, the conditions were met, and they began to move on to the next condition of standing at a specified point. And after they had been standing for about 10 minutes, Ned told Ophelia that he was going to kill Adam. And once they came to the entrance of the 4th couple's dance, they stood in the same pose for several minutes, and Ophelia began to tell her companion that she would kill him if he did, and Ned replied that he thought so. But suddenly she stepped on his foot. And after that, there was a bright light in the same room, and from what they saw, they couldn't tell if it was the entrance to the canal and the fact that she had stepped on his foot, and they would have to do it all over again. But at this time, Lucius was in his room, and someone put a knife to his back and told him not to move. I answered for you that it wasn't bad, and he put a lot of effort into making the gate. But he was still able to get in, and many people tried to get in, but he was the first to get that far. Turning his head, Lucius asked what business he had with the saint.